Yards, I get alone, I feel up. From them I far in a chichimanga. Give me fire, make we burn. From them I dream in a chichimanga. Give me fire, make we burn.
Yeah, man. Done out there, chichi man. There, you get me? No harm to some boy, and then freaky style. You get me? Yeah, big up Scattered Minds in the building, man. Big up yourself, bro. Yeah.
Yo, big up, fam.
That's mad still. I was showing private still.
Yeah. Got some nuts people in the place, boy.
Weird, isn't it, man?
Yeah, but watch for them this time.
So I see. For them starting on mix, mate.
Who's coming through the morning after the night before? When I'll work early morning.
Come on, it's bad out here, bro. Okay, I'm just outside the customer's property right now still.
Oh, is it? So I have to hold down the thing.
Yeah, big up, bro. Just
I'm going to have to turn to goblet today. Yeah.
come on. Trust today, B. Trust me. Ultra's got a hangover, so
He's sleeping.
So yeah, so he's waved off.
That's calm, man. That's calm. Who's in the chats early for the new show? We had almost 40 in the last one. They were going to come over. Big up Rafu in the building. Salam alaikum. Pick up TNTS Greek. Pick up IO. Pick up all the people in the building.
We got man like TNTS still, man. See, man did a rave yesterday. Come on.
TNTS came.
Yeah, you mean TNTS Greeks was there.
Cutting couple shakes, yeah? Cutting couple shakes.
Yeah. TNTS was with a gal them. He's like, really, I've got all the girls, cuz. Come and meet them. I'm like, what?
Yes.
Like, what?
He's moving like one pimp.
Right down there. Yeah. Trust me. See my eyes pop out like a boggle. Yeah. Nah, Greeks is there still, man. It was alright still, man. It was a good rave still.
Like pimp, boy. Yeah, no, I heard that, man. It sounded good. Everyone sounds like they, well, only you so far I've heard, to be fair, but it sounded like it was going to be a good night.
Yeah, but it was good still. Trust me. Ultra G Blockery was in the booty. He was waved off though, man. He was cracking me up.
Early doors. Did anyone get their free punch on Ultra?
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone saw him. If anyone got to, like I said, he got there at 10:30 and he said between 10 and 10:15.
Yeah.
You know, I was saying that. See, like, you must have had, really and truly, yeah, if you had his wife's number, yeah, you could have paged her and said, yo, just punch him in the face before he leaves from you. Know?
She was the only one that really had the chance to do it, like.
Yeah. So
we weren't really open season Ultra like that.
Yeah, that's it. And you should have just said, just gotta say that, yeah, man, you definitely should have paged there first of all, cuz make sure you punch him just before he leaves the door. You get me? Like, if he opens the door, that's to punch him in the face.
I hear you.
Say G Block. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's a good night, man. Everyone's raving with Maku and Todd's.
Was Maku breaking it down again? Uncle Mac Sherman had a move.
Man. What do you mean? Maku and Ultra had the dance competition, cuz.
Sherman had a move like it's the night.
Maku and Ultra have a dance off every rave.
Yeah, I know.
You get me? So obviously they had a dance off again, yeah. I was gone by that time though, still, man. My car Yeah, man. Like I wouldn't be here now if I didn't move then. You get me?
You know what I mean?
Trust
Like,
me. Yeah, I would have been sucked in because like when man started the first show, yeah, Shizzle jumped on, and he was just on his way home, innit? And I was like, see, that's why I left a little bit earlier.
sit down.
You know, like, yeah, I left a little bit before the end, innit? Because that's the dangerous one, innit? When you leave at the end, you're going after party, going this one's yard, that one's yard, bunning bear scars, having drink, and blah 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 blah. Next thing you know, it's light, and you're like, oh shit, okay. You get me?
Yeah, that's too much.
I'm in flipping Ireland. You know what I'm saying? Like hangover too.
You get there. Yeah.
Yeah, man get carried away with man's waved off. Ultra is a serious lightweight. Yeah, Ultra was waved off still, man.
Well, there's 2 drinks and
Yeah,
gone.
that the white rum had him still. Yeah. You get me?
Yeah.
The white rum had him, man.
The evil juice, man. That'd be all over. 100%.
Trust me. So, did you listen to the end of the show yesterday? I didn't even know what happened at the end of the show yesterday. Yeah, I was outside the rave, yeah, and then I was outside the rave, and the show was still on, yeah, and I don't even know who was talking. Yeah, I just jumped on and said, yo, I just need to lock it off in it, man, because man was getting to that point where man was gonna, once man had another couple of drinks, yeah, the show would still be live now. You know what I'm saying?
100%. Show would all be live now. Yeah. No, I didn't hear the end of the show, no, but I heard what's his name? The last bit I heard was I think Shakara was on, and I think Raph was on. Possibly they might have been talking about some of that.
Man's been getting some good conversations though on the show still, so obviously, yeah, man.
Yeah, no, still very good ones, man. Definitely some good people coming through. I think people are trying to have a few debates and conversations they're lining up or want to have. Obviously, you got the main piece ones that seem to be, or the ones that seem to be taking up most. That everyone knows about, I suppose, would be the ESA ones. You got about 2 or 3 that you need to have debates, or 1 or 2. I'm not sure now the number. I think he's already had 1, so it might be
ESA
2.
has pre-debates, you know. ESA has pre-debates about the debate.
I'm telling you.
Actually, you have a debate about what the debate's going to be about. That's mad, isn't it? Like, he's a cracks worker. Like, he's just
you going in, but then I think I'm not sure they might have had it yesterday, but I know Shakara and Raph were going to have a debate or a conversation around Raph's socialist, communist ideas, and trying to convince black people to take those on. I can't remember. I mean, there was Born Rich and there was Shakara on what's it called? Kwanzaa, yeah. So yeah, man, there's been a few interesting ones, and hopefully a few more to come in the future, man. Like I don't know. What was yesterday's topic again? Or conversation was around Black Unity.
Yeah, why is Unity taking so long to?
You feel like you got an answer?
Not really. Not really. You know what it was? Yeah, I think like really, yeah, it was a skewed question, innit? Yeah, because I don't think that there's no Black Unity. I don't think that there's no Black Unity. Yeah, and even my own personal opinion is that the smaller tribes need to gather up before you make the big unity of one Black homogenous group. You get me? So, in my personal opinion, it's going to take the smaller tribes to fix their own little issues first of all, and then once that's galvanized, you can start to outsource outside the community, innit?
Yeah. No, I agree with that definitely, but that's why I think even with that, it's going to be difficult because if you do gather up in the smaller tribes and you get very like divergent tribes, it's then even harder to bring them back under the same roof. Do you know what I mean? So, but I do agree. You do have to do the smaller thing first, like fix the in-house problems. But that's why I say, personally, it needs to be under like a banner or something like Pan-Africanism or something like that, because you could be fixing your tribe under Pan-Africanism. Just say, for example, in South London, I could be doing my thing in West London, and then when we link up, we're speaking the same language. Do you know what I mean? And it's not like we have mad different ideas. It's just we were focused on two different communities. And to take it to the bigger picture, if you do that on a continental basis, and you've got people in South Africa, people in West Africa, people in East Africa, and if they're all building up fixing their communities along the same lines or ideas or guidelines, when they come to link up, it just makes that linking up process a lot easier. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, why I said that, yeah, was because obviously in the beginning, it wasn't just known as like one Pan-African thing in it, and then what it would be was that once the people have got to um, advance to whatever level they wanted to get to or whatever like that, and they feel like they're ready to trade with the thing up next door, they're more likely to appreciate that. Do you know what I'm saying? The way someone else does something, because their group does their thing the way they do it, the next group does their thing, and next thing the way they. Do you know what I'm saying? Like sort of like that. Because obviously, when we speak, when from us from the Caribbean, yeah, when we speak here about Pan African, yeah, it's like I can see what you're saying in it when you're saying we want all the tribes to work together and so and so, so and so. But then when I speak to like a continental African and they go in deep about their single, all the different sort of tribes that are surrounding their tribes, which some they get on with, some they don't get on with, this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah. It's like it seems like really and truly the smaller tribes are gonna have to sort out their internal issues before the big tribe can even be thought of or come together like that.
You're not 100%, but it's like when they're solving those issues, my thing is, how would they solve them? Do you know what I mean? Because like there's many different ways to solve an issue in it. Because one tribe can say, you know what, on it, we're just going to do it this capitalist way. We're going to work with Europe and America. We're going to work with China. We're going to import in their culture, and we're going to go along those lines. And then the other culture might be like, we're going to do it this way, and we're saying bun Europe because them men have colonized us, and we're not going to work with anyone who works with them. Do you know what I mean? So when those two small tribes try and come together, rather than solving the issues are just getting bigger because now they're even further apart than they were in the first place. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people outside always try and use the violent rules. That's why I say I 100% agree that the smaller tribes have to sort each other out. But I insist that, in my opinion, that has to be Pan-African, because even if you've got beef with your next door neighbor tribe or whatever, the whole point of Pan-Africanism is to try and solve that issue, innit? And so your approach is gonna have to be, you can't have it as approach as man's gonna be pro. Just say, for example, I'm picking this out of the air. It's not a real example, yeah. But just say man's like, no, I'm pan-Yoruba, but I'm Pan-Africanism, and I only want to look after Yoruba people. That might work in building up the Yoruba peoples and the Yoruba nation, but that will they're never gonna want to unify with anybody else. Do you know what I mean? Because the very ideology that they built up on is opposed to unifying with people, especially their own African brothers. So that's why I say part of the actual solving the smaller issues is them coming to understanding that if one of us are hurting, all of us are hurting. Even if they are a rival tribe, and even if there are years of beef and bloodshed between us, at some point we're gonna have to try and figure out a thing on how we're gonna make this work, or we're just gonna have to decide we're just at war all the time, innit? But when you think about it, one of them sounds more practical than the other. You know what I mean? And even as much as peace might sound unpractical, perpetual war, for me, it sounds even less practical.
Yeah, man.
But yeah,
that's cool though, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, I can see. Yeah, I definitely got faith in me. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's not in man's lifetime, because you can see things slowly changing in it, and then like once like when there's someone like we're just normal everyday people in it talking about this sort of shit on YouTube and all them sort of things there, then yeah, obviously things are starting to move forward a little bit, because 15, 20 years ago there probably weren't as much people in like around the UK sort of thing, sort of speaking like this or whatever.
Yeah, no, 100. Yo, Ayo, the Ayo should get on. He's going in the crowd.
Ayo, jump on, man. Jump on, bro.
He's going in the chat.
Jump on, man, so I can quickly add you still, man, so I can
go do some work.
Yeah, I need to quickly run in, and hopefully this one's going to be a quick thing, innit? So I can get down to this next job.
You got many jobs today?
No, I got 2 jobs, but they're quite far apart. So
okay, yeah, them ones. Are you based local where you do your work, like local to yourself, or is it like you got to travel out your ends? I don't know what happened there. I think okay, I'm in here on my ones. It looks like I think okay, they think
My bad.
let's go.
Yeah, the reception went on my phone still.
Okay. Yo, come in here and tell me about this white supremacy thing that you're going on about. Man's writing in the comments, and I want to understand where he's coming from with it. Because personally, I think the issue is not white supremacy; it's Hebrew Israelite supremacy. No, I'm joking.
Hey, listen, you might have to go back and forth with him from the comments here, but call me. I'll be listening from YouTube, innit? If anyone wants to jump on it, let me just put it right into this building.
All right, cool. If anyone wants to chat, come on, let me know. Jump on the panel.
Big up, Scott, man.
That's calm. That's
Jumping
calm.
on as well,
That's easy. Calm, bro. It's calm, bro. My G block comrades with their facetious questioning.
Me and Ultra was laughing about that yesterday still. So that was funny stuff.
And then
man.
drum.
I laugh at a lot of shit in it, man. Some people might say I laugh too much, yeah. Some people are too serious too much, isn't it? Like, but I just laugh at shit.
Yeah. That's all love, man. But still.
Alright, cool.
Yeah. Roll out. I'll take over the G block today, make it into the God block, and all of that kind of the good stuff. If there are any people out here who are representing the G block, feel free to jump in. If there's anyone like Ayo, he said he can't come in a call at the moment. Fair enough, no worries, don't come in the call. But let me know, because you're going in about white supremacy, it seems. Is white supremacy really the problem? Like, do you not think Hebrew Israelites are a bigger problem, especially when it comes to black unity? Like, how can you get black unity when you have Hebrew Israelites going around saying things like, you calling people? Like Africans are black or whatever, they're Esau or whatever these random stuff that the Hebrew Israelites come out with are saying. I don't know, man. I don't know, but it will be interesting to like how we gonna say on that. Like, I think like the biggest impact to black unity is mostly black people rather than anything outside the black community. People want to label, governments want to label, it's a game and a power game. Yeah, it's definitely a game and a power game, but the question is, should black people not play that game? I would say if there is a power game going on and black people are lacking on power, the whole idea of black power is to empower black people so they could get involved in this power game. I think most people are aware there's a power game going on with the powers that be, with the governments that control. However, the reality is that being the case doesn't stop the fact that black people need power to be able to control our communities, be able to look after our communities, be able to protect our communities and protect ourselves. Because when we haven't had that in the past, we've faced racial abuse and much worse. So I don't know. I think it's always like when people do that, I think it's always they're not really looking at the racial aspects of it, and the fact that race has always played a massive role and impacted on all these types of things in many various different kinds of ways. But yeah, sorry, I'll just do a couple of things there. What else is going on in the comments? Who else is about? It's one so deep we can't control it, fam. Well, jump on the panel, man. Talk to me about that. Cause I think there's a lot of. I personally think that's like the name of the game, isn't it? I think as Marcus Garvey said, with confidence you win before you even start, and with pessimism, without it you lose before you start. Do you know what I mean? I think a lot of us concede defeat before we've even fought the battle, right? We've already accepted the system's too powerful, it's too big, it's too all-encompassing. There's nothing we can do about it. We just have to be slaves and get money and get these girls. Do you know what I mean? Which is like a lot of what young people, young men think about, to be fair, get money, get the girls, and ignore the fact that their system is telling them to do that and giving them all of this, giving them money, girls, women, drugs, alcohol, all these types of things to distract them from the fact that they actually can make a difference and a change in the system, and the system isn't running as deep as we possibly think. But that's That's my position, possibly. I think, it's about people taking a stand, disciplining themselves, learning about the system objectively, learning to view the system objectively, looking at how the system works, how it doesn't work, etc. And then from that position, being able to understand what tools we can use and employ against it. Walaikum salam to Halima in the comments. I don't know you very well, sis, but, shouts to you. Who else is in the comments? Samroon, big up Samroon. Big up Isle, obviously. What efficacy of people gentrified Tottenham? Okay, that's an old comment. Right, cool. Let's get saying. That's not why I said we try, but getting oppressed. Look where you am after trying, 1 in jail, 2 dead. Who's the 1 in jail and 2 dead? That was being a bit cryptic, man. Jump on the panel, man. Bigger share the link and everything, man. If you put the jump in. But I definitely, and then Isle says we need to resist. That's why I do business how white people feel. I don't business how white people feel. I'm resisting. Yeah, I suppose, but I mean, you're resisting, but don't you feel like your movement itself is part of the issue? Do you know what I mean? Trying to separate and split black people up between Caribbean and African, American and African, etc. How can you have black unity when you have that kind of a movement? Oh, like you might be resisting, but it's futile when you're part of a movement that is really doing exactly what the powers that be want them to do, and that's split up the black community, split up black power into these little segments based on these weird ideas. But anyway, learn from Islamic history. North was a poor place when Islamic rule was at the peak level in Spain. I hear you, big up. Yo, my brother K Combo Cola in the building. Yo, you gotta jump on the panel and flipping help me out here, man. Just trying to hold the show down on my own. I don't really have any topics. I might look at news stories. I haven't actually checked out the news since like this whole pagan festive period began. Sorry, excuse me if you do celebrate it. I don't mean to be disrespectful by calling it pagan. Hope you had a blessed holiday and whatnot. But since this festival began, I haven't really checked out the news or what's been going on with politics. I've been really checked out, particularly within British politics. I've been looking a bit at African and some French African politics around people like Kebby Sabo, etc. Oh yeah, the honors list is out. But they've leaked dresses and people's dresses. But yeah, what's her name? Nadia Hussein is getting an honor. I wonder what they're gonna make her, like a dame or something. And I wonder how people feel, like my Muslim brothers and sisters feel about like Muslims taking honors from the honor system. Because usually when I discuss it from a black point of view, and how personally I wouldn't take it as a black person because of the history of the British Empire. But I wonder if you're from a Muslim background, maybe you might feel differently towards the British Empire. I know there would, let's be fair, there in history have been relations between the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire, and there's been Ottoman, aristocrats, as it were, who moved to Britain and have received these types of honors in the past. So, but I do wonder if people feel like from a religious point of view, they shouldn't be taking those kinds of honors. So I have kind of diverted the whole topic because I'm just looking at news stories right now. So let me come back to the chat quickly. Yo, bigger if you're there, bigger if you're about. We got some people in the backstage, so let them come into the chat. But yeah, big them up, if you're around, let my brother Khalid into the chat. Bigger, if you hear me, I'll say it one more time. Now my brother Khalid into the chat, but I know you're busy. Khalid, just stick around and wait, be a little patient. Bigger is just doing local work right now. He is listening in, I believe. If he's not, within like next couple of minutes, I'll just send him a message on WhatsApp or whatever, let him know. But I think he'll probably do it as soon as he gets the chance to come through and add you in from the back chat in it. But if you get the chance, also add him. Just do a little directly add him in the comments. So if you ever check the comments, you'll see that at least. I might try doing a sec. Okay, there you are, Khalid. What's good? Salam alaikum, my brother.
Alaikum assalam, my brother. Scattered minds, what's good?
I'm all good, bro. What are you saying? I mean, you're kind of like me in regards that we kind of talk about things from a Pan-African point of view. But yeah. I'll ask you quickly, from an Islamic point of view, what do you think about people who take in like lordships and knighthoods and stuff like that?
Yeah, Well, one of my cousins, she took one recently for her work against FGMA, and the female mutilization thing. So we were all like, okay, cool. How's it gonna run? You're gonna bend down. You're gonna. So you know that whole sort of bending the knee down. See how Mo Farah did it? Like there was a big uproar in the community when he was getting knighthood. Everyone's like, bro, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
If it's celebrating your achievements, like what my cousin did, she had that campaign for FT, you know, female mutilization.
That's big, man. That's big. Man. You should be proud of her, man.
And I'm proud of her. She made it against the law. She did a lot. So in that sense, I'm proud of her achievement.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel like she should have done something. I don't know, bro. It's like bending down for the queen and all of that is a bit. It's a bit suspect for me. You get where I'm coming from, like that whole tradition, and I don't know because you know us Muslims we're only supposed to some for Allah. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
So it's that whole sense for me. It's like okay, that bit I don't get. That's the bit, you know, when you have to, and then she puts a knife on top of your shoulders and she knights you. That's the thing I don't really respect. They were just gonna give you a ceremony little thing, like I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
But that's a bit what creep me out. But I wanted to talk about another subject.
Please do.
It's like, you know, when I'm speaking to you, it's strictly Africa that we talk about.
Yeah.
And this weekend, yesterday, and this weekend, we saw some horrific violence on the continent. There was a bombing in Nigeria. There was a bombing in Congo. A truck, and there was a third one in Somalia yesterday. It's all trucks bombing, and they're killing mass people. So as one Pan-African to another, do you think this violence, is there third parties behind this violence? Because I am from now, because the whole Somali community is in shock since yesterday. All of us, if you go over social, we're all in tears, like 61. They're uni students as well. So these might keep targeting our youth. And it's the incident against our youth that they're targeting.
Do you know who done it? Is anyone claiming to have done
No, there's one guy claiming it, but it's the same suspect people. This is the thing, it's the same. And I just don't, it's not cutting it now. Like, the youth now is making a movement saying, fuck this, man, enough's enough, bro. Like, enough's enough, man. These man killed 61 uni students, doctors training back home. And it's like, it's jarring right now. It's like everyone that's trying to do something from back home are getting killed and sniped. So I don't know what it is, Sky. So that's the subject I wanted to get into with another fellow Pan-Africanism, to see if you could show me another, because I'm going to speak at school now. A couple of us are going to be on COE speaking about this incident. Hopefully I could get witness Preston from a Nigerian perspective, so he could highlight something from that angle. But this is a subject I'm going to be speaking. I'm like literally grabbing something to eat. Gonna hopefully be there by 1, 2 o'clock. You know, you get where I'm coming from, bro. I spoke to a couple of brothers and a couple of sisters, like, and it's shocking the community. Like all yesterday, it's all over. We're all shocked. We're like 61 again, and it's like it's the 25th explosion this year. So yeah, bro.
That's insane. That's insane. And who's in Somalia right now? I mean, we'll try and get to talk about Nigeria in a second, like especially if we could get Preston on or something. But within the Nigerian situation, who is there? Is there, you've got the UN there right now. You've got the African Union there, right? And some Kenyan soldiers. Yeah. And is there a Somali army there? A Somali force there?
Well, we don't know. I'm trying to say, where is the intelligence? Where is these people coming from?
That's what I'm trying to get.
Where are they getting the weapons from? Where are they getting the weapons from?
But who is responsible for investigating this?
We don't know, bro. We're thinking, where are the intelligence system? Where is going on? People are getting, it's ridiculous, bro. And if I have to risk highlighting these issues and speaking about, but I'm risking my own life, you know, now. You get where I'm coming from, Sky. So I've stepped in a room where I weren't planning to be this guy. You get where I'm coming from, bro, to speak about issues like this. But sometimes you're like, the silence had to force me. You get where I'm coming from, because I feel like if we keep quiet, we're part of the injustice.
Yeah.
You get where I'm coming from? We don't speak up, we don't make noise, we don't highlight that. This is a serious issue. You get where I'm coming from? Violence amongst ourselves. Like, these people are killing our youth. Like yesterday, 61 knives just died, and these lot are just youths. They're just studying. They're kids. The oldest one's about 20. Like, bro, it's fucked.
So Sky News is saying that it's at 79 now. 79 people there.
Now it's 79, so the death toll went up since I last looked at it.
Yeah, police officers and students among the casualties as hospitals are inundated with patients and worried relatives. Car bombing will kill dozens in Somali capital. A car bomb outside a tax collection center in Somalia has killed at least 79 people, according to officials. The blast struck a checkpoint during the morning rush hour at the start of this week, the working week in the capital of Mogadishu, and one of the deadliest attacks in the city in recent memory. Images taken at the scene show a mass of mangled vehicles below clouds of black smoke. Survivors described the intensity of the explosion as being similar to when a truck bomb detonated 2 weeks in the city 2 years earlier, leaving more than 500 dead. Both ambulance and government spokesmen warned in the aftermath of Saturday's blast that further fatalities were expected because of the severe nature of the injuries among an estimated 50 people hurt. Somalia's president Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed has condemned the attacks as a heinous act of terror and blamed the Al-Shabaab extremist group, which is linked to Al-Qaeda. So Al-Shabaab are being blamed, like we said, the usual suspects. But and the president of Somalia is there to make a statement about it. His statement was, "The people of Somalia and their government cannot be disappointed and cannot be stopped from developing and rebuilding the country," he said. These Al-Shabaab terrorists are working for the interests of international terrorists. They are here to massacre and legalize the blood and the property of the Somalis and to cause them and to cause havoc and destruction. I send my condolences to the bereaved families. At the same time, pray that those killed in the heinous attack go to heaven. It is peak. Sorry, I just read the story.
No. I love the way you gave more information on it. So, Sky, like, for a nation to rebuild and to move on, like, the serious questions need to be answered right now. Like, who are these people? What is their agenda, fam? Like, ain't they tired of this? Like, who's paying for their weapons and where are they getting this? Because that's the questions I'm going to be asking a lot of the mandem today. Like, what the fuck is going on?
The Mujahideen call themselves the Al-Shabaab call themselves the Mujahideen youth movement, right? Or movement of youth.
Hello, Sky?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're breaking up a little bit. But you're gone.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read about Al-Shabaab, trying to understand them. They started around in 2006.
I don't even believe it's them, man, now. I think they're just an scapegoat.
Tell me more.
From a personal, because again, and the problem I'm having is, obviously you could tell by my flag and where I'm from the north, I'm from Somaliland.
Yeah.
But I'm a unifist. I believe in let's all get together. I believe in the greater Somalia. A lot of people are going to be like, what the fuck? I believe in we're stronger together.
Pick you up for that. I respect that. I love that.
And because our granddads were all one before, Italy, France, and Britain came to our shores. We were all one.
Yep.
We didn't have none of this. It was them man that came with their division. It's them that was split us up. It's they carved us up into pieces. There was no borders. There was none of that. We didn't have none of that. After the colonial and they left us and we tried to unite together, we fucked up. One generation fucked up. That's why I try to teach one of my young Somali brothers and sisters. Forget this, forget that. It's one generation that couldn't get along. Now that generation's old. We, the diasporas, love each other. Like, growing up in Tottenham, like, man went to school, like, we don't do tribalism. Back home when I went there, the youngsters, they don't do tribalism. It's an old generation, guy, that people are being paid to keep us like this. And that's what we're starting to realize. The youth are starting to realize what is going on, like. From the brother and the brother from the north and the brother from the south is exactly the same. You get me, Sky?
Yeah.
You're on my video. You're on my channel. Remember that video we did with the Somali brothers from Birmingham?
I've been trying to find the video, but I can't find your channel, bro. You gotta post the link.
Somali speakers. Yeah. I gotta post the link. I gotta fix it. I need to improve it more. But you're on the video.
Post the link now. Post the link in the chat, bro. I subscribe to your channel. Post the link in the back chat so I can subscribe to your channel.
Alright, then, my bro. So basically, Sky, you're on the channel and we were talking, and then none of us asked each other's tribes. You were even there that day. No, I didn't have a clue who they were. We didn't have a clue who we were, and that's how the UK diaspora community is. But now the problem is, like, ever since this happened, a lot of people are like, well, you're from Somaliland, kid. Why do you care? None of the brothers from the south, they don't give a shit. And I'm like, bro, they do, but everyone's more concentrated on, are you from Somaliland? I'm like, bro, 61 people died. What do you care about division? You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
And it don't make sense for me. Like, growing up, like, I'm sick and, like I say, I come to this country as a refugee. I'm sick and tired of being a refugee, bro. I'm sick and tired of just watching the news and just, like yesterday, all of us, all golf shops, were like, rah, 61 youth. These are training to be doctors, they're training to be nurses. They're the new generation's health shit. And these are killing them. So what is it? I don't know. Everyone's trying to say it's not tribalism no more. No one in Somalia is killing each other over tribes no more. It's this new wave of Islam that we don't understand. And we don't understand what these people want. You're killing Muslim Sunnis. You're not killing Christians. You're not killing... Every single person that died was a Muslim Sunni. What did you gain? What did you achieve?
100%. 100%. So, but if it's not Al-Shabaab, then who do you think it is?
Basically, I think people, there's millions and millions or maybe billions being exchanged to keep Somalia in this position. If you think about it strategically, look where Somalia is. We've got the biggest sea coast in Africa. We've got natural resources that's abundant to fill us up. The south is agriculturally fertile enough to feed the whole Somalia and to feed most of East Africa as well. I don't know, fam. I think it's somewhere where, like, because we've got trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of untapped natural resources. I feel like there's a threat if Somalia fixes up. I feel like it destabilizes certain other countries. Well, I don't
about Kenya, Ethiopia, Djibouti. Are we talking about Saudi Arabia?
I don't know which nations, but there's certain nations that don't want the greater Somalia to stand up on its 2 feet again. And I don't have a clue. I'm scared. That's why I'd rather speak to a Pan-African brother about this. Like, just try showing the insight from a Somali point of view. And I was trying to hopefully see if you could give me, like, another point of view, another view of saying, yo, okay, I think it might be this, that. You get where I'm coming from, my bro? So,
no, I mean, from my point of view, like, in regard, like, I'm trying to understand the situation, because obviously with Somalia, you have had a long history of obviously trying to establish a viable government there. You currently do have that right now. You got a president and a prime minister. There is obviously the divisions in the country between the separatists in the north, and in the south, the country seems to like there seems to be like quite a lot, like the Al-Shabaab seem to be based quite strongly in the south, right? They don't seem to be in Somaliland, as it were. But so I'm trying to understand, like, where would Al-Shabaab be getting there if it wasn't them, and if it wasn't them, who would be invested? So on one hand, there has been a long-standing rivalry between Ethiopia and Somalia, right? So so maybe you can argue that that Ethiopia has reason to keep Ethiopia divided, but at the same time, the issue with that is quite often that kind of thing backfires on Ethiopia, right? So if there is issues of Al-Shabaab terror in Somalia, it doesn't just stay in Somalia. Quite often, Al-Shabaab is out, like in Kenya, there's been attacks in, I'm pretty sure there's been attacks in Ethiopia as well, right?
Yes, yeah.
So I don't think it makes necessary sense for them to be doing it.
I don't think, because what you gotta remember, Ethiopia has got a percentage in, my sea, from Somaliland, our seaport, the Berbera. They've got 17%. Whatever happens, and they're building a road from Berbera port all the way to Ethiopia, Addis.
As they need to.
Huh?
They need that as well. That's fun. That's important for their economy. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, a destabilized Somalia is bad for Ethiopia. So
it's bad for East Africa. Really, if you think about it.
100%. So the question is outside of East Africa. So we're looking at America, we're looking at Israel,
I'm looking at these Arab states, really, truthfully. I'm looking at these Arab man.
Talk about Saudi Arabia, right? So my question is, I just tried to Google.
I believe it's them Arabs. I'll tell you why. Because 3 of them have got 3 different military bases in Somalia right now.
Oh, really?
What are we doing? Saudi Arabia's got 1, Qatar's got 1, and Abu Dhabi's got 1. Do you think these people are going to have war in their own countries?
Yeah.
But then glistening lights and all of that? No. And my Somali brothers and sisters don't realize that it's the Arabization again. It's like these people could get away with murder and no one's challenging them. There was a great speech that Abiy Ahmed, the Ethiopian president, said. Uncle Dan Juma sent it to me on Facebook recently.
Yeah, amazing. It's amazing.
It's amazing where they asked him, Abu Dhabi asked him, Abiy Ahmed, the Ethiopian president, what do you want from us to do? He goes, build the Islamic center so we can teach you lot the religion. And the whole place was shocked. Everyone was like, rah! It's Abiy Ahmed dropping bars like that. Because something in them, in the Arab states is not making sense to me. Some evilness and wickedness is coming from that end. Because remember, I was in Somalia last year, innit? And I'm seeing many refugees, and I'm speaking to them people. They're like, bro, we're getting hellfire is raining on us. And this is Muslim on a Muslim nation. Everyone's quick to blame America. Everyone's always quick to blame Britain. Everyone's always quick to blame these. I'm saying, what about our fellow Muslim brothers that are buying weapons off these guys and licking other Muslims down? How come no other Muslim nations holding them accountable?
Yeah.
If Islam, if everyone believes in the one ummah, and if the one ummah one bit hurts, all of us hurts. These men are licking man down.
Well, 100%. I think that's always been a big question for me, especially I think it most poignantly for me is pointed out with the case of Somalia in regards that you have the Emirate states there, you have Qatar's and so on and so and Saudi and so on and so forth, and literally right across the pond from them you have Somalia. And my question has always been, what is the relationship like politically, economically, etc.? How much is being done from one side to the other to help and to assist? And I think that needs to I think that question is a valid one, to be fair, and it really ought to be answered. But at the same time, I think this is why I always talk about Pan-Africanism, because I think it is going to have to be us who solve our own issues, isn't it? And I think the likes of somebody like Prime Minister Abiy in Ethiopia would need to step up, I think, and do more. Now, there's a limit as to how much can be done, as like Samarin points out in the comments, right? There's bad blood even between Ethiopia and Somalia. It's not completely like there's peace right now, but it's not like everybody's happy with each other in that region. Do you know what I mean? I personally think there's a lot of reconciliation done, some long conversations had, and really get to the bottom of it. But I think somebody like that who is the prime minister of a relatively, well, I say it's a relatively stable. I'm not sure if Ethiopia is stable, but they seem to be stable right now. They don't seem to be having too many wars or terror attacks. So for him to be sort of step in and offer some help or a mediation between the people, but I think, I think
but he's been doing that, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's one of the one presidents, Sky, that I've seen. He literally stepped in. Sudan was having a crisis.
Yeah, I saw that.
Avidly, he's always inviting. Like recently, he invited all the Somali people. Like, the only Somali president from March didn't show up. The rest of us all did. So he's actively involved in African problems. Like he's stepping in, and like you're saying, I think it's time for us as Pan-Africans to start stepping into nations there where if certain nations are more developed, like Rwanda, to say, yo, you lot have a meeting here in neutral ground, and you lot have a talk.
100%.
Like stuff like that. We can have a neutral talk in Angola or something where people could sit down and have a conversation to say, what is the situation?
Yeah, 100%.
And in the horn. Sorry, go ahead, my bro.
Go on, please.
I'm saying in the Horn of Africa right now, I think it's up to the new generation to educate themselves and say, look, one generation had a fight. It was just one generation. We shouldn't be suffering from 1991 because of one generation. Like that's why I'm on a Somali renaissance. Tear everything down. Rip up all these flags. Let's start again. The new generation. Kick out all these old people. They're not benefiting us. They're not benefiting the youth there.
I think you need to go deeper than that, Khalid. I think you need an East African renaissance. An East African renaissance. I think the whole Horn of Africa together should, I mean, it got in Somalia, but I think in the same way the Arab Spring or whatever, I mean, it didn't go as successfully as people hoped. But the way the Arab Spring came about and whatever, and it spread across. I think you need that in East Africa Because I mean, even though Ethiopia has a relatively peaceful government right now, there's still issues in Eritrea that needs to be sorted out. Issues with Somalia that needs to be sorted out. Questions about land, who owns what land, etc. All of these types of things that need to be dealt with. And I think ripping up flags, ripping up old traditions, and saying maybe return to even older ones that were there before sort of colonial input. And even creating new ones when it's necessary to do that, innit? I think that's going to be necessary. But yeah, look at Samaroon. He says it, new Kush, exactly. The new Kush Renaissance.
I agree with both of the brothers because I think it's time. But what it is for me, it's getting this old generation out of the way. Wallahi, that's the only thing I'm thinking about. Is these old bastards need to get the fuck out of the way, bro. That's what I think. I think it's time to wake up the youth because the youth are getting killed out here, bro.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
And what you gotta remember, the population of East Africa, 75% is under 35. So the youth have a big say.
Yeah.
So it's time to educate the youth and say, yo, a brother from the north and a brother from the south. We've never had a fight. We don't even know each other. We could fit the UK twice. We've never seen each other, so how can we both hate each other? You get where I'm coming from?
100.
Yeah, man. I use countries like Rwanda as an example. Rwanda, they butchered the shit out of each other. Now look at them. I can't follow. Yeah.
That's it. And I think that's the important thing. And the thing is, it's even earlier when I was talking to Veli about big up to Got Kush TV, by the way, man said Renaissance of Wach, you know. Big up Got Kush TV, big up all the Kushites in the building. It's appropriate. But yeah, like I said very earlier about Pan-Africanism, that sort of I thought he was saying that there's certain places, especially within Africa, like us as Caribbean people, it's easy for us to talk about Pan-Africanism and unity, but there's places in Africa where there's deep tribal divisions where it's not necessarily the case. And I was saying like what we like that Pan-Africanism is actually the answer to those divisions. Do you know what I mean? Believe me, I do understand that there are definitely there's blood that runs between like these some of these tribal battles and these historical beefs that exist. But the reality is, like I say, the only solution to that is either you're going to agree to someday have a treaty, sit down and come to peace, or you're just going to have to agree to perpetual war until one of you wipes the other one out. Do you know what I mean? That's the only two options about that, innit? It's either peace or genocide. I don't think genocide is a good idea. I don't think anyone really wants genocide. So it's going to have to be peace.
No one.
Exactly.
Skag, for example, if you speak to all Somalis from all different tribes, all of them want is just peace. All of them. If you speak to all of them, they all want the greater Somalia. All of them want greater peace. Deep down inside, even the landers themselves. Even me, I'm a lander. They might take my card away from me now. You get me? Yeah, but they all want peace, bro.
You lander card.
They might take that lander card back. They're gonna be like, hey, take off the wristband as well. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit. You can't take my Power Ranger thing away from me, you know. But at the same time, it's where I'm from. But I grew up in Tottenham. You get where I'm coming from? Where I was blessed enough to grow up with different type of Somalians. You get where I'm coming from? That I would never ever met back home. I would never, because I'm from the north. They're from the south. Like I said, we could fit the UK 3 times. So I have to be blessed. Like it was a curse and it was a blessing as well. The war, but now it's gone to a situation where it is ridiculous now. It's ridiculous, bro. 2019, the beginning of 2019, there was a car bombing. At the end, there was a car bombing. What the fuck? That's where I'm coming from. That's my angles.
Yeah.
Sorry for monologuing, taking over the show. You know them ones, but
no, you ain't monologuing, man. That's been a good dialogue altogether, man. But I think and that's the thing that, like, especially within that sort of situation where you have quote unquote apparently Al-Shabaab, who we're not sure if it's even them. Like it's for the nations to come together and, like you say, use their security services, secret service and whatever to get the information and find out exactly what's going on. Do you know what I mean? And who is funding these organizations? How are they getting guns and weapons and bombs into the country without anybody else knowing? Do you know what I mean? Like that's all. That all needs to be looked into, and it's only going to be unity. That's the solution to it.
And that's the only solution to it. And then from there, like I think to myself as well, Skag. even if we do that and find out there's a lot of people who say, oh, well, that's going against Islam and hotting up your brother. But if your brother's willing to murk Mandem, he's not a Muslim. If he's willing to do damage like this to people, that ain't a Muslim, bro.
Places of worship getting bombed, bro. Come on now. There's no question about it. For me anyway. There might be somebody out there who probably has a very different understanding of Islam to me, but there's no way you're gonna tell me that my brother's bombing a mosque or church, or school or university where people who are innocent have done nothing wrong. There's no declared war here. Like this is like these are some of the most vulnerable people in the world. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, man, I ain't got no time for anyone who wants to say that. Yeah, but like even earlier, I saw in the comments. I think it might have been Samaroon who was speaking about, you know, Somalia needing their land back from Ethiopia, and even I personally think that unity is the solution for even that. For example, so just say for example, even with that idea of New Kush, yeah, okay, fair enough. It's a bit the new kingdom of Kush or United Kingdom of Kush, right? It sounds a bit too idealistic, but at the same time, for example, the disputed lands that people dispute over, right? I'm not really sure of the exact lands, but I think it's parts of Oromia in Ethiopia, right? Parts of Oromia land, right? That a lot of Somalis claim. You there, Khaled? I think I lost Khaled. Well, anyway, the point is, democracy. I mean, not just democracy, but actually creating a federalized Kush, for example, allows for, you know, a situation for those lands to come back under a federalized Somali control. Do you know what I mean? So, for example, this part of the sort of Kush Empire would be seen as the Somali Party Empire. This part would be seen as the Oromo, etc., etc., or not necessarily empire, but union. Do you know what I mean? And you'll have different laws in different states or whatever. But that's what politics is about: creating systems that work for the situations that exist, and to allow, you know, peace, and to allow the people of those societies to achieve the quote unquote good life. That's the whole purpose of politics. War is one method of that, but like I said, war means just either perpetual war or genocide. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the only real way around war. So yeah, to my Somali brothers and sisters, to my East African brothers and sisters, I strongly endorse Pan-Africanism to you guys. I strongly endorse uniting with your brothers and sisters. But at the same time, yeah, for sure, you do have to have your strong points of view. You do have your strong points of view, and you have to, you know, argue for them. But, you know, you got to use your understand. You know, you have to create a system that, you know, is fair for both sides, and that you're able to get what you want out of it in a fair way or a fair process. And I don't know. Man like Witness is in the back chat, I believe. Witness should have just let me know, man. Let me know early. I think I might be late. I might just be seeing it. So to Bigger Belly, if you are there, I think Witness is in the back chat. If not, he might be gone. So Witness, if you're still listening, rejoin the back chat so Bigger Belly can let you in. There we go. Witness, you're in the building now. And I'm not sure who else is in the chat that might want to jump in.
I don't even know. Witness, hello, my brother. How you doing? Hello? Hello?
I think Witness been waiting so long, he just disappeared now.
Morning.
Morning, my brother.
Yes. How are you, Scattered Minds? How are you, Khalid? You're both well?
Yeah, we're both well, man. We're both well. We were just talking about the recent violence that's hit the continent of Africa, and basically it was a truck explosion in Nigeria, one in Congo, and a truck explosion in Somalia, all in the space. I think it was just this weekend.
Is it religious related or politically related? Well, actually, religious and politics are one and the same these days. So it's probably politics.
I don't know what it is, man. I just feel like African lives have no value. Because the way we're dying is crazy, Witness. Sorry if I offended anyone with that statement there, but come on, man. I've seen 61 Somali kids that are just graduating from university dying. It's really kind of affected me. Even all yesterday, I've just been thinking about it. So hopefully, are you coming to speakers today, witness?
No, I'll probably take a break. I was not this Sunday. I was there last week and the week before and the week before and the week before. So
I took a break last Sunday. I was in Cardiff, so this week I'm ready for it. I just wanted to get. So hoping to see you there, man. I wanted you to have a little conversation about this. Like, you're one of the wisest people that speak about Africa.
No, Scattered Minds is he coming? You can. He's
Sadly, I'm not making Speakers Corner this week. Until the weather starts to warm up again, I don't think I'll be making it for a little while.
This guy's he's a real African. He thinks it's the weather.
I'm not hibernating in the weather, man. I can't.
I mean, if you do go, if I do go, I'm gonna make sure I go during the daytime and leave in the daytime. I just found some information about some guy who goes there who just got arrested and detained for 12 years for robbing people in Hyde Park. So him and a gang of people were doing that. Yeah. So
they come to speakers on Sundays and they rob people.
Yeah. I used to see the guy there in Speaker's Corner. I used to walk past him regularly, and the incidents that he got arrested and detained for was robbing people in Hyde Park. So him and his crew, there were about 4 of them. They would rob people at knife point, take their cards, their watches, their wallets, and then through CCTV and through tracing when the bank cards were being used, the police were able to locate them. They were arrested, taken to court, and I've just seen their sentences. So he's gone for 12 years detained. And he's only 20, so you know.
So next time, if you got a picture of him, let me see what him and his crew look like. Man, I need to watch out for them.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know how I could.
Do you have the link? Post the link in the private chat.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll do that now.
I'm surprised with these guys there. Yeah, coming from. Who does robberies at this age now in 2020? What the fuck?
You'd be surprised.
I'll be surprised.
I've just put it in the back chat now, so if anybody wants to know about it, there it is. And he's the top left, the guy in the top left. Well,
okay.
The first 2 at the top I recognize, especially the guy on the top left, him.
That is interesting.
Used to see him a lot. Used to get into a few scrapes in Speaker's Corner. He was always shouting and ready.
Does someone put up his picture up for me? So
yeah, I put it in the back chat. Can you see it?
Let me just check the back chat.
The link is in the back chat.
Okay. It's not letting me click into it, so what I'll do is probably I have to come off. I'm using my phone, innit?
Okay, yeah, you check it later, innit? I'll send it to you later. It's no,
yeah.
No, it's yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if you will definitely remember them. But okay, it's already gone. Yeah, well, how you doing?
Do you recognize it? What the guy in the top left?
No, not even. You know, I mean, slightly, but not properly.
Yeah, him. Yeah, he used to come a lot. Troublemaker. Easily excitable, but you see, he's gone now for 12 years, detained for 12 years detention. Damn. They ain't wasting time.
What happened?
You know, they don't play. It's very depressing, this website here, because I look at a lot of cases, especially relating to black people, and I see the sentences for the various things from drug dealing to rape, to murder, and you just see the sentences, 20 years here, 15 years here. It's like, wow. And you'll see that certain things they'll add, like the judge has advised that they serve the whole sentence or something like that. And like their life is gone. It's over. 15 years, 20 years. Whew. That's the end of your life. Now in a jail cell. What's that going to do to you psychologically? Plus, there's no rehabilitation that we know of that takes place in these prisons. So are they going to learn how to become worse and then get released back into society. You know, who knows, man.
Likely. Essentially
Yeah.
happens.
I don't know. Oh, so how did you enjoy the holidays? How did you
No,
enjoy-
I'm definitely happy for a time off of work, time to relax at home. Food is always good. Always good. How about yourself?
Yeah, it was good. I left London, went to see family members.
Uh,
Uh, this went to stay with them outside of London for a while. Yeah, it was fun. It was good. It was good. I enjoyed it. Then I came back to London, and I'm like, man, I don't know, man. London's only good if you have a good job that pays you lots of money.
no, definitely. I mean, to be fair, I do enjoy. I like London in terms of. I mean, it definitely is way too expensive and whatnot, but I mean, it's just so it's a lot more culturally diverse and stuff like that than a lot of other areas, which is always good for me.
Oh, we were having a discussion last night about it started off with Raf,
No,
Renegade Raf, and
my favorite little anarchist.
yeah, yeah, and Shakaran. They were talking about things, and then I got involved. E was there, Brad was there, and Eric was there, and M.A. Brown. He came on for a while, so we got involved in talking to it. I did not want to shatter Raf's dreams, but this idea, it never works.
Yeah,
Communism only works on paper. Communism only works if human beings behave like insects. Like, you have bee colonies or you have ant colonies where each of the ants, they have like a designated role that they're born into, and they just fulfill that role for the benefit of the colony, not for themselves. But they're born with that. There's something inside them which makes them think, oh, my sole purpose is to help and contribute to the colony and make things good for the queen, who is going to give birth to more ants or give birth to more bees. So they think that way. It's like it's inside them to think like that. They're
yeah,
inherent. Maybe it's their DNA, their genes, I don't know. But human beings are not like that. Human beings are not born to inherently think, oh, everything I do, I will now do for the collective. They don't. Human beings are very diverse. So some human beings might want to own the means of production privately. Some might want to do it collectively. Some might want to live their life according to a religious ideology. Some might just want to do things for themselves. It's like so. And then he mentioned education. We would re-educate people. So I joked with him and said, "Well, re-educate people the way China are re-educating the Muslims, or re-educate people the way Mao Zedong and Korea, the way they were re-educating people. What of those who don't get re-educated? What are you going to do to them?
you're making it a bit too hard for him, man.
Going to lock them up? Nah. Communism isn't going to work. It never works. Plus, historically, we have historical examples. Even though people will say, yeah, well, we can say they never really achieved communism. They try to, but it never goes right in the end. Always ends up with people getting killed.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that across the board. Communism never works. Not anarchy. And to be fair, everything you said to him, I had that similar conversation with him. To be fair, I did ease him out once we got to his idea of re-education. I just thought, you know what, I'll leave it there and say, fair enough. This might be able to work if he was to re-educate everybody to think like this. But like you say, it sounds very, Mao Zedong, Gulag-esque.
Yeah.
So, Gulag. So yeah, I think.
He said that the three things that would take place in the society: have a stateless society, a moneyless society, and a classless society. And I was asking questions like, in this little society you have, what happens when someone invades? You're going to have to set up a militia to protect your territory. So right there, you've got a state. That territory is the workings, the beginnings of your state. And then you want a classless society, but you then have soldiers. They have to follow orders and give orders. So you then create a hierarchy. So now you have the workings of a class system. It doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. It can't work. Even though
Yeah.
we agreed on Star Trek, because I said to him, what you want is something like Star Trek, because in Star Trek,
That's exactly what I said to him as well. My goodness, right? You copied all my lines.
really, I
Yes,
didn't know he said that. He laughed, but you know the funny thing, even in Star Trek, they have a hierarchy.
That is true. That is definitely true.
And they have their borders in space. Like if you come into the Federation's domain, they have their ships that will their spaceships that will like meet you and say, why are you coming here? You know, show yourself, introduce yourself. So even they have a state. So no, it's not going to work. We're not insects or bees. It's a shame. It looks beautiful on paper, this utopian communist Marxist society, but in reality, it never works and people just die. So I don't know. The funny thing that I don't agree with though is when people say, "Oh, communism is a form of white supremacy," or they go down the whole racial thing,
Mm.
and I'm like,
My man.
yeah, I don't like that. I think that just you've destroyed yourself before you can get into a serious discussion about the pros and cons of Marxism and Leninism and communism. If you're gonna start playing the race card, it's like.
But I mean, is there not a racial aspect?
The racial aspect is there purely from the fact that it was created amongst a particular race of people.
But
You know,
also,
it wasn't created as a form of supremacy to dominate and rule over non-white people. That's the thing.
yeah, no, definitely. But I don't think white supremacy is always about necessarily the idea of ruling over, but also about the idea of where it leaves out, right? But by presenting itself as the pinnacle or the best, it automatically puts itself as supreme or as above other ideas, which it doesn't take into account. So within Marx's cultural analysis or the Marxian dialect, which builds on the Hegelian dialect, it completely ignores the role that race plays, despite the fact that he's writing during the time when perhaps one of the worst ever racial atrocities or human atrocities is being experienced. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, one second. I just got a phone call. I'll be back.
Yeah, sure. That's interesting. So then what could save us? Religion, following a religious ideology. But then which religious ideology? Because what we have in history is that different countries with different religious ideologies eventually clash. Is that religion's fault or is that human nature? Would those humans have clashed anyway, regardless of religion? So then the problem isn't religion.
Yeah, I gotta go and come back. Sorry. Do you mind holding it down for a little while?
Yeah, sure. That's okay. So then the problem is not religion. The problem is then human nature. Human beings. We are inherently competitive, inherently selfish, inherently egotistical. So whatever ideology we use, whether it be a religious ideology or a political ideology, most of us will inherently try to implement some form of supremacy, first over ourselves, those who refuse to join us, and then eventually over other people. So the problem is man, not religion or politics. Man's nature.
So it's man's savage nature. Is that what you're saying, Witness?
Yeah. Man's nature.
I wanted to answer brother Shaka Ross' question about he's on the chat. He asked a question: is anti-socialism haram? Is it haram to socialize? I think that's the question he was asking on the chat. So
no, that's for you. You're the expert. I wouldn't know, so I'll keep quiet and let you answer that.
I'll tell brother Shaka Ross, I ain't got no problem socializing with no one. So I think it's an individual. I think it was an individual thing, but. There was an argument. I did get into arguing one time, Witness, with someone. When someone told me it's haram to be friends with non-Muslims. I found that ridiculous. I found that ridiculous. Whoever said that is a fool. I don't care what no one says. I disagree with that. I don't care I don't care where that. If Allah created people in different tribes and different people, would He make us haram to be friends with them?
Yeah.
Especially in society in the UK where you have mixed people, like people that don't have the same religion with you. You're obviously gonna go to school. You're gonna befriend people. You're gonna have neighbors. What about your neighbors?
True.
Because your neighbors have got a big say in you in your life as well in our religion. So say if some of them are not Muslim.
Yeah.
So
So
I'm
maybe
trying
it's
to
maybe
trying
it's
to answer Shaka. I'm trying to answer Shakara's question as me, Khalid. You know, I'm not the most highly knowledgeable person about my religion. That's a bit of a shame, but I think yeah, you can socialize with people. I don't think socializing with people. I just don't think so. But you got some people. I've even met people in Speaker's Corner witness or told me, I'll never shake a non-Muslim person's hand. And I had to look at them like, really? So what do you do in work? What do you do in life? If you live in the UK, well, like, how? How does that work? You get where I'm coming from?
Yes, I've heard that stuff before as well in Speaker's Corner and on Hangouts. So I am not really surprised by any of it. I hear it a lot, but I don't know.
It's confusing. For me, it's confusing. Like, with me, I have no problem with no one that's non-Muslim. Some of my closest friends are not Muslims. Some of the people I spend time with are not Muslims. You get where I'm coming from? That's just me per se. But there's a lot of brothers and sisters that feel, I don't know. So I would just like to find out, what's this Khalid say? Who's that? So Speaker's Corner, Nino said, they're acting up in front of the camera. Brother, do you want to elaborate? Who's acting up in front of the camera? If you don't mind me asking. But anyway, listen, what was I going to say to you, Winnie? I'm probably going to be making a move in about the next 20 minutes, half an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking to get there before 1. Usually, I like to go, you know me, I like to go there during the day.
Yes.
Yeah, something like me and Uncle Dan Jumas clocked, we clocked the vampirism. You know the vampirism?
No, what? Energy suckers.
Now, you get the weird energy. You know, nighttime, you get the weird people that come to Speaker's Corner.
Yes, definitely. Absolutely.
And especially if that guy you told me that go around robbing people.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I don't even know. I probably hope to see the brother's face. Well, I can't click into the link.
No, I think because you said you're using your phone, so even though I put the link in the back chat, you can't click on it. So can you copy? Yeah, you can copy it, can't you? Highlight it, copy, and then put it in open up another page on your phone, internet page.
Okay.
And then,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that and then look at it. Brother Shaka Raz replied. He goes, "It's not socialism, it's consumerism, socialism. The politics ideology." So yeah.
I always find it funny when people try and distinguish the two, socialism, communism. Socialism usually leads to communism in a society. You start off socialist, you then become communist. You then the means of production and services they're owned by the collective. Socialism leads down that way, and then you have communism. So they're on the same coin.
All right, we have to look at it. That's really interesting. And for
Yeah. So it is the problem, as I stated earlier. The nature of man. Man is the one doing bad things, hiding behind religious ideologies and political ideologies, and even racial ideologies. It's man's nature. If white supremacy is bad, does that mean black supremacy is bad as well? Some might say white supremacy has done different things to black supremacy historically, so white supremacy is evil, whereas black supremacy is not evil. But if black people are able to achieve the same power as the white man, will their form of black supremacy be the same as white supremacy? Will it involve suppressing other races of people? It is inevitable. If black people slowly begin to achieve the same power internationally as the white man, black people will be viewed as an enemy, and then people will invade. So black people will have to use violence to defend themselves, thus creating black supremacy, because they will then defeat the non-blacks, suppress the non-blacks for their own safety. This will be an implementation of black supremacy in the guise of what the white supremacists had done. So we're all created from the same cloth. Mentally, we all think the same way. You know. Another thing that I've noticed is that there are a number of YouTube channels online in which there are people you would call white supremacists who talk about the well-being of the white race and how the white race must be protected and must be helped. But they don't use the term white supremacy. They use terminologies like white well-being and white betterment. And I'll give you a name for these channels. One of them is called No White Guilt. Another channel is called The Great Order. And another YouTube channel is called Millennial Woes. They regularly have hangouts, live streams, publicly. And their live streams have more than 800 viewers. More than 800 views whilst the live stream is running. More than 800 people are tuned in to listen and to comment in the chat. So these live streams are very popular. It's a very big movement that has been going on for a long time under the banner of white betterment. They believe that things like immigration has destroyed their culture in their countries. They believe that the white man has contributed a large deal to the civilizations, and that the non-whites are destroying these civilizations. They believe that there is anti-white rhetoric in politics, which is, as we all know, part of the Jewish conspiracy and the liberalist conspiracy. So you need to be aware of these channels. So I've given you 3 of these channels: The Great Order, No White Guilt, and Millennial Woes. They're very popular on YouTube.
Can I ask you a question then, Whitney?
Sure.
Okay. First things first, is there such thing as black supremacy?
Yes, there is.
Black people being oppressing white people?
No.
Right now?
That hasn't happened. No, that hasn't. But that could happen in the future, but it doesn't happen now. No.
Okay. For me, speaking to a lot of Islamophobes recently nowadays, but I spoke to one guy called Brad, I spoke to Brendan, James, James, the other guy as well. Their main concern is the rise of Islam and the decline. A lot of these people really is the decline of the white man. And I think what it is, a lot of white people are starting to realize history has been taught. Like I remember going to school until I started consciously educating myself. I used to think, okay, Christopher Columbus was a great guy. This guy, when I started looking into the heinous crimes that these people have committed underneath the white banner, it started to make me think. I don't think there could be such thing as black supremacy. I think, think about it, even black nations, even some of our African countries is run by white people. Really, our economy, half the West African countries, their economy is run by France. Anything we need to do always has to go through the white people anyway. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Any success of a black nation, it has to be determined on whether white people give it to us. Yes or no?
Yeah. But we do have an example of black supremacy, though.
Well, show me. Can you explain to me?
If you look at it from a religious perspective, you've got the Hebrew Israelites. The Israelites, they had their form of supremacy. They fought against a whole bunch of tribes, suppressed those tribes, enslaved them. They said their God told them to do it, and they took land from Canaan, from the Canaanites, suppressed them, enslaved them. So they implemented a form of supremacy, which was for their benefit against other people who were not Israelites. So you could end up dead or you end up a slave.
So were they black people suppressing white people? Canaanites? Who are the Canaanites? The Arabs?
Well, it depends which history you believe. There's one history which says the Israelites were black, but not all of the tribes they suppressed were black people, because they were fighting against the Amorites, the Amalekites, the Midianites, the Jebusites, the Perizzites, who else? So not all of those tribes were black.
Okay.
So the ones that were non-black, when they were suppressed and enslaved, was that not a form of supremacy against them, racially and religiously? Because don't forget, they also were not following the religion of the Israelites. So religiously, there was supremacy implemented on them, and then racially, they were defeated. And so that's one form of supremacy from a religious perspective. But politically, the only thing you could say about black supremacy, maybe in Uganda when Idi Amin kicked out the Indians and the Indians were being persecuted. But even then, it goes back to what you said, Khalid. The state of Uganda was still being controlled by Europeans, by the British. But I'm just saying supremacy allowed to fester has the potential to do what the British or the white supremacists have done. That's all I'm saying. So I'm thinking it's an interesting question. If black people achieve the same power as the whites, will they do the same thing the whites did? If brown-skinned people achieve the same thing as whites, will the brown-skinned people do the same thing as the whites? It all goes back to my original premise, the nature of man. It is in man's nature to behave a certain way. We try to curb our emotions, our desires through political ideologies, religious ideologies, but man's nature comes through, and we do end up implementing despicable things, from sexism to racism to supremacy. So we can try and redefine what we consider to be black supremacy, but supremacy is still supremacy. In order to have supremacy, it means that you must be superior to another group of people. That is the Good morning, Belly.
Yeah.
Good morning, boss.
Morning,
How you doing,
Belly.
man? Good morning, brothers. Yeah, man. Big up. That's a big question that you've put on the panel today, bro.
Okay.
I like that still, man.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know even how to answer it, man. If black people, or if say that the African countries had the same power as Europe today, do you know why I don't think that they would? Yeah. The other reason, because you said that they would have to defend, innit? Africa will have to defend itself against people coming to take his resources now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it defends itself successfully, what is to stop it from then invading its enemies? Because we have examples of that, like France, when they had the French Revolution, there were countries that then decided to invade France to destroy the Republic. Britain, Russia, Italy, Austria, Prussia. So Napoleon and those guys, they defended France. But then what did Napoleon do after that? He then created the French Empire, where they started conquering Prussia, Austria, Italy, Spain. So you start off defensive, but then you become offensive.
Right, yeah, but if Africa has defended itself against invaders, and it's already got the most 90% of the resources in the landmass that it needs to trade, or that it needs to have to look like America now or whatever, or look like England now or whatever. Why would they go and invade anyone else's country?
Because it's inherent in man's nature. If you find that there is something that you want that is not on your land, but it's on somebody else's land, and you've just found out that by force of arms you were able to defeat those people when they came to invade you, what's to stop you from then saying, you know what, rather than trade with these people who tried to invade me, let me now invade them and take from them what they have. Why? You've got the army.
Yeah, because obviously that's gonna, if you just invade them and take their stuff, that's gonna cause them to rally up with whoever else wants to invade you to come against you.
Yes.
So if you trade with them, if you try and build up a good trade relationship with them, then they're more likely to stand with you against the people that's trying to invade you.
True, but what we've
So
seen,
having people as trade, because like you see, like now, Europe and America have got loads of trade partners, so you can't talk to them, innit? Because all the people want to keep their trade deals with Europe and America and this, that one, and that one, and this one, and that one. So if anyone tries to attack Europe or America, there's loads of other people that you have to go through first. So if Africa was in that same position where they've got good trade deals with other countries, but their trade deals wouldn't be actually taking advantage because they don't, like, they're not in a position where they have to take advantage of other people.
But if you find, and history has shown us, that you have technology which supersedes the other country, eventually you will think, why should I continue trading when I can simply just take? Because most of the countries historically that were colonized, the colonization process first started through trade, whether it was the Dutch East India Company in India, whether it was the Portuguese and the British trading with African kingdoms. It all starts off as trade. And then you just realize, well, why do I have to pay for stuff when I can just take it? I have the technology, I have the army. So it becomes inevitable. You then take what you want. Whereas before they were your trading partners, they are now subjects of your new state or slaves to your new state. This is what usually happens historically. It happened in Central America, South America with the indigenous people. The Europeans came and traded with them, but then they ended up conquering them. Same in Australasia.
Yeah, but then you see the difference between when the Europeans done their trade with the Americans and then even with the Africans or whatever, it was like they was in a position of needing the stuff that the other people had. They didn't have, like, so the stuff that they was trading was really useless. So if the people see, like now, because you couldn't really do that now with another country, trade them something that's useless for their good resources, because like people are a lot more educated than that now. See, so you know what I mean? Like if Africa's got a lot of resources and can basically sustain itself, fight for itself, and needs minimal trade partners or whatever, like people are going to be chopping off their hands to be having trade deals with the place that has the majority of the resources in it. Like, so that really and truly, yeah, for Africa to keep its resources and even its standing army just in good working order, that it'd probably do better for them to create good trade deals instead of having to fight war all the time. People, you're gonna always lose bodies. It's gonna be costing you more and more money. The innovation goes down. Do you know what I mean? Like, because people are worried about war all the time, and that when the people are living like a flourished, like free life, then there's going to be more inventions. Do you know what I'm saying? Like more bright ideas, more A+ students, and all them sort of things in it, because the people then are living like a flourishing lifestyle where they got they got time to relax and all that, and they're not worried about war and all them sort of things there.
But what you said about the flourishing lifestyles, that happens in countries that are engaged in conquering other countries. So we look at the Athenians with their empire. When they were successful in spreading what they needed to do, their lives flourished, philosophy flourished. Look at the British Empire, when they conquered and spread themselves across the world. Within their empire, you had the Industrial Revolution. Things flourished. So if a country is attacking other countries, dominating those countries, plundering those countries, and feeding itself with the resources of those countries, life within that country improves. You know, education, philosophy, industrial. Well, the industrial thing is unique to the British, but you know, because you're getting rich off the plunder of other people. I just think it's inherent in man's nature. If you find that the people you're trading with are weaker than you can just take from them. they're not going to be able to.
You know what? The only reason why I'm disagreeing, is because obviously we're looking at it from a standpoint where your country hasn't got the stuff there in it, so really and truly they need to trade. In the end, they're going to need to take. Like, but if the place has got a lot of resources and all that already, like they're trading to top up their. Do you know what I mean? Like, or to get stuff what they haven't got on their land. So they'll be trading for. Everyone else will want to trade with them. So they'll have selective more. Do you know what I mean? Like they'll be more selective in who they can and can't trade with. So like, because yeah, man, I feel like because the people are gonna have, it's gonna be more of a different situation in it. Because if you're trading from a thing where you've got nothing to trade for, then like I don't know, man. Because there's oil, gas.
But then ask yourself this question: if they had everything in Africa, why was it that they were accepting any old rubbish from the British and the Portuguese when the British and the Portuguese turned up to trade?
Well, like you're saying, they were swapping them with stuff that they never had. It's that's what I think. That's what I think, man. Because they was able to swap them stuff that they never had before, innit?
But were those things important compared to the things that they supposedly had in their land? They weren't as important as what they had in their land, but they still.
Yeah, nah, but that's at that time though, Witness. See, like we're talking about in today's terms, isn't it? Like if we're talking about in them times there where not everyone understood what people are going to be using the resources for, but I would say most people understand that sort of what the resources are going to be used for. So they're going to, do you know what I mean? Like, so they're like, I really can't see them doing the exact same thing.
Couldn't work in the 21st century, because the way you say Africa would have to be united as one continent, which it's not.
Yeah. It'd be like United States of Africa, or like USA sort of thing.
Yeah. And that doesn't exist. So we can only look at it country by country.
Obviously, it's all hypothetical, isn't it? Hypothetical.
Yeah. If they all existed as one unit, the UCA, the United Countries of Africa, or whatever, and they were all working together, and they had the people who had the skills to extract the resources and the minerals, and they had a good sized society that was working. Yeah, they wouldn't need to invade. They wouldn't invade. They wouldn't. But you never know that human desire. There's always something over the hill that you want. Something you always want, a thing that you don't have. So I don't know, but I guess I don't know. They probably end up with enemies though outside of their borders.
Yeah, obviously you're gonna get people that are gonna be hating in it because you're gonna be the major trade partner in it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, so
you're gonna have to make trade deals with various people to keep the peace and to benefit yourself. Yeah, that is all possible in a utopia UCA. Absolutely, yeah, it makes sense. They would have enemies, and we would assume that they would have the technology and the army to defeat their enemies who would try and invade them, either through the Navy or through the Air Force. So they would have their own. Yeah. But that now we're going into like Star Trek world, because that is too fantastical to exist. It's possible. It's possible. I don't know. But I still think that if they were superior, the inherent nature of man, they would want to eventually start conquering someone instead of just.
What do you think will make them? What would it be? Do you think would make them do that? Like, because like you were saying in our model that we've created, the people. It's the United States of Africa, and the people are all working together, sharing the resources between each other and working between each other like it's one continent. But they still got their separate places with each other and whatever. But like, what would it be then that would make them want to invade somewhere else?
It could be. It might not even be something they planned. It could be something simple as one of their trade partners is experiencing problems. A particular country, their neighbor, is trying to invade them, so they call on the UCA to help them out because they've got a trade deal and some kind of partnership. So the UCA decides, yeah, we'll come in to help you. So the UCA sends in its military into that land to help their friend defeat the other army. So the UCA, they fight the war. The UCA and that country, they're successful in repelling the invasion from the other country. But then the UCA realized that their armies are very, modern and powerful. So the UCA then decides, rather than leave, we'll just keep our soldiers there and take over. And so your partner now becomes your vassal and you rule over them. That's happened historically before. So that's one way it can happen. Or it could simply be a fact that one country just becomes, or a couple of countries, one country becomes envious of the UCA, decides to secretly negotiate with another country on how they can invade a particular region in the UCA and take that region for their own benefit. So before you know it, the UCA is now on the defensive. The UCA defeats those two countries with some of its allies and then decides, in order to prevent war from happening again in the future, they have to permanently station their soldiers in a barracks in the country. So slowly but surely, they become invaders and colonizers through trying to defend themselves. There are numerous ways that you could suddenly find yourself as an invader, as a ruler. It just happens. Look what happened to the Americans when they go into certain countries. They were there to help, but they then became colonized because they stayed there longer than they were supposed to. So that could happen to the UCA in trying to defend and protect its friend, defeats the aggressor, puts their barracks there to stop the aggressor from creating an army, and they're now permanently invaded.
America's friends were, well, so-called friends were places that they colonized or helped be stable to support their place.
But that was not the original purpose, though. They were there as the heroes, weren't they, to save the day? So when Kuwait was invaded by Iraq, they came in there to get rid of the Iraqis in Kuwait, which was good. And then they got rid of the what was it? They defeated the organized. What was it? Saddam's. They defeated Saddam in Iraq.
Yeah, but they were saying, is that when they were saying that they're killing the babies in the hospital and they had the fake nurse?
Oh, I think that was for the second Gulf War. Yeah, I think that was for the second Gulf War.
Was that the second one or the first one?
I think that was the second one. I could be wrong. I remember but I think it was the second. Yeah, it could be like that. Or it could be like if I go further back in history, we could look at when Scotland lost its king and they needed help. So they looked to Edward, the King of England, to help them decide, because there were different Scottish clans vying and fighting for power to become kings. So Edward said, yeah, I'll come in and help you guys decide on who your next king will be. So he brought in his army to help the Scots and then decided, sorry, I'll just stay here and rule over you guys. So that was it. So he came as the savior to help them, but then he thought, when he was helping them nullify the problems, I've got the power, I might as well just stay here and rule over you guys. So the UCA, the US, the African country could be like that. There could be a situation where they're called in to help. So they take their soldiers there to help. They defeat the problem. And then they think, well, we might just stay here and just make this country part of our empire. So our partner is now our vassal and now has to anything is.
You see, after you said that, Witness.
Yeah.
So do you think that's the reason why this right-wing support, far right-leaning sort of average person now seems like they're more right leaning than left leaning now, sort of thing. Do you think that why that sort of has started to come up? Because like people say, like people of England, then obviously where we live, then like they feel like their place is being overtaken, and they don't want the same thing what they've done to other countries to happen to them.
Yeah, white guilt. Plus, it's also natural to them because they are right. They see their homeland. What they consider their homeland is not what it used to be when they were children. There are a lot more black and brown faces around, and there's certain things which were never part of their culture, which are becoming part of their culture. So, from religion, they complain about Islam. It's like, yeah, because Islam never really had a place in their country. There's no history of Islam in their country for hundreds of years. So they're right, it's not part of their culture. So they're like, I want to look out for my culture and my people. So it's a natural behavior. Anyone can be like that. In fact, other people are like that. Look at South Africa. The black South Africans felt for years that their culture was being affected by what they called mass migration of Africans, not white people, Africans from other African countries. There was an abundance of Africans from other African countries coming into South Africa. There was a group of South Africans, black South Africans, who felt that their culture, their country, was somehow being affected negatively by these other Africans. And this resulted in violence. So it's a natural behavior from any race of people. They feel if another race coming with a different culture, a different religion, are suddenly overpopulating in their mind, overpopulating and getting bigger, they will see that as a threat. So this goes back to the inherent nature of man. It's just the inherent nature of man. It's like, whoa, these people don't look like us. They're now getting bigger in population. They're not part of us. We need to do something about them. Ultra nationalism, far right, but it's just the inherent nature of man, to do that. People do it all over the world. It's just that we don't talk about what other people are doing. We talk about it when white people are doing it. We don't talk about it when it's happening in parts of India, where you have Africans who are being physically assaulted or being beaten up because their population expansion, because lots of them are going there to study, is seen as a threat. So it's a natural, inherent nature of man to behave in that way. But we only concentrate on one group of people who are doing it, which is white. But they're not the only ones doing it. But they're the only ones that we talk of. But it's the same thing all over the world. If you actually do your research.
But obviously, because where we are, it's we sort of talk about it from our sort of standpoint.
Exactly.
Rather than talking about it from a generalization standpoint, like
absolutely,
like you just said, there's some people that's being oppressed by Indians in India, but that's in India. We're not in India. We wouldn't know about that unless we check it out.
Yes,
do you know what I'm saying? That so obviously we're going to talk about how we see it from our standpoint, and that's sort of where we sort of link up with the Americans and then the other, like the Caribbean and the so and so, because they sort of going through the same sort of things. Like they can see it from what we're talking about.
Absolutely, yeah. You're looking at what's happening directly to you in your own geopolitical situation. Absolutely, yeah, it makes sense. It's like the Native Americans, they felt that way. It's just that they didn't have the power to stop the whites, but they could see that there were too many whites coming in, bringing a different culture, bringing in a different way of thinking. But the North American tribes, Native American tribes, they didn't have the power to stop it. They wanted to. If they could have stopped it, they would have. It's just nature, but they couldn't. So we concentrate on what's going on within our own geopolitical sphere, and we talk about it. Yeah, but that's one of the main reasons a lot of these things are popular. Like those channels I mentioned, the YouTube channels, they have so many views, the live streams. But the language has changed. It is They're warning their white brethren of anti-white politics. They're warning their white brethren of various things which are implemented by the Jews and communists and liberals. They use words like white betterment, white welfare, which can easily then be viewed as far right stuff, but they're talking about preserving their white culture and their white race. So I don't know, maybe is that a form of white supremacy or wanting to look after your own people? I don't know. It becomes supremacy when you choose to invade others, I guess. Invade and oppress other people, then it becomes supremacy. And everyone in the world can do that, I think. Everyone in the world can do that. So, in regards to what I was saying, what can stop man from behaving in such an inherently diabolical way? Can religion do it? Can politics do it? People talk of various ideologies. Communism, Marxism, liberalism, socialism. People talk of religion, Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism. Can these things change the inherent violent nature of man, the selfish nature of man? But man has improved, historically speaking. Slowly but surely, man has improved from the time of the Neanderthals and the Homo sapiens. Man has changed, slowly but surely. We've become more educated through philosophy. We've become more tolerant of other people religiously, tolerant of other people, politically, even tolerant of people, their gender. There was a time when women were used and viewed as property of men. Not anymore in most parts of the world. So that inherent evil nature of man can be suppressed, can be maybe even destroyed. Who knows? Maybe we'll destroy it. Or maybe that inherent diabolical evil nature that comes from our origins will always prevail. Some say we are descendants of Neanderthals. Some claim that we're descendants of Homo sapiens, depending on what race you are. I have been on, and I'll give you the name of this other YouTube channel, and if you have the chance, check it out. It's called For My People. Number 4, MYPEOPLE, For My People. Now, what is interesting about this YouTube channel? This YouTube channel is fascinating. It is a channel which is run by a white North American. He might be Canadian. Most of the people who come on his channel are white. And they talk about things from the perspective of Homo erectus and Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. Now, their premise is that the Neanderthals achieved great things, built great civilizations, were the forefathers of all these civilizations, and that the Homo sapiens, who are from Africa and whatnot, did not achieve much because they inherently had low IQ. These people on this channel, For My People, consistently challenge the out of Africa theory or belief. They say no. It wasn't a case of people came out of Africa. They're constantly trying to find ways to change it. And one of the ways they're trying to find to change this is by looking at China, because China's own idea of early man is different from the world, because they have found many skeletons, Beijing man, Java man, and Nanking man, who they are trying to use to challenge the idea of out of Africa. So in Asia, certain scientists are trying to push this theory of multi-regional, what they call multi-regional migration. So you had different peoples in different parts of the world who were migrating. It's like they're trying hard to challenge this out of Africa thing. At the heart of what they say on that channel, For My People, is that the Neanderthals are the ancestors of the whites. They created civilizations. They had the intelligence. And that the Homo sapiens, who were like in Africa, were the degenerates and were the diabolical ones. It's an interesting channel. If you have the time, go there and just listen to this, what they're saying. Could it be racism, what they're doing? Is it a form of white supremacy? But they're only doing it through talking about early man. They're not talking about it through modern politics. I don't know. It could be. But it's interesting how far people will go to defend their race, their heritage. These guys go all the way back to early man, and they prop up and support and promote Neanderthals over the Homo sapiens, and they say that the Neanderthals never mixed with the Homo sapiens. Ironically, black supremacists say the same thing. Black supremacists say that black people are descendants of the Homo sapiens. The Homo sapiens were civilized, the Homo sapiens were cultured, and the Neanderthals are the ancestors of the whites. Ironic, is it not? The black supremacists and the white supremacists, they agree on something when it comes to early man. White supremacists believe that they are descendants of Neanderthals, and the black supremacists believe that they are descendants of the Homo sapiens. The white supremacists believe that the Neanderthals are superior to the Homo sapiens, and the black supremacists believe that the Homo sapiens are superior to the Neanderthals. Strange. Supremacy, racial supremacy. In the words of Rodney King, can't we all just get along? Is racism really going to help us, or is it going to lead us into oblivion? More hate. Hate just produces hate, produces violence. Nothing good can come from it. So how do we then continue to work together in peace? Is Britain a good example for that? The life that we experience in this country we call Britain. The Britain that I knew when I was a child is almost gone. It doesn't exist. When I was a child, there were parts of London you had to be careful to go into, because there are white people who would have let you know that you were not welcome there, and you would have been beaten up, even killed. So in a sense, Britain has changed for the best, I would say. Has white supremacy disappeared? No, absolutely not. But then black supremacy, is that reactionary? Is that a form of self-defense where we are now using black supremacy to defend ourselves from the attacks of white supremacy? Are we inherently predisposed to being black supremacists? That's an interesting question black people should ask themselves. Are we naturally black supremacists, or are we just black supremacists as a form of self-defense against white supremacy? I don't know. We try to achieve supremacy through various things, as I mentioned earlier. Religion, politics, I like listening to the various supremacists, I call them, in Speaker's Corner, through religion. They promote their supremacy and self-defense through their religion. They don't promote self-defense through violence, but it is a way of unity and a way of bringing people together through a religion. And it's almost as if the religion is being used as a form of self-defense against that enemy, the enemy of white supremacy. I don't know. But a lot of people definitely find that religion. Yes, I expected you, Ayil, to say that black supremacy does not exist. Black supremacy. Supremacy is something which can be implemented by any race of people, black, white, brown. But Ayil, can you tell me, if black people had the same power as white people, would they do the same thing that whites had done? Would the blacks seek revenge for what had been done to their ancestors?
No chance.
Really? We're a peaceful, loving people.
History has shown that completely across the board, that we are a peaceful, loving people in our natural environments, that we love peace, that we love life, and that we always seek to sustain life as opposed to, destroying life, I think. I'm sorry, thanks for holding on the thought. Sorry, I had to go.
Sure. That's interesting. Yeah.
I'd be back for either, but hopefully for a while.
I'd like to believe that. Yeah, I'd like to believe that. I mean, to the guy I was talking to, Ayil, I would consider him a supremacist. He's an Israelite who hates Africans. So I'm sure if he was able to achieve some form of military power, he wouldn't have a problem killing, suppressing, and probably enslaving Africans.
Okay, you know, you've got me there, to be fair. If the Hebrew Israelites, as a particular group of black people, were to achieve power, I'm not sure. I'm not speaking for all Hebrew Israelites, because I know there are a few camps of really, really good and peaceful and peace-loving Hebrew Israelites. But I think there are a lot of them whom I'd be very worried about if they were to achieve power for black people, as to what they do. But yeah, no, I don't think. I think historically, we've not necessarily been a war-prone or war-mongering people, and I think if we were to, you know, well, if we were to achieve the aims of Pan-Africanism, I don't think that the idea would be to turn the weapons now, once you have power, to turn that power onto oppressing other groups. I think there might be a
wait, sorry, before you continue, I just wanted to quickly answer something. Someone called, wow, how do you say this name? Twiz13 Empress Return asks me, witness, how many slaves did your ancestors sell out? My ancestors ended up as slaves in your part of the world, the Caribbean. Yes, my great ancestors. And this is a thing that most people from the Caribbean and the Americas don't understand. Not all African tribes were involved in the slave trade. The weaker African tribes that didn't have slaves were usually conquered, and they ended up in the Americas or in Asia. So the first thing you must understand is not all African tribes took part in the slave trade. And within the people who did take part in the slave trade, I would end up having ancestors that ended up as slaves in the Americas. This is one thing Africans don't like to really acknowledge. Even though you were born and you grew up in Africa, it doesn't mean that all your ancestors were in Africa. Some of your ancestors probably were unlucky, were captured, and ended up in the Americas. When I look at my bloodline through my mother, it goes out of Africa. So I have ancestors who would have ended up as slaves and who ended up in the Americas. So this is something a lot of Americans and Caribbean people need to understand. Just because you were born and you live in Africa does not mean that you don't have ancestors who ended up as slaves in Asia, the Middle East, or the Americas. You should do more research before you make generalized statements. Sorry, please continue. Scattered Minds, you were saying something very interesting. If you're still there, I don't know.
I'm still here, man. But tell them, man, that was a good, strong response. I like that, and I think it's definitely very important that people do acknowledge that reality, that it wasn't like a mass majority thing where you had like different tribes setting up stores on the coast of Africa saying, "Come and get your slaves here." Do you know what I mean? It was like you're saying, few tribes, usually strong ones, and even some of those strong ones. So, for example, King Jaja of the Apobo is a great example of somebody who was at one point the king of a relatively strong tribe, who came under British pressure, was forced to try to sustain himself by selling slaves to the British, to the point where he could no longer really sustain it, and the British took him as well as his tribe, slaves. You know, yeah. He got taken as a slave as well as one of his tribesmen. So this idea that it was just some equal fair trade and the Africans were lining up to sell their. So in some cases, it was a matter of survival, right? That these people were trying to, and they couldn't satisfy the demand for it, and would end up taking themselves. So, yeah, I mean, but I would definitely, anyone look up the story of King George of the Apobo. It's an interesting one.
How do you spell his name? King. I'm just writing it down.
Yeah, and then
J-A-J-A. Oh yeah, I can see him. Thanks very much for that information. Yeah, King George of Apobo. Fascinating.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on what is that woman's name? Efunroye, Tinubu, Madam Tinubu.
Madam Tinubu. I don't know much about her, to be fair, but she was an aristocrat during the time when she made her wealth off of merchant and slave and yes, slavery. Let's be fair, merchantry, and one of her main things of trading was in slaves. Like I say, I think personally there needs to be a lot more scholarly research done, and I think done from our perspective as Africans. So I think, African people themselves, as well as people from the diaspora, need to go back and look into this a lot more than people who are interested in painting narratives, right? Because there's a lot of people who go back and look at this, and on both sides, to be fair. So you have Africans who will go back and say they're trying to basically hide any sort of evidence of Africans selling slaves, and then you have white people who are trying to basically amplify as much as they can
Yes, yes.
evidence of African selling slaves. And I'd rather just have the us go of it. What was the actual circumstance? Because really and truly, well, I think selling slaves does make you a bad person. I think probably enslaving people makes you a bad person. But at the same time, we do need to understand the context of the time, the society, and rather than having this mad condemnation look at people. I mean, I think in the end we could condemn people, but I think to begin with we should go at it with an open mind and understand. So, how did Madame Tinubu come to become a powerful woman in Yoruba society? Was that common for women at the time? What did she inherit? Was it mainly slaves that she was dealing with, or has history played up the amount of slaves that she was selling? How did she come about as a woman to control all these slaves? How did she manage to convince the men underneath her, for example, to go and capture them, as I imagine would be the method or the technique? So all of these questions have to be asked. But however, I think at some point she does turn on the Brits, right? Apparently now, I think even this here possibly gets overplayed, where people say she realized how bad slavery was and she decided to stop it. It could have been that, or it could have been she decided that it was no longer economically viable. There's many different things, right? So yeah, personally, I would say anyone who sells slaves, for me personally, I'm not happy with them. However, I think we do need to go back and look at the history with more of a understanding of the environment of the time. Do you know what I mean? Understanding of the economics, of the social orders, etc., that allows that kind of thing to happen. You know?
True. That's true. That's true. What was this I see? Oh, this guy's written Africans sold Israelites. Yeah. Israelites sold the Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Midianites, the Amorites, the Amalekites. Yeah, the Israelites were also involved in slavery as well. I notice you carefully avoid talking about that. You talk about Africans selling Israelites. What about the Israelites? What about the tribes that they sold into slavery as well, after they plundered, killed them, and taking things from them, their land? I notice you won't mention that. Selective outrage, I think, is the terminology used for people like you. Selective outrage. Hypocrisy is the one I would use.
Is that Io talking like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is what Io is is like. To be fair, I mean, he's young, so I give him some leeway, kind of slack. But yeah, I think even that idea, African sold Israelites, like he needs to come on and substantiate that. Like, where is he even getting this idea from? I don't want to hear nothing about Timbuktu to Babylon or Babylon to Timbuktu or whatever. Like, he actually believes he's Iraqi. Do you know that? He's from Montserrat in the Caribbean, and he believes he's Iraqi.
He's what? Sorry? Oh, yeah. What? Because of Abraham?
Yes, apparently, yeah.
Well, Iraq didn't exist during the time of Abraham, so he should know better to use that word. Abraham was born in Ur. Ur.
So he's Uri.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But for him to use the word Iraq, I mean, Iraq didn't exist back then. So
Indeed.
Don't go around saying, yeah, I come from this country, even though it didn't exist. That makes no sense. It's just, it's just what's the word I like using? Hypocrisy. Some say selective outrage, But yeah, but I do understand. I've been on discussions with people who try to amplify what you were saying, Scattered Minds, about the slavery in the continent of Africa. They try to amplify it to make it bigger than what it was, or they try and say, "Oh yeah, but you guys were fighting and killing yourselves anyway."
Yep.
Yeah. Or the worst one that really irritates me is when I come into contact with white people who are Boers or descendants of the white invaders in South Africa. They say, "Oh well, there were large parts of South Africa which were actually empty."
Mm-hmm.
But because they might try and talk about what the Zulus were doing and how the Zulus had fought against tribes, suppressed tribes, and then they'll say, "Well, because this land was free, we could come in and take it." But then I always say to them, "Oh, really? So black people fighting and killing other black people, according to you, was the impetus for you guys to invade, and you didn't see anything wrong with that?" And they go, "No, there's nothing wrong with that." So then when I mention, so what happens when white people fight, kill, and invade other white people's land? And then they get defensive and they go, "Oh, it's never really happened before." And I say, "Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
What happened with the Third Reich, 1939 to 1945? Didn't you have one group of white people invading another group of white people, killing those white people, taking their land, and then it's quiet, and you just hear crickets, and they're like, "Oh." So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's
No,
hypocrisy.
100%. It's complete hypocrisy. And for them, I mean, the boards even make those claims of the land being free, etc. I mean, the Khoisan people were well known as migratory people, right? So they might not have used the land 100% of the time, but they were definitely known to travel through that land prior to the South Africans getting there.
Yeah.
But I suppose very few people give the Khoisan credit for anything, I guess.
Yeah, people. That's another thing I noticed. There's this thing to keep on going on about the Khoi and the San people, or the Khoi, even the white extremists. They will use that to somehow negate and ridicule the Bantu people in South Africa. They'll try and prop up and push this whole Khoi and San kind of like rhetoric. But I don't know. But the thing I always try to find out is I don't believe that every single black person outside of the Khoi and the San are Bantus. I don't believe that.
For sure.
So it's like people try and simplify it and say, oh, you have two blacks. You have the Bantus and the Khoisan. You got the Pygmies as well. Are they Bantus? I know some of them might be mixed with Bantus, but I don't know, man. It's just rhetoric, which goes back to the inherent nature of man, the diabolical behavior in man to promote these isms, to promote supremacy. And in order to promote supremacy, you have to negate another race of people, another group of people. So you even have black people ridiculing another group of black people to promote their own form of supremacy, whether it's through their religion or their own political beliefs. It's like, or racial beliefs. Yeah, I'm Bantu, I'm superior to you, you're Khoisan. No, I'm Kushite, I'm superior to you, you're a Bantu. No, I'm a Bantu, I'm superior to you, you're a Pygmy. Oh, I'm superior to you, you're a Khoisan. Oh, I'm superior to you, I'm an Israelite, you're a whatever. It's like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, we were discussing this quite a lot earlier, actually, before we came on, in regards to like even in East Africa, right, in terms of trying to find even peace there, right? So even within Somalia, you have a lot of tribalism, and then the Somalia as a nation have a beef with, Ethiopia and Kenya, and the Ethiopia has a beef with Eritrea, but then internally in Ethiopia, there's internal beefs between the different tribal groups as well. And this happens a lot across Africa, but that's why I personally do say Pan-Africanism is the only solution towards that kind of thing. In regards to realizing that, yeah, you have these beefs, but at some point you're going to have to put them aside and turn them into friendly rivalries in much the way, Europe has done. England and Germany enjoy one of the biggest footballing rivalries as well as political rivalries. Historically, just about how many years ago now, 70 or so, they were literally killing each other. So, I think even though there's blood between these groups and there's rivalries between these groups, and there's definite differences between those groups, I think the reality is, as I said earlier, there's only two options for those groups. It's either perpetual peace or perpetual war, or genocide of one of the groups. Basically, that's the only way, right? And there's two of those options that sound really unideal, and one that sounds really nice to me, to be fair, which is the peace one. But
yeah. I understand that entirely. I think it's the Berlin Conference. Was it the Berlin Conference? What? Can't remember.
Yeah, the Berlin Conference possibly did lead to both world wars, even. 1888, I think, I can't remember exactly, where they sat down and carved up Africa between themselves.
So they could always come together based on their race and their culture.
100%.
They had no problem doing it. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Ayil asks the question, Witness, where is Ur? Ur was a Sumerian city-state in Mesopotamia, ancient Mesopotamia. That was Ur. It was one of the Sumerian city-states in Mesopotamia. You know where Mesopotamia is, what part on the globe it is? Yeah, back then it was called Mesopotamia. Back then there was an area called Sumeria, which no longer exists. So that's where Ur was. You should know this. You're an Israelite.
Give me a moment, please.
So yeah. What else was I gonna mention? Something. Oh, am I gonna still mention that stuff again? We'll see what happens politically. The other thing I find fascinating about politics in this country, the black people are very expressive and vocal on politics, but they choose not to vote. Fascinating. You can get into a long debate, discussion with black British people who will criticize the government, even black British people who will support Jeremy Corbyn. But they never voted. They chose not to vote for Jeremy Corbyn. I mean, if you really feel that the Tory party is racist and that Boris Johnson is racist, and you have more of an affinity for the Labour Party and Jeremy Corbyn, why didn't you vote for them? You could have made a difference. You could have changed the way Britain is right now. What do you think about that? Instead of sitting back and complaining, maybe if you'd voted, you actually would have had Jeremy Corbyn in power and Boris Johnson wouldn't be in power. So the next time you want to complain about politics, find out if you can actually make a difference by casting your vote.
Yeah, I'm back. What are you saying? What did the voting breakdown come out? Sorry, I just got back.
No, I was just talking about how black people are very, knowledgeable and expressive on British politics, even the black people who support Jeremy Corbyn. But when you ask them if they voted, they tell you no. And I'm saying if they voted, they probably could have made a difference. And
Not that much, but you're right, though. There's definitely a lot of people who don't vote and they talk a lot. I voted for Jeremy. Good old Jeremy. Sadly didn't win. Sad Boris won.
Unfortunately, Boris won. Yeah.
Another 10 years of Boris.
Yeah, that's true. He always seems to do it, doesn't he? Became mayor of London and now he's the prime minister.
Yeah, no, he's definitely good at election campaign. Can't not take that away from him.
So I don't know how black folk are going to do now. We'll just bite the bullet and deal with it. The Black Select. Hello. He asks, Witness, do you believe if he had enough votes, they would have rigged it? Anything is possible. I was actually going to give a talk in Speaker's Corner about how you can rig postal votes and how you can actually rig votes. So that's something which is not discussed. When you go into a polling station, they give you have a poll card which is sent to you, and you're supposed to take your poll card to the polling station and show them. There are many people who turn up to the polling station who don't bring their poll card with them.
Including me.
Yep. So they simply ask you for your name. You give your name. They look on their list and they say, oh, yeah, here you are. And then they tell you to go and vote. And I'm like, well, you didn't ask for any ID from that person. So,
I mean, the Conservative Party are trying to bring in voting ID. Personally, I'm very much against that. I think voter ID would be, like in America, they have a big issue already. It's basically putting a bar to voting. It's kind of like you have to go and get your driver's license if you want to vote. You have to go and get a passport if you want to vote. And we all know in this country, both of those things cost money, right?
Yeah.
So you have to go and pay money to vote when voting is your privilege and your right. Not a privilege, it's actually your right as a citizen. You have a right to do it. So really, it should be as easy and free as possible without any barriers to doing it.
But if they simply said bring ID, like driver's license or what's the other one? Passport.
I don't want to show my ID everywhere I go. My personal information on there, my passport number, and all this sort of stuff. I should be allowed to have some personal, I don't know, but keep stuff to myself.
Yeah, but then how do we deal with the rigging or the that goes on within voting and even on postal votes? Yeah, as well.
Because to be able to vote, you have to know where somebody's polling station is, know their name and their surname, and know their address, right?
Yes.
Which is all relatively easy to do. However, when you do turn out to vote and somebody's already voted for you, it'll be discovered. The issue will be discovered.
Yeah, but usually, which is what they've been doing. They've been discovering that when people come to vote, that somebody has already voted in their name.
How often does that happen?
Actually, it happens every election. It happens regularly. We're talking a few hundred people from what I recall, it happens every election. People are turning up and finding that somebody has already voted
in their name.
Yeah, yeah.
I suppose it's not happened enough for anybody to really take it serious.
I don't know. There are some sites that talk about it online, but yeah, it's not mentioned in mainstream news. It's not mentioned. There was actually a petition I found where people were petitioning. You know, when they petition online, they were petitioning online for there to be a change in postal votes, not for disabled or elderly people, but for other people. They were pushing to have it changed. I tried to bookmark the page. I don't know if I can still find it there, but yeah, they were petitioning for it. They had like 20-something thousand votes, I think. Yeah, but nothing was done. Nothing's been said in Parliament, so I guess they ignored it. So yeah, there are people out there who are aware that this system is rigged, and there are people who are doing dodgy things with it.
Yeah, no, I know that happening. I just don't think it's happening at a widespread level to credit that. And I think if it's going to credit anything, the best thing for them to do is to, in my opinion, create an online system for vote where you can vote online or electronically or from your phone or something like that, rather than a system where you have to come out and use your ID. I'm very much against a state that asks people to ID themselves at every point and situation. Do you know what I mean? Especially when your ID can start be used against you, right? You might get denied vote based on your ID or your background or something like that. You know?
Yeah, I can see how it can be used against you. Yeah, it has to be a way to end this.
I would say they need to set up an online secure system that's hack-proof. Very difficult for them to do, but they should get MI6 to work on it. Figure out how to create an online voting system or electronic voting system where each person has a unique identification generated for them, specifically for the purpose of voting. And they could just log in through that and cast their vote on that system, rather than and that way you don't need to use any ID or anything like that. But I don't want the state asking people for more ID. Do you remember when Tony Blair wanted to bring in ID cards?
Yes, I do. I remember.
Yeah, I was very against that then. So,
somebody says here, so why should we, the blacks, they not voting? So are the whites. We waking up fast. So are the whites. They not voting. So why should sorry? Are you look? We waking up fast. So are the whites. They not voting. Which whites are not voting? Which part of planet Earth are you living on? The part of Earth that I live on, white people are voting in America. That's why they get what they want politically. They're also voting in Europe. That's why they get what they want politically. So which group of whites are not voting? There can't be that many of them.
100%. And especially like you're saying, the more far right, perhaps some of the racist ones, they definitely turn out to vote nowadays. And that's why you're seeing more of the Trumps, and not just Trumps. You got Boris here, Brexit, and a whole host of far right political parties in power across Europe. So I think who said it? Who was
someone called Twiz13 Empress returns.
Oh, big up the Empress, man. Yeah.
Because I'm thinking if white people aren't voting, how did Donald Trump get into power? It wasn't black people that put him in power in America. The majority of people who voted for him were white, so 100%. White people are voting. Sorry. Oh yeah, the Black Telect says, how will we be able to stop cyber rigging then? That's even worse. Yeah,
I definitely agree that there will be an issue there, but I think part of that would be like your IT guys on. So right now you have the Electoral Commission, right, which pretty much is in control of the election. So the Electoral Commission would have to be in control of that system, and we'd have to have full trust in the Electoral Commission to be able to do their job properly.
Oh,
it's the way that kind of thing works. But currently, the Electoral Commission already do have control over it. It would just be, I suppose, the difficulty is cyber rigging would just need one or two people involved to mess the whole thing up. Wherever,
it's hard, man. We have to find.
No, for sure. I just don't. I mean, I definitely think, and there's a reason why we haven't got online voting just yet. Where some countries already have it and stuff like that, or even electronic voting. In America, they have electronic, I think, already. But I mean, the reason why we don't have it yet is for those reasons, right? Everyone's saying that it would make it very difficult to MI5 would be part of rigging 100%. It makes rigging a lot easier than the general ballot way, and that's why I would personally prefer we just carry on with the way we're doing it right now in terms of no identification needed. Just get sent your ballot card and you just show up with your ballot card. Maybe people should be a bit more stricter with having to show up with a ballot card, but just show up with your ballot card and you should be allowed to vote. The problem with that is like I've lost my ballot card in the past, do you know what I mean? And because I lose it, I shouldn't necessarily lose my right to vote, do you know what I mean?
But you just walked in there, just gave your name, they checked your name on the paper and they said, yep, and they gave you the paper to go and vote. They didn't ask for anything else. Yeah. I know. I saw that. Which I have to admit, it did surprise me, that type of stuff. Surprised me. But I don't know. But you're not in favor of them being stricter with the IDs. You don't feel your right. You feel your right is being infringed if they then require you to show some form of identification in the polling station.
100%.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yo, family.
Who's that?
Good morning.
Bless.
Well,
Listen, I'm gonna ask a question that might change the subject slightly, yeah.
by all means.
But I asked it in the chat earlier, and I think Kali kind of misunderstood where I was going with it. So this and in fact I was gonna ask you this the other day, but the socialism and communism, I find that Muslims tend to be against it, yeah. And it gives me the impression that somehow there is a belief or a perspective that socialism is haram, yeah. And these things, is that the case? Is there a political position against socialism and communism coming from a Muslim perspective?
Okay, from my understanding, I do not believe so. I think so a lot of like for example, Nasser, etc. in Africa, and so on. A lot of Islamic movements actually have taken on socialist points of view. I think the main issue with the communist one is the communist position on religion would be an issue for obviously Islam. However, I don't think there's nothing that I know of religiously. I do know that there is a lot of there's perhaps a little bit more emphasis on the synthesis between Islam and capitalism and market economies, for example. And people talk more about that, I think, but I don't think there's necessarily people who talk against. I don't, not necessarily religiously anyway, against socialism, unless it is in regards to the liberal aspects of socialism or the perceived liberal aspects of socialism.
Yeah, because like I said, it's a sense. Yeah, I've not seen a scholarly presentation where a man is saying socialism is anti-Islam, but more just an implicit kind of disagreement with it, if that makes sense, coming from Muslims. Yeah, but that it doesn't seem to be the case when it comes to capitalism. You know what I'm saying? And so it could be me reading into things more is actually there. But yeah, that's what I thought I'd ask the question, innit? Just to see if that is actually the case or not.
I think it's definitely there's more of a bias towards capitalism. It's difficult for me to
is that because there's some,
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's difficult for me to be able to pinpoint exactly when that comes along. And if it is because of that emphasis. I mean, to be fair, the market side of Islam has always been spoken about and emphasized. Prophet Muhammad having been a trader, a merchant, etc. People have always said there's nothing against making money and business, right? However, the sort of attempt to say that it is works well with capitalism, I think that definitely is a more modern thing in regards to Saudi Arabia than historically. But I mean, for example, take something like zakat, and there is like a whole sort of thing of Islamic socialism, like a whole school of thought around this idea.
Yeah, I've seen it. There's one woman whose name I'm forgetting.
Can I add something to it? It's actually called right-wing socialism. It actually exists within the Islamic concept. It's right-wing socialism. So funny enough, if we look at
Ali, Shakara was just in the middle. You could big.
I'll talk about it later.
Say it straight after Shakara, yeah.
Yeah, please. Yeah, cool. Right. So yeah, I'll see. I can't remember the woman's name, but she was saying this in terms of the Muslim world needing to reevaluate its relationship to capitalism. So I definitely know that there are some people, like especially those Muslims who are who have an affinity for Malcolm X, and are engaged in that kind of way. You know what I'm saying? That there is a movement to kind of, you know, challenge this idea of capitalism. But yeah, I've just switched to my generals understanding. But yeah, anyway, go on, Ali, sorry.
You still there, Ali? It's your time to shine now.
Okay. Can you share your screen?
What's his name? Might share it for you. Bigger Belly might share it for you.
Okay. I'll read the Wikipedia page. I looked into this in the past before. So, according to Wikipedia, Muslim socialist believes on the teachings of the Quran, Muhammad, especially as and are compatible with equal and social equality. This has often been drawn inspiration from early the Medinan welfare state established by Muhammad, and this is where Muslim socialist roots find their roots in anti-imperialism. Abu Dhar al-Ghafari, a companion of the Prophet, was credited by some scholars like Muhammad Shakwani and others for this idea of Islamic socialism, since he went against the collection of wealth during Uthman's Khilafat and urged the redistribution of wealth. Also, during the first Muslim Khilafat, Abu Bakr guaranteed a minimum standard wage, guaranteeing each man, women, children, and a minimum wage.
Sorry,
in modern era,
read that part again, please. Did you just say Abu Bakr guaranteed is this
a minimum income?
Oh yeah.
This is the first Caliph, Abu Bakr, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
The father of Sunniism, the usurper.
Allegedly, yes.
Okay.
Who?
That's allegedly, but
What's allegedly?
1 second, but I think 100% what you're saying is right. I think a lot of like so for the actually body or the theory of the, like you're saying, Islamic socialism or right wing socialism or whatever it is, it comes from like, I mean, the scholars will look back into Islam and use those sorts of examples to prove or to show that socialism has been within Islam from the very beginning. And I think another like what you call it, Siad Berry, for example, in Somalia, his actual party was called the Socialist Party, right? Yeah. So I think there's been a few examples of, and I think Gaddafi, I'm not sure he ever came out and said, "I'm a socialist."
He did. Libya was called the Socialist Jamahiriya.
Oh yeah, there you go.
There's also something called Islamic Marxism.
Okay, I'm sure that's around.
No, it's on Wikipedia, you know, Islamic Marxism.
I'm saying that I doubt that most Muslims would favor being called Marxist. I think
Ayatollah Khomeini, may Allah have mercy on him, used was Islamic Marxist. He used the principle of Marxism in the 1979 Islamic Revolution.
Ayatollah Khomeini.
Yes.
Okay, he's a Marxist.
It says Islamic Marxism attempts to apply Marxist political ideology. This term was used by Ali Shariat. It was also sometimes used in the discussions of the 1979 Iranian Islamic Revolution.
So that would effectively mean then that Abu Bakr and Ayatollah Khomeini actually agreed on something.
I think they did. On using zakat and so for social welfare being possibly. You're gonna get the black to let going, you know. The black to let's probably sitting there thinking.
Ayatollah Khomeini is not like Shia Isa. Ayatollah Khomeini was very much for Shia Sunni unity. It wasn't very much like how Isa is now saying Shia this, Sunni this. Ayatollah Khomeini did a lot for Shia Sunni unity. So
okay.
So he's not the impression. He's nothing like Shia Isa. No offense to Shia Isa though. He's still my unit safe. When you look at his speeches, he very much on that revolution said Shia Sunnis are brothers in faith. Let's put our differences. Let's work together on this revolution. So he's not someone who was like a sectarian.
Okay, interesting.
Is Isa Shia? I thought he was a Muslim following true Islam, and the other thing was Sunniism. That's what I thought.
You've gotten the message clearly, haven't you, witness?
That's what he says. I don't know.
Ali Dawa, just because he's just like your best mate, Ali Dawa.
This guy is funny. He keeps on saying Ali Dawa every time. It's only because
Yeah,
he saw me talking to Ali Dawa for like
yeah.
2 minutes. You know.
Yeah, I remember that.
that's funny, 'cause I'm sure I've even heard hijab in passing, not an in-depth thing, because you know my man goes into a lot of philosophy in it,
yeah.
and so I'm sure I've heard him like speak on issues relevant to this thing,
Yeah.
in relation to socialism and Islam, but
100.
not in a favorable way. Do you know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
So yeah, I've always like wondered whether this this is a position among Muslims that we don't give, you know.
So if we were to look at the founder of Pakistan, he by name called himself an Islamic socialist, but he was actually an Ismaili Muslim though.
Okay, but I mean, Pakistan today is definitely not a socialist state.
No, but on its roots, it was made to be an Islamic socialist state. Whether things later down the line not worked out.
Some people say that about India. Still, there's the Socialist Party in India is trying to reconstitute itself, because they're saying that basically a lot of what got India
Currently.
Yeah, I saw something the other day, because basically the people that are saying, well, really, like the socialists in India were like kind of the driving force behind independence, and ever since they've just been weakened systematically.
Yeah.
So I don't know much about the Socialist Party in India.
And right now, even in India, you got a far right leader, a semi-fascist guy, Modi. Yeah, so you know you got
the Indians, them love him though, man. What's it
yeah,
called?
of course. Well, depending on which ones, isn't it?
Yeah.
His ones definitely do.
Muslims, them don't. They're not on it.
Yeah.
Back in it, with my guy too, but yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes populism is possible. Like we've spoken about the need for benevolent dictators in certain situations. But anyway, that's another topic. But yeah, I think in regards to what you're talking about, in regards to having a job and stuff like that, I think he definitely would be somebody who would have an interest. I'm not sure on his exact relationship to, for example, Muslim Brotherhood or so on and so forth. But in regards to the recent history of, like, for example, politics and Islam, especially following the fall of the Ottoman Empire, has been of one of which other people have tried to assert the need to recreate caliphates, and others have said have almost gone along with a Western idea of separation of church and state, etc.
Right.
And I think you've seen there's a lot of reactionary responses in response to this, and as a result, the scholarship, for me, in my opinion, has starts to become a lot more political, especially after the Iranian Revolution. Like the Iranian Revolution within the Shia world, because the idea you have the massive Islamic revolution coming out of the Shia world massively rocks Saudi Arabia and those guys. Do you know what I mean? And this is where you see sort of a reinvigorated sort of a push of Wahhabi ideas and Salafism, and the two different types of Salafi, you know, the Salafi and then the jihadi Salafis, and yeah, these sorts of things start to explode onto the scene. So I wouldn't be surprised that certain people who have their hands in another area would look at the likes of Gaddafi and those others who are trying to pilot a scheme different to that of or that isn't rooted firmly and fundamentally in the sort of Arab principle, Arab culture or Arab ideas. Like the idea that somebody like Gaddafi would willingly say socialist Jamaria, right? He bring both of those two ideas together would definitely make a lot of other people who are more purist.
Yeah, so translate Jamaria for me into English. I've forgotten the meaning.
I think it would be like community, or I'm not sure exactly, but it would come from the term Juma, I think. I'd have to look at, but yeah. It would like kind of like the Muslim community will come together. Juma means to congregate or to come together, congregation kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna study this one more still, but because I'm thinking, like, obviously, because I know that Islamic jurisprudence is kind of like a big topic of study among scholars.
Yeah.
But is economic philosophy as well studied a field?
There have been, I haven't read for myself, to be fair, but there have been people who have who have there have been definitely scholars. I can't remember the names of the one that I'm thinking of right now that come to mind, who have been well renowned or famed for their work on economics. However, I'm not sure how much has been put into economics. But I think in regards to jurisprudence, the management of money would come into that quite heavily, and I would dare to say that in places like Timbuktu, for example, where we had scholars of our own, Jenne, for example, you probably would find quite a lot of scholarship from amongst the African scholars, not all of whom would have been Muslim, but many of whom would have been on economy and trade and bartering and those types of things.
Yeah, it's a big thing because a lot of them books are yet to be translated, from Timbuktu.
100%. 100%. I was like, if I had some money and some time, that is definitely my life's work. But
you gotta start learning. Well, actually,
like I said, money and time.
You're gonna have to be a linguist because a lot. So some of the books are obviously written in Arabic, but some of the books are just use the Arabic script, but they're written in local languages. So yeah, you're gonna need a team of people that can comb through.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's some serious money to be made for whoever wants to get into that field and find a good backer to do that work. But yeah, that would be very interesting. I'd be interested in that myself, to be honest. That kind of work in terms of what they wrote about economic systems and social systems and that kind of. You know what I'm saying?
It seems that Jumhuriyah, by the way, means republic, which I didn't obviously I thought it was, but it's a loan word from Turkish and Persian, I think.
Okay.
But yeah.
But again, though, like if zakat, is a pillar, and zakat relates to charity, right?
Yeah.
So in a sense, like social systems that kind of have an emphasis on the eradication of poverty.
Yo, Annie, what are you doing to your mic, man? Stop that. Let's mute your sound.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you look at charity in the sense of the fact that
no, I'm finding some
what charity. Yeah, if you look at what charity is and the function that it's supposed to play, if zakat is a pillar, then does Islam not consider the eradication of poverty a possibility? If that makes sense, like, but inherently, is that
so I just missed that last one there.
So I'm saying, I'm asking, if zakat is a pillar, and zakat relates to charity, then by implication, does Islam not consider the eradication of poverty to be a possibility?
Oh, that is a good. Yes, I suppose to some extent huh?
No, I said just came to me. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. No, I think that's definitely a good question. So can you hear me? I think there might be a slight delay. Let me try and think. Cool. But I think you're right. That's a very good question. I think there's definitely something to think about. I don't think necessarily zakat is always necessarily about quote unquote charity. I think that's just the easiest way to translate it. I think it is more about state provision. Do you know what I mean? And I think state provision is we are made to understand that the most important part of the state's provision is to provide for those who are the weakest and find it the most difficult to provide for themselves, right? And so I think that's why that charity part becomes a big part of it. However, as zakat in itself, I believe it is actually there for the running of the state. So police officers, in previous times, historically, armies would have been paid out of zakat money, police officers would have paid out of zakat, imams would have been paid out of zakat, and all of these types of things. Do you know what I mean? So the functioning of the society came down to this type of thing. But I suppose the implication of it is that it's supposed to look after the weakest and the most hard done by first.
How do you do zakat? If you don't mind me asking, I'm too young for it. I'm too young, so I don't have to give it. I don't do work or anything. I'm in college. How do you do it?
Yeah,
How do you do it?
it depends. To be fair, my zakat is infrequent and but abundant. No, I'm joking. If I'm not in a masjid, I will definitely leave an offering on my way out. And around what you call it, both Eids, I will. So Kobani, I will send money back to Jamaica. And for Eid, I would.
If anyone's ever mine's
Huh?
infrequent, and I just drop £5, £7, whatever I can.
Who's that, Ali?
I just drop money to charity whenever I can.
Is there somebody in the background talking? I thought I heard somebody talking in the back.
No. I just
Okay.
drop money to charity when I can.
Okay, yeah. Drop mine to charity you can, but yeah, cool. I send money back to Jamaica when I can, so that's the main one for me. The once a year I send some money over to the people that are at home.
Okay. Unless one could actually the loophole I said. Well, the way people could swing it is the idea that the cat is like a social funding, so it's supposed to be evenly distributed among the you know what I'm saying, among the nation, so to speak.
For sure.
So yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I would imagine like once poverty is eradicated, I would definitely value you move to that point of using it as, like I say, a social funding, a social grant for the benefit of the people.
Interesting.
Yeah, man.
I like
both of you black supremacists.
Are we black supremacists?
Well, the funny, yeah, so like among the Rastafari, yeah, the Bobo Ashanti have a thing where
Shakara, what's your religion?
Holland have a thing where they say black man supremacy. Yeah. And in fact, one of the texts that inspired Rastafari as a movement was called the Royal Parchment Scroll of Black Supremacy.
That is true.
But when you read it, there's nothing in there about oppressing anybody. It's just about black people stop being oppressed. So it's like the supremacy of blackness within oneself, if that makes sense, because we've been indoctrinated into white supremacy, and basically, yeah, that's the vibration of it. So
100, man, 100.
When the Moors invaded Spain, were they inducting them into black supremacy?
I mean, we have to have a discussion about the Moors and what exactly made up the Moors and
exactly, and what their ideology was, because they didn't go to there with a racial ideology.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing. The second thing is that the Moors were infinitely inspired by the Arabs, who kind of got the whole thing started, and then you have Ravids from West Africa. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a lot. I think the Moors operated over a significant period of time, and they weren't always the same thing. But for the most part, they were black. If that makes sense, like over the duration of time. So
100.
So yeah.
But what would make you think that we were black supremacists? Has our words that Speaker's Corner on Hangouts given the impression?
One second, I'm going to be gone for 2 seconds. 1 second.
I just felt that you're all supremacists, but your form of supremacy is different from the other race's form of supremacy. So you all believe in supremacy, but each person's supremacy has a different code to it or something. One person's form of supremacy not only means looking after your people, it also means oppressing other people. Whereas another person's form of supremacy is simply a case of looking after your own people, but not oppressing people. But it's all still a form of supremacy. The moment you start to believe
isn't supremacy directly in relation to other people, right? So if I'm here saying I don't want to be supreme over other people, I just want to look after my people. How is that supremacy?
Because you still believe that your people are smarter, more beautiful, more intelligent than the other group.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I certainly do believe that.
I don't even consider what the other people's look like or etc. I say that other people don't even come into the consideration for me. It's not that I'm superior. Oh, you're big. Yeah, but yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Shakara. You was gonna say?
I'm just saying I definitely believe that on the planet.
He's ASMR noise, bro. What is this ASMR?
Big up the panel. Yeah, Chakra, we couldn't hear you, fam.
Sorry, I said I certainly do believe that black people are more beautiful than everybody else on the planet. Still,
I do think that big up to the panel and the conversation, brilliant, fam. In relation to black supremacy, I do think we have our own definition of what it is. Obviously, for those that felt insecure and inferior, supremacy for them was within the sense of other people. Whereas for us, it's like it's a reasserting of us. Do you get me? Especially in relation to others that put in so much effort to make us feel inferior to them, and even just inferior to anything else, really. So it's a matter of the works. Definitely, obviously, the best on that was again Elijah Muhammad. But there you go.
I don't know about Elijah Muhammad. There are a lot of things I like about him. Obviously, the thing which makes me shy away from Nation of Islam is the harassment of Malcolm X, and part of the ideology believing that a particular race of people were created on an island by a scientist called Yaqub. I don't know if I can co-sign or support that.
Witness, let me ask you this. I have a similar view to you, but my issue was back then, we think of the time period, the reason why I rate him is because in relation to our psychology back then, even a lot of us still have the same problem now. He came with such a clear statement of this certain group being the devil and that we're the gods of the earth. So I'm saying in relation to that resurrection of the mind, would you not agree, Brother Witness, that was a good way of getting us back on our feet, so to speak?
Yep, that part I will definitely agree with you on. I can't disagree with the Nation of Islam or Elijah Muhammad on that aspect that you mentioned. They were absolutely brilliant at that part. I wouldn't even attempt to argue against that, because I'll be arguing against myself, because they're talking about us as a people being, amazing. So I can't argue against that. So that part, I'll be quiet there.
To be honest, that's the main reason why I'm so much into like seeing him in this way, because I'm saying everything else we have ever done, economic, social, crime, everything starts with and is surrounding this identity thing of who we are. So obviously if you devalue yourself and the next man who's black, then obviously you're going to behave in a certain way. You don't care whether you do harm to him, his family, because you don't care if you go to prison, you know what I mean? So for me, what he brought in relation to those two terms, who you are and who this other people are, is really what helped that along. And I'm thinking that the ripple effects of that are still flowing right now. So when man say, what's up, God, or what's up, King, you know what I mean, or what's up, brother, Aki, whatever, I'm saying he was the one that, from what I can see, brought that to its supreme level. So yeah, that's why I rate him.
I've been wanting to ask, and I had this discussion with a Muslim, a Moorish Muslim, who referred to Noble Drew Ali as a prophet. And I remember I quoted to that Muslim the surah and the ayah in the Quran, which stipulated that Prophet Muhammad was the final messenger. He then quoted for me the same surah and ayah, but from a different translation, which referred to Muhammad as the seal of the prophet. And he said he's not the final messenger, he's just the seal. But then when I've spoken to Muslims, like last week I was talking to a group of Muslims in Speaker's Corner, they said that the seal of the prophet is the same thing as the final messenger. So I'm thinking if Muhammad is the final messenger, then Elijah Muhammad can't be a messenger from Allah.
So
Can you go?
I mean, if you, sorry, go ahead. Sorry. Definitely when it comes to, let's say, Noble Drew Ali's situation and Elijah Muhammad, I would say Elijah Muhammad was a brilliant psychologist. So he knew our people. You imagine him just being another Muslim or another man. Do you get what I'm saying? The Quran says we do not send a messenger or a warner except in the language of their people. So every person calling or giving dawah, you can say is a messenger and even a warner and a messenger of Allah in that context. But obviously in relation to prophethood and a messenger, that's slightly different. But in relation to the verse, 100%, it's the word katam means to seal. And the fact it's saying the seal of the prophets. No other prophet in the past was called the seal of any other prophet. So it wouldn't make any sense to interpret any other way. Do you get what I'm saying? It doesn't even make the fact that he's come with this thing that's for mankind and it's the last book, the preserved book, etc. I mean, it's just, obvious, to be honest. To interpret any other way wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. But I do understand that they've got it from the Ahmadis. People have to understand that the Ahmadis, to try and justify Ghulam Ahmed as being a prophet, they try to twist the verse to say, well, he's another prophet and he's the Messiah returned. Therefore, it doesn't say last messenger or last prophet. It says he's a seal, and then they try to go into different meanings of the word seal. But it's just like, for instance, when you've got a seal ring where you seal something to seal a letter, the envelope, you dip it in candle wax or something, and you seal the letter, or you can seal off, let's say, the top of a bottle. So you seal something off. So basically, it's saying he's the last. That's what it means. I've discussed this with Quranists. I've discussed it with Moors and Ahmadis, I spent a lot of time with the Ahmadi. Their translations are very interesting, as is their commentary. To be honest, and I would suggest, I would putting them in any other, like, people who are searching. I would also suggest you study the Ahmadi Tafsir. Their commentary is very interesting. It does elaborate on a lot of stuff regarding the West. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be regarded as looking at the work of Kafirs, the Tafsirs of the Ahmadis?
Well, this is the thing.
They're not regarded as Muslims by a large amount of Sunnis, but then again, sorry, let's not mention Sunni.
in relation to that, because they are a branch of Sunnis, aren't they? So they broke off from Sunnism. In relation to them being Muslim, I don't think, me anyway, I don't deal with the blanket judgment in the sense of, I deal with the blanket judgment of the collective because of their beliefs. But as I meet individuals, it's based upon them as an individual. Obviously, their beliefs are wayward and can be easily refuted, as they have been over the years. So when I say studying their stuff, the Quran encourages studying as much as possible various things which can benefit your understanding. So the Quran itself gives you quotations of what the opponents of Prophet Muhammad what they say. So that's preserved in the Quran. So it would say, for instance, they say, we follow what we found our forefathers on. That's what they told the Prophet. So we know what the opponents say. So there's none of this thing where, to be honest, the only people I know who say that are the Sunnites, and specifically the Salafis, because they say it will cause doubt in your heart. And obviously, if you're on a ideology which is fragile and made up based upon not looking at this hadith and reading stuff for yourself, just being dictated to, this is what it is and that's what it says and these great scholars said so, obviously it's very fragile. So if you start reading other stuff, you're going to think outside of their little box, and that box is very fragile because it's made of glass. It will break very easily. So yeah, for me, definitely study as much as you can. Simple as that.
Would you consider Louis Farrakhan on the same level as Elijah Muhammad?
No, because for me, Elijah Muhammad's the one that brought it. So because he was like that breakthrough. Me personally, I think Elijah Muhammad shot our liberation forward 100 years. So I don't think if he came with that, we'd still be. I mean, we probably would have went back into chains, I think.
But when people joined that organization, I mean, there were those black people who knew about Elijah Muhammad, who even read his book. Was it Message to the People? Or is that Marcus? Yeah, Message to the Black
Man in America.
Yeah. So people who knew about him and joined him, but they were small. Did people suddenly join because of Malcolm X or Elijah Muhammad? Elijah Muhammad is this old man that was revered by Malcolm X, but everyone was more interested in the teachings of Malcolm X. But then I know what you'll say. You'll say the teachings of Malcolm X came from Elijah Muhammad, so they were still reading about and learning about
No,
Elijah Muhammad.
no, is the G character of Malcolm X, the passion of Malcolm X, sincerity of Malcolm X. You know, we have to remember that a lot of the time, sometimes the originator of it can have doubts in his thing because he's the originator. But the people coming along, they can have this blind faith in that person more than that person has in himself and his own ideas. Do you get what I'm saying? So with Malcolm X, it was like, whoa, this is the thing. You get me? This is kind of like how I was when I first converted. You know what I mean? And the world don't matter. Like, this is how it is, right? You know, like a zealot. So because of that, you know, you could almost say Malcolm X was fearless when it comes to that. Even Farrakhan says the way that they looked at Elijah Muhammad, it's like their life didn't matter. And you can kind of see that with Malcolm X from at the beginning. Do you get what I'm saying? So that passion, and the way he talks, you know what I mean? You know, Elijah Muhammad, he talks very slow and very quietly, like a mouse, something, you know what I mean? So people don't, you know, you're not really going to be, you know, your expression, your passion about something is going to come out in how you talk. And obviously, Malcolm X, Farrakhan, what's his name? Marcus Garvey. These people were these outspoken power, you know, because I haven't heard Noble Drew Ali speak before. But I'm saying these speakers that I've heard, they definitely were, you know, propelling their voice to a way in which black people be like, right, this man means business. Do you get what I'm saying? So, yeah, definitely. Yeah, Malcolm X, I think you can say put Nation of Islam on the map, basically. You know, I don't even want to say this because Shakara's on the panel, but it probably it may not have got that far if it wasn't for Malcolm X.
That's right.
But we don't know because obviously Farrakhan was there. There's a few others.
He said, speak, brother.
Yeah. So definitely, I'm honest, innit? I have to be fair and fair, simple as that, bro. Yeah, big up to all of them.
It's just a shame other people's ideology are not really taking that seriously. Like, no one really talks about Fannie Lou Hamer, but then she was part of something else, you know, trying to get people in the South registered to vote, trying to make people know about the racism in the deep South. And she was like protesting, getting locked up, beaten up in prison and stuff. But I don't know. It's different, I guess. People, there's so many.
A serious business, like there's no doubt about. I think that a lot of the time, well, I think we have to factor in a bias towards male energy in these dynamics also. But at the same time, when you're talking about people like Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, these are people that had and their mission was like Martin Luther King operated on the national level. You know what I'm saying? Marcus Garvey international, Malcolm X international. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's that to it. There's that as well to the dynamics. You know what I'm saying? That not a lot of people built movements outside of the United States based upon you know, a lot of other people that were doing serious work where they were locally. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's to be factored in as well.
So now we've got an abundance of information now. So we've got Message to the People, Marcus Garvey. We've got Message to the Black Man, Elijah Muhammad. We've got the writings of Amos Wilson, Malcolm X, the behavior of Fannie Lou Hamer, the woman, the Black Moses, who was helping slaves escape up point.
Harriet Tubman.
Yeah, Harriet Tubman. There was another one, wasn't there, called Sojourner Truth, wasn't there? Yeah. So we don't. Black people don't really need anything new, do we? We've got an abundance.
We've been saying this. Shall I tell you what we need? We just need people to, you know, like how in like high school they reproduce the same textbooks every year. They just update them a little bit.
Yep. Yeah.
I think that's what we need more. So textbooks of other people's work, so that compile all of those people's works together. More that kind of thing than additional theories or writings. In my opinion.
That would be good. So you'd have a series of chapters with the likes of Sankara and Bishop, what they were trying to achieve, their belief systems. Was Bishop a Marxist or a communist or a socialist? Or
Definitely a socialist.
He was definitely a socialist. Okay. For a short period, he attained a utopia of sorts in Grenada, which was based on what people would say white supremacy, socialism.
Oh,
To be fair, I'd argue that
he's terrible.
I'd argue that the cultural sensibilities of Maurice Bishop is one of the most underrated aspects of his legacy. Definitely, his government. There were members of the government that were more hardline Marxist than he was, and that's one of the things that caused contention between him and some of the other people that were there. Because he wasn't a dyed in the wool, kind of unrepentant Marxist in that kind of way, and he had more of an inclination towards the rest of the African diaspora as well.
Just a shame none of the Caribbean countries stepped in to help him out.
But that's
massive change. But yeah, I was gonna say, if Jamaica wanted to do it, they'd have had to get Her Majesty's permission to use Jamaican Defence Force, right?
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying this when you were talking about how the army in Jamaica operates. I remember you were having a debate with, I think it was a Black American guy who was like in the military, and he was asking you, why don't you join the army in your country? And I remember you were giving a lesson on how the army in Jamaica operates, and you were mentioning its ties with the Queen. And yeah, I remember that. I didn't know they were still tied to the aristocracy in the UK. I thought they'd severed those ties when they got their independence. But
hell no. But just that Nigeria witness, you know what I'm saying? Nigeria has a complete severed its ties with the Queen.
Yes, you're right. It would make sense once you're part of that Commonwealth.
That's it.
Still, yeah, I see. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't see the point of the Commonwealth. It only makes one particular group of people wealthy and successful.
100%. And every year they be having these Commonwealth heads of states meeting, and that's just the one meeting of the every year. But then on top of that, you have all the separate different meetings that go on within the Commonwealth, and you have to ask yourself, what are those meetings really about? Is it really just all about trade, etc., etc.? Do we not think military and security information is exchanged and passed as a result of that? And would Britain really willingly give up their position of having all this information coming to them from their colonies without having some other method to get that? Do you know what I mean?
So could that be a way of us attaining victory then, by living within the devil's kingdom, but outbreeding and overpopulating the devil?
Well, I think these lot are up to speed on your ideas there, Witness, because that's what.
I think that's their main worry right now with their 14.
You know what I mean? No, but I don't know if you lot saw the video on Takia Watch, and they recorded several Sunnis saying that, bruv, where you lot are not reproducing and you're gay and this and that, so therefore we're just gonna outbreed you. And it seems, I don't know if that's where they got the quote, Tommy Robinson and them got the quote, but definitely, there are people that are saying that they go to various countries to do that. So, I mean, it seems like a legitimate fear because of, what's her name? ISIS Papers. What's her name again? Oh, sugar, man. Let's just do
Hillary Clinton.
Francis Chris Wilson.
Francis. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I thought Hillary. Yeah, Francis Chris Wilson.
Yeah. I think she was one of the first to talk about the fear, which is where I think Public Enemy got Fear of a Black Planet from. She was talking about, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is basically where but if we go, as soon as you get the integration thing coming on, then the breeding comes along, or the intermarriage, etc. Back in them days. So therefore, it's like, hold on a minute, if this continues at this rate, then obviously they're not going to exist just through the very nature of intermarrying. So this is where these lot, are now, because a black person pointing it out, obviously these people are going to say, look, even they're saying it. Do you get me? Which is more powerful to them. So
when she's doing that, because these people have been worried about their population for quite some time. oftentimes the people them that are dealing with that they're
Sorry,
quoting.
brother. Can you, when you say quite some time, can you sort of give us when you suggest that this became a good concern?
I can't remember, but when Francois was in past, that I was doing some presentations in relation to her legacy, and I think the earliest I saw an article was that from the 70s, yeah, where they were concerned about white population. If you look at like a lot of the, like international journals and them kind of things, they've been on the population control agenda for quite some time, innit? Yeah, and their numbers in the world and them kind of things. There, it's an ongoing thing. Like it's not like you know.
No, but I mean, in relation to
sorry, I was just gonna say on that point in regards to like going back to as far as people like Darwin and
say that
scientific racism, there have been conversations around the idea of higher birth rates in certain groups. Let's be one a certain thing, higher birth rates in the African peoples than in the European peoples, and more of an ability to not necessarily. Well, they used to say that we could survive pain, but it was more our ability to our robustness in regards to certain diseases and so on and so forth was higher. So yeah, I mean, this sort of question has been around for a little while. I guess it's become more articulated, I think, as time's gone on. People have come out and started saying it. And I do think that in modern era, like I say, in certain scholars or prominent speakers from the Muslim world, as well as black speakers, have been seen saying it. And I'm not sure if you guys know about the sort of white replacement theories that they've really been building up, but like now a whole sort of white replacement ideology out there that a lot of white people that people have just been building in towards. And really, I think that, you know, the people who are behind that whole pushing that idea are very much the globalist people anyway, who want to anyway. But that's another conspiracy.
But what's the one that was in Australia? Do you not remember that thing where they had a strict program of experimentation or demonstration of the breeding out? I think of the Aborigines.
Yeah, they used to they would go into the towns and take the Aboriginal kids who are half white, who are light skinned, take them away and have them. They would be raised by white families, so they would know nothing about their culture, and they would end up being anglicized or Europeanized. So they would know nothing of their culture. They would only know the white culture, and that was what was being done. And you have to ask yourself, for those mixed race kids, how were they created? Was it through rape, or was it you know, people treating the Aboriginal women as mistresses instead of being but I think it all comes down to guilt, because it was part of the system in North America. If you read about the history in California, what they did to the Native Americans, if you guys have any chance, try and find out pictures of the Native Americans in California. Wow, they were so dark-skinned. I mean, it was unbelievable. But they used to have bounties where you can just go out and kill, and the amount you killed, you got paid. So basically, there was a program to replace one race by annihilating that race, and by continuing to breed, so your race would replace the race of people you had killed off. Now, this was taking place throughout the Caribbean, throughout the Americas, Central America, South America, Tanzania. Yeah. So you kill off one group of people, you bring in more of your people from Europe, and you outbreed the people you're killing off. So I think it's guilt that's making them get worried now, because they're thinking, damn, our ancestors did the same thing to these people. So I don't know.
Brother, is this after Darwin then? Because remember, Darwin, I noticed in a lot of the books, they cut off the end of the title. Like, what's it called? What's it called again? Natural selection something. And the end part of it says, and the struggle for races in survival or something like that. Now, the struggle for races in survival is normally cut off. Isn't printed in the title.
Really? Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Because I think either I've got an old one or I saw one. So my point was, when Darwin's writing that, the whole point is to say that, you know, there's many races that have been wiped out, and that's how the species survive. Because remember, he's thinking about strength and who can, you know, survive and conquer the competition. So if you've got the natural resources and we're competing for the resources, who can wipe them out? So obviously the idea is when they get to this land of America, you know, if they don't wipe them out, then they're going to be competition. So their point is, boy, just get there first. So yeah, man, this is very
Yeah, that's true. That's what they've done in America. That's what's been done in Australasia. Yeah, all these places. Yeah. So maybe that's how it starts first. Outbreed, dominate, bully, implement supremacy over.
All right, so let me put something to you lot now, yeah? Now that because most of their behavior was based upon the lack of a lot of the technology which we have today. Now that they have all this technology, what do you lot think their plan is now? In relation to the fact that they wanted to exterminate, but there was always some sort of disruption. So they always ended up, for instance, needing us in, let's say, the Civil War in America, and there would always be something that spoiled their plan, which said, boom, you couldn't wipe us out. So with the technology now, what do you think their agenda is in relation to what I would say is the black genocide or the black extinction, which I suggest is what their major goal is? What do you lot think on that?
Yeah, I'm gonna let someone else go first.
All right, let me ask Witness. What do you say? Is he there?
Yeah, I'm here. I think this one's above my pay grade. I want to hear what Shakira has to say.
Joker. I don't think the agenda is any different, fam. Like it's been the same for the last 500, 600, 11, say 1,000 years. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not been different. So it just evolves, innit? You know, the idea is, I think the immediate agenda is to keep African people from unifying around the kind of a revolutionary agenda, because in order to control the resources of the continent, you need to make sure the people them are docile in that respect, or amenable to your will. You know what I'm saying? So it's about preventing the global kind of
Having it on lock, you mean? Like just
more like a
Maintaining the status quo.
Yeah, so that we have to be in league with them in terms of maintaining the status quo, so that we never become a significant force against them. Right now, that's the immediate agenda.
Yeah, I would say, I'd say I wasn't gonna answer first, but yeah, I might as well. I would agree. And just on the back of that, I would say, from my perspective, I think power, because my belief is that power is relational, and I believe that they understand power is relational. I don't think the complete extinction of African peoples or all other people groups was ever a specific idea. I think they find it useful to keep the groups around. So I don't think, but I think it would, like Shakira says, it's about maintaining the status quo of the global order, but at the same time moving with it. So as they lose control in certain areas, like for example with China, they start shifting different things, and as the world starts changing, for example, I don't think that I'm not sure how geographically tied to locations that they are, but what we've seen is with the move towards this globalized, stateless world, there is a movement away of centralizing power to a landmass and more of them having that sort of that elite group of transient peoples who are able to move wherever they want. So I think what they'll try and do is trying to create more spaces where they can work within our internationalist arena rather than locating themselves in, the global West or global wherever, as they have historically been hampered to. It's my
okay. Well, this is the thing. Sorry, when I was talking about the technology, so they don't need any people in the cotton field and whatever else. They've even got machines that can build buildings, that can lay bricks. So I would say if they want to keep us around, it's to maintain, let's say, their own people feeling superior in relation to others. Because if we're all gone, then it's only white people that are going to feel superior to white people, and those people in the lower class might be seeking to conquer those in the upper class. Do you get what I'm saying? But I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying. I definitely agree with the fact. obviously, I definitely agree with their constant thing is to make sure that we don't gain control of our natural resources, where we can dictate to them how much they would have to pay or how much we're going to sell for each other. We might say we're going to sell it, dirt cheap amongst ourselves, but for anyone outside, they're going to have to pay maybe 100 times the price. Do you get what I'm saying? So obviously, that's one of the main things. But my point is in relation to the technology of warfare. I don't know if you look up these things, but the type of new weaponry that they've got. Somebody said, for instance, I think it was Khalid Mohammed and what's that other brother name? Speaks quite a bit. Professor Griff, is it?
Yeah, Professor Griff.
Is he the short brother? Yeah, it was with Zaza Ali, I think. Yeah, Professor Griff. I think he's basically said, I'm sure it was him or Khalid Mohammed. One of them was saying that they like messed up some place in America, and the report was the type of weapons that they were using were type of futuristic. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, if you study history, Nikola Tesla in the early 1900s already developed this futuristic type technology. So at the very least, or he at the very least wrote down how to make them, and apparently they tested a lot of these things in their secret ways. So for me, they've got behind, they show us the weapons they want us to see, and they might use them, but then, other times they use other weapons, and then that just disappears and no one talks about it. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is a thing. I just wonder what exactly they're planning for, in relation to their real agenda. And are they leading us along? Are they making, like, for instance, when we spoke about the Commonwealth and these nations, what goes on in the meetings, is it that, we're thinking, okay, we're getting this far ahead and we've got this plan, and they're incorporating our plan into theirs and saying, well, good, you keep chasing that carrot there, thinking you're going to get that, but we've already got that done, sorted, and by the time you get there, boom, what you thought you were getting.
Definitely taking place. When you see headlines like Africa rising, and 9 of the fastest growing economies are on the African continent, and the year the people of Africa, you know what I'm saying? Like these kinds of things and there's some good work going on behind people in terms of trying to get something out of this thing. But yeah, like oftentimes at the crux of it, reading the thing, you know what I'm saying? So that we're not addressing the greater issues of the exploitation of land and resources. We're just trying to get a better GDP. And so in doing so, we're simply creating markets for their multinational corporations and creating a fertile ground for their globalization programs and these kinds of things.
Actually, sorry, mentioning that. Sorry, I'm hoping you're finished, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brother, what do you? All right, China. What is anyone's opinion? Because I couldn't believe that I heard
this guy's gonna jump. You jumped the gun. This is exactly where I was gonna come with my answer. It's exactly what I was gonna come.
let me just put it in, and then you put in your question as well. Yeah. Basically, I couldn't believe I heard someone basically try and say the other day. And I hope it's not on the panel, right? I'm sure they said that China was basically a good thing. Like it was like, yeah. They bring in, so much jobs and all of this different thing to Africa, and they're not imperialist.
I'm not gonna hook them up. I know who that was.
Bruv, if they're bold enough to talk that nonsense. Now go ahead, brother. You finish it off because I know you're probably more into this politics.
No. I think you're absolutely right in regards to that China. I think you're going in a slightly different way that I was going to bring China up, but I was going to ask you in particular in regards to, because I definitely agree with what Shakara said and what you said in regards to in these meetings. They probably do have an understanding of of what's going on out there, and they have plans on how they could counteract it, right? Like, let's put out more of these Africa rising ideas. Let's try and get the focus on GDP, all those types of things. But I would say the counteraction to that would have been China, right? So there was a time, I know it's obviously not in a similar time to what we have right now, but there was a time when the British had control over China, complete control over China, right? Well, maybe not complete, but mass control over China, and where the US and the States, they were within the realm of the global system. there was the Chinese Revolution underneath Mao Zedong, and obviously we understand China is a completely different beast altogether. But because of that revolution and the way in which China has bared off, I'm not saying China is a good thing for Africa at all, but they might be a good example for Africa to look at in regards to a nation that within the global system, there's a question of how much do they have to play America's game. I mean, right now they're going kind of toe-to-toe with America in a trading war. If America had a trade war with any African nation, those African nations would have probably crumbled by now and given in to America's demands.
Oh, a long time.
China are able to, throw things back. I'm not even sure China are even going full throttle yet. I'm not sure America are either. So, but I think that is. I'd ask you, what do you think about that as an example of? Do you think that the British and America just dropped the ball when it came to China and they let China get away, or is it that they don't have as much control as they try and lead us in Africa to think they do, or do they have more interest in controlling Africa than they did China?
I think that it's kind of a game in a sense that I don't know, because things I said to somebody was that they must have had some sort of contract with China to allow them to be the ones that made their products, everything back in the day made in China, Taiwan, Japan, was the main thing, right? And I was saying, well, obviously for them to include them in the global market, it would have been something where there's a contract signed in regards to so many different things other than just your technology. But then they put back to me was it would have been cost them so much more to make it in America. So I thought, okay, then that's what I had that. So then China's saying, well, you are dependent on us for all your technology, right? Therefore, we're going to use our thing and secretly build our nuclear weapons and all this other stuff, our technology, etc. And because of the structure of the psyche, the social and the psychological structure of Chinese people with this, proper shepherd-sheep relationship, it was very easy for them to quickly, evolve along with the communist perspective, very quickly and easy to evolve this powerhouse that they've got. In relation to what you're saying about what do I think I think it's competition thing. I think America is in competition with China. I think they're fearful and they don't want to rock the boat because it would interfere with their power structure. So if they try to invade China, I think that would just demolish them, because other nations, I'm sure they're aware, other nations want to get rid of, put America on his backside. So it's kind of like, if you rock with China, then someone else might join in and mash you up. You get me? So they're trying to play it where, let's pretend we're not scared of them. Let's just do our thing. And, all right, you come in, you bully your way into Africa, but it's cool, bro. You're just talking, you're just bluffing. That's what I think. And in relation to should we follow their model, I think it's problematic because basically for them, from what I know, it took one particular leader or a set of leaders to sort of unify them, or it took one major something.
Revolution, yeah.
For them to unify into one something. And I just think with us, you would need a Elijah Muhammad type figure. There you go. Here's one for you, Shaka. Right? And you scared. Actually, both of you, innit? Because you get me. You would need that type of thing where he's come with such a message.
Basically, what you're saying is you mean like Marcus Garvey, yeah?
All right, yeah. You know what? That's a good point, because he put himself forth. Yeah. So it would need that in the modern age, where they come with such a something that people don't even care about, my tribal this or my cultural that or my language. Like, dude, he's just so shining star, just like, bam, you know what? I'm following you because I see your vision and that thing's gonna work. Do you get what I'm saying? But to be honest, it's possible now because we've got internet and thing, but it's just, I think it's very different. But I just think, for me, we're not moving smart enough. And from what I can see throughout our history in the last 500 years, religion has been the main, push and pull factor. It's been the main thing to drive us forward, and it's the main thing to either keep us passive and sitting on the backside, not doing anything, either drive us forward in regards to our own agenda, or drive their agenda forward, or sit down and do nothing. So for me, that's why I generally focus on religion, because I found that to be the main thing. Has been a problem at the time. But yeah. Yes, brother, big up.
Who's that?
That is
E.
Well,
for me, yeah. And one being said, I think unity is one of the main factors.
Good morning, E. Sorry.
Good morning, or afternoon, where I am. Yeah, I think unity is very important in what we're talking, because there's a lot of division amongst the continent, right? And for organization, unity is key. With the Chinese, it was a lot easier in terms of they all recognize each other as one, and they generally share a lot of similar culture. Because even say now, for example, yeah, with people that are on the continent and people in the diaspora have different cultures. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a lot harder to get people to see the same thing at the same time.
100%. But I would say, I think that is. Sorry, are you finished? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
I would say it's a bit simplistic because the Chinese had very many different cultures. But yeah, go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what I was going to say. Is that a lot of people probably don't realize nowadays that how different the Chinese cultures are or were, and that the dominant culture that we see is the Han culture. And what happened is, like thing Issa pointed out, is under Mao Zedong and the Communist Cultural Revolution, there was a massive suppression on all things that were seen as unuseful to China. And they had this thing called the 100 Years of Shame, which is not too dissimilar to us, for example, right? So the Chinese were oppressed by the British. The British came in, they kept forcibly selling heroin into the Chinese market, despite the Chinese empress, they requested the British to stop selling heroin. The British kept pushing heroin into the country, or opium as it was at that time. A lot of people in China end up on opium, to the point where when Britain invaded, it was much easier for the British to invade, basically, and take full control. And not just before the British came, I think the Japanese had just been in there as well. And so for the Chinese, they called it their 100 years of shame. And Mao Zedong was like, we will never have this shame again. And his political party and the movement that they pushed was about putting across, pushing out anything that they felt made China culturally or politically or anything weak, including other people, other cultures, other dialects, other religions. A lot of other things were suppressed and forced out. That's the one-child rule comes in. All these types of things are coming under this government. But I guess it's been seen under, the benevolent dictator, the greatest good. Nobody's taken more people out of poverty than China has in the past 30 years, for example. However, so I just say that to say that they weren't necessarily all culturally the same. I would say they didn't have as many differences as Africa. We got way more diverse differences from Africa to the diaspora. However, I suppose that their thing was suppressing all the differences and saying this is the one thing, and everyone get in line with it.
A similar situation takes place with India, because India not different languages. I learned when Mao was delivering speeches, a lot of the time, like half the country couldn't understand what he was saying, and it had to be translated because the people didn't even speak the same language. So again, I think that there's lessons there, because we treat our Africa as though these differences are unsurmountable. That we learn that people have actually, overcome.
Got past that easy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
But the way you come, a lot of people are not willing to accept that, though. Like, a lot of people don't want to have one language, because then they'll talk about the historical part of the language and this and that being lost.
That's the point. There's ways to do both of those things. Do you know what I'm saying? To have a common language, you don't have to discard your indigenous, your first native language. There's ways to manage that. But the point I suppose I'm making is that the only significant variable is intention, just intentionality. Do you know what I'm saying? And where that intention exists, then people will find ways to make it manifest. The intention doesn't exist right now.
So what do you man think then? So that we should be pushing for one language?
No, but I think there can be a what do they call that thing? A language? What's lingua franca? What the hell do we call it? Lingua franca? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, lingua franca.
Yeah. So a lot of the things in regards to trade, in regards to whatever else, because I mean we're proper happy to have French and bloody English and all kind of other languages be a language that we can use as well as our other language. So why the hell we can't have another language from the continent? This is what I mean. This bad mind thing we got amongst ourselves. Like, I think it just needs someone to start it, to be honest. It needs one nation to just start doing the thing. And I think everyone else, once it becomes a norm, it will be like, okay, yeah, because people, I think they'll see past that when they're looking at some sort of gain. You get me? So if somebody, sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say, whoever could find a way to make their language the language of the diaspora, I think inevitably that will end up reflecting on the continent. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of us from the Caribbean, a lot of people from America and so on and so forth who would love to have an African language. If there was somebody who was like, yo, I'm a teacher, I'm doing these lessons, I'm a Pan-African, and this is my Pan-African language school, and we're going to learn this language, and I'm going to try and induct as many students as possible, set up teachers to go around and do the same thing, and create a business plan out of that kind of thing there. In the diaspora, I think that would lead to but it just depends. I don't think personally. I'm not too fast about what the African language we all speak to each other is. I would say Swahili just because it's already widespread. However, if somebody is able to come out with Bambara, for example, and spread that across the diaspora, I'll be happy to go with it.
Interesting. Would it need to be a language that's because it seems if it's not a native language, then it's kind of like not biased to anyone. Do you get me? Like I just think, yeah, but I mean, Swahili's been suggested a hell of a lot, and even some people are trying to resurrect the Meduneta and bring that out as one, which is quite interesting. Yeah, bro.
I think it's easier to reject
how that sounds
when it's not theirs.
Sorry,
I think it's easier to reject Swahili if you don't speak that, and you already have a language that you speak that's native to Africa. You know, like why speak Swahili? Why not speak what we're speaking? And where if it's something new and fresh, then everyone can be like, oh, okay, I understand. This is an extra thing.
It's neutral.
Yeah. There's
But
no
then,
bias, there's no extra work for me than other people. We're all in it together kind of thing.
I just think that I'll be honest, oh sorry, you're talking. I don't even think it's complex, to be honest, because I think it generally goes along with, you know, business, like rather than saying, right, let's change the language. Yeah, I think you have to start something like business or trading of some sort. And once it's rolling in that, people will naturally do so. It's like how many people across the world today are learning English? Like Chinese people are just importing, what you call it thing, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, teaching English in these countries is like easy. They're getting. Sorry, is he talking?
I think that's somebody's background noise.
Okay, yeah. So I'm saying like the amount of these countries that are getting people to come over and teach English, like they're pay, you know, you just pay your airplane fare or something, and they're giving you free accommodation, all of that to teach English. So what does that tell you? What is the reason for that? Is it because they see the English as superior, or is it because the language makes it so easy for other people to interact, to import cultural ideas, stuff like that?
They need to use it. It's like, say for example, I said, yeah, I'm starting this new bank, yeah, I got this new kind of card, it's like Visa, yeah, but no one accepts it right now, yeah, but put your money on there and roll with that. You see what I'm saying? If with the language, if it's not useful, then people, why do they want to have it? So if no one else is using it, if they can't go somewhere and speak to someone in it, then it's not worth their time.
True.
100%. But that's why I say I think. Sorry to cut you off. Sorry.
It's just about getting the balance of having it at the right time when people are learning it. There's other places where they can use it.
100%. And that's why I suggested that guy, that idea of sort of like a Pan-African language school in regards to, remember that thing you told me about, where people are learning the African martial art and they're learning the language with it. If you're able to, there you go. If you're able to tie in like a few things like that around culture, like I think personally we need to learn more or become better at monetizing our own culture, because so many other people come in, they monetize dancehall or they monetize all this type of stuff. Whereas if we decide, right, this is our thing, right, black youths are going to learn how to do African martial arts, and when we're doing it, we're going to learn a language, and this is our thing, so we're going to pay people from our community to do it. And we're not going to let any other community come in and say, yo, this is how you can learn the Chinese martial art. Like, nah, we're sticking with this African thing, and the finances and the economy we're going to build all around that. So on one level, it's language. On another level, it's economic, because we're creating a school or schools which are financial schools in themselves. They need to make money. Qualifications which are recognized within our own community. All those types of things. You know what I mean? It turns it into an institution.
Well, this is in relation to what I was going to... I need to take Leon up to task in relation to his... when he's on the thing, I'll call him the right name, but basically his praising of Ching Chong, because at the end of the day, if you think back, let me see, maybe in the 80s, and even before then, a lot of black people were wearing, you know, the Chinese garms, you know, watching kung fu movie and buying their slippers and be happy to bop down the street
Yep.
looking like a ching chong, right? So think about this.
Man, just said,
The Chinese were selling and making money off their culture in relation to us, not knowing what we should be doing. But even with our own culture and clothes, the Chinese are making money off our own culture and selling us our cultural garments, like stuff like that. It's like, you know what I mean?
100%.
So it's a thing where we have to do exactly that. We design our own stuff based upon, you know, how we see things should be worn, and they're paying us. You get what I'm saying? For our culture. And this, to be honest, one of the things I want to bring up is a conversation regarding these slanty-eyed devils, as I call them. So yeah, inshallah we'll get onto that at some point. Please remind me, Scattered Mind, Shaka, or anyone, when Leon's about, maybe tomorrow, I want to bring it up with him and anyone else that seems to praise these slanty-eyed devils.
Where's James Jones at, man? No, I'm joking.
Why is he praise them? Does he?
No, I don't think he praises them. I don't think he praises them.
He might be. Is he Chinese or half Chinese or something? He seems
No.
a bit of a weird character. Have you met him? Have you met him?
No, I haven't met him. I can tell you what he is, to be fair, for sure. But I don't think he's Chinese.
I think
No, but he might
Ash,
have half
the
of it.
Israelite.
He's what?
Chinese. I think Ash, the Israelite in Speaker's Corner, he's like half Chinese or something, half Asian. Because I've seen him bring his kids to the park, or he brought some kids to the park.
Oh yeah, he's from Jamaica, isn't it? He's from Jamaica, so I think he got China in his family.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, some Jamaicans have China in their family.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's a possibility, but no, I hear you. I think I think that's why it's an interesting thing. That's why I kind of posed you the question, Black Select, on China in regards to how did the West allow China to get so high, especially because China had convinced the world, as Shakara said the other day, that the China man can fly. Do you know what I mean? Them kung fu films had me in my childhood, and for a very long time, Chinese people can fly.
Sorry, back up. When did Shakara say this? Now?
No, he said that a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, they had probably convinced the world through their kung fu movies, through their culture, that they can fly. But yet, the fair was of a black planet, not a Chinese one. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like nobody took them seriously, or even though they took them seriously, because people believe they could do the kung fu. But yeah.
But this is the thing. Okay, let me get a little start on what Leon's gonna get you in relation to Bruce Lee, right? Because he quoting Bruce Lee, and I know a lot of black people seem to think that Bruce Lee was a beneficial figure or a neutral figure or whatever else. He was a damn devil, bruv. Look at his movies and how he portrayed us. You remember that what was it, Way of the Dragon? Can you help me? Sure. Remember that?
Yeah.
Sure. Having that idiot and then boxing him up in his ribs and all kind of thing.
Yeah,
and then the next one, Game of Death. Man, I'll go through all of these different people, yeah? It's in some Chinese temple, but the top man is black. Which represents in their culture the black demon. Do you get what I'm saying? So obviously this little Chinese midget can now beat up the black demon. Since he can do it, well, there you go. Any Ching Chong can do it now, innit? Do you see what I'm saying? So, and we bought into that. Rather than hating the movies, we're paying to go and watch ourselves be humiliated and beat up. You know what I mean? And this is how mashed up we were. And I'm saying we need to rectify these things because they're still affecting our psyche today.
But I was smarter than that, though, because when I did research on his life, I found out that Bruce Lee was a big fan of who? Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali, yeah.
Which is why you notice the way Bruce Lee always talks about his broken rhythm, the way he bounces about. He was inspired from Muhammad Ali. The way Muhammad Ali would bounce about and move around. So Bruce Lee's style was the way he copied it from Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali's speed and the way Muhammad Ali was like all over the place, relaxed, bouncing about. That's why Bruce Lee would do his bouncing stuff, and people associated that with Bruce Lee, but he got it from a black man, Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali got it from Black to Let, alive, Black to Let.
Yeah, it was in my past life. You know what I mean? I've been reincarnated bare times, bro. I even taught Elijah Muhammad and Mark. Don't worry about that.
I know that's real. I sound like haram still.
Is it? Oh, we're gonna get into that. Brother Witness, in relation to what you said, that even supports it because I've heard this so many times and it makes total sense. But I've not seen Bruce Lee continuously say, yeah, I learned this style from so and so. So clearly he was about promoting the idea of his culture being superior and supreme. Again, look at Enter the Dragon. You got the typical black guy, womaness. I mean, he said, "I'll take you, darling, and you, and you, and you, and you," and then the rest of it. Yeah. So obviously, that stereotype may not go too far away from the truth. But then again, the black man dies first, isn't it? In the thing. So again, he was following the stereotype despite jumping on our liberation movement or benefiting from our liberation thing. You get me? So for me, black people and these people have no concern for us whatsoever. They just want to use us and abuse us and take advantage. No matter how many handshakes, anything they give us is to get back much more. You get me? Don't trust none of them. Simple as that.
I needed to ask you guys, when we talk about the original man and original civilizations being black, is that going down the road of black supremacy?
No, that's scientific, bruv. You go across the planet, everywhere you go, I think, Godfrey Higgins said, wherever we trace the origin of civilizations, we find a Negro race or a variation of it. So, you look at the oldest statues of Krishna, Buddha, Vishnu, Shiva, all up in the Chinese, everywhere else, Americas. You know what I mean? It's always something either relating to black, but the language, the culture, it's of the darker people. Simple as that. So, I mean, that's a scientific fact. But obviously, they want to promote the idea of the evolution theory coinciding with their version of history. So, you know what I mean? It's not a supremacist idea. It's just scientific fact. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Big up James in the comments. Yeah, stay in the comments, James. Stay in the comments. Thank you very much. And stop using the imagery of a black man on a coin. Stick to your Chinese coin.
You've been told, James.
Jeez. Yes. I have some questions for you for the Pan-Africanism.
Don't you think it's sorry, I was going to ask you guys. There's an agenda going on. You notice in the, because I'm watching a superhero thing on TV now. There's an agenda going on with the superheroes where the whites are handing over their mantle of power to the blacks. In Avengers Endgame, Captain America hands over his shield to his black colleague to take over. And in Avengers, Thor decides not to go back to Asgard and hands over his power and says to the Valkyrie, who is biracial, that she should take over. And
sorry, repeat that. I think another noise came in. What was that thought? I heard thought.
I think there's an echo from. Oh, the echo's gone. Oh yeah, I was saying. Thor decides not to go back to Asgard, and says that the biracial Valkyrie should go back to Asgard and take over from him. And then in Spider-Man, the comics, Spider-Man is.
I don't know who Asgard is. So
Asgard is the homeland of the gods, where Thor comes from, and he's supposed to take over as the ruler. But he remained on Earth for a long time, and then at the end of Avengers, he decides he's not going back, and he says, the Valkyrie, who is a biracial woman, he says that she should go back to rule in his stead. So you've got,
and then Watchmen. In Watchmen, no spoilers, and if you've not been watching Watchmen,
my brother told me about Watchmen. You're gonna spoil it, bro.
I won't say nothing in Watchmen.
Oh, go ahead. Go.
Oh, my bad. In Watchmen,
let me just say, Veli, Eric Ingram is in the back. He's trying to get in. Veli, Eric Ingram is in the back.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scott. Please go ahead.
That's come. I was gonna say in Avengers, I think a black woman gets made God at the end. Well, not God, but Dr. Manhattan.
Yep.
Yeah. You seen it, Witness?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. Okay. And she ends up with his powers. Yes. And Superman. I've read some comics where Superman's been taken over by a black guy as well. So there's this.
Do you not think?
Don't forget James Bond as well. Yeah.
Hold on. Do you not think this is a thing to give us some fantasy dream that we saw it in a movie, so it's going to happen? So we should again trust Whitey to lead us down, and he's naturally going to hand over power. Like, is that what it's about?
It could be. It could be that. But I'll tell you one thing: white supremacists are up in arms about it. They hate it, and black people are suspicious about it. So, both camps are not.
I'm not sure who is making it happy, because, like I said, black people are suspicious, and yeah, it's making a lot of white people very uneasy.
But people are making money, so those people are happy.
That's true.
No, but that's what off the movie. But you have to remember, it's about making money and keeping it, because obviously, if they're suggesting, let's say from the suggestion of the movie that, you know, all their powers and whatever else are going to be handed over to black people. One of the things that I've always heard from white friends and other people is that their deep concern, if they were honest, is that if we get into power, we're going to do to them what they did to us. This apparently is a major concern, you know, and that's why they always tell us, you know, oh, just forget about it, things are getting better. So it's the point of, you know, if they feel, some of them feel so ashamed about it, it's like they acknowledge it was really bad, but they just want to try and say, right, let's just level the thing, forget about it, move on, and make a new world, that kind of thing. So I like to work with them type of people anyway. So yeah.
And Cheddar Man, they didn't hide the information of Cheddar Man, even though I was aware of it back in the 90s. I read a book called Ancient and Modern Britons by a guy called David McRitchie, and the book was first published in the 19th century, the 1880s. And this man talks about black people inhabiting the British Isles, pygmies, short. He talks about them in his book. He then goes so far as to say some of the fairy tales and some of the nursery rhymes, they have origins, and he traces them back to what he believes are dark-skinned people in parts of the British Isles. He then uses and points out there are certain words in the British Isles that refer to black, like dub, D-U-B-H, Dublin, dub, and he says that this originates from the fact that they were like short, blackish or dark-skinned people.
Oh, you're gonna get the Hebrew Israelites going now. You can get the Hebrew Israelites going.
And then Cheddar Man came out, and they say he's black-skinned. And then I found another article where they found this chewing gum in Denmark, and they were able to, through some scientific method, look at this ancient chewing gum. It was made of something, and I can't remember what it was used, but it was used by the people then to chew on, and they were able to ascertain, I don't know how they did it, that and recreate the person who chewed it, and it was a dark-skinned person in Denmark with blue eyes. I've still got the article. So.
Did you say dark skin with blue eyes?
Yeah, that's what they were claiming in that article. I've still got it. I was like, whoa, okay, this is interesting, because they said Cheddar Man was dark-skinned with blue eyes as well, wasn't he? So, or green eyes or something, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe what you're saying, Issa, is true. Going further back in time, the original people walking on this earth are dark-skinned people.
Well, think about it, bro. Like, if it was them, bro, they would be just promoting it to the world, fam. Like, there wouldn't be nothing hidden. Like, there's something, even in India, yeah, there's a place, I think it's called Dwarka, and it's supposed to be the natural home, the original place of the Krishna story happening. And it's underwater, right? And it's been investigated to a degree by divers. Now, this particular Indian guy, who was really interested in the subject, had taken it like to government authorities and so on to try and get permission to either publish it or, you know, make it a big project. And he was like, yes. And then he went back and it was like, no. So there seems to be some, why are they hiding this all up? You know, who is it benefiting? Because at the moment, the evolution story goes, you got the monkey creature, you got the half monkey, half human or half black. Then you got black, then you got this, then you got that. And at the pinnacle is white. You get me? So that obviously benefits them, especially coinciding with the history that they want to make sure that Kemet is not seen to be our creation. Do you get me? So obviously Kemet is built by aliens and everyone else, according to them. Or some mysterious race they don't know. You know what I mean? But
yeah, I see what you mean. Have you heard of Adam's calendar?
Not that I can remember.
Because people like to talk about Stonehenge and its importance, and they try and guess what it was. But something was found, which is still available to be seen in South Africa, which is called the Black Bookshara Stone Ruins, or it's called Adam's Calendar, and it's basically these monolith of stones that have been created in a circular manner, It's down in South Africa. All you have to type is Adam's calendar, and
Oh yes, I've seen that one. Yeah, I didn't know it was called that as well.
Trying to trace its age, and they're saying, you know, some people are saying it was built by some other group of people 300,000 years ago. Some people tried to say it was aliens who built it. You know,
Of course.
yeah, of course, yeah, trying to demolish the idea that black people could have created these stone monoliths. But yeah, they gave it the name Adam's calendar, which is a Eurocentric name, but it's
I mean, if you think about it, yeah, they've got the Vatican, which if you read certain texts regarding the Vatican and what it's contained and alleged to have contained, it's just it doesn't make any sense that they would hide their own history, considering they're boasting so much about themselves. Do you get what I'm saying? So the only other possibility is that it's because they have this one group that doesn't know who it is and its history to keep them down. I mean, it seems to be pretty simple to me that everyone else is holding hands. The Indians who had the caste system, the slanty-eyed Ching Chong, who, you know, have their thing where they suppress the dark Chinese. You know what I mean? That's all I see in relation to why they would hide all this information. You get me? So.
That's true. Oh shit! What's his name? Say James. Oh, so you're black? Oh, is that you're black, man? Shit, I didn't know James was black. Oh,
he found a coin. He found
right.
a
Damn.
You know, it's because I kept calling him Gherkin or whatever it was, because I thought it was a caterpillar or something. So he thought, all right, black man in the coin, bro.
I'm a black man.
Is that Hebrew Israelite coin?
It's not. I changed my avatar quite a lot, and do you know who that coin is?
It's
Hannibal.
I've heard of it.
Hamilcar. Who?
It's Hannibal.
Oh, it's Hannibal. It is Hannibal.
You know why? You know why I've got Hannibal as my coin?
Good.
Imagine, you know that I can't remember what they're called, but you know those tests? Yeah, I think they're like EQ test or something, where you know you're like it's like ENJ something or some shit. You know what I'm talking about? There's like EQ test. So you have some like your ranking is like it's like emotional, feeling, judgmental, that kind of shit.
Oh wow. Okay.
I did one of them one time, and I think it was Dan. He told me, oh, you can Google what celebrities and famous people have the same like EQ rating as you, right? So I was like, mine's like Julius Caesar, Hannibal.
Stick to Julius Caesar. Don't try to Hannibal to you, joke.
I'll pick the best. I'll pick the most representative of myself. You know what I'm saying? There.
Ah, gosh. Yes.
You know what some people would argue, though, Issa? I would never allow this to be said about this claim to be made about myself or you, but they would say because I'm not a Shia, and because I'm not a Muslim, I'm more blacker than you. I wouldn't let them say that. I wouldn't even dare let them say that. But that's what some people would argue.
Say that again. Because
some people would argue because I'm not a Muslim, yeah, and I'm free from the burden of Arab reverence, yeah, I'm more black than you, but I wouldn't allow them to say that.
Well, what? Wait till my presentation, bruv, because we're gonna see about Black Prophet Muhammad, Black Arabs, and the Black 12 Imams, bruv. We're gonna see, bruv, very soon. Inshallah, this week coming, we're gonna get on COE channel and we're gonna deal with this matter once and for all.
Yeah, you know why I know you're black as well, because when it comes to all these debates and stuff, yeah, they never seem to happen. It's almost like you're running on CP time.
I hear what you're saying. I got to get things in order. You know what I mean? I'm very, very much what's the word? Organized. So obviously, if I present something, my opponent, who obviously I'm saying the Sunnis are shady and shifty, and into line and taqiyya. So for instance, if they don't see what I'm presenting, then they're going to present their natural Sunni ideology. But if they're seeing that I'm presenting something that will refute them, then they won't. You get me? Similar to Ziryab the other day, was reluctant to just tell us the most basic thing about his belief on companions, which turned out for him to be more or less an orthodox Sunni in his foundation. So,
where did you think he was from? Do you think he was Asian?
Who's Ziryab?
Yeah, you thought he was black. So where did you think he was from?
No, he's black from time.
But when I told you he was black, you were like, really? Why are you fucking around me?
Not me. No, bro. But I'm saying he acts like a Ziryabistani. You know what I mean? But it's just a different. It's just no.
Is he is he naming himself after the guy in Andalusia, the black guy who was originally a slave, ended up in Baghdad, was known for being a very talented musician, was then brought over to Al-Andalus, and somehow was instrumental in inspiring the culture in Al-Andalus. This black man was called Ziryab. He brought the oud with him, played the oud, which is like a guitar thing, was well known for his music, was well known for his compositions, was also instrumental in fashion and cuisine. He was called Ziryab. He was originally an African who was a slave who came from Baghdad to
Is his last name Jamal?
Sorry?
Is the guy's last name Jamal as well?
No, he was just called Ziryab. That's well, he's got a full name, but he was nicknamed Ziryab, the Black Pearl or the Black something. Is that Ziryab is naming himself after this?
No, but he's born into a Muslim family, you know.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he's not a convert. So this is, yeah, that's where he boasts about his Arabic, but I'm saying that ain't never helped a Sunni before, and it's definitely not going to help him. So yeah, I just want to clarify something in regards to Ali, little crazy nut job. Claiming Ayatollah Khomeini wanted the unity between Sunni and Shia. Ayatollah Khomeini and other Ayatollahs teach that when Imam Mahdi comes back, he's going to resurrect Aisha, Abu Bakr, and Umar and crucify them publicly. So I don't know what he's talking about with you. I mean, I don't think any Sunni is going to be unifying with anyone that says that and teaches that. So if anything, you might say solidarity in relation to things, which is what I'm for. I don't mind being in solidarity with anyone in regards to a thing, but I'm not going to pretend they're Muslims. You know what I mean? Simple as that. You come as a Sunni and that's it. Simple as that. As a Mormon, I don't have to call a Mormon a Muslim for us to do something together. Simple as that, bro. So, yes, Ali.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. I have to go soon, but yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, when I come, you lot were talking about. I think I got what Shaka was alluding to. Sorry, not Shaka. Scattered was alluding to when he said James Jones would have an issue with you talking bad about Chinese people. Yeah, I'm not a Chinese sympathizer or anything, but I have. The question I'm going to ask you furthermore is: do you believe, or if Black people needed an ally, or Africans needing an ally to achieve some kind of parity in this world, or to industrialize to the same point as the rest of the world, who do you believe that ally would be, or who should be?
Put it this way, because we're quite familiar with America, and they generally use English, and we speak English, a lot of us, I would say we'd use them because
Hell
the Chinese.
Are you mad?
I hear. I'm saying out of the two. Are you not putting Oh, sorry. Did you not put America and China on as the options?
No. Anyone. You can say India. Who do you believe? Yeah, a better way of asking it is: who do you believe is in their best interests to actually treat Africa like an ally, as opposed to a subordinate or someone to exploit?
No. I've already said that we ain't got no friends, bruv. I'm saying all of them. Listen, amongst their differences amongst each other, yeah. Those things become like trivial when it comes to their unity on annihilating us and abusing us. So there's no such thing as an ally. I was thinking like which one can we use to forward our aim and agenda. But in relation to Chinese, they've got another language. They've got this racial solidarity. They're proper on this thing. So much so a Chinese man can marry a non-Chinese woman, and he will keep Chinese secrets from his wife, and you know what I mean, and his family. Or her family. I don't know if you tell his mixed race kids. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's how deep it goes for them. So
America, who have the history, America and Britain, the Anglo-American relationship that has generally control or exploits Africa currently the most, as well as has the history of violence and oppression towards the nation. They're going to be our allies over the Chinese.
This is what I'm saying. The Chinese, they're sneaky in the way that they do it. They both have the same. Like the Chinese would say, "Yeah, let's build this." Have you forgot the Chinese? What did they build? I think they built something in where was it? Somebody built something, and they recorded the or was that Americans? They recorded like the embassy people, something like that in Africa, right? So this is the thing. They're sneaky in their thing. They'll go up there, yeah, let's build this, let's build that, and all the time they're monitoring you. Then they can instigate some sort of warfare. Then they need to bring the flipping Chinese military in, right? And you don't know what they're saying. You ain't got a clue what they're saying, bro. We can't learn another frigging language.
You're just a full-blown racist. That's like, no, you don't make any qualms about that.
No, brother, listen carefully. Any nation or group that is predominantly anti-black, and there is no group from among them seeking to remove the anti-blackness from among them, they can take the whole blasted thing. This is why I love Elijah Muhammad, bro. From the time you're not working to change anti-blackness within you, take it, bro. You're a devil. As simple as slanty-eyed devil.
Are you there?
Simple as that.
So hold on, let me just understand this. All right, you did that whole mocking of Chinese thing, yeah, as well as saying that you believe that they are exploiting Africa, and your idea of the only potential ally or the only person to catapult us to success would be the same people who are responsible for the anti-black agenda. Those guys. So
I'm saying if we needed some,
wait. The ones who are oppressing China as well, yeah. The ones
who's oppressing China?
Those are the ones. Britain
Who the
wasn't
hell was oppressing China?
Britain didn't oppress
Who's
China.
oppressing China these days?
Britain
Ain't nobody oppressing China these days.
stop.
China's expanding militarily, economically, technologically.
Eric, sorry, brother. I've got to duck out in a minute. I just want to finish this off with James. Yeah, what are you saying, James?
Okay, cool.
Listen, don't fucking. Did Britain not exploit China?
Bro, we're talking about now. Yeah, they did. Yeah, in the past. Yeah.
Yes,
What about now?
you're saying the people. Hold on. You're saying the people that would be more beneficial for us are the ones that exploited both of us, and yet you have this enmity towards the Chinese as opposed to the British, which literally the British and the Americans created the state we now know to be modern day China.
Right. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Yeah. Even though they, let's say, messed them up in the past, I'm saying we don't have no friends. So when I say something, take all of it together. Don't forget the first part I said. We have no legitimate friends and allies. Okay. When it comes to them collectively being anti-black, that is at the forefront of their agenda, despite their differences. You put a question to me regarding an ally in relation. I thought your question is saying,
prove that. They haven't historically. That has not been the case with China. It has with the West. You have to prove that if you're going to say that their whole agenda is anti-black as opposed to.
Stop telling me history, bro. You're talking about now, and then you keep running back to history. Stick to now.
No, the only evidence. No, listen. The only evidence you could point to me about black oppression would be in relation to Chinese prosperity, i.e., creating the middle class, bolstering their middle class in China, and essentially exploiting Africa to do that, or the new the Belt and Road program, all of that stuff. You could give me an example, but you couldn't say that's based on an anti-black agenda.
Wait. Stop, bruv. It's very simple. Just talk to Chinese from various parts of China and ask them their view of black people. It's simple.
That's not evidence at all. Like, what you think of what you're saying?
Bro, I've never heard this in my life. If I go to a country and they say they love Hitler and they haven't beat any in that country has never killed any black people, but Hitler is their role model. Really.
I don't know Chinese people. Like I've spoken, like, every Chinese person I'm going to speak to goes, "Yeah, I hate black guys."
No, bro, that's not what I said. You can ask them about how their people back home collectively, because you're going to have the odd Chinese here and there, but I'm saying as a predominant idea of how they see us as a norm in their culture. They do not have, like we've had, white people in Britain beating up white racists. Yes, I myself have witnessed this several times throughout the years of my life. So what I'm saying to you is, when it comes to Chinese and us, they collectively predominantly see us as inferior. So therefore, I see them as collectively blooming inferior.
Can I just add something though? Yeah, if we're talking about trade, yeah, at the moment, yeah, the defining factor is our own strength to negotiate, right? And from what I understand, the deals, if we were in a more stronger position, and the leaders that are negotiating these trade deals were thinking differently, it seems to me that we'd have far more to benefit in economic relationship to China.
Thank you.
Than to West at the moment. Yeah. Now that's not to say that China's intentions are any more virtuous per se, but China understands that Britain and America are former colonizers, and those relationships have always been exploitative, and so they present something that at least presents as less
undercutting.
Right, just what I'm saying. So I'm saying that if we were in a better position to negotiate the thing, then yeah, I'd say, you know what, we should definitely trade with China, because we'll stand more to benefit out of that.
Let me just look at what the Chinese are doing on the continent of Africa right now. That'll give you an indication of what the Chinese feel about on the mainland.
think and feel about you from the Politburo on down.
But can
Look
I
at
just
what the Chinese are doing on the continent of Africa right now. Look
yeah,
at what they're doing.
yeah,
That's what I was thinking on in relation to what they're doing there. Shaka was talking about trade. Now, if it comes to trade in regards to buying stuff, fair enough. But I'm talking about them going there, building stuff is what I was referring to, where they come there with their people, intermarry with ours. They build the cities and the roads and everything they're doing. I'm saying when they do that, it's going to be China. You know, they're bringing China there. Simple. They're going to produce a reason
but can I just
to
say,
have a war and wipe us out
Well,
and whatever else.
1 second, can
well,
I
they've
just
been
say,
doing that over the last couple of
Eric, 1
years.
second, Eric,
Chinese
1
have been doing that on the
Eric, 1
continent of
second.
Africa, bringing their own people to
But
do the
Eric,
work.
Shaka, to speak on what Shaka's saying, yeah, there is clear evidence, and what you were saying earlier, which I think was a factual, yeah. There's clear evidence of the country looking to create economies, looking to build infrastructure, to almost renegotiate the current marketplace and landscape to sort of avoid the impression. Like, if we know that if America's economy is the basis for for most of Chinese exports. So the clearest way to affect China politically or to manipulate China politically is to place government sanctions on, which they currently are being sanctioned by Trump, as you know. Yeah. So China is creating infrastructure in all these other nations, and there would be an actual benefit for them to create burgeoning economies in other nations to sort of sidestep that American marketplace, which the American market is the biggest marketplace. It is a consumer-based economy, so it commands all major producers and economies like mercantilist economies where they require a greater export than import ratio. It requires their sort of what's the word, man? Like it requires them to take heed of America's like political persuasions and decisions. You get me? And China would love nothing more than to create other economies. It's unlikely that they'll create a consumer economy like that to rival America in Africa, right? But that is why they choose to invest in infrastructural options, because if that improves the general living standard and the economy and creates more consumers in Africa, that benefits them because they will be the major supplier. So while we will still be, if you like, we will still be reliant upon China in a way, and that benefits them more than it benefits us. It benefits us more than the companies that are paying almost next to 0% corporate tax and not building infrastructure and just pumping the ground full of resources and fucking off because they've got this historical hegemony upon us, as opposed to China, who may be using underhand tactics, i.e. making people learn their language, as you said, intermarrying like strategically or whatever. That's still more of a benefit for the everyday African, which is all that kind of shit.
You're not responding to what I said.
But when you're dealing with China, you still when you're dealing with China on the continent of Africa, those government leaders have to come at trade even or infrastructure building on the continent of Africa from a position of strength by which they can negotiate what China does on the continent of Africa, including trade, including economics in general, and including building infrastructure, and also buying large swaths of land to grow crops on.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, I don't know if you missed the question, Eric. I said who I'm interested in Issa because he was insulting Chinese people. I'm interested that right now people have a quite an ambivalent relationship with Chinese. Yeah, they believe like, look, I mean, me and Scattered or someone was saying, people to learn Chinese, and I was like, yeah, but you have to remember, like, unfortunately, it's the best of a bad bunch, isn't it? Right? And with
James, I'm not coming against that. What I'm saying is, you seem to be talking about trade. I don't have no problem with the buying and if Chinese going to sell you something cheaper, buy it cheaper. That's not the problem. What I'm talking about is when they're coming to our lands, they're building factories, they're building roads, they're building the train track, all kind of different plots and plans. I'm saying they have a long-term agenda. If they're building it, bruv, they're planning to take over. Simple as that. They want to put us in there.
I agree with that though. Can I be clear? Yeah, I'm not a fan of China in Africa. Yeah, I think there's enough evidence. Yeah. My only point is that if we're negotiating from a position of power, and you look at what two different people are offering, yeah, if we are negotiating from a position of power, then I would say on the face of it, there is more for us to gain from a strategic relationship with China. The problem is that we're not negotiating from a position of power, where these people are concerned, and we shouldn't just trust that they have good intentions, and our best at heart. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is that it would seem to me that as it stands at the moment, that we are going to be negotiating into ourselves into a situation whereby China is going to have primary ownership over a lot of resources based upon this so-called infrastructural development. So I'm not suggesting that that they necessarily are friends. I'm just saying that what they're offering, if we are in our right frame of mind, we could be negotiating from you know, a more significant position. But as it stands, it's not that. You know what I'm saying?
Are you all familiar? Are you all familiar with the BRICS? No, I just want to ask a question. Are you all familiar with the BRICS countries?
Yeah, Brazil, Russia,
and the reformation of the old Silk Road.
No, please go ahead, brother.
Okay, the BRICS countries are Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Yeah, I said India. Okay, they are working together to restructure and reformalize the old Silk Road. And in doing that, yes, of course, they're going to offer certain deals. They're going to offer certain trade deals. They're going to offer such building infrastructure deals and things like that. But at the same time, the agenda is to rebuild the old Silk Road. And when they do that, they're going to have a major influence on how trade, politics, economics, defense, and all that stuff works the world over. They got a big agenda in mind. And you can look it up. You can Google it. Don't take my word for it. Research it yourself. That's
Brother,
how
can
I
you
found
explain,
out.
Eric, can you break it down a bit more in relation to what, like, okay, they're establishing this thing, the old Silk Road or something, but how it impacts on anything? Can you give me a bit more meat on the bone, so to speak?
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Okay, the old Silk Road, way back in the day, it dealt with the trade and natural resources. Primarily, it dealt with trade, okay, and how those natural resources were used to build, basically, to use to build dynasties, use to build military forces, okay, used to build economic persuasion especially when it came to natural resources and those countries that were along the Silk Road, the goods that they had to sell to they had to trade and to sell. China was a big part, had a big influence in the old Silk Road. What they're doing now is that now it's not just China. Like I said, those countries that I named, the BRICS countries, they're doing this together. And they're doing this together.
Can you repeat that word, BRICS? Did you say BRICS?
BRICS countries, yes.
Spell the word. I can't hear you properly.
BRICS. That's the acronym.
Okay. What does it stand for? Oh, Brazil, Russia,
India, China, South Africa.
Oh wow. Okay, I got you now. So it's okay.
Yes.
It's acronym.
Now
Right,
they're all working together to reestablish the old Silk Road. Okay, and they're using all their resources together: military, economic, political, all that stuff together, and they have a major influence. Think about it. Liquid natural gas. Russia's got pipelines all through the former countries that formed together to make the old Soviet Union. Okay, Putin is pushing pipelines for liquid natural gas. Okay, throughout the world. While, for example, the U.S. right now, right, they're trying to now regenerate producing energy for themselves. For example, liquid natural gas, oil. They're even using coal and all this type of stuff. The thing about it is that America is behind, and the BRICS countries are ahead. because they got a lot of natural resources in those countries that you don't have in the U.S. And this is why when they combine together, and they do trade, and you talk about military forces and everything like that, so that they can protect each other, okay? Because in the end, it's about economics. It's about having physical influence, which means, of course, political influence, economic influence, military influence, and they're working together to build this up, man.
So,
And
as
they've been doing
opposed
it for the last
to,
few years. Like,
when you think
what
it
I'm
started,
saying is this.
sorry, go on.
What do you say?
I was saying,
I
when do
don't
you
know
think it
exactly what
started?
year.
About 80s, 90s?
Oh, I would say, that probably this started probably somewhere in the 90s, because you have to think
Mm,
about it. Um, Brazil, it started to become more prosperous in the
mm-hmm,
90s. Okay, Russia, after the Berlin Wall went down in '89, after the Soviet Union collapsed, um, what did the leaders do? They let the oligarchs, especially Putin, let the oligarchs take over the natural resources in the country. All he said was, don't get involved in the politics. If you get involved in the politics, I'll shut you down and I'll nationalize whatever you own. Okay?
mm-hmm.
But that's why you had those billionaires. What was his name? Berezovsky or something like that. He was a big oil magnate oligarch in Russia. But what did he do? He decided he got in his feelings, okay, and he decided to stick his nose into the politics. What did Putin do? Putin turned around, took his oil industry from him, okay, and locked his ass up. Why? Putin said straight up and down, you can buy shit now. Unlike in the Soviet Union when nobody can own anything privately, after the Soviet Union collapsed, it was about economics. It's about building up the economic infrastructure in that country. And so Putin realized that, hey, we got people who do, business people who do know about oil and other natural resources that we have in Russia. Now, if we let them own that, then guess what? They can export. They can export oil, other stuff. You understand, and make more money and bring more money into the present Russian Federation. The only thing that Putin said was this: the politics is up to me. I have the last word. Don't get involved with it. If you get involved with it, I'll take what you got, and I'll lock your ass up. And that's what he did with Berezovsky, the big oil magnate oligarch
So, could I
in
ask
Russia.
if is this a military allied thing as well then? So,
Of course it is. Oh
okay, so
yeah,
it's not just business, it's military as well.
yeah. You know why?
Mm,
Listen, if you cannot, if you
mm.
cannot
Defend and protect.
militarily defend what you're doing, you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have an economic infrastructure. You these days, listen, man. This is nothing new. This has been going on for millennia, man. Think about all the dynasties. They had strong military infrastructure in order to push their trade, in order to go in and invade other countries and take their natural resources and exploit their people as well. This has been
Mm,
going on for a long time. Ain't let me tell you something, man. As far as that's concerned, ain't nothing changed. The game
mm,
ain't changed, just more fierce.
mm. No, I hear that. I hear that. I'm just because I mean I've always sort of heard that China and Russia have some sort of allyship. Um, but when you mentioned Brazil, I didn't know where that come from, and even South Africa. So is this South Africa thing? Was that part of the allegiance with the pre Nelson Mandela state, or is that since Mandela?
I would think that I would think that probably it developed. I think actually that it developed before the Mandela thing, especially before Mandela got out of prison. I think that this has been going. I think this has been going on at least for a couple of decades, man. Because all these countries that we're talking about, I mean, these countries they do have wealth. these countries, they do have some natural resources, okay? And you combine that, okay, and you combine your military forces and you work together to make money together. You make money together, you got military force to back it up, you got political influence together.
Okay.
I mean, it's like it's like a global gang, man.
But
You know,
where's
a global
America in this?
mafia, man.
But wait,
Huh?
see, all right, let me put something to you. Yeah, one of the things I study all kind of subject, but technology for me is one of the main things, right? Now, in regards to before, you needed batteries, you needed to recharge your batteries, or you needed resources to continue, you know, whatever it is, because it would burn out. But if you've got things like self-charging batteries through dynamos, because up to now I don't know why they don't put dynamos on the wheels of cars and make them just self-charge as they go along. But I'm thinking there must be, you know, devices and whatever else that the governmental officials are using, right, or governmental powers. So I don't think energy has become an issue for them anymore. Obviously, they've got nuclear power plant and all these other things. So I think a lot of it is a front in a sense when they're talking about economic stability or whatever else. Because somebody's put that, he said, I think it was everything is everything. What did he say? China, he said, India is gone super conservative and China is in a economic war. They're weak. I don't think so. This is my point. I think they're just holding back. I think it's just a smoke screen. They're just showing us something, and they're not showing us their real hand. See what I'm saying?
This is what this is what I'm saying. Look up look up the old Silk Road and look up the BRICS Cup and look up BRICS, right? BRICS, and look at their connection to that the reformation of the old Silk Road. Look it up, check it out. It's some deep shit, man. And these countries that I mentioned, think about it. China's got over 1 billion people. India's got 1 billion plus people. You understand what I'm saying? Russia's got a hell of a lot of people.
In India obviously is a booming thing, and it's coming up with power. Yeah, it's a very it's an interesting thing. There's and what my point is in relation to how I speak about mistrusting people in their plans, for instance, China, is because you look at India and its agreement with, let's say, Pakistan, right, over Kashmir. At any point in time, they can break their agreement. They don't care. So while you're trusting them and saying, well, you agreed until this year that we're going to do this and freedom and blah, 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 they say, well, all right, so what? What can you do about it? As long as you can't do nothing about it militarily, they don't care. Do you know what I mean? They don't care about no agreement. So, yeah, that's just the way that they are. Who's Oasis? Anyone know who Oasis is? In a comment, he said, we already have renewable energy in Africa. You lot are not informed. That's all. Well, I'm talking, you know, at the end of the day, if you've got proof of that Oasis, come on the panel and talk.
Indeed.
Yeah, go back to
because I would like to know myself.
Sorry?
I said I would like to know this myself.
Yeah.
See, when I come on here, I don't come on here to debate people. I come on here to learn from people things that I don't know, and then pass on some info that I have that other people can research to see if what I'm talking about is bullshit or it's real. That's why I said look up BRICS, BRICS, and look up Old Silk Road. Check it out.
No, I remember the Old Silk Road and stuff like that. But I'm just saying once you explain those little things, I'm putting the stuff together. So you know, it's just a matter of where America stands in this. Yeah, and I hear it. Right.
Sorry.
Let me tell you something right now. America, the only real advantage that maybe America has is the fact that America is producing weapons on a high technological scale, just as Russia's doing. Okay, there's always going to be now that China's doing it too. China is building islands on South China Sea, you know, on top of the water, man. And they have military bases there. They're doing military training there. You know,
I don't think I don't think America is ahead of anyone when it comes to military. Even Russia is developing their own type of missiles and so on and so forth. I think all of them, you know,
did you hear what I said? I said that it's the old arms race. It's going
Hmm.
to continue. Okay, China's in the game now in
Mm.
our race too. Why? They make a lot of money. They have a lot of technology. They have over a billion people who are doing technological work. I mean, think about it, man. I mean, um, um, international property theft, technology theft, intel theft. China's been doing this shit for decades, man, and now they're benefiting from it.
Mm.
Yeah, like Issa, anyway, like I was saying earlier, sorry, because I haven't heard the after I left, stopped speaking, I left, yeah. But the question was not necessarily are these the ideal ally, but in comparison, who I would um I would suggest that African people
Hmm.
must have an ally. They must have, and there must be. If you want to achieve what some would conceive, believe to be like some kind of parity within the world or within the marketplace, or even just socially in the world as it pertains to race, color, culture, then I believe you must have someone to prop you up or someone to
Yeah,
trade with you as an equal for everybody else to follow suit, because that
yeah,
isn't the case. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So if
But
I
but
was
we
going to
have.
pick the best out of a bad bunch, I would
Mhm.
have to, it has to be China in the sense of someone you'd call a superpower. I mean, you could argue Russia as well, but the issue with Russia is they require one resource. So they're not interested in propping up your economy.
Hold on,
They're
bruv, you
interested
use
in
the word
one.
allies, right? And then you start going on about economics. So what exactly are you saying?
There has to be a benefit. Right? Like, you think people are just going to be like, "Oh, poor black people, let's help you"? No, they have to see
No,
a
no, no,
benefit.
bruv, no. Listen. Ally. So when you say ally, it goes to me. That's in relation to militarily as well as business. When you say ally, if you say business partners or business, that to me is something different.
30% of the world's this is what I was saying the other day. Is funny when I was taking the piss out of all the Muslim people with the Saudi Arabia question, because I was like, you would save Mecca and Medina, right? But what you don't realize, and then these same people that would listen, just let me, it's not about religion, I promise. It's not about religion, but those people that were saying would say, because one brother came on, I think he's Pakistani, and he's like, brothers and sisters, don't let this devil fool you. We should all save Mecca and Medina, takbir, some bullshit like that, and fucked off. Yeah. The reality of what he was saying is that we should save the people that provide 90% of Britain's fuel. Yeah. Now that funds Britain's extraterritorial incursions around the world. That funds their war machine. So it is inextricable now. Yeah, your holiest place and Britain's foreign policy and or the funding of their war machine. Do you see what I'm saying? So when we look at someone like Africa, and you think 30% of the world's the world's what do you call it, natural resources or mineral resources, I apologize, are in Africa, you'd have to think that when it comes now to, I mean, I think I said it to you with the in 2020, it's going to be an exponential increase in electric car sales, and to support that and to facilitate that, you're going to need a creation of the batteries that go in those cars, which majority of that resource, I think almost like 80% of it comes from Congo. I think it's cobalt or coltan, one of the two of those, yeah, for their it's like some it contributes to the battery. I'm sorry, I'm not that technical. However, long story even longer, if we now transition into some kind of renewable energy source and all of the, let's say, the war transport, the military transport becomes electrical, then the person that controls, or the company that has the better relationship with whatever government and controls that resource within Congo is essentially going to be very essential in within their what do you call it, their whatever new form of neo-colonialism that the West are practicing. For example, would you prefer that to be China or America or one of these other countries? Then you become, in that instance, an ally, because whoever can control that region, yeah, is going to be the person that is the most valuable to someone like China. So even now, without necessarily the tactical or military or strategic technology that China has, you become sort of contingent upon their military strategy because you have political control and persuasion within that area. So when I say ally, yes, it starts. The only leverage we have is our natural resource, because outside of that, bruv, we would have been exterminated by now. If white people could go live in that region, we'd be
No,
gone.
he's talking. I think he's talking truth. I really think he's
Yeah.
talking truth when he said that if you didn't have natural resources on the continent of Africa, man, listen, man, people steamroll you. Because
Well, I mean,
you know,
I'm not sure if
they'll
it's that
say-
simple, because
because
why wouldn't they steamroll us anyway for our natural resources? Meaning, why wouldn't they say, well, okay, let's just get rid of you and take your natural resources? Like, if we didn't have any natural resources, what would they want from us?
No, but why doesn't America use nuclear power on every nation that they demonize? Why not? The most
They mess up the bloody land.
Yeah, exactly. And the most important thing, the reason that, listen, look at Vietnam and stuff. Boots on the soil doesn't always end well for these technological giants and these military superpowers. It doesn't always end well for them. A fight is a fight, yeah? And bullets are still fucking bullets. And all of your night vision and radar, GPR and all these different, it doesn't really matter about, you have to plant your flag on that land. And with Africa, history has told you that the best way, the most successful policy for them is proxy wars. Look at Arab Spring. They don't go in there and just have fights with people on their terrain. They make people fight people. So if you have some kind of political control within a region, or if you've got some sway politically, then you become essential to controlling a resource. And that's why all these private military companies and that go in, train up certain groups and make those groups fight the other groups, because it would be too expensive to constantly to wage a war that never ends, like in Afghanistan.
Like the Sunnis over there. Exactly. That's my point.
So what I'm saying is, when it comes to us now, the only people that, if they saw a true African leader that could control someone, that would operate and that would negotiate at better rates than the West, is who? What's the only other superpower? Russia's not as interested. That's the problem. If they were, I would posit Russia. But China, China.
Right. Now you've explained it from that perspective. I totally agree. I mean, I thought you were just saying, well, allies in, first and foremost, we're brethren in military, etc. But definitely, I think when it comes to the trade, I mean, the problem is, brother, it's not as simple as that. It's something where you have to work out, how can we, for instance, every year gain and put aside, i.e., after we've been in contract with them for a year, let's say, of them on the land, what are we getting out of it? Can we see that they're going to be consistent? Are we going to be able to build our own militaries and defend ourselves, or are we going to be at the mercy of them? So, for instance, they're coming and say, don't worry about that, we're going to protect you. So if they put that to us now, we're relying on their protection, but their same army and military can turn against us if we don't follow their commands and their, their agenda.
We need them to fund the revolution. That's like, it's not like on the current terms, because the current terms aren't great. They are preferable, but they're not great. But I mean to say, like, in the same way that the Soviets and the communists fund revolutions in Africa, or at least, at the very least, lend some kind of international support, we need a sort of a neo-commie version. Well, let me rephrase that. And a sort of some kind. We need the same sympathy that the communists had for underdeveloped nations, and so some would argue that it wasn't sympathy, and that actually that was part of their grand scheme, or it was part of their own version of hegemony. Fine, I'd accept that, but we need that same we need what appears to be similarly sympathetic in relation to funding a revolution. So not necessarily here, take all our land, but let's say if we take all of this and we offer favorable leasing, favorable rates, and we lease the land to all these major Chinese companies and conglomerates, you need to fund our revolution and give us the autonomy so that we can boot out these lot and we'll do trades with you. That's the leverage that we have, i.e., we will give you first come first, like you'll get the first choice, and the reason that the mutual benefit for them will be that we get some kind of, we'll fund their revolution, and right now we'll be their chief ally, and everything we want to get done, we can get done, and they get their autonomy in their region, or at least they get the chance to make their own decisions and own all of it.
And one of the main things that you need to do on the continent of Africa is learn how is to refine your own.
Sorry, brother. Let me just, Eric, I have to go now. So big up to the panel, big up to the family. Speak later, inshallah. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, big up.
Respect.
You're saying
Yeah.
Eric,
But no, I was just saying that on the continent of Africa, one thing that I think needs to be done is that more countries need to, if they're not doing it already, refine their own natural resources so that when they refine them from the raw material, they don't have to sell them. They use them to build those new technologies. Those what what was the one guy saying about the energy sources that are being that are being formed now on the continent of Africa, but on those new sources of energy that don't involve petroleum or liquid natural gas or coal, this type of thing. Those new types of energy, the new type of sustainable energy sources. Okay, learn how to do that. Do that. Learn how to refine your natural resources that are used to build the technologies that are being built throughout the world, such as smartphones, such as 4G, such as 5G. You got the natural resources to do that. People are buying the natural resources from Africa that's being sold unrefined on the world market cheap just to do that. Think about how much technology is being built on natural resources that are coming out of the bowels of the earth of the continent of Africa today, and has been doing so over decades.
yeah, I mean, I can't remember what the figure is, but there's like things like it's either $30 trillion or 30 trillion tons, but I doubt it's 30 trillion tons because that seems too much. But there's like $30 trillion worth of gold left in the world, and the majority of that, I think upwards of 60-70% is in Africa. So you have to remember that this sort of next little period in history of, well, for certain resources, obviously new resources can be unearthed, as well as new chemical processes and combinations can be unearthed to sort of create what some would argue is like a more, but like a what's the word, like an advancement or an upgrade on whatever we have currently. Yeah, but from the natural resources that or the commodities that are valuable that come that can be extracted. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have the majority of the lot. So the next few decisions that obviously not all of Africa, but some African nations made are going to be the most important to where they to their current standing in the international market and and politically, right? So it needs the next allegiance or alliance that is made is very important, man. Is very important and must be strategic, must not be emotional, and must not serve an immediate benefit. Like there has to be some long-term vision in mind. So, and I'm looking at China and I'm saying, listen, I agree with what Shakara said, that I believe that their intention is not to benefit Africa primarily, yeah. But I believe that there is a benefit. If this makes sense, so let me phrase it like this. I don't believe their intention is to benefit Africa primarily. However, I believe it is in their benefit if Africa benefits.
I agree. I would agree with you on that.
Yeah, that's my only point. Whereas with the West, why would they with America and Britain, why would, if it's not broke, don't fix it? Why, when they are able to extract everything without advancing or industrializing Africa or negotiating with people whose sole benefit is the people within Africa, why the fuck would they change their strategy now?
Why would Britain and Queen Elizabeth II give up the Commonwealth? That's British Empire light.
What did you say?
The British Empire still exists. Britain has Commonwealth countries throughout the world, and they got some Commonwealth countries on the continent of Africa. Why are they going to give that up?
Exactly.
That gives them steady access to raw materials if they need it, trade partners if they need it, military alliances that if they need it, because they have a Commonwealth. And those countries that are signed to that Commonwealth, basically they made their deal with the devil and they got to live it out.
It's not only that, but you have to remember as well, yeah, that like it's the private corporate interests that lobby the government that own all of these resources. They own all of this land. The private military companies are the people that lobby this government, are the people that offer protection to these private corporations that own all the land. The private military companies are also the people that train all these rebel forces and supply them weapons to all of these countries. So this whole system is dependent and contingent upon the balkanization or the chaos within Africa. So why would they ever attempt to change the status quo? When I'm making this case, I'm not making this case in support of, let's say, Chinese economic strategy. I'm making it in opposition to the current strategy that is incumbent upon the land. You see what I'm saying? It has to, in my opinion, and I know this is very idealistic, but it has to be better than what's going on now.
Oh, I agree. And think about this. And think about this. Okay, on the continent of Africa, you have probably all the natural resources you need to build weapon systems on the continent of Africa to defend the continent of Africa. All right, against people who want to invade or do Africa harm. All right. The thing about it is that you need the blueprints. Build your own weapon systems. You know, like I said, refine your own minerals. Okay, this is what countries throughout the world have done that have exploited other countries outside the Western Hemisphere. They refine everything once they buy it raw and cheap, right? On worldwide stock exchange system, right? What do? They refine this stuff, and once they refine this stuff, they form it and shape it in a way in which they can use it to build technologies such as Samsung, such as iPhone, Apple, iPhone, iPad, Mac, Hewlett Packard, or HP as they're called now, Dell Computer Systems as it's called now, IBM. Where do you think they get? Where do you think they get all these all the materials they need to build up that technology? They get it from the countries that have it in the bowels of the land mass upon which those people live, that area of the world that has those natural and mineral resources. Okay, those natural resources and minerals are being sold on stock exchanges throughout the world, and they're being sold cheap. So the countries that have the money to buy that, what do? They buy it cheap. And like I say, what I mean by refining the mineral resources, that they shape it and mold it into whatever they need, in whatever shape and form they need to build up technological systems, innovative technologies. They've been doing this for a very long time. This is not new, man. Are you done over here, or am I too long-winded?
No, sorry, I'm on the phone on it. 1 second.
Bro, I couldn't even hear you, know. It was like it cut out or something.
Oh, you couldn't hear me?
No, I didn't hear maybe the last minute.
Okay. Only thing that I was saying is this. You know, when you have natural resources, you need to learn how to refine and mold and shape those natural resources to build up um, commodities that you can use that will best benefit you in developing your country, developing technologies, new sources of energy, um, new sources of military defense for the region that you live in. These types of things.
Yeah, even stuff like chocolate and diamonds, all of these things, right? Because diamonds are usually exported raw and then cut abroad, and then that's when the value is added. And but also the European countries, they charge different kind of taxes, right, on refined and unrefined, for it to be for their benefit, for the refining to not happen on the continent.
I mean, think about this. The European Union right now, right? They impose what they call a value-added tax. All right? It's a value-added tax on any commodity that happens to be popular at the time it sells it sells largely throughout, particularly throughout the Western world. We're talking about we're talking about Western Hemisphere, okay, including of course Europe and the United States and those countries that are so-called Westernized, such as like Japan, and also there's a lot of technology and stuff like that that's sold to China. Um, the U.S. government won't tell you that. Perhaps the British government won't tell you that. But I mean, China didn't build all this technology from stealing it from other people. They've been developing this stuff for a long time. You know, when Deng Xiaoping changed the economic outlook, the economic school of thought for China, they went capitalist. Now, the way they govern their people, yes, that's still through the Politburo. Yeah, that's communism, whatever vestiges are left of it. Okay. But when it comes to making their money, when it comes to building their industry, when it comes to these empty cities that they built throughout China, um, as a matter of fact, there's a YouTube documentary on that on these phantom cities in China, where they're huge high-rise buildings and office buildings and things like that that are not yet populated. But you better believe there's a plan um, for populating those buildings and what people are going to be populating and what's going to be done in those buildings once they are populated by Chinese people. Um, I mean, believe me, there's lots going on in the world, and you have to be careful about who you choose as your ally and what benefit you're getting. Um, Especially from countries, big countries like China and Russia, and like I said, the BRICS countries, which China and Russia are part of. Um, but 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 check out, like I said, check out uh, the reformation of the old Silk Road. It's quite interesting.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you talking about then?
Well, basically, what we were talking about, I think most people left, but what the guys were talking about was, how to in building up Africa, building up its infrastructure, building up its economic system, building up its trade in the rest of the world, how it negotiates those issues in those situations on the continent. Who would be the question was, well, who would be the best ally? And so, and they were saying, well, because China is rising now, the economy has risen tremendously. The technological advances in China have risen and spread significantly. They're they're building up their military forces exponentially. Um, they were saying, well, who would be better? Would China be a better ally um, um, for the continent of Africa in general, um, you know, as opposed to the U.S. and or Britain, the Western countries that have been exploiting um, the continent of Africa for a very long period of time. Some people were saying, well, even though China does not really have African people's interests at heart like that. But if they were utilized as an ally as far as building up infrastructure, as giving some guidance as to how to build up renewable and renewable energy sources, um, how to refine, the natural resources and minerals that are still in the bowels of plenty, um, under the landmass of the continent of Africa, and these types of things. That if the continent of Africa in general gets a benefit from that assistance from China, that that Africa would be better off than it is in its present state. So this was a general
I
discussion.
disagree. I reckon the West is a better ally for Africa than China.
Well, I mean, like I say, when I come in here, I don't come to debate. I'm coming here to discuss. I'm coming to learn stuff. And if I got any information that I can share, on the topics at hand, and I share that information, I say, go ahead and do the research, look it up for yourself. Don't take my word for it. But when you do research of what I'm telling you about, you'll see if what I'm saying is for real or if it's bullshit. You could make those judgments for yourself. So I'm just listening.
No, it's just a more logical one because there's more Africans in the West than in China.
Well, yeah, that's true by a large margin. I would agree.
Exactly. We got those ties, those historical ties there, regardless. China is don't know anything about them really.
Yeah. The thing about it for me, when you talk about the ties between the people living on the African people living on the continent of Africa and African diaspora in the West, um, that sounds logical to me also, because the fact of the matter is you do have Africans who are working perhaps in the defense industry, Africans who are working in economics, Africans who are working on renewable energy sources, and how to build up that infrastructure. They're studying that stuff in the West.
It's not even that.
And
Look at the governments. How many Africans are in the Chinese government? All
yeah,
African descent. There's none. In the West, in the UK, France, America, there's many. We've got power to influence
yeah,
Western policy. We're inside the beast. China, there's none of that. So it's
yeah.
logically the West should
I
be more
mean,
allies.
mhm. And I mean, and the thing about it is, if you have Africans in the diaspora, even if they don't move back en masse or in large groups, what they can do is, for example, when they come on vacation or they come on sabbatical or whatever for a year, whatever information they have, intel they have, um, they can bring that information, that intel they have, to their respective countries on the continent, and give some basic instruction on how to use that information that they have to build up, their respective countries and go on from there.
It's pretty easy. Africa just needs to industrialize. I don't know why no one really talks about that.
Mm,
Everyone's always talking about this unified, this Pan Africa, all talking about history all day. There's no like solid plans I hear from people's arguments. That's what I don't get.
well, I mean, I can understand the ideological school of thought with the Pan Africanism. I can understand it. I mean, basically, what they're saying is that in general, Africans have a common enemy, and it's a lot of the countries it has to do with countries in the West. It does have to do with the U.S. and the U.S. government. It does have to do with the UK and its Commonwealth countries throughout the world and on the continent of Africa specifically. You know, and what they're saying is that we want to build up and do our own thing, but like they say, the devil is in the details. How do we do that? Because you have to have concrete blueprint, like you're saying. Harold said, you have to have a concrete plan on how are you going to develop physically. How do you find your resources and
Exactly. They
things
can't even
in
build up
place
their
for
country
yourself?
right now, let alone a whole continent. So I just want to hear what their plan is.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's on this panel is one of them, innit? I don't think James is one of those guys. Are you, James? You there, James? Like, what would you do, Eric, if you let's say you ran a country in Africa? What would you do? What would be your first step?
My first step is to see what the what's the human condition there. What is their what is their condition there? Um, what what ways do they want to move the country forward? What physical infrastructure do they want to do? Um, do they for example, if they're making new sources of energy, okay, well, what minerals under the earth do they have to do this? And then on top of that, well, what would be a blueprint um, for developing um, these new types of energy, these sustainable forms of energy? Um, what are they doing? I mean, and if they're going to be, for example, exporting minerals, um, refine it, okay? Because refine minerals that are used to build different types of technology, different types of physical infrastructure in your country to help build up, okay? Help build up new types of technology that people will have relative equitable access to, and things like this. This is what's going to help you move forward. This is what's going to help you at least be a mover and shaker in your own country, on your own continent. You see what I'm saying? And once you start building things up, okay, then you can say, well, hey, this is what we're doing, and then you talk with, like the AU, or you may form some other type of, some other type of organization. But for example, you got an organization in place, the AU. Those countries that have more advanced technology and more advanced plans that are actually going in motion, then go to the AU and say, hey, listen, we got the blueprints for this. We got a plan to do this over 5 years. We got a plan to do this over the next 2 decades, or next decade, or next 2 decades. Hey, why don't you get in on this? Okay? Because that way we can advance at least, let's say, uh, um, 3, 4, 5 countries at a time. We don't have to do everything the exact same way, but if we got a blueprint, we can use a common blueprint to develop our countries in the way that we choose to do it, in the direction that we choose to
Yeah,
do
I hear
that.
all that, but do you have like a details on that? What would you do? Like your first few steps, like a 5-year plan. You know how the Soviets are.
I can't. I wouldn't be able to give details until I'm on the ground. I need to know what's there. I need to know I need to know. What the people need. You know, it depends on the country, man. I can I can only talk in generalities because I'm not there. So therefore, I don't know about any individual country enough to say, okay, this is the general plan. This is the blueprint. Do this, do this, do this, do that. The details. I don't know that, so I can't say.
I think I've got a slight idea. I've got a little plan. Firepower. Me, number one is roads. They need roads in Africa. They need paved roads.
True enough. And
Paved roads.
China's doing a lot of road building on the continent of Africa too. You know that?
Yeah, but they're
They doing
mostly doing it to export what they want. It's not really for the country, basically, in
but
my
you know
opinion.
what though? You know what though? Those roads, once those roads are laid out, those roads are there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay? You understand
But
what
the
I'm
thing is,
saying?
roads
So
is so basic. It should be built by the people that live there. It shouldn't really be China. That's not
I
something
agree,
foreigners have to be doing.
but check this out. What you do is you can follow the demonstration of what the Chinese people are doing and say, okay, well, we can build these roads. We need the blueprints, China. Pass the blueprints over to us because after all, you're building on our continent. Let's renegotiate this deal. Okay, you got your people over here building roads, right? Well, guess what? This is not your country. This is our country. We appreciate what you started out doing, but we want to continue this. We want to continue this trend, from country to country. We want to build. We want to be the ones that are building the roads and what direction they go. And what materials they're being built out of. I agree with you on that. But the thing about it is, if you got a blueprint, why not use it? Why try to reinvent the wheel?
See, like, we in the West, we know how to build roads, right? So I don't know why we can't go there and build the roads ourselves. Like, it's not a big deal. Roads, tarmac, a little bit of tarmac there.
Because
I know it's not as
because
easy just laying tarmac, but
yeah. But see, the thing about it is, you have to have people who are willing to go over there. Okay, because yeah, okay. In general, you need roads, but what direction are the roads going? How long are the roads going to be? What materials are you going to build the roads out of? And do you have the materials there? And do you have the
yeah, they have all that. It's easy. They
yeah?
literally
But do
got
you have
roads now, but they're not of a good standard. That's why you just got to redo the
Mhm.
roads. That's what I'm saying.
That's why I'm saying you need to be able to refine your mineral resources and what have you that you would use to lay out roads. You see what I'm saying? Because then when people come over to do that from the diaspora, say for example, construction engineers and public works engineers that do that type of thing, okay, they can say, okay, yeah, we got some plans. These are hey, we got different plans here, okay, but and we know that you got the resources under earth, but do you have the means of refining those resources, okay, in order to lay out asphalt, for example, lay out tarmac, for example.
Yeah, but
Okay,
it's
you
as
have to
simple as
pay.
this. The Pan Africans in the West, all they have to do is form a road laying company. All the knowledge is here in the West. It's literally here. Just make that company and start bidding
Yeah,
out.
but you got to transfer it over. You got to transfer it over though, and you have to have people who are willing to do that.
Yeah, the Pan Africans. They always talk about Pan African this, Pan African that. So what are they sitting on doing that?
Yeah, well, that's one detail. I mean, yeah, that's true. You
See what
need
I mean?
roads.
You don't ever hear them talking like that, do you? Never hear that. All you hear is we've got to unite, we've got
Yeah,
to unite.
but,
History,
but
Egyptians are
yeah,
black, we've got to unite.
yeah,
Bruv, what the fuck?
yeah,
Like,
yeah. It's all ideological, and the problem
that
is
is
that
simple. It's like £20 to
yeah.
start a company in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
But talking about laying roads, it's not rocket science. It really ain't.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of money
Yeah.
they can make in Africa, that's an incentive to do it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a greedy
But
guy, you just want to make money. But
well,
Africa is so much land that needs to get paved out there. Bro. It's mad.
maybe that's something you could suggest over there in Britain when you
I'm
hear
not a
these
Pan
people
African,
talk.
I can't do that.
But you don't have to be Pan African, man.
He's
But that idea,
hetero.
that idea,
Jeez,
that idea of building roads is something concrete. You understand what I'm
yeah, that's the
saying?
first 100% the first step they need to do, build roads. The second one will be railroads for trade and that.
What are you guys talking
That's the
about?
second step.
What
Talking about in detail the steps for developing Africa, mate.
Yeah,
yeah.
Industrialization.
are you talking about China still? Or we moved on from that.
No,
No, we
China,
move on from China. What we're talking about is that how can the thing about it is that say for example because hetero sapien he was saying that if it comes to allies he says that well and I tend to agree with him to an extent also that the Africans living in diaspora in the West they have skills and those ones who have concrete skills in construction engineering skills, road building skills, public works skills. Okay, if those people um, transmit that information, okay, to the continent itself, you know, starting out in their home countries or whatever, they can say, hey, listen, we got blueprints for roads and stuff like that, but you got to be able to, you have to refine the minerals that you need to make asphalt or to make the tarmac for airports.
Well, I don't think, bro, I don't think they require. I don't think Africans require fucking people from the diaspora to teach them how to build fucking roads.
So
I
where's
think,
their roads, James?
no, bro,
Where's their
shut
roads,
up, man.
really? Where's their roads?
The issue is a, bro, the issue is a political class. Yeah. So, for example, if anyone was to organize in Africa, yeah, they would be met with opposition funded by people with a lot more money than themselves. Yeah, that is the reality. So that's what prevents any kind of like technocracy developing in Africa, i.e., you know, people that with the actual know-how being in power to implement it. They will never be allowed, because why would they? Why would you let them? So the only real strategy one could deploy.
But you can control that empowerment.
Hold on. The one strategy you could honestly deploy is, and someone was speaking about, Ziria was speaking about this the other day, and I've always maintained this, is an illumination, or an illumination of the type of corruption, yeah, that goes on, and where the funds are actually going. And I spoke about this with Shaka the other day about Tabu Mbeki and the illicit financial flows out of Africa. Now, granted, his is a very, like, that's at some elementary level of, like, by the way, guys, these people aren't paying taxes and they're stealing. No, there needs to be there needs to be credible opposition to this, with a credible strategy. And then there so, you know, it's almost like, you know, when you see election campaigns, and the most successful election campaigns are the ones that do an adequate job of smearing their opposition. A great example is Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. A lot of people voted for Donald Trump not just because they liked Donald Trump, because they hated Hillary Clinton a lot fucking more. And we need to be in a position where we are able to demonize all the people that are corrupt and do want to underdevelop, and promote, as a result of that, all the people that do want to develop. Because learning how to you know what, Hetero, do you know about what do you call it, 3D houses, 3D printers building houses and shit?
Yeah, I got an idea about that. Yeah,
Bruv, the thing is mad. And they found this, and they basically, it costs like £4,000 to produce a unit. But there's a way. Hassan showed me some sick it's basically, I'm gonna proper reduce this, so I apologize. It's rice and mud. Man are using grain and mud to create a structure that is like has a similar strength, durability, or similar properties to cement, basically, in it. Yeah, so better than wood, and almost as close to cement, and it's some like organic, biodegradable fucking composition of like rice and mud. I'll get Hassan to send me the video, I'll find it. Yeah, and that basically further reduces that £4,000 fee for each unit down ridiculously. You could logically, you could build a city of fucking, or you could build a city's full of accommodation for like 10-15 million dollars or pounds. I'm not sure the
But
currency.
do you want to build a city based on biodegradable?
Biodegradable is maybe the wrong
you're jumping. So basically, you're saying
because
need to
biodegradable
revolution.
means that it breaks down.
Don't focus. Maybe I miss. All I'm saying, the point I'm making is, it's not fucking impossible, yeah, for small investment to reverberate greatly, yeah. But the fact is, it's not gonna be when it doesn't benefit the financiers of whatever political party is incumbent in that place. It won't benefit them. So it's not about the diaspora coming and saving the day because we're smart, because we've hanged around with white people. It's about fucking.
It's not about hanging about.
I've been talking for
white people. It's about learning that technology and transmitting it to the continent, so you can build up the continent. Why not utilize?
But I do hear what Dave's saying. He's talking about the leadership has to be changed. That's basically what he's saying. The leadership has to be changed in countries, because it's being run by people.
How am I talking about brain drain? How am I talking about brain drain in all these nations? Yeah, and we want the greatest minds from Africa to come here, and there's a Nigerian with an IQ of 200, and man can't figure out the fucking the complexities of fucking cement mixing. Like, be serious, bro. That's not the issue that we have. It's not about building. We don't.
I'm
It's
not
not that we
saying
don't
that
know
they're
how to
dumb.
build.
Like, bruv, you didn't hear my point, man. I was
Go on.
asking the details of what we're gonna do. Like, not me. All them Pan Africans that will talk about it. What are their plans? I want to hear that. I don't want to hear all this vague shit. You know what I'm saying? I
They
just want
don't
to hear
have.
the detailed plan, what they'll do if they were in power, innit? Fuck it, that's what I'm saying, innit?
But you know what the problem is with them man, they haven't fucking. I said this the other day, blood. Them man, they ain't achieved shit anyway. If you and I had £2 million right now, yeah, for example, you had a mil, I had a mil, which is conceivable given our age, yeah. I mean, you might have 1 million because you're a snake, but I obviously don't have 1 million, yeah.
God, yeah.
But if we had 1 million, I had 1 million, I could buy a 3D printer and you could produce. Do some maths for me because you're a genius. 4,000. How many 4,000s in 1 million?
How many 4,000s in a million?
2,500. 25.
Let's see. Wait a
No,
minute.
sorry, 250 in it. 250, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
250.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
Yeah.
We could build
Right.
250 units somewhere. We could build a Ras Clot town. Dude, with just 2 million, we could build a town in Africa. Or sorry, we could build a town full of units. And then I guess by that would give us some kind of political sway within that little town, and then we could fucking fund we could fund some kind of candidate, and we could have a lot of control in a town in Africa, and we could start doing the development that we dream about with just 2 million quid, which in the current state of affairs isn't a fucking great amount of money.
But
So
the point is again, concretely,
all
where
these
you getting
Pan-Africans-
where you getting that £2 million from?
But yeah, but that's by the by. This is a hypothetical scenario. I'm not saying this is rob a
Where are
bank.
the
Yeah?
Pan Africans, anyways? I want to ask them that question. Where are they?
Who you want? Oh, you want to be Shaka
Like
basically.
anyone, innit? Like, all you have to ask them is like, imagine you run the country. What are you gonna do? That's what I want to hear in detail, like little plans, a 5-year plan. That's all. Innit?
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't speak for them, but I know that the problem with all of this community, culturally social based focus isn't necessarily benefit as much as for example, like, you know what is it? You know, because I had this argument with Respect and that. I'm like, I'm calling people coons and all these things, but I'm saying, Rare, it's more beneficial to have an African that you would describe as a coon, or it's better if all the people that you described as coons represent Africa as opposed to all these real niggas that are
Definitely, that's who's running Africa right now. The real niggas, man. That's a fucking mess.
so the real
they're the real niggas running Africa right now, man. All the nerds are leaving. They're coming fucking to the West, mate. They're not running Africa.
This is my point, though, man. All of this, like when you look at America and the upper echelons, all the conspiracy theorists say what? These secret societies, skull and crossbones.
Yeah, exactly. The
reality is you need people, yeah. You need people to go, like, to go to these institutions which create, like, they need to at least be on par with or have the same education as the people that are ruling the competition, if you like, the people that they're competing with, and the strategies that they need to undermine. They need to at least know them on some kind of intimate level, and by that I mean, like, there has to be a equivalent education on the continent, and you know what I'm saying. There has, and that is essentially what people describe as the sort of, you describe them as nerds, but you know, people that say like that's culturally we're copying the West, but we need to copy the West because they're the successful ones. We're not.
Exactly, but there are people like, oh fuck that, that's the white man plan. Man can't do that. Like, we built fucking pyramids 5,000 years ago. This is shit, bro. Like, it's fucking jarring, bro. Like, fucking jarring.
I missed. You would have been triggering so many people if you'd been part of some of the conversations I've been in.
I heard
some of them still.
I'm not sure the trigger would have happened. I mean, for some people, maybe it might
Trust
happen.
me, it would have happened, mate.
Don't lie, Scattered. Don't ever.
For some people, it might be triggered, but others, I mean, I've heard hetero talk a million times, so I've never really never really felt triggered or compelled to jump onto those chats. But yeah, no, I was a little bit not necessarily surprised about you, but James. But I think we've had this conversation before, isn't it? So there's something you were talking about regarding Pan-Africanists, putting money together, buying 3D printers, etc., right? We discussed that.
Wait,
Yeah,
Scattered,
yeah.
are you a Pan African? Yeah.
Can I guess
Yeah,
what you're
sure.
going to say, though, Scattered? Can I guess what you're going to say?
Go ahead.
Your response to that is going to be, rather than, and I'm not trying to disrespect Pan Africans, but rather than hold any kind of L, you're going to say that you don't know what's going on behind closed doors. Am I correct?
No, I mean I would say I'm pretty sure last time we spoke about Garvey Town, no?
No, I didn't. No, we didn't. Was that
Hey,
in
Scattered,
Liberia?
Scattered, are you a Pan African? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Pan African. Yeah. We spoke about Garvey.
Imagine you ran a country like a dictator. What would you do the first 5 years?
I mean, it depends, to be fair. But let me do this quickly with James, and I'll come back to that hypothetical. But yeah. So rather than L, I would definitely say you don't know what's going on behind closed doors. But on the other hand, I also say that Garvey Town is quite obvious, and they're quite prominent in promoting themselves. So you can just check them out. You can check out Brother Kwaku and so on. And then other than that, I would say there's communities in Ethiopia going back to the 70s, Shashamani, which have been trying. Let's be fair, financially, economically, you're not dealing with necessarily people who have been able to grasp the economic system as well as they would have been able to. But specifically speaking about the Shashamani movement, but there are, especially in America, within that Rastafari movement, there a lot of movements going on, building schools and stuff like that in that kind of area. Other than Garvey Town, I can't remember the other names or other things specifically, but there are a few other projects like that. There are people like Dynamite.
We haven't spoken about this, but can you just run it down for us quickly?
The hell's Garvey Town? Explain that.
So Garvey Town is a project where people here from the UK are going back to Ghana, with I think rather named Kwaku and a few of his compatriots, his friends. I'm not sure. I think Bigger might be able to come through and give a better rundown with more details on it than I can. But he's basically been doing this for quite a few years now on the land that he owns in Ghana, and he's been basically building up houses, building up a community basically there of people who want to repatriate from the UK back to Ghana. I'm not sure of all those details, to be fair. Like, I think it's relatively big. I think over 30 people, but I don't know, are involved so far. And yeah, they're getting more and more people involved. I think this year within Ghana, they had the year of the return over 120.
Is he a millionaire?
No, he's not a millionaire. No, he's just a normal average Joe.
That's not really the point. That's not the point I was trying to make. The point, and I made this to Eric, and you can hear me.
Yeah, you were talking about a millionaire. Yeah, I heard you. I was talking
about
what Pan-Africans are actually doing already. Do you know what I mean? So in regards to, yeah, for sure, you could get a 3D printer and get swing in companies like that. So I said to you that we'll have a conversation off air if you wanted to in regards to what I'm doing, right? So it's not necessarily like, if you're familiar with Black Power movements in the past, it probably isn't great or the best idea for them to always talk about everything that they're doing before they do it or they've achieved it yet. Do you know what I mean? But the thing,
do you know about the roads round table?
Yo,
Can they build roads? Yeah.
Yeah, break down Garvey Town, Valley.
Yeah, it's basically Kwaku Garadina Gamba, who was a builder in the UK, has been acquired, given by the locals, where he can build a town that can accommodate up to 300 people, which will be a self-sustaining town where everyone is coming there with a skill, which people will be spending their money inside the town, sort of thing. The only sort of outside that we're doing is to go shopping and anything like that. They can have cable, internet, and all that sort of stuff there as well.
So it's like some little autarky within Ghana, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about autarky, to be fair. Possibly commune might be a better word for it. But yeah, like that's just one
Yeah,
of
but I'd say self-sustaining in it, society or whatever.
100%.
Self-sustaining town.
And
Yeah.
that's one thing. So my cousin grows. He's currently growing pepper out in Ghana. My father also has acquired some land in Ghana that he's doing work with. So I think I don't think it's necessarily fair to say Pan Africanists aren't doing the things you spoke about doing in regards to going back to Africa, trying to gain political sway, trying to get economic
I've got to
input.
jump off though, yeah, because my
Yeah,
battery's low.
calm, very big up, fam.
Big up, my brother. So go on, give me the political sway angle. What are you doing for that? So now, buying land and building towns, and then what's the political sway that?
When you say what am I doing for that, or what are Pan
No,
African?
no. What's like an example of a way in which the Pan Africanist movement has infiltrated? And I don't mean like some Pan Africanist summit where all leaders talking about the better future. I mean like actual in the same way that what you consider what you average Joes or however you describe them. What way are they influencing Africa politically? And then, actually, no, sorry, Hetro asked the question before me. Still, he asked that. What would you do?
I don't mind the way this is going on now, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Right, cool. I'll ask. So, the growth influence in Africa politically is something that's going back within Black Power movements for many years, right? So, I mean, we can have the argument here and go back and forth, but there's definitely an argument to say that the Rastafari movement had an influence and a massive influence on the Ethiopian government during the time, especially for such a small little movement. I would say that has led to.
Do you mean Haile Selassie or do you mean the whole Ethiopian government?
No, the Haile Selassie and his government at that time.
But wouldn't you say that was an example of a one man's hubris as opposed to having any type of political sway, because he was still fundamentally an imperialist, and all he did was some people that revered him give them some land. It's not like he had some great political influence or sway. They didn't.
I mean, like you're saying, I think, like I said, when you look at the small community group that you're talking about, the level of education of that group, to ability to influence global politics at that time, if we're being fair, is amazing. Regardless if it's one man's hubris or whatever that is, that would be seen as political genius in other cases, right? People will look back at that. Just say the Rastafari movement did take off and it was some thing in 300 years from now. People will look back at that and say the political genius of these blah 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 people to appeal to this man's hubris, etc., etc. So I think I think if we're going to be extra harsh and extra critical, and we can be on Pan-Africanism, we could say there's no political influence. That was just hubris, and every sort of example you get given, we just sort of smack down. But if we're gonna, look at it from a more wider nuanced angle, I would say Stokely Carmichael, his influence on Pan-Africanism and going back to Ghana and then to Guinea directly shows great examples of small ground movements becoming global and international in a way that hasn't happened for many other movements, especially when it comes to black movements. Do you know what I mean? I'd say Pan-Africanism is the only black movement that has had these achievements.
But both times you're describing people in the diaspora getting a bit of land.
Stokely Carmichael didn't get a bit of land. Stokely Carmichael became.
I don't, go on. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, Stokely Carmichael became a member of the Guinea government.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's who thing we were talking about yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. To be fair with you, I was speaking from ignorance just then because I assumed it was similar to what you just described with Shashamani, innit? So I just assumed it was the same thing. But yeah, no. So that's I need to do research on him then. So you're saying he went from I just saw the counter argument form in my mind. That's why I laughed. I'm not taking the piss. But you're saying that he went from what? From black activist in America to being a member of the Guinean government.
Yeah, from Trinidad to America to Guinea. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, all right, cool. So what was specifically what were his skills, if any, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, what skills?
Skills.
What did you say?
Did you say skills?
Yeah, you know, what did he like? What allowed him, enabled him to be part of the government?
I don't know. I guess I'd have to look into his life more deeply than than I have, to be fair. Or you get
What benefit? What benefit did he provide? In your
but I would
opinion?
say that, so his skills, I suppose, was in community activism, in community organization. I suppose recognizing and analyzing the politics of the time, from moving from Trinidad to the United States, getting involved in the freedom rides there, and some of the riots he was involved in there. Then from going from America to Africa, creating his own and becoming a huge member of the African All People's Party, Revolutionary Party, working with people like Kwame Nkrumah and who's the president of Guinea at the time? I can't remember at the time. And also Amaseku Bamba. I said it, got his surname wrong. Home Secretary, sorry, huh?
Do you have a question to ask?
Yeah, I'm asking them.
Been in power?
How long have they been in power for, these people there?
Those, I mean, many of them are dead now.
Okay.
What's their legacy?
You know what they should do? Yeah, they should get all the African governments, yeah, line them up against the wall and put one in all their heads, man. This is just ridiculous. Like, what are they doing? Seriously, what are they fucking doing, man? They are so useless. Get all the governments of Africa and just line them up, bro. Put one in all their heads, man. Call it a day.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think you'll get too many Pan-African leaders, Pan-Africans, or people who follow Pan-African ideology who would disagree with that idea, especially of the current African leaders. To be fair, there's a lot of sellouts and failures. To be fair, but like I say, a lot of that has been at the behest of the West. To be fair, intervening in these nations and their economy. Go ahead.
So basically, this is what my argument with Raspek has been. It's better extensions of exactly the same argument, pretty much, yeah. And it's why do you think, yeah, that if someone makes a lot of money and is highly successful within the West and doesn't want to go back to Africa, they're considered a sellout, right?
You don't want to go back to Africa?
Yeah, doesn't want to help Africans. That's not their main agenda.
Yeah,
what did you say?
I'm saying so people like Raspek and others, yeah.
I don't know what's going on, Mike.
Can you hear me?
So there's a black person who makes a lot of money, but their main agenda isn't.
But their main agenda is not black people.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And it's not improving Africa. Their main
cool. So, but the main agenda is not black people. Their main agenda is just get this.
Yeah, they're referred to as a sellout, right? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna need you to start that again.
Right. Cool. If anyone can't hear me properly, just tell me and I'll stop and start again. I'm saying black people generally consider successful black people, yeah, who accrue wealth within the West that doesn't translate to any sort of activism within Africa, or their main agenda is not Africa, are considered sellouts, yeah?
I mean, by some people, yeah, but some people will call anywhere a sellout, to be fair.
Why is it that the majority of Pan-Africans, and as Hetero and me agreed upon a term earlier, real niggers, are all broke and unsuccessful?
Are all unsuccessful?
And broke.
In what regard?
Well, because...
So all... Go ahead, please.
Sorry, but... You know, that's what I was trying to say to you earlier about when you gave me the Garvey Town example. And I was like, but why is it not like I think it's called the Rhodes Round Table, when, you know, Cecil Rhodes, whoever the viceroy was at the time, and a couple other billionaires got together to shape the sort of fate of Europe and the world pre-World War I, yeah, and similar to the Boer Wars in South Africa and that, and they were behind all of what we'd now consider to be the sort of the most influential lobbying group in the world at the time, yeah. But that is 4 billionaires, or maybe more, and people with political influence getting together to sort of to map out the destiny of Europe, yeah. Why why whenever we think of Pan-Africanism or people that have Africa as their main agenda, why is it always people that are relatively, in comparison to the West, unsuccessful people?
I mean, I don't know. That's a $1 million question. You have to. I mean, there's many and varied conspiracy theorists who would love to answer that question. for me personally, I don't know. Maybe to tell you something about the mindset of people who get rich or something, I don't know. From my own perspective, I mean, to be fair, yeah, when I think about it, I know relatively a few people who make a relative bit of money, but I don't think it's like when we talk about money, what we talk about, we're saying is a millionaire a successful person, and when we talk about a millionaire, is that a million person, a person,
Self-made, yeah. Self-made.
is that a person with £1 million cash, or is that a person with £1 million in assets? And if so, how much of those assets are liquid and able to be used and utilized for quote unquote Pan-Africanism? Because if we're talking about paper millionaires, I know a couple of Pan-Africanists who are paper millionaires.
But Jay-Z's a billionaire, yeah?
Yeah.
Michael Jordan's a billionaire, yeah?
Yeah.
These are not great minds.
Oprah.
They're obviously smarter than me. Yeah, let's not. No, I'm not assuming that I'm smarter than them. But these aren't great political minds, if you like. Yeah. So what interests me is a lot of the time I feel like the disconnect with someone like Hetero. I shouldn't be speaking for him. He can chime in whenever he wants. But is the people that are talking this Pan-Africanist stuff don't have was it you that was speaking earlier when I first jumped on and Issa was being racist and you were talking about learning black martial arts and learning black language, and I'm thinking, what the fuck is where is the emphasis by a white or do you think Cecil Rhodes gave a shit about white martial arts, or do you think he cared about investing in a specific technology that would benefit the military for these wars, the wars that were yet to come in the future? Like, it's the mindset. I feel like it's like if your desire is to make a specific, like if you can strategically analyze what this costs, then it's more important than rallying people around an idea as opposed to having some kind of technology in your back pocket or something that you've worked hard for to achieve to sort of demand the fucking the followers, if you like. Oh, that's a weird way of saying it, but almost people are forced into saying that's the guy. He's the guy we need to follow. That's the one. There's too many like appealing to my better judgment and not enough. That is what we need to do. Like, it should be simple, but it's always so complicated. And like, let's go Saturday school and learn black people. The We Was Kings and all that shit. That's like, it's not really a path to success. It doesn't appear that way. Whereas like other people groups like Jews and stuff, they've got the clearest path to success. We own this. We've got 3 businesses here. Now it's going to be 5, and we own this whole. You know what I mean? It just seems clearer. I don't know. That sounded a bit complicated. What I just said.
Exactly. There's no industrialized.
I hear you for sure. I mean, I definitely don't think Pan-Africanism is going to win you or Hetero over. I don't think it's probably really our aim to win you or Hetero over. I think in regards to what you're saying earlier about me talking about learning an African language and learning martial arts, and you said, do I think Cecil Rhodes cared about that? I would imagine Cecil Rhodes did. I mean, he set up the Rhodes Scholarship and the Rhodes Foundation, which are very much cultural institutions, and I would say cultural soft power is a massive mover within politics and something that the West has invested billions in. So I don't think it's something that to be dismissed or to be sneered at, to be fair. No, you got to let me finish now. Sorry. The conversation that we was having that maybe you wasn't aware of was around the need or the idea around language, basically, the idea of creating a lingua franca, or if there would be a need for a lingua franca within Africa, and the best ways of doing that. And the solution which I put forth was one which was multifaceted. It was one which was an economic one, and one that was a cultural one, and one which created a solution towards the language one. So basically the idea is, well, across Africa, we speak many different languages. So how do you unite people as a language? I suggested
English.
That
I don't speak English. That's it.
I mean, this is the thing, right? I hear you, Hetero. Thank you for that brilliant example of your inability.
Yeah, English is the main language around the world, man. So it's a good idea that they.
I know. English. Your discipline is A1. Like it's amazing. Like when you talk about these like wild Africans and savages, sometimes I gotta think you're talking about yourself. But in any case, as I was saying, the link speaking about lingua franca for the people, and the question would be out in the diaspora, how would you? One thing I put forward to is on the continent that might be very difficult, especially during a time where there's no political strife. However, what we quite often see within the diaspora is black people from all different places, nations, etc., coming together under one culture, one identity, the sort of black one. And usually it's quite a negative one, as you point out, right? It's usually the one around hip hop, around being a gangster, a bad man, a drug dealer, etc. It's not usually one around education. So, and quite often what happens with our culture is it gets taken from us and gets made financially viable by other nations. So take hip hop, for example. It was once a revolutionary fight the power, informative, talking about, you know, math and science and this type of thing. And now it's all about, you know, well, it's just become degenerate basically. And we don't have any ownership of that culture at all. So what I put forward was actually something that's actually currently happening where in North London, where people who are willingly spending their own money to learn a martial art, to learn an African martial art. They want to do this out of their own volition. Same way you like to go to the gym, I imagine. There's some people who like to learn martial arts and do fighting. People like to do all sorts of weird things and spend their money for it. You'll be surprised,
How does
right?
that help Africa?
I mean, you wait for it, right? So people like to do all these sorts of things, right? So why not build an economy around that, which somebody has? They said, I'm going to teach you an African martial art, and you're going to pay me for that. I'm going to use that money to now make myself richer. Possibly, I might even be able to become a Pan-African millionaire that James Jones and Heterosapien want to see. Especially if those classes become popular in the same way some of these yoga classes, etc., become popular. And in doing that, I'm going to teach the people how to fight with a language alongside of it. So they learned how to fight and they learn a language. So basically, you're given education on two levels, and people are paying you. So you're creating an economy for it, something which you own, which is owned by black people, and nobody else outside of the culture comes to take it on. And if you can spread that across, once again, if that becomes very popular, as quite a lot of fads and trends do, like the whole bar thing and whatever, where you got people out there doing calisthenics and whatever, you have a whole range of people doing it and speaking this one language, and all of a sudden you have a lingua franca for people outside of the Africa in the diaspora. So it was a very clear point for the specific case we were talking about at the time.
I get that, and to be honest, I'm not even in disagreement. I wasn't in disagreement with the lingua franca or the communication element, and I understand how you compared it to Cecil Rhodes. I was only using. To be honest, it was a bit tongue in cheek in the way I said it, but I'm saying that why is it that, like, what we consider to be Pan-Africanism is more akin to the fringe white supremacist movements, i.e. the moronic racists, than it is, because they clearly have financial backers. They clearly have financial. What's that fucking backbencher that backs Tommy Robinson and all these people? Yeah, there is clear finance, and Nigel Farage, all his fucking banker mates, and that there is clearly people that front this sort of the not necessarily fringe, but the racist white supremacist element. Yeah, that is more comparable to Pan-Africanism, as opposed to what we understand as a white supremacist institutional white supremacy, which is what I was describing people like Cecil Rhodes and that as, you know what I mean? Like, their understanding and their benefit is so much more global and on a macro scale, whereas our thing is like, let's learn how to do martial arts. That's a way to bolster our culture. Or let's develop a new language, even though some of our languages predate all of the European languages known to man. It's like, it just seems so.
How would you be developing your own language? They're learning Swahili.
Oh, but what did you? So you're saying learn Swahili and learn a martial art? Sorry, I misunderstood you then.
Yeah. The martial arts classes are teaching people martial arts and Swahili at the same time.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant developing a new language. So I've heard that when DC Brad and that were talking about some new language, because obviously people couldn't decide on what would be the Pan-African, if Africa had no borders, as it were, what would be the language that we all spoke, right? That would.
Yeah, all right, cool. So you do have Pan-Africanists and a lot of Pan-Africanists who have a lot of lofty ideas, right, and ideals. And I think lofty ideals are good, right? Once upon a time, Israel was a lofty ideal, but I don't think that's necessarily where you should be taking or critiquing your Pan-Africanism from.
No, I just mistook. I didn't understand. If you had said Swahili, I would have known instantly what you were talking about. But when you kept saying a language, it seemed a bit vague, innit? And considering that all Africans consider their languages to be preferential, I was assuming that it was going to be some like hybrid language. I don't know, but it was my mistake. It's my assumption. But anyway, back to the original point. But yeah,
but on the idea of the Pan-Africanism being closer to the white national. For me personally, we don't make a distinction as Pan-Africanists on our analysis of the global system, right? So, or even in UK, for example. So those white nationalists and those Tommy Robinsons of the sorts who are funded by the Conservative Party have no differentiation between them and the institution. The critique that Pan-Africanism hasn't created lasting or powerful institutions is one that Pan-Africanists definitely make of ourselves. We definitely haven't produced that. We definitely haven't produced unicorn.
Why? Why though? I'm saying, no, I'm saying why are we? Why? Okay, we're not genetically less intelligent than white people, correct?
Yeah, no, okay. So the Pan-African movement, historically, have gone through different phases, right? Like most other movements. So there was historically a very long run down the system phase, right? Hedro, you want to ask a question?
No.
Okay, you're doing the mad mutant dance, boy. It was mad. But I was gonna say, but yeah, there was definitely a long time a phase of bun down the system, and I think some of those elements are still there, where people wanted to separate from the system completely, and the idea was complete separation, do our own thing, and yeah. I don't personally think that kind of idea works. I think separation is still an idea, but I think bun down the system and separate is not necessarily the way to go. Now, there's different
camps. If you can't build your own weapons, you know.
Exactly. So that's why that would be my critique of that element as well. But I think that the people who say run down the system, I think nowadays who still stick to that have advanced their argument to take that into account. To be fair. But I think even when you look at Pan-Africanism, it's broken into camps and segments. Even when you look at, for example, in the USA, you have one of the biggest Pan-African groups, the Nation of Islam, which doesn't really want to go back to Africa, right? They want to stay in America. They want to get a state for themselves. And I would say that has produced quite a lot of millionaires and a lot of rich Pan-Africanists, but their ideas are different to the ideas of myself in regards to going back to Africa.
Yeah, you know, like.
Well, why we don't have millionaires? I would say, yeah, from the generation here in the UK, the generation before mine, for example, that they were very much on burn down the system, and that led to them not really partaking in businesses that were going to them to be financially viable. But at the same time, we're also talking about a generation of people who were not necessarily. We're not talking about a group of people who had mad university degrees here in the UK. Do you know what I mean? We're not talking about people who were highly educated. We're talking about people who understood basics of business and basics of life and politics.
So tell me this then: how come there's no Pan-Africans living in Kemet like how you have in Demona? The people left from Chicago to take up the Israelite lifestyle in Israel, what we know of today. So how come there's no Pan-Africans in Kemet?
I'm lost. I don't. That's
okay, James. Do you have a serious question?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't understand what that meant, but what I'm saying is, but alright. So my issue is with Pan Africanism, and I've spoken this about you, other people, is essentially what you're attempting to do is sacrifice a form of identity. Even within Europe, there is supremacist cultures that have prevailed. Sorry, there is a supremacy amongst cultures. Yeah, cultures have prevailed. Cultures have been refined. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, cultures have been undermined. With the Pan-Africanist idea, I think realistically is I don't think it's conducive, or I don't think it's consistent with true what some true measurements of success, and that is what I'm kind of in a roundabout way of saying. I'm saying that if you were to be truly successful, I don't think you would believe Pan-Africanism is any type of viable ideal, and I think at best you would be what's the word, prejudiced nationally and culturally to your own nationality. I don't think you would see it as a development project for the whole of Africa. I don't think you'd see that as being realistic in the same way that is, considering it is, some would argue, the largest continent in the world. Yeah, some would argue the opposite.
Yeah, for sure.
It's unrealistic to think that all of these different cultures, and some would argue there is a necessity for competition amongst those cultures as opposed to kumbayaism. Yeah. So the reality is, and the responsibility of the balkanization of that region or that continent is the West.
they are responsible for balkanizing it. So it's almost like whatever happens, you will be considered to be a sellout if you say, I just want to make this country better. And man will be like, Ray, you're a sellout, blood. That's how you know man only does this and man doesn't get together with these people. But those people, the people with their eyes bigger than their belly, they're not even successful anyway. So where you end up getting is people talking, it's like social sciences compared to practical sciences. It's that age-old argument of like,
I need to stop you and ask you to just make it a bit clearer for me because I lost you. You lost
sorry,
me a
yeah,
lot.
yeah, I'm going all over the gap. I mean, like to say that it's unrealistic. It's an unrealistic proposition, and that's why there's no trillionaire or billionaire or no lobbying group that has any kind of influence is actually even interested in this idealistic Pan-Africanist concept. It's just unrealistic to get all of these culture like.
I mean, I hear you. I think. Do you know the Mo Ibrahim Foundation?
I do not, sir.
All right, cool. So Mo Ibrahim is a billionaire from Sudan. His foundation, the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, claims to be a Pan-Africanist foundation, and they reward Black African leaders for respecting the values of democracy, cooperation, and etc. etc. So that's their position. So that is one
no one's won
big
there.
organization. One second. Huh? No, I mean, they have suspended awarding it a few years in a row, to be fair, in the past, but I think they have had quite a few winners as well.
He's from North Sudan. So, you know,
How can anyone win that?
The man that Arabs, mate.
I mean,
Yeah,
but they're not Arabs,
our
to be fair.
Arabs.
But this is the thing. They're actually not Arabs, to be fair. But this is the reality of. I mean, Pan-Africanists definitely don't turn their back on North Sudan and say that they're Arabs. There are definitely a lot of North Sudanese who turn their back on Africa, indeed, and have become Arabized. But as my sheikh and my ustay Dan Juma says, you have Arabs and you have B-Rabs, and in Sudan you have a whole lot of B-Rabs who are claiming to be Arabs, but really they're just Arabized Negroes or black folk, to be fair. Unless
you know the man there, I did, like my brethren, I fuck with my brethren all the time.
Yeah.
Tell them they're not real Sudanese people because you know you'll look at someone like Luo Deng and be like, "You know what he's saying?" You man,
yeah. I mean, I've got a lot of Sudanese people around me as well. To be fair, I'm very, very well acquainted with the North Sudanese culture. And the children around. I'm talking to James, man. Big people talking. Yeah. So As I said, Mo Ibrahim is one billionaire is one billionaire lobby group who actually shows quite a lot of interest in other Pan-African groups. I know one Pan-African group, one of a think tank. 1 second, let me get the information.
Why doesn't that guy just invest in a silk production plant?
Boy, you have to ask him. I mean, do you have £1 billion? But I don't think you understand how to handle that. Yeah, so I don't think you really understand how to handle that kind of money, to be fair. I think you're sitting here from the sideline talking about what rich people should do with their money. And
it's more logical than giving out prizes to corrupt leaders.
I mean, you say it's logical, but if it was so logical, you might have that $1 billion, so you could do it what you're talking about. But until then, you're just talking. But also, you could check out James
What
Jones.
are you doing? You're talking about doing martial arts in Africa.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I was to answer the question, and that's the difference between.
But this is what I was saying earlier. Like you talk about.
If you have the cognitive faculties to follow our conversation,
plans.
you might have fallen behind. I think I know you get a little bit bratty sometimes. You need to shout out and cuss. But I think a lot of people would have followed. But yeah, also James Jones, if you want to check out the Center of Pan African Thought, that is that's a Pan-African think tank over in the UK, based in the UK, over in East Central London, to be fair. And I know one of the brothers who runs that.
Hey, are you not sympathetic with Pan-Africanism, though, right?
Is it Egyptian martial art by any chance?
Oh no!
So according to your scared, you can't talk about Pan-Africa because you're in government or nothing. So what are you doing?
Going where?
You're not in government. You've got no power, so you shouldn't be talking about Pan-Africans, right?
No. I shouldn't be talking about what people ought to be doing with their money in regards to.
No, I didn't say what he should be. I was asking why.
I have no idea about.
I didn't say he should.
Okay. Well, like I say, you have to ask him, innit?
But you know what's interesting about having Hector on the panel? Yeah, he's an interesting don because his idea is almost. So how can I put it? It's almost like. It's not more achievable, but it's as realistic as Pan-Africanism.
Who's that? Sorry?
Hetero. Like Hetero's idea of globalism is as realistic as Pan-Africanism to me. I don't agree with his globalism.
One world government.
Yeah, one world government is as equal as the Pan-Africanist ideal. Or you tell me your specific Pan-Africanist ideal, so I'm able to critique yours without like creating straw men.
So so James, have you got a plan for Africa?
Of course, bro. I'm a moron, bro. What do you mean? I haven't achieved shit in my life.
No, I'm not saying you have to achieve. I'm just saying, have you got an idea of like where you would like to see Africa in the future, or what avenues you would like to see the?
Yeah, I mean, listen. If what I imagine is correct about what Scattered believes, I'm sympathetic with Scattered's idea. I would rather see that than the current state of play. I just don't think it's realistic.
But in your spectacles, in a sense, like Scatter's got his own spectacles.
So what are you saying? You're saying what we saying specifically? Say make the case in a sentence.
Like me, like I'm just saying, but Scatter's got his own way of looking at certain things. Like how would you see like Africa in the future of development? What areas would you like to see them flourishing in a sense?
Oh, I mean, I feel like I made this case a while ago. Okay. Flourish everything, yeah. I'd want it to be the leader in the world of everything, yeah. That's my bias, yeah. How that's achievable, I'm not 100% sure, but I would say, and I use Hillary Clinton and I'll use Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump as an example, and say that success at present, at times at least, is measured, or you can promote one side by denigrating its opposite, its opposition. So I believe that, especially with the internet age, I believe that in the same tactics that's used, that has been used by the West, should be used in reverse, and that is provide some kind of accurate revelation of corruption within Africa to sort of wisen up the people, because ultimately it's the people that are going to shift the needle, that move the needle, isn't it? It's the people.
So what is that then? Like a Euro Africa, sort of like a one currency?
No, I don't. Yeah, I mean, those are technical questions that I may not be qualified to answer. But I mean, specifically in how we change the current state of affairs, is with an allegiance with someone that and leverage from our. It's ultimately it's going to come down to resources, isn't it?
You could have say more trains or something at least.
Industrialized.
No, that's just no, but that's wrong. Listen. Infrastructure is a result of. Like, that's one thing I do agree with Scattered on, culture. So the soft power influence that Britain has around the world, benefits it culturally within Britain. So benefits it structurally within Britain as well, because they can get people to come to their country and build shit for them for a snippet of the price, right? So it's not necessarily the trains are an example of something else that they're doing right. It's not the fact that they built trains that means, oh yeah, look, do you know what I mean? It's a result.
No, the reason why I say what I say, because like take for instance China, it sort of came a long way quite quick. So like when China was developing cars, they made all different types of bad models.
Who helped them do that? Who helped them do that though?
Probably the US and all the certain things like that.
The West.
But also they had to they see a lot of people who made mistakes to start with, but they had to make their own mistakes at the same time to be unique. So I'm thinking as black people or African people, they've sort of seen how other people set their sort of civilization. And I think with Africans themselves, they've got a unique way of doing business. I would say, do you think you're going to see more of that sort of connection?
Yeah. I was going to say,
Hello?
I was going to say, in response to your question, James, I know I'm going to have to call in a bit. I think, to be fair, and to be completely honest, I would argue that Hetero's argument of a globalized world is actually more realistic than Pan-Africanism. And the reason I say that is, globalization over the past 20 years has been a real fact, right? It's actually been happening. I mean, the past 10 years, we've seen governments and countries sort of reacting to it. But the previous 10 years before that, we saw governments really running directly into that direction of, globalized world. So I think that is actually more realistic. I don't think the ideas of Pan-Africanists or people who espouse the idea of Pan-Africanism go around looking or comparing Pan-Africanism as into other ideas, because really you could do that with anything and say capitalism is more realistic than Pan-Africanism, and we'd have to say yes, capitalism's here, it exists right now. Socialism is more realistic than Pan-Africanism. Yes, socialism is here, it exists right now. The idea, especially about being an ideologue, about somebody who believes in an ideology, is not the belief that the idea, the other ideas are more realistic. It's the belief that this idea is the right one. Do you know what I mean? So that is pretty much what holds Pan-Africanists to the idea of Pan-Africanism. So having a globalist world could be a great thing, but if you're a black person, I'd have to question how would that be great for you? Do you know what I mean? We've seen the example of how black people are treated across the globe. Anyway, I don't know why that would change if we had one world government. We'd just be more entrenched and less you could do about it. I would argue that it would make more sense, even if you wanted to go towards a globalized world, to want to go towards a globalized world in which Africa is a very strong part of that world and able to defend itself in case people decide to attack or decide to abuse or be racist towards Africans. And that's why I would say Pan-Africanism makes basic sense to anybody out there, because at a basic fundamental level, Pan-Africanism is the belief that all Africans have a common history and a common future, a common outcome, a common destiny, and that means
That's
in
a lie,
regards to, well, in how we're treated, I don't think it is a lie. So in regards to, even if you become let me finish. Even if you become the richest, most powerful black person, for example, you are still going to be lesser than the richest, most powerful white person. So, and if you're the poorest, most weakest black person, you're going to be weaker and poorer than the poorest, most weakest white person. But our fate is connected, and our race, and black people who usually get rich quite often will tell you they have experiences that humble them and will realize, actually, you know what, I'm still black after all. Quite a lot of them ignore that and they keep trying to buy their whiteness as much as they can. But the reality is that they still have to carry around their blackness wherever they go, regardless.
But what I'm saying to you, is that's wrong for. Right, this is why I believe it's incorrect, and this is why I'll answer the question that I asked you. I don't believe that any black person who's worth his weight in gold. I think I created that phrase. I don't think that's realistic. Any black person that has had meteoric success will not invest in any Pan-Africanist, what we would consider to be Pan-Africanist strategy or strategy for achieving true Pan-Africanism, because it's unrealistic and it's too expensive, and it won't be beneficial to them in the same way investing in the West or employing some Western strategy would be beneficial, because you would have to fight with companies that have age-old monopoly over African resources, African politics, African technology, African everything. So much so that half the battle would be wresting control away from them, which would probably leave you destitute. That's number one. And point two, to say specifically, the reason that I compared you to globalism is because tribalism is inherent in human beings, as we discussed earlier. And I think that there are some Africans that benefit from privilege afforded to them over other Africans. A great case in point is Somali's belief of superiority over the Bantu people, or people arguing, was it East Africans or West Africans which were the original man? The out of Africa theory relates to us East Africans as opposed to West Africans, and then West Africans making the same case. Then not only that, but tribal conflict within the nations. And then if we compare it to what we now consider to be the superpower, there is tribal conflict consistently within their just within their political spectrum, let alone, and that is what's enabled them to be successful. So this, and I'm not trying to denigrate you in any way by saying or reducing it to kumbayaism, but essentially it's a very idealistic view of the future, which is unrealistic, and that's why I believe anyone like that's truly successful and truly intelligent doesn't really espouse these ideas, because it would be it's unrealistic. It's an unrealistic use of their resources and time. It is monopolized by the West. It is impossible. The best you can do is serve and
into the West.
Huh?
Is buy into the West.
No, it's serve a different master.
Okay, I mean that's like I say, we'll have to definitely agree to disagree to this. I'm not in the business of being a servant either way personally, but I understand your point of view. I think I think you make quite a few assertions, which again point out that it's not true, right? So Mo Ibrahim is clearly quite successful and clearly intelligent and interested in investing his money and his time in Pan-Africanism. There are many different people across the world who will invest their money and their time of varying interest in Pan-Africanism. I can't name them all to you. Not all Pan-Africanists are famous or stand up on a platform and say, "Hey, everybody, look at what I'm doing." Not everybody who is a Pan-Africanist will come out and say, you know, I'm doing this or whatever for Pan-Africanist reasons. So when Akon went back and done his whole lighting up Africa thing and his partnership with, you know, your favorite masters over there in China, he didn't go there and say, hey, I'm doing this because I'm a Pan-Africanist. He went there and done it because it's the right thing to do. And he's told other African Americans they should be investing their money in Africa. Well, clearly a Pan-Africanist thing, idea and concept. He's not telling them, hey, do it because it's Pan-Africanist. He just telling them to do it because it's smart. It makes more sense. You'll get more bang for your buck over there in Africa. So Pan-Africanists, I know that's just a very famous example of a very rich person, of two very rich people who invest their money in Africa. Dangote is another one over in Nigeria. Now, the reality is you're facing endemic corruption in Africa. You're facing people who, like you're saying, you're competing against people. And like you're saying, it's going to be very long. And for you, for example, the most intelligent thing to do would just be to partner up with China. My position would be to do the most pragmatic thing. If the pragmatic thing to do is to team up with Ghana, with China, then team up with China. However,
I don't buy that whole corruption excuse, man. That's getting played out.
But do it bearing in mind. I hear you. But do it bearing in mind that when you're working with China, your aim is to be your own master. So maybe you might be pretending to be a servant and doing what you have to do to get through. But your aim is to be your own master at all times, and that is really at the root of Pan-Africanism, especially Garvey Pan-Africanism, which tells you pretty much that you do what you have to do, whether you're in a host nation or your own nation. You do what you have to do, but you always remain key focus that the main thing is on African people having control of African resources. So now, once again, now as on for those micro differences that you say that we all have in our groups that some people benefit from, there's absolutely no doubt, and people arguing, you know, whether we come from this place or that place or that place or this place. I think a lot of this comes from not having enough to focus on personally. I don't think a lot of this stuff is important. I think people end up focusing on this stuff when they don't have other things to focus on. I think there's a lot of Pan-Africanism that gets taken up with these conversations and these type of conversations, but not just Pan-Africanism, cultures across the board, especially ones that don't have much. Here in the West, you don't hear the varying different groups of West comparing or complaining about their different varieties or similarities so much. And if they do, it's usually in a banter-esque way and a light-hearted way, but in a way of
war, like World War II. That was a big thing.
Yeah, I know that was a while ago, and they haven't done it since, to be fair. And this is my point, that people, the liberal ideas of integrating economies, integrating culture, bringing people close together, clearly it works. And so you would take that idea and say, you know, integrating economies, integrating cultures, that works. So that's something that you do to implement in Africa in order to try and reduce fighting or conflict between those groups, make them economically dependent on each other.
Can I ask one question now? Can I ask one question? Scattered.
Yeah, I got to go in a bit, but yeah, please go ahead.
How did Europe become the most richest continent without Pan-Europe, or whatever that is?
Pan-Europeanism, I guess you're.
But they did implement Pan-Europeanism. I mean, the Berlin Conference was the finest example of Pan-Europeanism, when they all sat down together and they decided how are we going to carve Africa up. I mean, there was many fine examples prior to that. But one second. But it was Pan-Europeanism. They were all Europeans. They had all decided specifically, based on this idea of race, those Africans who were the most inferior, we are going to continue on our movement again. We're going to produce this idea.
No, the EU is more pan-Euro.
That's the vibe.
One second. I mean, you've asked me a question, and then when I'm answering it, you're gonna stop me in the middle of a question and keep telling me that my answer's wrong. That's a bit weird, but cool. Go ahead. Why is my answer wrong? How is that not Pan-Europeanism? In what way was the Berlin Conference, in which European superpowers sat down and carved up the world between them, not Pan-Europeanism?
What you define Europeanism?
A lot of these people have to fight for the land as well.
Are you saying that's working together? Any instance we have of countries, i.e., for example, if you and I,
they were working together on a common understanding of them being that they were the countries of the Enlightenment. they were the countries that shared a common culture. They understood that common culture. They understood the rest of the world did not share that common culture. The rest of the world was the new world to them, the dark world and the new world. And they, in that understanding of that shared culture that they had understood, that shared culture, which I would say was European culture, which I would say therefore is pan-European.
Wait. But Sky, do you know they did that to stop each other going to war? They literally did that to stop Europeans fighting each other.
I mean, that was going to be my next part. That was going to be my next part, but you guys interrupted my answer. So they started off with pan-European concept, right? They come together under this concept. They divide Africa under this concept. Due to disagreements of how that agreement went, right? How that leads us directly to World War I. Germany feels shafted. We hosted the conference in Berlin, and we didn't get no flipping land in Africa. Are you mad? Well, not enough as much as they wanted anyway. And so that was one of the main fundamental roots of causes of World War I, along quite with the assassination of Franz Ferdinand,
No, and the fact that Germany was just growing its empire. But before you move past that, so what you're saying is negotiating, which I mean,
I was going to get to that.
Which there's many examples of prior to the Berlin Conference, negotiating land in the same way that slavery. There was many negotiations amongst different nations as to or different relationships made with certain African nations that would preclude other people from said negotiations, and then a negotiation within those two European nations for a specific territory in Africa. You're saying that's an example of pan-Europeanism, i.e. negotiation over a commodity or a negotiation over a resource. That's not the same as working for some...
I think what you're doing is ignoring all the cultural context that this is taking place in. It's not simply that they are negotiating over something between the two people there. They are negotiating over other people's land, people who they don't believe to be people. They are sitting there saying that me and you, we are people. We have a culture. We have an understanding. Those people down there do not. They are the other, and because they are the other, we are right. Not only is this negotiation, we are also
culture.
One second. We're also entirely right in taking and sharing out this land between us. And as you say, they went and had a war after this, and after they had that war, they reconciled. they come to understanding that this could never happen again, right? They said never again. It happens again in World War II, and that's it.
That's not over Africa. Be serious. That World War I isn't.
Yeah, that was not over Africa.
So tell me the reasons, the root causes of World War I then.
Germany.
Europe is
empire.
Hold on. Germany creating an empire that that the rest of Europe didn't. Well, when I say Europe, the Allies didn't want your France, your America, and not only that, but the Ottomans as well, are carving up of the Ottoman Empire, world changing over to a natural resource in which a lot of what they required was in Ottoman controlled territories. That there's a lot of reasons to go into war with the Axis. If people are making a connection, not only that, Eurasia, fighting for control of Eurasia, which they didn't want to sub. There's like sometimes say there's a lot more of importance in this world than just the resources in Africa. We need to leverage what actually is our benefit at this stage. We're not the labor force of the world anymore. We are the resource world we are the mineral resource of the world, and that is our significance to the globe. Not all of this bullshit ahistorical. We were the fucking creators of everything. Like, no, the reality is that region is mineral resource rich, and that is why people have designs on it. But outside of that, there's a lot of more geostrategic locations on planet Earth than just Africa, and that's not the only reason. You see what goes on in the Middle East.
Why
now.
didn't Russia get any colonies?
One second. I hear you. Russia wasn't at the Berlin Conference, but I hear you, James. Right? There was and I definitely feel you in terms of that. You feel a lot of anger towards a lot of I suppose more of the Afrocentrist Pan-Africanists, and I probably would ask that you would direct the anger more towards them than to me, because I don't think I've ever had a conversation within you where I've said Africans were at the center of everything, or that we created everything, or everything was black, or anything like that. So to repeat that kind of, I don't know, what really comes across as what a lot of the right wing try and do, so we were kings thing, is I don't know, it definitely comes across as being anti-black, if anything.
No, but was World War One? What I'm saying was World War One solely about Africa.
Yeah, you're just dealing with facts, man.
When I said my initial statement, my actual statement was one of the main reasons, and I said there were once again, I said there were many other reasons, along with the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, etc., that led to the start on the foundations of the World War One. But if anyone tries to say that the Congress of Berlin, the Berlin Congress, in which the carving up of Africa and the rest of the world was not fundamental, not the starting point that led to the culmination of the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, including the Balkan Wars, including the Italo-Turkish Wars and Agadir crisis and everything that you mentioned, yeah, all of those things, I did not put those aside, but what I said was the Berlin Conference was the starting point, and everyone agrees that was the starting point. So it's not ahistorical or any of the other things that you assert. It's actually the fact. The issue is that people, whenever you start anything with something black, they have this emergency sort of allergic reaction that you just had there. Like, no, it can't be. Do you know what I mean? It's like, whoa, chill.
But one trying to say that's not pan-Euroism, though. Yeah, but my thing is quick, simple. That's not pan-Euroism, man. Full stop.
Hold on. Yeah, that's the point. The point I was trying to establish, yeah, is that wasn't the reason for that isn't the main reason for the war. If you're saying that's the main reason for a German resentment and German expansionism, fine, no one denied that. I'm saying for the specific war, for the reason that Ally said enough is enough, or the reason that Britain pandered to America to get them involved in the war. It wasn't because of Africa. We're losing ground in Africa. That was my point. Yeah. So, I beg you don't, you know for a fact that that's not who I am. I'm not that guy. So don't do that one. And speaking an issue to your point, but Hector's original question we've gone all around the houses is specifically in the model that you're describing, or that Pan-Africanists, we may be painting with the same brush, so I apologize if we are, but specifically what they're describing, why isn't there an example of the same sentiment within Europe? That's what he's saying. Like, why isn't there this, let's have some, let's identify on these commonalities, as opposed to what we know is many years or centuries of infighting to certain revolutions and treaties signed, and to an acceptance of a different there's been divergences throughout history of European cultures that have been accepted, as opposed to reconciliations. Why, like, has Africa has to go through this sort of like a sort of homogeneous, but it's like homogeneous identity, whereas it's not necessarily benefit. No one else has had to go through the same process. And one other example is the only example we have in modernity of the development of a superpower, yeah, is a hyper nationalization and subsuming under one banner of one nation, be it the Russian Federation, the Soviets, the Chinese. We don't see this. Everybody, let's all help each other up together. That hasn't happened anywhere. And even in Europe, there is supremacist cultures within Europe. People have bowed the knee to other Europeans. It's not just we're both European, we're both white, let's all be mates together. Like, it's not. It hasn't been that in Europe either. That's the point he's making, bro. So it's not anti-black. It's just that's a fact. You're just observing facts. Like.
I hear you. So
the only other thing what could be. Hold on, 2 seconds. The only other thing was probably Euro is the human rights courts or the EU courts, and probably when they go to war, that's the only really pan-Euro thing.
So let me come in there. So cool. So first of all, James, I would say it's fair enough for me to say that I don't know you on anything. To be fair, I'm learning you every day on these chats. So that's to be fair. I'm never really gonna jump to any conclusions on who you are or what you are. I don't know you. In regards to the conversation around my initial answer of us going around the houses, my initial answer before I was interrupted was going to be an explanation of the finest example of pan-Europeanism of that point. So prior to that point, you had a whole history of the Renaissance period, right? Which didn't just happen in one part of Europe; it happened in several places across Europe. And yes, there were definitely rivals of cultures there, but it's an unarguably European thing, and those European nations shared those values and those ideas so much so that many of them agreed the idea of sharing it across the rest of the world in creating their empires. And yes, they were still competing with each other at this point, but there was still a shared understanding of a shared common history of those Europeans. When you asked me about what Pan-Africanism, I said at the basic level, Pan-Africanism is the understanding of a shared history and the idea that the outcome of what happens to one African is going to affect all Africans everywhere. So all Africans having this common sort of connectedness, where if one of us is diminished, we're all diminished. Held this idea or this belief, especially from maybe not on the second part, but definitely around that and back to ancient Rome and ancient Greece. And if you read any European textbooks, majority of them start with that sort of idea. No matter what part of Europe you find yourself in, they start with this idea. Ancient Rome and ancient Greece. So I would say that is a clear example of pan-Europeanism. I used the Conference of Berlin as the finest example of pan-Europeanism. And I went on to point out how the Conference of Berlin led to the World War I, which was the greatest example of a pan-European war, and how the after World War I and World War II, what we see after there is actually Europeanism or pan-Europeanism reaching its peak and its zenith with the creation and the establishment of the European Common Area, the European Economic Community, like as Turok pointed out, the European and the UN Universal Declaration on Human Rights, the UN, the EU Human Rights Declaration. All of these things come out of this idea of a shared idea of Europeanness and a shared common identity of history and the belief, as they said within their European Union identity, towards ever closer union, to an idea of a joint destiny. And along with that, after World War II, which was massively unusual for the United States, so much so that they had massive arguments about it in the United States, that they decided that they were going to go and help their cousins. And they actually spoke about them as their cousins, recognizing the connection between Europe and the United States, this pan-European connection between them, that they created the Marshall Plan to rebuild Europe after it had been destroyed by that pan-European Great War, World War II. So the idea that pan-Europeanism doesn't exist, if you guys had been patient enough to listen to my answer, I was explaining to you every way and every example of how pan-Europeanism exists.
So just to contextualize what you're saying your understanding of Pan-Africanism would be akin to that understanding, i.e., tenuous cultural links and the sort of shared the benefit in working together incongruous, but not necessarily being some monolithic Africa, which some people, some international language, some whatever. None of that shit. It's basically like just Africa acknowledging that we all need each other's success. Basically, is in like a nutshell. Yeah.
I definitely explained to people before that when you take Pan-Africanism as basic level, that's all of it. That's all it is. Now, when you have Pan-Africanists, like same way when you have Pan-Europeans, you have different kinds. You have socialists, you have conservatives, you have etc. etc. Within Pan-Africanists, you have some people who are a little bit more prone to other ideas, or like I said, and I've always said, I'm a Pan-Africanist pragmatist. I will go with whatever gets us towards the best goal. Whatever gets towards the goal best and easiest and makes the most sense. That's my position. Other people have very strict ideological positions where they're Pan-Africanist socialists and they believe they have to have some kind of a socialist revolution, etc., etc., and the whole thing has to be based on this sort of socialist ideology. Others have more of a free market idea for Pan-Africanism and believe that Africa needs to be more involved in market economy, integrating within the economy is more important, etc. Within the global economy is more important, etc., etc. It's not in camp of cozy idea of one cozy idea where everyone agrees with each other. Many Pan-Africanists disagree. The only agreement is that Africans should be controlling Africa and have control for Africa for ourselves.
Can I ask one more question here? Logically, I know you're not a fucking military strategist, so you don't have to answer it. I don't need a definitive answer. But when push comes to shove, yeah, and you see what happens in the Middle East, and you see what happens in Libya and these countries, what's your or how do you foresee, the final push? Let's say everything goes to your plan, which I don't know where it is, right? And you'll tell me offline one day, yeah. But let's say everything were to go to plan, and these companies make a final push, and it ends up being some government mandate. For example, actually, no, this is a better way to do it. What if Africa, as a way of achieving this sort of parity in the world, attempted to become a nuclear power, or had some nuclear development program? what would you believe would get us over the line? Yeah, considering that there were no nuclear weapons in Iraq, and we saw what happened there. There were no nuclear weapons in Afghanistan, and we saw what happened there. There were no nuclear weapons. Well, I mean, they were purported to be, but there were no nuclear weapons in Libya. Yeah. So what do you think is going to happen to any African nation that attempts to be the vanguard?
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk for the vanguard. I would guess, but I mean, like you say, I'm not a military strategist, and I don't think even if I were a military strategist, any military strategist would speak openly about their plan on any internet. The reality is, America has also, as many military successes as they've had, they've also had military failures and defeats. I mean, even in recent years, let's talk about Afghanistan, right? I mean, what did America really achieve there? And has it been long lasting, to be fair? I think what people in that region, and we could discuss how real or fake or whatever that region is, whether that was, which, you know what I mean, there's all kind of theories and conspiracy theories ad nauseum around that whole region. But if those wars are truly real, etc., but one thing you can't argue is that America and the West have struggled to kill this idea that people hold on to and hold fast to and believe in very strongly hasn't died, even with all these bombs and all these weapons. And even after the removal of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, what came was something much worse, if we put aside any conspiracy theories about what came after, right?
Wait, what are you talking about, though? I mean, for the extraction of resources, it's benefited Afghanistan and Iraq were large successes. If you pointed somewhere like Vietnam, but with Vietnam, that was an ideological war. They didn't give a shit about any resources in Vietnam. I mean, obviously, there probably was some kind of ancillary fucking benefit, but that wasn't the primary reason for the conquest there. But with Iraq and Afghanistan, I think and Libya, they were very successful.
I mean, no, Libya. I mean, they were definitely successful in Libya. They didn't have to even put boots on the ground for Libya. With Afghanistan, like I was saying, I think they don't have full control even up to this day on the ground in Afghanistan. So I would definitely agree they have control over huge swathes, especially in regards to poppy fields and certain other resources that they get there. But I think a lot of that is done in tandem and in agreement with the local authority, including certain Al Qaeda groups there. And let's be fair, we don't know what Al Qaeda strategy is for working with the US in Afghanistan. It's taken with one hand and given with one hand and taken with the other in many ways. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the people that fund it, listen, no fucking no democracy wants to go to war. Or sorry, the regular citizens, yeah, the populace does not want to go to war ever. There's never a good reason for your relative dying. Yeah, no one ever wants to go to war. So it's incumbent upon the lobbyists to create some kind of furor or to create some situation in which they are able to make it seem plausible or make it seem like it's necessary that's for the populace, and then for the government to fund to give enough financial incentive for these people to go to war. So clearly, if ever there is some kind of incursion into another country, there's going to be a money trail, and it's going to benefit somebody financially. Clearly, Afghanistan and I mean, do you know what? If anything, and this is funny because this kind of works to my point. The only example I would say in like immediately recent history is probably for like a US sort of failure, if you like, or where their foreign policy has fallen short, is Syria, yeah. And that's funny because guess what Syria is an example of? Is an example
a Russian puppet. Yeah, for sure.
Master. That's the only way you get out of you escape from this gunship or gunboat diplomacy is you get someone else with a bigger gunboat.
I mean, the only difference between your position, James, and mine is this idea of serving a master, right? So, like I said to you, I'm a Pan-Africanist pragmatist. My position is I have no masters, and even if I did, well, I don't. I definitely don't have no masters, just God, right? But in reality, if I'm in a position, just I'm the president of a country, 10 years from now, am I gonna be like, yo, that time when I was talking to James Jones and I said to him that my partners were the Chinese, I'm gonna stick to that right now. Or am I gonna look at the field at the time and say, who makes more sense for me to be my best partner at this point in time? And it might well be the Chinese, but it might well be the West. It might well be Russia. It might well be some new country that's come out of nowhere within those 10 years. Who knows? Like I say, that's the whole point of a pragmatic position is you don't commit to something until you're faced with and you are certain of all the options that you actually have. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not in that position at all to make those sorts of things. I don't think it makes much sense for Pan-Africanists, in my opinion, to navel gaze in that sort of way. I think as a Pan-Africanist, you do what is in your actual power. Do you know what I mean? So myself, as a Pan-Africanist, I have to do what's in my power to get towards that goal.
What I'm saying is,
I'm in no
Definitely the
power to
West.
help
Definitely the
Africa
West.
become a
Definitely the West.
nuclear, help Africa become a nuclear power right now. I'm not in any position to help Africa become a nuclear power.
That's what Hetero said.
If I
Yeah?
was a nuclear scientist, there might be a role for me somewhere in Africa, right?
Oh, no, you get kidnapped anyway. You get kidnapped by the West.
Exactly, and you wouldn't really go around talking on Hangouts about that kind of thing.
You'd be what's the
the
guy's
West,
name?
man.
The Jewish guy got kidnapped. That got kidnapped by the Israelis. Anyway.
Shoddy.
No, that guy. You know the one.
The Iranian. Yeah.
No. The Jewish guy. He was he worked on the nuclear program. Tried to sell secrets to the British. They kidnapped him and put him back in prison. He has some fucking sick name as well. He's got some hilarious name.
Oh, yeah, I know
Fuck
that
it, anyway.
guy.
That's
Quite
the
name though. Oh, yeah.
Innit? You know what I'm talking about, innit? And it was, he tried to to the Daily Mail. Anyway, Hetero, to speak to your point and to speak to Scatter's point, the reality is and why I don't advocate for China. This is what I say: if you are an African leader that has truly that has designs on some kind of forget Pan-Africanism now, yeah, you want to benefit, you want to retain control, autonomy within your nation of your resources and your country's trajectory, yeah. You don't have so forget about being forget about being drone striked or whatever, yeah. You would have to contend with the fucking unlimited funding that your opposition will receive from the West. Yeah, that's so let's not talk all this theorizing bullshit. Instantly, there's going to be little mini uprisings in pockets, and the internet has done nothing but facilitate that even more. So you will have which left way you turn, you're gonna have some kind of insurrection. You get what I'm saying, yeah? So
Yeah, James,
when it
that's why I
comes
say
to
they should ally with the West.
no, but what do you mean? The West is the one that will always fund that. So any autonomy, any attempt at autonomy, the only thing you need in that precise moment isn't nuclear, isn't some nuclear energy or create a weaponized creating a nuclear power to fend them off, because they still have superior technology to you in deploying said weapons. Yeah, the only option you have is the only thing you need in abundance is funding. Is to counter radicalize those who are being radicalized from the Western pocket. Yeah, that's you would need
James,
funding and only
James and Hetero, don't you think both of you guys are just as guilty as the Pan-Africanists who you criticize in regards to this navel gazing that you do? Like, no one on this panel, and none of us here as Pan-Africanists are going to be in any position to have any nuclear power or run any of these countries. So how is this helpful or practical towards Pan-Africanism or any political movement?
I'm just wasting my Sunday.
Back.
Hey, James.
Oh, no, wait, don't do that. Don't do that. This isn't my political ideology. I'm critiquing it, and I'm saying that when people like you say, I'm going to serve we want true autonomy. I'm saying the only option when faced with a gun to the head is get someone bigger than you to get that gun away from your head. And when you get that gun away from your head, guess what they have? They have a gun that may not be at your head right now, but they're still the one with the weapon. You never got that gun off your. This is a real crude analogy.
James, can I just ask you two questions, James? Two questions. James.
Go on. But it's not. I'm just
critiquing
an idea.
Two questions, James. So you understand? You believe black people, white people are equal, yeah?
But in critiquing the idea, James, you're putting forth another idea, right? You're putting forth, and both of the ideas that are being critiqued or being put forth are both impractical to both of us or any of us on this panel. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, James, you hear that?
Let me ask you this guy's question. I would like to respond to that. Go on quickly.
Sorry, two questions. So, do you believe black white people are equal? Yeah.
Genetically, I mean, not equal, but yeah, we're not. There's no superiority amongst them. Yeah.
And what race is the second biggest in America right now?
The second biggest race.
The racial group, yeah.
Is it Latinos or something?
No, they're not really a race.
Yes.
So
I
come on.
don't know. Black people.
Black people.
Black
Black
people.
people. So they are literally in the powerhouse of the West. Think about strategies. How do you think Israel have got so much power in the West? They got lobbies, right?
Yeah, but yeah, okay. I was gonna say,
So what are the black people in America, the UK, what you can't come together and
but
work within the base?
don't try that
Huh?
hetero. Don't try that hetero.
Why
Like,
not? Why not? It's a
what do you mean,
logical.
like the prison industrial complex, like historic laws, like fucking.
Yeah, so that means if we are equal, then there's a way to around that and to outdo
No,
that,
but
bro.
they are facing undue oppression. Oh, sorry, incomparable oppression compared to their Jewish counterparts, who essentially are European. You can't do that. You can't say man have got the same. It's not the same status. It's not the same state of play.
I'm not saying it's the same right now, but I'm saying the potential is there, right? They could turn it around, right?
Yeah, but they've been conditioned, though, bruv. These are former slaves. Like, there's a big difference in their.
That's rude to call them all former slaves and just that they can't better themselves and gain power within their own nation.
No, but I'm saying, listen, you come out of slavery and you have vagrancy laws. You come away from vagrancy laws, there's the ghettoization and redlining. You come across that, there's the prison and industrial complex. How much shit they? You don't even have the right to vote until 60 odd years ago. Like, it's not.
I'm talking about the future. I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about, you reckon they can never gain power in America then?
Oh no, I'm not. Well, I mean,
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about future. I'm not saying why ain't they doing. I'm saying in future, is there a way they could infiltrate the West to favor
white supremacy. You
Huh?
accept white supremacy is a thing and it exists, right?
Yeah, it exists. Yeah.
So that's the reason that it's going to be more difficult than in the way that they are the second largest population. So logically, they should be able to exert some kind of political control. No, obviously they have a sustained fucking attack or a sustained oppression, a sustained strategy of oppression against them, which essentially is unrivaled in the whole world. Like the anti-black agenda, as Issa puts it, is clear. Like it's clear.
But remember, we're fundamentally equal, so we have an equal opportunity to outdo.
That's like saying me and you are the same height. We got the same fucking strength, same martial arts ability, but you have a gun. Obviously, then you're gonna...
So Jays, technically, you're saying black people will never ever progress. Basically, Africa will always be a shithole. We'll always be under the West. There's nothing to do with it. We should just all give up and just do what we did. Isn't it? That's what we're basically saying.
That's basically why I'm not a Pan-African.
Shout out, James. Yeah.
I'm just being honest, like, but this is the difference. Yeah, I'm not saying black people are inherently unequal. I'm saying that if me and you are walking, this is my examples are horrible, yeah. But if me and you are walking down the street and we're both walking towards each other and we're both about to fight each other, and you pick up a bottle, if I die as a result of that, it's not because you were stronger or smarter than me. You were lucky enough to stumble across a bottle, and I wasn't. So unfortunately, this is the state of play now. People can argue that black people are smarter, we're better than white people, or white people are better and smarter than. Fine. The reality is that the facts are the facts. Is that you've had an advantage and you've capitalized on an advantage and you've made it count. And there's other groups that have equally have just as a consequence been benefited from not being black. Can you imagine how sad it is for black people? Just by not being black, you've got advantages and privileges over black people, even though you ain't shit either, and you didn't find out anything, and you didn't have no technological advancement. Arabs.
You don't think there's any room in the future at all, like fully? You don't think there's no potential in the future at all?
What did you say, Scott?
I said, is that how you feel?
What that? No, sorry, what were you responding?
Is that James,
not having any culture, or whatever, and being a father than black people, or whatever.
One more time.
No, I didn't say that.
What did you say?
Forget. We don't ask my question, though, 'cause I'm about to go out, man. What are you saying?
Go on.
So you was gonna ask my question before I go out. I can't remember what my question was anymore, but you just said you was gonna answer it, and I thought after you answered hetero, so I thought, I'll stick around quick.
Oh, cannot. Yeah, I can't remember. If you don't remember, man's been on like 5 rants since then, bro. Monologue after monologue.
I think it was around. That you're proposing. That you were counter proposing basically that Pan Africanists should take another master, etc., as opposed to remaining practical. I'm asking, like, for me personally, I don't understand the benefit of even, like, I could say that, that's what Pan Africanists should do, but I'm not an advisor to any government leader right now. I'm not Do you know what I mean? And if ever I do become a Pan-African advisor to a Pan-African leader, it might not be the case, but that's what I'll be advising them at the time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
I mean, it's very unlikely it will be. Like
okay,
I say, currently, based on current politics, I would say it would be wise for African countries to group together and then to work with China as opposed to the West. I would 100% agree with that, but I just don't. That's not practical for what I could do. And in regards to what Africa needs to do on a daily basis, I'm not sure if that is the case, especially regarding, like, I don't know, for example, so Zimbabwe have quite good relations with China right now. I'm not so sure how well that's benefiting them. We could argue maybe it's just from corrupt or bad government, or maybe just stupid government, or etc. etc. I don't know. The people just allowing their government to get away with stupidness because they got used to it under Mugabe for so long. Who knows, right? But that's like they're working with China. It's an active thing, but it's not like I could advise them on to do anything with it. The best I could do in regards to talking about Pan-Africanism is talk about what I could do here day by day with my people. So if, for example, it might sound ridiculous and stupid and it has nothing to impact on global politics, but if I could start a group of people who wanted to learn African martial arts and African languages, that is on a very small practical level what I could do as a person. Do you know what I mean?
Can I say something? Yeah?
That's not what I'm going to do, but that is something.
We're going to speak in private, 1,000,000%, or even meet up. I'll come link you at the pot one of these days, yeah? So you can get to know about me. I think Hetro knows, but I don't know.
Even not in winter, but yeah.
Yeah, Hetro, don't say nothing, yeah? See, it's funny because you lot keep talking about your dad, innit, yeah? And I wouldn't say anything I've said here in front of my dad. It's just not because I'm scared, but it would be a long enough argument about nothing, yeah? There is a lot of Pan-Africans, yeah, who I would pot up, like I could embarrass them with things that they've said about their own nation. And by that I mean to say that a lot of Africans value, and I mean people that are not in the diaspora, people that live in Africa, that value their nation above all else. So when I critique it, and the reason I bring this example about an ally is not for Africa, my brother. It's not in any way for Africa. I mean, it's as a result. It's as a response to your idea of some quixotic version of the entire Africa working together isn't as realistic as one African nation getting an ally and exploiting Africa and other African nations in the same way that the West has done. Only that nation, by doing that, and they achieves its own form of autonomy. And in that, I'm in agreement. I'm not nationalistic, but the country where I'm from, I would want to see it successful. Not at the expense of other Africans, but that is the most realistic way of me seeing success, and that is to and that is what I've always criticized. I've always had of racist guy Haile Selassie, because the man will talk Pan-Africanism on the one hand and support the British on the other, who are exploiting other Africans. So it's easy to say, this is my brother, this one's my brother, I love you. These ones, we want the best for Africa. But no, and the same as Europeans, as Hetero is putting, you want the best for your nation first. And Africa ain't no one nation thing, it's a continent. It's not one nation. So that's why I always bring in the example of China, because I'm not actually saying it as a way of China will save Africa. No. But China may save one country in Africa. China may be allied with one country in Africa, which it benefits the most. But yeah, go on.
No, 100. I wouldn't. And with what you're saying there, I think is a very fair enough point, and I think there's something to contend with. And I think nationalism on the continent is just a fact of life. For me, I would obviously I'm a Pan-Africanist and I remain a Pan-Africanist, but I think like I say, you have a political ideology not because necessarily it's working right now, but because you think it's the right one, right? So whilst I understand that from your pragmatic point of view, it's like, rare, my country, let's push that forward, but at the expense of whoever is around us, we don't mind as long as we can get forward. And maybe then once we're forward, become a nuclear power, you can then think about doing whatever you want to do. But until that point, you're just focused solely nationalism, this nation. And to be fair, as a Pan-Africanist, there are even some Pan-Africanist nationalists who would argue that it's for the greatest good of Africa that my nation is most successful in Africa, and therefore we become successful, and then we'll turn around and help the rest of Africa when we are etc. in that position. like I say, I'm a pragmatist. I don't care how it happens. I'm just not in a. I'm just like, for me personally, like I don't necessarily think it makes it ideal for any African nation to put themselves in a position of complete inequality with and inequity with their neighbors. It makes a lot more sense at that point to start following Pan-African principles in regard to ideas around integrated economies, etc., etc. Just if anything else to keep the peace. Because if you do have one very rich nation that is, doing well, it's going to attract the attention of those who aren't doing so well, who are going to want to get in and try and, attack it, and so on and so forth. So I
That's
don't
why,
know.
that's why the diaspora though, is. That's why the diaspora is more is a better example of what people describe as true Pan-Africanism, because within the nations, people always criticize Pan-African leaders and point to examples of them prioritizing their own nation or working with an ally that is equally not, because they're not, and they say that racism, it's going to sound crazy, but because they're actually Africans in that they have a specific history that they want to protect above all else. Whereas Pan-African in the diaspora, like me, you and I, even though I know, for example, what specific African history I have specifically, like my parents, whatever, I still identify as black first, because that's the real struggle in the world. And you and I share that, yeah. We both identify there's an agenda against all of us. But the actual one, a lot of leaders in Africa and a lot of people that are said to purport to espouse Pan-Africanist ideals, they're just secret nationalists, bro. You know what I'm saying? They secretly want what's best for their nation first, and clearly it benefits them if all of their allies were successful. But I don't think they would do it at the expense of their own nation. I don't think they would see their neighbor prosper more than them in the immediate. I think they would always want. So it's like, bro, there's so many levels of why Pan-Africanism doesn't appeal to, in my opinion, someone who's thinking rationally, man. I think it's the greatest idea. I sympathize with it. I would love to see it, but I just doubt it's not realistic. It's not realistic, and it's not really adequate use of my thinking power, even though I don't have that much. I have quite a little bit of thinking power, but yeah, always
I hear you. I do have to rush now. So I definitely don't think we're ever gonna that you are going to be a convert to Pan-Africanism. And yeah, I think nationalism is definitely a much more motivating and stronger factor for a lot of people. I think that usually is the case until wars happen, to be fair. And then when wars happen, people start thinking about how can we all get along.
Hey, but pick one quickly before you go, just for bands.
Yeah.
One African nation. If we were to become some African federation under one country, so the Ghana Federation or the Nigeria Federation or the Mali Federation. Idiot. Idiot. No, but seriously, Scott, what culture do you think would be the most to export around the continent? What would you pick?
A culture from one African nation. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to pick. I have no idea, to be fair. I love them all. They're all amazing.
All right, cool. Joe, what would you pick?
Western one.
Well, West African.
Western, bro.
Westernite.
Yeah, bro.
And Africa, you have to pick an African country.
Yeah, they're all shit, bro. Yeah, they're all shit to me, bro. Sorry to be blunt. Okay.
I can't lie though, you what? Yo, I've never seen Scatter so rude in my life.
No, he said he don't get triggered as well, isn't it? He said he don't get triggered.
Why does everyone hate you, fam?
Huh?
I said everyone hates everyone
no.
you on this thing.
I got a wicked mouth, I think.
Yeah,
but you're ruder than me, bro. I don't know how you get fucking blah, bro. You're rude, bro.
Who? How am I
slick with it? You're just slick with it, you get me, bro. Man just exposed you just now, bro. Like man just said there's no future for black people in the world, bro. Fuck it.
Am I, bro? wait. Is blood? Am I lying?
Bro, I still say like 5% there's a chance, bro. You never know what can happen.
Chance of what, bro?
See, so how could I get all the hate, bro? You're just rude, bro. That's fucked up, man.
No, wait. Chance of what? What is their chance of? Go on.
Shit around, fucking the Jews. They used to be the fucking niggas of the world.
Huh?
You go, the Jews used to be the niggas of the world. Look at them now; they run everything, even the white people. Man.
Do you mean these European guys?
Yeah, those fake ones. Yeah.
Get out of it. That's what I'm trying to say,
Yeah,
man.
their ancestors were getting kicked out of every country like gypsies, bro. Now look at them, bro. Like,
Yeah, that's what look, first of all, yeah, them man are a real minority group, yeah. People that identify as Jews are some minority group. Yeah. So man can't talk that shit like it's the same as black people. Black people, some would argue, like most people argue, it's the biggest continent in the world.
yeah, but
You're talking about the inhabitants,
not
biggest continent in the world, and you're comparing it to some people that are under like there's less than 20 million Jews or something in the world.
yeah, but they went from nothing to something. You get me, bro? Like,
They never went from nothing. What do you mean nothing?
fucking Egypt, in it, man. Man got booted out, bro. Man got told to duck.
Bro.
Man got told to duck after building the pyramids. You get me, bro?
Get out of here, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If man is to believe the Hebrews and that, yeah, then black people even got robbed for that identity. And you say that as well, yeah. But the reality is, there's also other Jews in the world, isn't it? Black Jews, yeah, that actually people accept are Jews, not these Hebrew frauds, yeah. And they're living fucked, bro.
Well, they got the Polish Jews run the thing, innit?
Yeah,
European ones there.
Yo, them Jews, it's so bad for them black Jews that even in the Jewish homeland, man are being sterilized.
Yeah, violations still, yeah.
Being sterilized, they've got the highest youth offending rate, they've got the highest incarceration rate in Israel. Like, blood, the Ethiopian Jews are finished out here.
Done that here, you get me?
So yeah, that's some bullshit, bro.
Yeah, you're a cunt, mate.
Which, bruv, you're a cunt, bro.
I ain't a cunt. I'm an honest guy. That's all.
No, bruv, would you? Am I not honest? Am I not honest, bro?
Yeah, honest, but you're slick with, innit?
How am I? This is you and I. I want the best for Africans. It's just unrealistic, you know.
Yeah, I'm the same, innit? I'm the same, bro.
Nah, you're not, bro. You relish in the African struggle, you scumbag.
Nah, man, it's not that I target them. Like, it's everyone. Fuck everyone, innit? Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Obviously, I know. Yeah, you're.
What about MA? He's wrote a lot in the thing. He seems like he knows some stuff.
Who?
Is he a Pan African? MA, the guy that just joined there.
Oh, well gone, my brother. I don't know. I spoke to him before. You can ask, innit?
Yo. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, people. Yeah, I'm a Pan African man, definitely.
Okay. Destroy James, innit? Because he says, yeah, it can never happen.
You what?
He said it can never happen. Black people can never take them shackles off. You get me?
James.
Yeah, that's James' argument. Some shackles on tight.
What does that even mean? So, what do you mean by that, James?
No, I mean he's that was a response to a specific line of questioning. Which I can't remember exactly. How did you lead me there, Hetero? I'm not denying it, but how did you lead me there again?
He said that black people will never be able to build themselves up to a position like how the West dominates the world, basically, or just to be independent in it, Africa or whatever. Innit?
Okay. Oh yeah, I think I remember now. Yeah. No, you said are black people and white people equal? And I said not equal, but yeah, they are. Like, there's no superiority amongst them genetically. Then you said, so why aren't they? Oh yeah, they're the second largest population in America. So that can they ever take control of America? And I said no, because of the sustained efforts of what people describe as white supremacy and the institutions that they monopolize. Then you said, so you're saying that Africans will never be successful, and I said that's why I'm not a Pan-African.
Africa could never be successful.
No, it will never. So basically, will it ever wrestle control away from what we consider to be the white
Western
supremacist,
dominance, basically.
yeah, Western dominance on the world. And no, I don't think it ever will. I think,
And MA,
yeah,
my
no,
argument is that in America, black people are like second biggest group in that country, right? They're represented in government and all that. I'm saying they can't form like a lobby like how Israel got. James says no, they can't.
because Israel fits
I know, but
within
I'm talking about future. I'm not talking about right now. Like in the
yeah, because that's
future,
not right. Israel fits
limitless.
the white supremacist model, number one, and number two, it had Anglo-American sympathizers within it, and not only that, but what people consider to be Jews and Israelis are some of were some of the foundational thinkers and strategists behind the special relationships that these European and Anglo-American sympathetic nations have. So they underpin this. Their ideology underpins what we consider to be now Western philosophy and ideology, right? So they are intrinsically enmeshed in that. Don't try to separate them like, oh, the Jews. That is part of their
Yeah,
siege
but so
mentality.
why do so many white supremacists hate Jews, bro?
Because they're morons, bro. What do you mean? That's what I'm trying to say. They're the fringe element.
But
They're
hold
the
on,
of Pan Africans.
hold on. I agree with you, James, but I don't but not completely. Like you're saying that there could never be black lobbyists who have a stake in so who can sorry, what's it?
Influence.
Yeah,
Yeah, who can influence policy at the highest level of US government. That's
Yeah,
not true.
never. I don't.
That's no, this is all money. Forget about diplomatic ties and that. The diplomatic ties are only based on finance. There's nothing else. There's no religious kind of relationships that supersede finance. So
All right.
if it comes to a point where the financial gain that can be siphoned from the black people, other than the one that's already going on now, but a more direct relationship in terms of politics and economics from the African continent. Basically, all it would take is for the African continent to take control of their resources, right? Then the conversation changes.
Which is impossible.
Yeah, but the argument is the West will not.
It's definitely not impossible.
Okay,
at
how?
all. Look, at the end of the day, yeah, I think what you're bargaining on is that any attempts to control the resources by the African people will be quashed quickly by the powers that be that are already in Africa, right? Now, that may be true, but it won't necessarily stop an attempt. Like, imagine, okay, look at Mogadishu and thing. Imagine that there was resources being taken out of Mogadishu at the time of that particular conflict, yeah, which wasn't really the reason that they were there. Kind of the reason that they were there, but not really. Their man got mashed up, bro, quick, fast, and I know that was a very long time ago. Now that was like 25 years ago, something like that. But ultimately, yes, the US have firepower. Yes, they have like 50 odd army bases in Africa. Blah blah blah. Chinese are there now. The United Kingdom have got their own things there. France are there, and whatever. But ultimately, if it came to a thing of okay, we're gonna go for an all-out war on the continent, which is what I believe will happen. Yeah, I think there's gonna be an almighty war on the continent. It's gonna be nasty, bro.
Do you know who's gonna fight that war?
Say again?
Do you know who's gonna fight that war?
You want to say the people in Africa, yeah?
Yeah, the Africans, bro. You think the man? I don't know, but they all
Nah, they're not gonna be able to. Look, they're not gonna be able to. Remember the whole the size of the continent, innit? They're not gonna be able to convince enough people to mash up their own kind. It's not gonna happen. These are small factors you're talking about, bro.
What the genocide in Rwanda, is that not an example? Is that not an example?
Skip them iPods, isn't it? They'll do it.
At the end of the day, like what I was saying earlier on about getting in some. Sorry, let me turn my music off. Sorry. About getting in some next superpower or whatever to come and support and whatever. That will likely happen, isn't it? And like then you're gonna have a different type of war. One sec. Yeah, you're gonna have. I'm gonna go in a minute, man. Don't worry. You're gonna have a different type of war that is more evenly fought out because no one was really supplying the everyday people with weapons them times, isn't it? It's just complete massacre.
Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm saying they monopolize those resources, bro. And there is it's like it's like what you see with Gaddafi is not going to be the same as every other African nation. They're not going to have to fly the flag for all nations. Some nations have enough mercenary
Yeah.
what's that?
Yeah.
Enough mercenary presence and
Yeah.
enough corporate lobby and power control within that nation that all they would actually need is a green light from the government, i.e., we don't want any international spectacles on what we're going to do in this nation, and that whole little conflict will be off the books, and you wouldn't even know that it happened. Yeah, aside from the random amnesty pleas and the Red Cross saying that there's been some conflict somewhere. Like, so reality wise, people conflate all African nations as if to say like they're all the same. No,
exactly right.
Can I just say on that point? I was trying to make this point to Scott. There's a lot of Africans that believe they're better than other Africans. Yeah,
yeah.
You realize that that take pleasure in the destruction of some Africans. Do you get what I mean? So you're thinking about like it's gonna be something where
the Bantus get no rains.
There's gonna like there's gonna be like we're gonna see our people being oppressed, and man are gonna
but bro,
rally around them. I don't care, bro.
I'm not even chatting about on a continental level though, because I don't think you need to actually have that conversation just yet anywhere about the whole continent. Like smaller nations, individual nations, you can have that conversation about how that thing would play out. Like in Congo, for example, like I don't know, like the existing relationships that are and the existing agreements that are in place now, right? The only they're not permanent, bro. The only way that they will change, however, is if the finances being offered by an alternative agreement are better. That's all it will take. And I don't know why people think it's any more complicated than that. So from my perspective, if British Gas or whatever they call it, I don't know what the British Gas subsidiary is that in Africa. It's a different name, isn't it? British Petroleum or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, if they're saying, yeah, we're giving you such and such and such and such, and in terms of like the political leaders in the country, we're going to give you this much for this much, and to make sure that we can get our things when we want to get them, and whatever, and the army are getting this much and whatever. All it would take would be for an alternative offer to be put on the table, right? That is low enough risk for the man them to say, you know what, we're going to take that. You get me? We're in charge here. Yes, you're paying us, but we are actually in charge here, and you know what I mean. So, from my perspective, it's kind of there needs to be a whole different level of scheming on the African continent and in the individual nations and from the diaspora, a whole different level of scheming. And this is a level of scheming I don't quite see at the moment. I don't think people are thinking strategically about how to address that problem.
There ain't even truly democratic elections in this country, bro. Like, I don't know what. Like, when people.
What do you mean by democratic elections? Where did I say anything about democracy?
No, but I'm saying like you like man believe there's some way of convincing individuals within Africa to come together as a collective.
No.
No, MA said he don't believe it could happen now. He did say that.
No, but I'm not even saying that. I'm saying the existing factions that are in the existing factions that are the rebels and all the people that are controlling the resources at the moment, right? I said all it will take for them is a better offer. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but I'm saying what is actually truly beneficial. So individuals coming together as a collective to decide what is truly beneficial for their nation. That doesn't even happen here in the West that people believe is so culturally advanced. Yeah?
Oh, but it's gonna happen, bro. It's going to happen. It has to happen.
What, in Africa?
No, in the diaspora.
Hold on, what
his argument is that we have no power anyways in the West, so
I'm saying that on the continent, right? Yeah. We understand what the problems are, right? In the diaspora, like the thinking is not gonna happen. It's happening in the continent, but the external thinking and the external planning and plotting and scheming, I think is just as, if not more important than the decision making on the continent. I'm saying, yeah, that when you're on the ground in these places, it's just a kind of cookie jar situation, isn't it? It's just every man just trying to get, if they know that they're getting and they're getting and they're getting, They're just going to keep getting and getting and getting. What I'm saying is the alternative financial arrangement can only come from a higher level of thinking. At the moment, it doesn't seem any scope whereby there will be an alternative financial package or whatever or deal to be made other than the one that the West are offering and that China may be offering as well. There's no other alternative. I'm saying it requires a different level of thinking to come up with something that would actually sway the people that are in charge of the resources at the moment in Africa towards, because it's not actually Americans there, like as a white guy there saying, yeah, go and do this, go and do that, or whatever, as a representative, and there's a white man that might come and visit every so often, and the army are down the road, cool, but you get me? It's the Africans are in charge of the mines, like make no mistake about it, they're just assholes. And they're just greedy. You just need to find a way for there to be an agreement.
Are in charge now.
Some mines are owned by Westerners. Some mines are owned by Westerners.
But who are the good ones, though?
Some mines are owned by Westerners.
Right. Some
mines. They're owned, but they're not being operated by the West, bro.
Hold on. Who are the good ones then?
You chatting to me?
Yeah. So who are the good ones? So Scattered agrees this one's corrupted. Scattered agrees that one's corrupted. You agree this one, that one corrupted. So where are the good ones then? Where are the good ones?
We've established that there's no good ones and that they're just greedy, bro.
So if there's no good ones, then how the fuck is Africa ever going to become successful?
I just told you. Why are you not listening? I said it's based on money. These people will react to a better offer. I've said this about 5 times already. Now.
Right. Cool. So all right. So let's say China. So you're like me. Then you agree that there will always need to be a master.
A master in terms of someone. What's it called?
Someone that you.
The master is money, isn't it? It's not.
No. A nation that you will be subordinate to. You agree that there will always be a nation that you.
Finance. Yeah. It can be a finance. It can be an individual. It can be an organization. It can be a whole nation.
And we will never be the financiers, right?
You
agree with my initial point, man? I lie, hetero. Is that not their point?
I hear what you're saying. So what?
He's saying the same thing.
But hold on, you're saying that we will never be the financiers, yeah?
Yeah.
So imagine, at the moment, yeah, those that are in charge of the mines, then, yeah, they are what currency are they being paid in?
What?
The people in charge of the mines, yeah, not the Westerners, I said the Africans that are running the mines in Africa.
Okay.
What currency are they being paid in?
Well, I imagine the dollar is king in Africa. So.
Right. So there's no other option for them. Like they're not getting paid in no this or no that. It's just dollars, right? And that dollar is based on oil, right?
Yeah.
So them man there are not in any position to be doing any thinking beyond what they're being offered and what they're getting. This is my point.
Okay.
Where you see things happening with the CFA franc and the ECHO and all this kind of stuff at the moment, right?
I don't know what that means.
The CFA franc is the French colonial currency that the West Africa.
Yeah, no, you mean go on.
Yeah. And then they've got a new currency coming in. It's still linked to the euro. Blah blah blah. It's still a fuckery, but it's better than the CFA franc, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's where the situation could change, right? So let me mention Congo again for a second. So a leader comes in, yeah? A leader comes in. There's still conflict, there's still fuckery, people are still rinsing from the east, Uganda's still involved, Rwanda's, all the stuff is still going on as it has been. However, a decision is made, yeah, between say Congo and Angola and somebody else in Cameroon or whatever. A decision is made to tie a new currency, yeah, which is going to ignite a almighty conflict with the West immediately. But a decision is made to create a different currency that is not tied to any other currency, but is only tied to the resources of the nation. And those resources of the nation are
currency, yeah.
So they
yeah.
You can only trade in that currency, just like that.
Like what Gaddafi was saying, basically.
Yeah, so you just get no fly
Possibly.
zone in your country, you know.
Yeah, and not only that, but you just like, bro, a man.
Terrorists
Listen
will
to the
come out of
joke.
nowhere.
A man.
Terrorists.
Hold on. Listen to this though, just for a moment, guys. A man proposed a a gold-backed currency.
Mm.
He was subsequent to that, or a consequence of that, was invasion, yeah, and being robbed of all his golden weapons. Like
And have
not
to stick up his bub as well, bro. Was it?
yeah, but people will try to shroud it in political complexity. No, there was this reason. Benghazi, they wanted to trade weapons. They were funding ISIS. That man stole his gold as well. Like literally, as clear cut as that. However you want to cut and splice it, man went in there, stole gold to the point where now, not only that, the what's it called, the Libyan something fund, Goldsmith and Sachs stole $4 billion worth of investment fund in gold. So they not only did they rob the actual practical physical gold, but man robbed stocks or bonds associated with the commodities they had in the nation. Like man fully robbed everything from the nation. Yeah, and you believe that, like Congo right now, I said this earlier before you come on. I'm not sure if it's cobalt or coltan, whatever's referred to colloquially as blue gold. Yeah. Is quintessential to the production of batteries that go in electric cars. Yeah, with the burgeoning market of the electric cars, clearly it's going to be like there's going to be a lot of investment opportunity in companies that are refining blue gold, so on and so forth. Who do you think is going to be the major beneficiary of that? Number one, and then number two, do you not believe that there's going to how can I phrase this to make my point? As in, now it becomes a major player. Now it becomes a major point of contention with regards to other nations' foreign policies, i.e., if the stasis remains, no one's going to have any issue. But if anything goes wrong in Congo, you're going to hear about some undemocratic election. You're going to hear about some, some rebel group that's causing whatever. Basically,
of course,
it works politically, which is once it becomes a hot topic or once it becomes of interest to the West,
it becomes a massive problem. Yeah, this is what I said though. This is what I said to you. I said as soon as a decision is made as radical as changing the currency of a particular resource, of the trade of a particular resource, it's all hell will break loose. Don't get it twisted. What I'm saying is the only way, if like you see how you said that the only way for them to get out of it would be to have to go and choose a different master,
yeah,
that's what you kind of said, yeah, you're right in some respects, but it depends on first it depends on who that is. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a nation. It could be an organization. It could be whatever. It's going to be fuckery before it can get any better anyway.
What organization ain't tied to a nation? That's the question. What organization will of any type of
the Catholic Church?
Hold on. Wait. There's loads of organizations that are not tied to the nation, bro.
Like who?
Huh?
Like who?
So hold on. You think that BP are intrinsically tied to the United Kingdom?
Yep.
Why is that?
Bro,
serious question. Why do you think that?
Well, first of all, if you have a branch, I mean, this is what hegemony is, though. This is like.
Hold on, wait.
Oh yeah,
Where just answer the question. Why do you actually think that is?
You've asked me a specific question. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I've researched X, right? But what I will tell you is this: if I have a branch in an office in your country, and I do business from, or let's say my base is your country, I count to your country's GDP, for example. So the money I make, the money my company makes counts to your GDP. Number one, I am regulated by that country, or I have enough influence politically where I do the regulating, where your foreign policy directly benefits me. So it's the same with China, where there's an independent company in China, because we know that they're generally communistic. We know that the reality is if a company claims to be independent within China, we know that's a lie, because technically they're doing the bidding of the Chinese. But you believe that they're somehow separate from Britain because we're capitalists. The only difference is who is the master and who is the servant, in the sense that the political class are the servants, the masters are the lobbyists, but they both work in each other's interests. And a perfect example of what I was trying to say to Scattered is Cecil Rhodes, or I can't remember what's De Boer, Rio Tinto.
De Beer.
Sorry, thank you. Rio Tinto, all of these major mining companies at the turn of the century, all of them were an extension of Britain, or the East India Company being an extension of the monarchy. Like, we know this for a fact, that these exploits directly benefit Britain, and Britain facilitates them with their foreign policy. All of the companies that benefited from the invasion, the big pharma invasion, benefiting from the invasion of Afghanistan. Like, you can create you can point to an example of separation, but we also have examples of a clear, common interest amongst them, and Anglo-American Anglo-American sympathetic ideology, runs through all of the sort of mission statements of these companies. So they may be they benefit Britain more than an African. Would you not agree with that at the very least?
Of course, but that's not really the point man's trying to. That's not really the point man's trying to make.
So go on.
What is Britain is a country. Yeah, it's a whole country full of however many millions of people.
Okay.
Right. Same way America is full of however many millions of people. Right. The Federal Reserve is not, and all of its interests are not for the United States of America.
The Federal Reserve.
Yeah, they're just not. It's not for the United States of America.
BP though, what was the point with BP? Because I want to hear like a counter example.
It's not for the United Kingdom. It's not. It may serve. It may sell its oil and
for the shareholders, and most of them are British.
Say again.
It's for the shareholders.
You're not understanding what my point is.
No, but
the beneficiaries, the main beneficiaries of the ownership of resources in different parts of the world, it's not the nation. It's the cabal of individuals that actually have that deal in place. The fact
right, James.
Wait.
No. Number one, they're British. Yeah. Number one, they're British.
It doesn't matter what. It doesn't, bro.
Wait.
Because you made a claim. It doesn't matter. You said number one, they're British. Fam, do you think them being British has anything to do with their decisions?
I'm about to make a broader point based on that. I'm saying if they're number one, I said number one, if they're British. Number two, if the people that they're lobbying are the British political classes, yeah, that's number two. Number three, if a residual of their exploits, their international exploits, benefits Britain more than the people they're exploiting, then outside of that, if what you're trying to establish to me is the plutocracy is not the same as the populace, yeah, I would agree. Yeah, clearly there is a separation. If what you're saying is there's a complete separation, yeah, or no connection between Britain and these capitalists and these crony capitalists or these corporations, I'd say that is the.
I'm not saying that. Remember what the point was that I made? I said that. In fact, what was the point that I made? It was more abstract.
Yeah, question. You said does BP?
I said what makes you think? What makes you think? Yeah, I said what makes you think that? What was it that you said before that? For me to ask that.
I cannot remember. I still maintain. I do think it does.
You basically said all business are tied to the country, something like that.
Oh yeah, and they
are. Yeah, basically I said what makes you think that it needs to be tied to a nation.
100%, I reckon they are.
Let's take it. Okay. Take, and you brought up an example earlier on. So Israel and their relationship with America, yeah. Right. So you said, yeah, that it's the Israelis, them, and their presence. They're basically their presence in the Zionist presence in the United States, which was there a long time before Israel, right? Now go even further back. So these people didn't have no nation, yeah? They didn't have no nation. I'm talking about the Zionists, yeah? Man, them come from Austria and thing, and they land in Germany, or they come from a few Russians come, do you know what I mean? And they seem to have a way of, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that they were banned from owning land in Germany, and also in that particular region, Germany, Austria, and they had to find a different way to accrue wealth. They were banned for some reason. I think it was a religious reason or whatever. And so their incursion into finance was as a result of not being able to own land. Yeah, this is something I have read. Someone can check it, double check it, or verify it, or come with a counter story. But they didn't have a home. They didn't have a nation that they were tied to, that they were trying to Boost Up, or do you know what I mean? They were a bunch of people that had a common goal, yeah, and that was to accrue wealth.
Can I just read something to you really quickly?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The UK's trade and investment policies are enabling British companies to access and control African resources. British governments, whether Conservative or Labour, have long been fierce advocates of liberalised trade and investment regimes in Africa that provide access markets to foreign companies. They have also consistently opposed African countries putting up their regulatory or protectionist barriers such as trade and investment. In addition, Britain has been a major advocate for policies promoting low corporate taxes in Africa, including the extractive sector. Furthermore, British governments have constantly espoused voluntary instead of legally binding mechanisms to address corporate human rights abuses committed abroad. And this is my major point. If I'm a company in Britain, for example, and I wish to operate in Africa, I would be regulated somewhat by British law. If British
law, I do understand that. Come on, bro. I understand.
Wait, man. Come.
But you're gonna make a point that we already agree on, bro.
But to drive home the initial point, which is if British laws is relaxed for me as a result of me lobbying them, number one, so it's mutually beneficial for me to be exploitive in another nation. How is that not working in my government's interest?
James.
But how is that not working?
James, the point was that it doesn't have to be tied to a nation.
How is that not?
My question about the UK was to ask you what makes you think that it is intrinsically tied. Cool, you've answered that question, right?
Okay.
But I still don't even fully agree that is the UK, because bro, if I break it down to a thing of democracy, yeah, which you brought up earlier on, yeah, and there's no democracy. How is it tied to the UK? It's tied to policy, but those policies aren't decided by the wider public. Those policies are decided through lobbying. And those lobbyists, there's what, maybe 200-300 people that are deciding this thing, maximum. No more.
I asked you, what's the United Kingdom? What is that? Is that the government or is that the people? Because if you're saying there's a divide between the populace and the plutocracy, no one is. Then I ain't gonna deny that.
I think he means establishment. Just say the establishment. It's tied to the establishment.
Okay, so let's carry that, yeah, and use that as a way to actually imagine or even identify. I'm sure if we go through a list of corporations now, we could identify corporations that above and beyond. Aside from having to lobby, they don't have any responsibilities to nobody. Right, and their accounts are offshore already. Yeah, they're not paying no tax to the fucking nation. Yeah, their main office isn't even in the country that they claim it to be.
But they are the establishment.
You can very easily. Bro. If I had the time, I would go and find corporations, and I would challenge you to tell me that this corporation is more linked to the whatever, yeah, whatever the company's house, whatever information, whatever, than the other nations that they have more of a stake in, because they're holding their money there. Because they're holding their money there, because they're doing their trade there, because the currency that they're trading in is the currency of that country. I will challenge you to that, and I'll guarantee you, I'll find a nation. I'll find corporations.
I don't know what they are the establishment. That's what I kept trying to say. There is no separation, in my opinion, from them and the only difference is, listen, if I work here and you're paying me X so it's a what's the word, man? It's like a pantomime. Like I pretend that I've deregulated something for you. The reality is we both work in the same interest, which is money. So this company wants to make money, and this person who's achieved some kind of political standing, he's going to facilitate that money to get paid from the same money. They both require the success of the business. So technically they both work for the same business. They work for the same entity. So like Hetero said, it's a better way to put it. I believe that the capitalists, the crony capitalists and the political class both together comprise the establishment. So when
I don't call that the political class. I don't call them the nation. I call them the corporation. So I think that they're more part. I think that they're more part of the corporation than they are the
we don't agree with that then.
Yeah, we all agree with that. What is the nation then? That's what I'm saying. That's what we need to identify.
The nation is this bullshit to keep people patriotic and shit.
I agree with that too.
Well, I think that there's a middle ground there then. So where I'm saying that, I think it could be to a certain extent coincidence that or a specific set of events that dictate that, okay, this corporation was founded by these people and they just happen to be in this nation and blah 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 blah. In fact, they wouldn't. They're not even native to that nation. They moved to that nation about 200 years ago, or even 60 years ago, right? They just moved. Yeah, they weren't even part of the fucking nation. Take again Israel as an example. Yeah. However, now that they're there, yeah, they develop relationships and now they can lobby and whatever and whatever and whatever. But they really have no fucking ties to the nation. They don't give a shit about the nation. They don't regard themselves as national. And so I'm just saying, to take it back to the point that I was trying to make in the first place, finding corporations, and I'm not even saying this is a great idea, but I'm just saying there's a possibility of finding financiers other than the Western superpowers and whatever to and I don't know what I don't have the brain power to put this kind of offer together, but that would be an option that I would see that could change the dynamic. I think China at the moment seem like they would be the ones to come up with something and say, you know what, come let's take all these or even Russia, let's take all this off your hands and whatever, and these problems and whatever, and we'll allow you to trade. If I was Russia, that's what I would do. If I was China, I would do that. I would say to them, you know what, you man, these lot are bumping you, yeah, left, right, and center. You got the US dollar that you're trading in or whatever. Why don't you tell them to fuck off and we'll back you, yeah? And we'll allow you to trade in any currency that you wish. So you create your own currency, and we'll back that currency.
No, China's not. That's not what China's interest is. China wants people to trade in their currency. That's why they're buying up all the gold.
No, I get it, but I'm saying that would be that's the dynamic that I see. Like,
yeah, but that's equally important. Listen, the original. Remember what we actually what I don't know. Sorry, let me rephrase. I don't think you're arguing anything. I'm just saying what Hetero put to me, what he challenged you to refute, was that there is no clear logical. There are no steps to success for kind of African autonomy or independence. It's impossible at this stage. Like given the political history I'm privy to, and I'm not that well versed, but what I do understand. Yeah, no, how would it work? I mean, at this stage of technological advancement, be it fucking infotech, be it biotech, be it weapon systems. We're behind. We're decades. We
2 centuries, I'll say.
Yeah, behind you. Behind you. So what? I don't know what. Like,
let me ask you a question. So, do you think that there's so again, I don't want to talk about the whole continent. I want to talk about an individual nation. Do you not think that there's look at Japan? Yeah, Japan already had a precedent there in terms of technology and whatnot, and blah 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 blah. However, do you not think that there's an African nation that in the next, say, 70, 80 years can find, especially with the raw resources that they've got, can find a specific industry to monopolize that doesn't exist currently anyway, or that exists but has not really been taken advantage of?
Mate, I'm agreeing with you, but the problem is it's not consistent with the Pan-Africanist model, because the way to do that, and I have to credit Hetero for bringing me around to this thinking, is through conservative right-wing fascistic policies. You get me? Ultra nationalism, some kind of imperialist belief system, some kind of reduction of democracy in the nation. You get what I'm saying? Some kind of autocratic leadership structure, hierarchy, with nationalism being one of the primary motivators for and expansionism, or not expansionism, sorry, but like a form of imperialism in which one believes man is somewhat superior and shit. That is the only model to hyper industrialize an African nation, but that goes against everything that this Pan-Africanist shit talks about.
I don't think. I'll say it doesn't, because I mean I wouldn't go as far to say to have a kind of imperialist drive.
Japan's imperialist.
Like Ghana's rinsing out Ivory Coast and this. Nah, I'm saying that the spark has to be from the individual nations. You can't. I don't think it's going to.
Remember Japan invading China and other nations and Korea and shit. Like, come on, bro. Like, I'm saying, if you use that as a model, then we're going to say, all right, cool. Look what they're like. They're imperialists.
Yeah, but Japan didn't get rich from invading China.
No, but I'm saying that, but the reason that they are rich is because they have those kind of intentions, or because that is the ideology of the nation, that imperialistic. And then if we go further, if we say that their lack of resources forced them to be somewhat ingenuitive and innovative, right?
Yeah.
Forced them to trade with Europe, so that they also even now, like oh yeah, I'll tell you about that, Hitro. Well, I was reading about the Russian Japanese war, and that was funded mainly by Britain. Britain was their major
Yeah, told me
ally
that. So
in the Russian war, and Britain allowed them access to the Suez Canal to get the coal which they required to fund their navy. Britain also built the ships for their navy, but the reason that Britain allied itself with Japan, or other way around, Japan allied itself with Britain, is because Britain is equally an imperialist nation that observed the, if you like, superiority of the Japanese
exactly.
hierarchy or whatever. So we have to remember that for a Pan-African, this concept of democracy, of egalitarianism, of the people being the most important thing, but you're laughing if you think that's going to bring you success.
But hold on, do you believe? But I don't like being a Pan-Africanist. Like there's hyper-capitalistic Pan-Africanists out there, right? And there's nations that will operate in that way. I don't understand. I don't see that being a Pan-Africanist and being hyper-capitalistic is
You're not understanding me. Not hyper-capitalistic. The fuck capitalism. Nationalistic. There is a difference. We are better than you. We are smarter than you. These are sentiments of successful nations.
Yeah, but I think all African nations are like that anyway. So, but James, all African nations are kind of like that anyway. And we actually agreed on that a little while ago.
That's why we fucked, isn't it? That's why.
No, but hold on, no, but you're contradicting what you're saying, bro. Because you're saying, that Japan only got that way because they were hyper nationalistic and whatnot, and fascistic and stuff. But then we're saying that African nations have that inclination anyway. But you're saying that it's not. You know what I mean? You've contradicted yourself already. And I'm saying to you,
no.
I'm saying to you, wait. I'm saying to you, that African nations, typically Nigeria, for example, they could if they could find a way, of developing an industry that everyone's gonna need and want or whatever, and to monopolize that thing and whatever, and then have some kind of heightened bargaining power over the rest of Africa, whatever, they'll fucking do that, bro. Under the guise of
they already have that. They got oil.
Sorry?
They already have that over Africa. They got oil, the most reserves in Africa.
Okay, well there you go, so what I'm saying is
they're just fucking it up.
No infrastructure. There's no direct infrastructural improvement at the same level of what's that word?
And guess what, James? All that money flooding into the West. All these Nigerian businessmen are just spending it in the West, bro.
100%.
Yeah, but this is what we're talking about. Is
I quickly respond, MA, to what you said about the contradiction. No, I'm saying as it pertains to Pan-Africanism. So I'm saying, yes, already the reason that the Pan-Africanist model will never work is because all these Africans are nationalistic. But in the same way that, to point to Japan, I'm saying Japan has never attempted to be part of some Pan-Asian anything. They've never attempted to be part of it. It's never the Japanese model is not consistent with the Pan-Africanist model. That's number one. Number two, Japan is not not resource rich like Africa is, so it's forced them to be more innovative than Africans. That's number two. And number three, Japan has attempted to fucking conquer most of Asia, whereas the African nations have been behind the queue, if you like, or there's a word I'm thinking of, have been behind the have been late to the party, if you like, with the invading other nations. And then thirdly, just quickly on that, if you were supporting that, I'd be more inclined to, I mean, depending on what country you'd pick as the one you'd want to be the invading force. Depending, if it was my country, I'd be like, yeah, go on, why not? If that's what you were suggesting, then yeah, maybe you have maybe that's realistic. If the culture that you were promoting was unique to a nation, So if all of the people in the diaspora was like, let's say we're bigging up Ghana, this is the king of Ghana, the most righteous king. This is the greatest language. Look, right, in the same way people do with Arabic. Look, oh my God, the classical Ghanaian must have come from God. If Ghanaian culture, Ghanaian dress, everyone support Ghana. Ghana's the greatest country in Africa. We're all going back. Ghana's got conscription. We're all going to enlist in the Ghanaian army. You know, all the scientists go back to Ghana. If you were saying based on that culture, do I believe Ghana would be successful? Of course it would. I'm like, yeah, the
bro,
next
this is
Ghana's
one.
going to be, but Pan-Africanism. Oh, you're laughing, man. You're smoking.
Nah, but I don't know. The Pan-Africanism needs to be redefined every time people speak to each other that don't know each other, innit? Like, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, what you just described, is how it would probably play out, right? So the idea that there is a universal or a ubiquitous kind of drive towards ensuring that all people of African descent are able to prosper and are not at the bottom of the economic ladder anymore. That's something that is fairly abstract and doesn't have to intrude on. I'm coming. 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I need to pass in a minute as well.
Sorry. 5 minutes.
Yeah, he needs to go.
It's my wife, man. Yeah. Doesn't need to, like the what Rap Raven would call the kumbaya thing or whatever. But like the idea that we could all work together to prosper doesn't have to. It's not like a linear pathway to achieving that. To be honest, a lot of fuckery is going to go on to achieve that, and it has to. A lot of fuckery, a lot of greed, a lot of this, a lot of that. The pre-existing conditions of the people them dictate that that's going to happen anyway. The mindsets of the people them dictate it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
I'm saying, say if it was Ghana or Nigeria or Congo, and I think it would probably be more likely to be Congo or someone from East Africa. Yeah. If it did happen, then I could see that. Remember we said about the financier, yeah, the financier that is linked to a nation that you said that all the financier could then come from within Africa. And it's like, it's these things that I'm predicting that there is going to be a monopoly on the continent. One nation is going to monopolize something. Yeah, it could be something as simple as resources. It could be like a little a brave move where they're like, "Yo, fuck off our country," or it could be that you would say it wouldn't happen. Cool, it might not happen, but I predict that there's going to be an almighty monopoly.
Pick one. This is what I asked everyone. I don't know if you heard that. If you were listening, pick one, man. This is the most interesting part of it. I want to know because every Pan-African I meet is from the diaspora, or is Caribbean, or is African that wants to identifies with being black more than African, like I do. Yeah. So I'm interested to know, what nation do you believe, or would you throw your lot behind?
Later.
You know.
Do you know what? I believe the commodity or the industry will be technological. I know I sound mad because it's Africa, but I believe it will be technological. And therefore, fuck, I have a feeling it's going to be East Africa, It's going to be somewhere in East Africa. I have a feeling.
I'm sad about when people say East Africa, though, real talk.
Yeah, go on.
Because number one, they're the most racist of all Africans.
Yeah. No, I hear that.
Yeah. Number two, and that is an example of a colonial influence and a colonial what's the word, like, prop someone up, when you make someone feel a bigger station, when you push someone to believe that that is social, like colonial conditioning, to believe that they are better, and as a result of some nefarious behavior in the slave trade from East Africans, that both Arab and Western, and what's the word, man? A compliance and a assistance offered to Western colonial powers. So it's sad that if they are the ones that are most successful, that is just another extension or example of Western influence, or the fact that they have Western they're sympathetic to the West.
Yeah, I hear that, and you know what? I can't really. I don't have an argument again. I'm just saying that I might be wrong in it. It could be fucking anyone, bro. But whoever it is has to have an infrastructure of a kind to be able to actually make the best use of whatever technology or resource that they find or whatever. But yeah, if I feel like it might be East, it could be anybody. It could be Congo. It could be flipping Senegal. It could be anybody. You get me? But what I do think is whoever does it, no matter what Western ties they have, no matter whatever, as long as the currency that the new thing is traded in is to be decided by that nation, it really doesn't matter too tough. It doesn't matter too tough, because once you've got that, once that country has got that particular currency tied into that resource or that whatever, and if everybody needs it, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Like there's not much you can do about that other than bare invasions. But even if you invade, you can't then legislate for there being an absolute turnaround and be like, oh, we're going to use the dollar again. No, that might not happen. You get me? So that's what I think anyway. Listen, bad boy, I gotta go. But it's nice. I think we chatted the other day as well with them, man, innit?
Yeah, but obviously this is the manner fully speaking. You get me properly and that. Big up your point of view, man. I don't know, man. Like I said, and there's probably today we didn't touch on enough, but there's probably a lot, man. You could show, man, that maybe you never know. I could always be convinced, fam. I'm not
I just think, obviously, as black people, I regard myself as a black man. You get me, a black African, black Caribbean, whatever you want to call me. But it's the blackness within me that drives me. So that's the machine in it. That's the motor.
Yeah.
And I just think prosperity, by any means necessary, that align with one's moral compass, and that is all we really need to concentrate on. But yeah, then it's quite. I think it's an interesting and exciting time in many ways. Fuckery is still going on, but like, yeah, and we're like, you sound like you're maybe about my age. How old are you?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I said it seems like an interesting and exciting time in many ways. It's also scary, but I said you sound like you're about my age, so you must have the same. You must be as.
29.
Huh?
29.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm 36 still. So it should be a motivating factor that we're young and you're intelligent enough to actually put yourself in the mix. And
I need to. Scattered always says he prefers to speak about this stuff online. So like I said, I'm very sympathetic to all of you use lots of ideas. I like to attempt to speak as logically and practically as I can. I know we're all theorizing here, so it's not like anyone's picking up a gun anytime soon. But I like to talk as practically as possible. So man, it's like Scatter says, it's probably better to join in the movement to see if it's consistent with your views, as opposed to just sitting on being an armchair critic. So maybe I need to engage a certain man a bit more. You get me? Rather than
100, and I'm kind of transitioning into that as well. Like I've spent a lot of time kind of like I came up in many respects the Pan-African movement as well, but more the AAPRP. So I used to go to like meetings and that. And Kwame Nkrumah's party that he started back in the 70s or something. So but I was a very young kid, so I didn't really engage with the knowledge. I didn't really know what was going on. My dad would always feed me bare information or whatever. Some of it went in and stayed, and some of it didn't. And it's like now, man's coming full circle. And I just got married this year as well to a Congolese girl. That's why I keep talking about Congo, innit?
Mashallah, my brother.
Yeah, man. So it's a very interesting time. I think the hangouts is getting better and better as well. Like just being on the panels and that, we're having better qualities of conversation. People over across the water as well. I think
for that. I can't lie. This is slightly becoming a. It's literally either religion or Pan-Africanism, and the Pan-Africanism ones are the ones where I feel like I'm learning. Like I didn't even know who Stokely Carmichael was, or
Yeah.
H Sutton Brown. I learned his name. I wrote it down yesterday. So like every time I speak to one of you lot, I learn even now APR AAPRP.
Yeah.
I'm literally just putting that in my notes now. So that's another thing I'm gonna have to look into. So yeah, big up all these conversations though. Yeah, I'll let you get on because I need to fly out myself. But we do this, we shall reconvene, my brother. But what is it? It's MA, yeah? Is that what I should refer to you as?
MA, yeah, just call me MA. And yeah, man, them need to all. I've been telling Scat. I'm still waiting to link Scattered. You know, 3 weeks I've been waiting for Scattered. I was supposed to link all 3 weeks ago. So like doing it offline as well is big as well. So anyone that can do that should do that, man.
100. 100.
All right, love and blessings, brother.
Yeah, have a good night, yeah?
You too, man. Safe.
Yo. Yo.
Hold on one sec, baby.
Man, that
Belly's on.
old show, I'll go on.
Yeah, bro. I'm hurt, blood. Oh, God.
Wake up,
Hello?
cuz. I didn't even know you was there still.
What you saying?
Yo, yo, yo.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Nah,
Belly?
still.
Can you hear me? I'm here, bro.
Alright, say nothing, man.
Okay.
Fam, it was a good night last night still. Definitely
Can you hear me?
tired, boy. Trust me.
Can you hear me? Belly?
Yeah, man. Yeah, big up COE, man. Dog me and still.
Hello? Belly, can you
Yeah,
hear
big
me?
up Ultra, man. He's on the panel, man, but he must have fell asleep still waiting to get on. Martin, Martin. Yeah, big up all the people them in the chat, man. I'll tap the Ravens them from yesterday still. Yeah, man. Big up COE still, man. Yeah, man, the bird call. What happened to those boys? Yeah.
Yo, Belly, can you hear me?
What you saying?
Can you hear me?
What's the music in the background? Can I hear Ultra? No, I can't even hear him, man. Alright, let me jump off and jump on. Ah, shit. I was about to jump off and jump back on. Alright. Yo,
Yo,
cuz.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello?
One sec. One sec. Yo.
Can you hear me?
Let's see if I can hear this. Alright, wait there, yeah. I'm gonna jump off and jump back on. Wait there, cuz. Yo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Well, I can't hear, man.
Oh, my God. Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
I don't know, man. I can only hear man on the live stream playback, man. I can't hear man in the real life, though. Mad.
Yes.
Yo,
Hello.
Funky, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Wait there, yeah. I'm gonna join on my other phone still.
Right, cool.
Come on, G Block.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Are you ready, G Block? Can you hear me? Hello? Your mom's not ordering anything. She's on the phone. There's food in the fridge. Oh, no. I only ordered this morning or this afternoon because I couldn't get out.
He's at E.
Really? Can you hear me? Huh? No. There's food
One
in the
sec,
fridge.
E. Oh yeah, E-Blacks, yeah.
Oh, you man are sounding wounded, but
Wait, E-Blacks, can you hear me, bro?
yeah, I can hear you, Ultra.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Veli's thing, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
I
like,
could hear Veli for a second, though.
no, I can hear Veli.
Yo, can you hear me
Veli,
now?
can you
Yeah.
hear me? Yeah, I could always hear you, bro. You can't hear me.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to this other phone, man.
Yeah, bro. You saying it, yeah.
Popping, man. Yeah, man. Shit, I'm fucking battered.
Yeah, I can't lie. Wounded, like the rare nephew bust me up.
Yeah, man. Trust me. That Jack Daniels had man in the headlock still. Man would work before, man. Trust me.
Mm.
You
My
man
Achilles is
still sound
hurting as well.
Brother.
Hmm?
you man still sound mash up.
Yeah, wounded, man.
Yeah,
Wounded,
man.
wounded.
You're not coming like it's morning or something. Hey.
Wounded.
Yeah, man man come on, went sleep for a couple of hours and just went work, innit? And then
Okay. Come on. Yeah, I get it now.
No, see, that's the thing. I was drinking from when I got there. Yeah. Like, I was drinking from when I got there. And I made a mistake in it. Normally, I just pace it with single shots of Rare Nephew, yeah, but I was gassed up and then I was buying double like a dickhead.
yeah, you was going in still.
Yeah, it's dumb, it's dumb. But
Yeah,
yeah, it was
man.
a good night. And oh, by the way, I need to tell Jedi I prefer this place because the price of the drinks is fucking like so much better than that other Paseo place that you went to in Galston, man.
Mm.
Like £30 for one drink and all them for a crib. At this place, decent. Oh, so hot.
But
My
yeah, big
Achilles
on
is
man.
hurt.
Though, man.
So
I
you
wanted
like
to big you
vodka,
up.
bro?
Yeah, I wanted to big you up on what you built here, man. Like, and obviously I know
Yeah.
you're part of the G block and that. Get me? But yeah, man, that platform was good, man.
Wait, E Black, are you G Block?
I was saying G block. I'm affiliated, innit? It's a family thing. So,
Oh shit.
I'll go on though, man. Yeah, big up for that, E.
yeah, man. That's good, man. It's a good look.
Oh, my Achilles, man, child. Bro, I was fumbling today. I stumbled into the house. Like, just stumbled in. Like, just crashing and
What time you get
banging
back?
doors and I think I got in at just after 4,
What
like
time you get back?
4:30.
Is it? I spoke to Shishul, yeah, this morning. He
Yeah,
was getting back about 9. He was just getting home and shit. I was like,
respect.
Ross, where did you
Respect.
go? No, Shishul.
Oh, yeah, then man went to
Yeah,
some next thing, innit? They
yeah,
went to
man.
some next thing, but like, yeah, I was like, no, listen, this is my bedtime, and I'm an old boy now. I can't keep up with you young blood clot people no more.
Yeah, no, that's why I was like, you know what? Yeah, I got to that point where I was just gonna get sucked in it, man. So I was like, nah, man, I'm just going home, man.
You have to,
But,
yeah,
yeah. It's gonna get sucked in.
listen, we're gonna have to fucking G Block beefy, you know. I don't know what to call it. I don't want to call it FTK because that's not our thing, but we're gonna have to do the G Block equivalent of an FTK to beefy.
Ah.
I think we're gonna have.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to. He's on the list, man.
He got stuck in someone's chimney, innit? He got stuck in one. He's still in someone's chimney in his Santa outfit with his bag of presents.
Oh, fucking yo.
Hello. Let me out.
I'm working. Am I working tomorrow? No, not tomorrow. What's the date today? 29th.
Yeah,
No, I'm
Friday.
off tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow so I
Not
can
Friday.
recover,
It's
man.
Monday. It's Monday.
Hmm?
Monday tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'm working 31st and then off first, second, third, fourth, fifth. So yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Listen, big up E Blacks as well. You know why? Yeah, because it's an humble, knowledgeable brother who's seen the works fairly. Like that's what I'm saying. The G Block strong, bro. Trust me, the G
Yeah,
Block
man.
is strong.
Come on,
He's
man.
putting in.
So, you repping the G Block hard last night still. You get me?
Bro, listen. I just fuckery. Yeah, the fuckery part about that T-shirt. Yeah, I went Primark. Yeah, and the T-shirt only cost £2. Yeah, but the guy charged me £24 to put letters on it.
What?
Really, you're taking a piss.
Yeah.
Man, I took the piss, man. The £2 T-shirt. Yeah, and the fucking pussy charged me £24 to put letters on it. But it's because they were like silver and sparkly in it, so
Yeah,
apparently
why
that's
did you get
extra.
them sparkly letters, man? You should have got the fucking yeah.
No,
yeah,
bro.
yeah.
So
No,
you're saying you man are getting the merch in, yeah?
yeah,
Now,
bro.
also
Listen,
made his own merch, cuz you get me? He just said
yeah,
fuck it,
just
slapped up a
fuck it,
G
man.
Block t-shirt and just rocked it down to the spot. You get me? I was like, routed. Yeah,
Okay. Soon gonna be G-Block jackets on that, yeah?
Alright,
yeah.
trust me, bro.
The
Listen,
leather thing.
I'm not gonna lie. I think we should start merch while the iron's still hot. You know what I mean? Push out some, speak to Mills. I mean, even just give a couple away for free, man. Fuck it.
Yeah,
But
why the G Block haters are plenty.
yeah,
You got me?
yes, sir. But I'm saying we get some Primark t-shirts, right? Spend about maybe 20, 30 pounds. I'll do it myself. Spend about 20, 30 pounds on Primark t-shirts and then give it to Mills and say, listen, slap some letters on these. Yeah, keep the cost down, please, because the budget's £50 out here. And then, we just give a couple away for free. Just give a couple. You know, like how Coke give away like free samples and that. And then, yeah, that's how it starts, man.
Yeah,
And one
man.
thing, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if the t-shirt's gonna survive like a washing machine though. I didn't really ask.
Yeah, obviously, if Mills printing it, then his one will survive the washing machine, innit? Probably. The printing
Yeah,
machines.
his does proper, and
Yeah, if you lot, boy, want to screen print them, the technique is quite easy. And there's a place in the end, it's like £100 a month, yeah, and they let you use their studio to do they got all the facilities and that, and you can after 1 month you can drop out or you can keep going. You get me?
Yeah.
So what's that? You just pay £100, and what?
Yeah.
They give you t-shirts or design?
No, you go with your own stuff, but they got the pressing stuff. They got the stuff to make the screens and the space basically to do what you want to do. So you just need to go there with your materials. You can even store paints there or whatever, and boom, you can just bang them out when you got time. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on, let me change my avatar quickly. I haven't got a good picture of it though. 1 second. Get rid of this one. This one's dead now anyway. Wore that last time. Get rid of that. I've got
But
a
at the same
sick
time,
picture of me
you
and
don't even
Nike
need to
though.
only do G Block ones. You know what I'm saying? If you pattern it, you can get everyone from speakers who wants to make t-shirts for their merch and make them all, and then shot them to them as well.
Do you need like if you go to Speaker's Corner, can you just set up a stall, or do you need a license and all this shit?
You
Yeah, I don't think it would be good to do it on camera.
Officially licensed, yeah, but I reckon if you're small time where you're not selling thousands or hundreds and shit like that, then probably Yeah, I mean, like you'd probably be alright for a little bit, but I don't know if you could set up a stall and be selling it like that, but you could sort of fool people that you've got t-shirts selling.
Yeah, probably not a store. But yeah. Speaker's Corner. Like, what ways do people make money from Speaker's Corner?
It's mainly through
Mainly
fucking
from the channels
from the channels, yeah.
and then
Check it.
stuff associated to that, yeah. Stuff associated to that, yeah. So yeah, so the religious guys will probably make go alongside their religion with the merch. You know what I mean? That. So.
Big up,
And I'm
sis.
not gonna lie, like I said, Veli, like I would say, listen, at the moment, yeah, G Block is the freshest channel out there. Like there's channels, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still channels like that are sick and all the rest of it.
It's doing bits
but,
though, it's doing numbers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then if you check it right, it's because it's fresh. It's not just like beef and pasta, and it's not just religion, and it's got such a good blend of panelists and topics, and it's quite controversial to be calling something the G Block or the Godless Block. It just raises questions. It's intriguing people's imaginations, bro. Even people that hate atheists and think atheism is nonsense, they are regulars.
Yep.
So
Bless up, everybody.
Yo.
Big up, sir.
Yo.
I just want to show
sorry,
love to the panel. I love the chat. Panel full of awesome family men. Big up to the man holding down his family. That's all I wanted to say.
Big up, big up.
Oh Lord, my dog just want to talk to you guys. What is that, Ultra?
What's that?
That's his wife's booty? I know that's not his wife's booty. Ultra.
Yeah, you need to allow it, fam.
He's wilding out. I thought it was a teddy bear.
I Smoke Hip Hop. Who's I Smoke Hip Hop?
What did you say? Hello?
Yo.
No.
What's good, Valley?
Oh Lord.
Wagwan. Who's that?
Wagwan, Brethren.
Oh, Bullets, yeah?
That sounds like Bullets. That sounds like Bullets. All right, Bullets, welcome back to the G Block, bro.
I told you, this is the Gotti gang G Block, man.
No.
What are you talking about? You okay? Is everything okay at home? Have you bumped your head? You might need a paracetamol, you know, because you're not moving like conducive with reality, bro. You must have a headache. You okay?
Ultra, it's the Gotti gang G Block. You could join the Gotti gang, man. All y'all could, man. Real talk.
Nah, I can't join gangs, bro. Like I'm already in the guild of bus drivers. I'm already in the Ultra gang. I'm already G Block. Like I can't do any more gangs. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, Melanated Goddess want to join the GG. You want to join the Gotti gang, Melanated?
Yo,
Ali.
Yo. Who's that?
Who's that? That's Ali. Hey, yo, Ali, man. What's the picture of the day, huh?
One
Is
second.
that Kanye? Ali, like, 1 second.
He's got the man with the 4 wives in his picture still.
Oh. Yo, Ali scared of me, bigger.
Wait,
shout out to Ali.
Listen, just quickly, Bullets. Yeah, if I join
the
Gotti gang, what do I get?
You've got a troll on the panel that the guy in the middle already.
You get the Gotti Gang merchandise, man. We got the merch on deck, man. I need y'all to push that in the UK. The Gotti Gang, man. Because when I come to UK 2020,
Oh,
live the Speakers Corner, Hyde
oh my
Park.
goodness.
You thought Sia, listen, you thought when Sia came to Speakers Corner, watch when Bullets Gotti come to Speakers Corner, man. That's gonna be
Yeah, but the
legendary.
reason why when Sia came, it wasn't legendary is because she came in on the stealth thing because she didn't know how she'd be received.
And y'all
So
lied and said
she
she wasn't
came in.
sexy. That woman is sexy, man. Y'all said Sia was fat, looked
That's
like a pig.
no, but obviously she's had the gastric band in it, so she's dropped like at least 2 or 3 stone. That's a hot. That means she's got
Babe.
confidence and the rest of it.
bruv, listen, if you come
about
on there to
something
chat
else?
about fucking Egypt because me, yeah, you might be some podcast, can't. You know, and chat about that.
Veli, why are you trolling yourself?
What?
What?
Why are you trolling yourself with that name?
Yeah, the
Telling
sexiest fat
myself,
guy on YouTube.
I'm the sexiest fat
Yeah,
guy.
no,
What do you
to
mean?
be honest, Benny, I'm not
Okay,
gonna lie.
I thought you
I
were
don't
trolling
think
me.
you are. You know, I think that might be. I might have to take that title. You know, I might have to take it off you.
Come on. I don't know what are you talking
Like,
about, man?
only because, yeah. Did you see my T-shirt yesterday?
I asked the gal them yesterday, you get me?
OTG, I've just been working all day. I've just been designing a t-shirt, so I've been busy working. So
Mm. Do you know what's funny as well? Bigger, you missed it. When I got into the rave, yeah, and I bust the G Block T-shirt, I was like, Ultra, Ultra. You know that sound effect on the mic, Ultra. Yeah, bro, I blew up the club just by stepping in. It was mad. 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 I can't lie.
You said you was giving out G Block t-shirts?
No, I was wearing one.
Nah. He had a G Block
I can
t-shirt
design
on.
a black t-shirt if you want.
The one that's in his picture he had on.
You for real? What letters are the
That one
what
there.
letters are the letter what color are the letters in?
It's like silver, but it's
Silver,
sparkly.
cheap color.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, you said it's silver?
Yeah, but it's sparkly. Have a look at the screen. My
It's
profile picture.
sparkly.
But wait though,
G
you lot
Block.
you ain't got copyright on me. Man, are saying they're gonna make the T-shirt and that. You lot didn't even say nothing.
Gotti Gang G Block.
No,
We
get
gonna
out
do
of
a
here.
record
Don't put
called
no G
Gotti
Block on
Gang
your
G
Gotti
Block.
gang.
Got
Listen.
gang and in no G Block, man. Got his in his own thing, man.
I'm telling you, when I come to Hyde Park, man,
Belly, you gotta
Gotti,
copyright it, yo.
Hey,
real talk.
you at
What'd you
least
say?
gotta let man know that they can't be
Hold on,
making
Melody. Why
G-Block
you telling us to
T-shirts.
copyright it? It's a collaboration. Why you telling them not to collaborate with the Gotti
Nah,
Gang,
get
man?
out of here. We know. Stop with your annoying self. You keep your foolishness over there.
Melody,
You
guys, I told you I'm
laughing.
coming to Hyde Park, man. Speakers Corner
OTG,
2020. We're
Oh,
gonna do.
great.
Tell Leon content over everything. We need that video. We need that exclusive when I come
But
through, man.
when are you going? So I know not to go then.
Let's
Mel,
just
I
know,
need
man. It
advice.
might be the fall. It might be the spring. It might be the summer. It might be the fall. But when I
Listen,
do
Oh,
pull up,
if you're
okay.
man,
gonna come to the UK, just understand that it rains 324 days a year. Yeah.
Mel, I need your advice. You know,
Ultra, you do not promote the UK at all. I just want you to know this.
Yeah, there's nothing here. It's garbage.
Listen,
Mel,
brother
Mel, I
E,
need advice.
where he at? E, I want you gotta let me know when you're gonna be out there. I know E will show me where all of the happening restaurants is because he's a foodie.
Wait a
He
minute.
going
You think Eve's more of a foodie than me? Please
yeah,
behave
E
yourself.
gonna take me to like
Please behave yourself.
all of the international food.
No, listen. No one's more of a foodie than me, right? But I'm saying, apart from food, like UK, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I live here. Like, maybe that's what it is. I live here, so it's like, meh. You know what I
Oh
mean?
shit.
I want to experience the United Kingdom.
Yo, big up Melanated, big up Ultra.
Come on.
Big up Lions Den.
Just a quick one. There's a no-fly zone activated for Penny Gotti. So if he comes here, it's fact he's getting smoked.
Wow.
I'm coming to the UK. I don't care nothing about no fly zone. I'm coming through. There's a no fly zone for you in New York, New Jersey. I got it. I got it available.
All right, that's all I have to say. Still, big up Benny, big up everyone in the chat.
I'm coming to the UK, man. Speakers Corner 2020.
No, he's
Bugatti
not.
coming through. I don't care about no.
Don't lie,
no
Carl.
fly
You
zone.
can't afford to come to the UK.
We don't answer the passes, man.
We'll see.
Passes.
I want you to come. I promise you.
He's not gonna come, respect.
Gotti, I want you to come. I swear down.
Shout out to the real G's in Brixton, Peckham, Hackney. Shout out to the real G's.
The day you come, wait, I want you to come. I swear, like I want you to come so much. It's like that will make my day. I'm just letting man know there's a no flies. Big up Ultra, big up Melanated, big up Belly, big up everyone in the chat.
Fly zone. We coming through.
Come on. Do you know? I'm not gonna lie, Bullets. Like you saying, Sia came true and but her thing was stealth, innit? Like, and the reason why I think it made like a bit of a hoo-ha is because nobody knew she'd flown through, right? But if you do the same thing, that would be cool. But she lives an like 40-minute flight away from the UK, so her flying here and not making herself known is not that much of a big deal, right? But if you're gonna fly from the US, 8, 9, 10 hours, depending on where you are, and 11, 12, 13 hours if you stop over, which I hope you don't, because that is so long. But there's no point like not coming and announcing blah blah blah. Do you know what I mean? Like, what I mean by that is you don't have to tell people you're coming, like what date, but when you get here, Bullet's got I'm in Speaker's Corner, do you know what I mean? Yeah. But that day you come, Bullets, I'm gonna be busy washing my hair, sorry, so I won't be able to make it.
Mel, I need your advice, you know.
Yo, we don't care about the fly. We don't care about the no fly zone. Man, no fly. We don't care about passes. We don't care about no fly zone. We don't care about none of that. I'm coming through. I'm bringing the GG with me. The Gotti Gang Mafia. We coming through.
Oh boy. Then we really know. We know that this mafia doesn't consist of anyone, so we know he won't be coming, ladies and gentlemen.
Mel, I need your advice.
You need my advice?
Yeah.
Okay, I think you should ask her to marry you.
Huh?
I was joking.
I've been
busy designing t-shirts.
Yeah, like he didn't even get it.
Huh?
I can't click on any link
Shout
right
out to
now.
Big Oz, because Big Oz gave me a pass. At Tall Rock. Shout out to Tall Rock and Big Oz. They gave me a pass. That's the real men them. Yeah, real talk, man.
Right, Bullets, my princess, she asked me why are we calling you Bullets again? But I thought we was calling you Books. And then I disappointingly had to explain to her that you viciously let yourself down and went back to the internet drama lifestyle. But, you know, each to their own. She's like, oh, okay. There's a central it is in... It should be in the kids' room, babe. Should be in the kids' room.
Yeah, salute God, Jacobs. That's a fact. So Melanie got it.
You hear me now, yeah?
You really believe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I got no flies on.
Yeah, it's back to normal now. Still. Yes, you saying? You not respecting prospects, no fly zone, yeah?
I don't care about no fly. I don't care about no fly zone.
Yo,
I'm coming to
Belly's laugh is hilarious, yo.
Oh man. Said no fly zone. No fly zone.
Poor Gotti. Poor Gotti.
Oh, man. It was them kids that made that tune. No flex zone.
No flex,
Coming through.
sir.
I'm coming through
No
like
flex,
Cameron,
sir.
man. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm coming through like Cameron.
Wait,
Be
bullets. Are
careful,
you
yeah. I listen, bullets.
are you
I'll give
soon
you
to
some
come?
advice, yeah. Don't come through to London and start screaming anything about Cameron, cuz you might end
Hey.
up in someone's boot, cuz you might end up in someone's boot, cuz wrapped. Oh
You might want
shit.
to change your name for while you here, like while you there. Just like not say Gotti or Bullets or nothing. You know, just
You might end up
sightsee,
wrapped like
but
a shish coconut.
you know, be
Call
on the
yourself
DL.
the coordinator.
The Gottinator. Okay.
The
Rather to call yourself the
Gottinator.
Rajinator, so call yourself Gottinator or something.
Yo, bullets, bullets.
Relax.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Relax.
lie to you, bro. I was on your show the other day. You put me in, and then you took me away, and I didn't appreciate it. I just wanted to let you know that.
How he kicked you out
Yeah, no, I
off
was
the
on the
panel?
show. I was in the show. He put me on, but the problem was what I realized. I mean, I know why he took me off. Basically, his panel or a lot of the panelists were like arguing, causing drama or I call it melodrama, right? And but I think that's what Bullets likes, isn't it? Because like arguing and fighting, it gets views, and I'm not really interested in fighting and arguing and all that stuff. So I wasn't right for the show at that time. So he put me, he kicked me off. But welcome to the
I
G
told
Block,
you.
Bullets.
Too
Welcome
much
to the G
positive
Block.
I
energy,
told
right?
you. This the Gotti Gang G block over here, man. Gotti Gang G block,
No,
man.
I'm not gonna
no.
lie,
Triple.
I've not heard of this Gotti Gang G Block. I've not heard of this entity. What is
It's
it? Can
made
you
up in his
explain it
head.
to me? Who is it, or
It's
who's
made up in
involved
his
in
head.
this thing?
We
Oh,
collaborating. We collaborating, Ultra. Gotti Gang
oh,
G block, man.
In his dreams. In his dreams.
this collaboration, was it discussed with the head council of G Block?
Yeah. Valley and Ultra. We
No,
discussing this,
no,
man.
bro. Listen, there are women on this panel. You got to speak to Melanated. You got to speak to
Yeah, melanated
Kaffa. You got
though.
to speak to Kaffa, Jen Wallace. You got to speak to
Hold on.
You got to speak to
OTG,
all the godless gangs.
OTG. You made a
Yeah,
mistake.
bro.
You just called her a kafir.
Before we can make
But
decisions for
we've
the
been
G
through
Block.
what the whole definition is, what the word actually means. I've even sent you a video. We've been
We
in
don't want to
detail about
know a
what that
whole
word
video
means.
of what that means. We don't even speak Arabic.
But he knows what it means. I've given him a whole video on that topic anyway, so he knows what it means.
So,
No,
so you
listen.
saying
If you're, oh, no. James Jones said it yesterday. If you're on the G Block and you have a God belief, then you're a kafir.
I'm a Kafir too.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
But
a
you're
G
still on.
Block Kafir too,
But
baby.
you're still on the head council's table. Do you understand? You're still on the
You
head
know what I'm
council, bro.
saying?
Yeah, man. You're still on the head table though. And unless if Bullet Gotti is asking for a Gotti Gang G Block link up, if he's asking for it, then he needs to submit that in writing.
I'm the Orthodox diasporan. You know, because he calls himself the Orthodox Moor. I'm the
Mm,
Orthodox diasporan. What, baby?
yeah, man. Do
What?
you know what? I haven't. Has he been online recently? I haven't really seen him.
No, I haven't seen him.
Yeah, I hope he's cool, man. I might reach out to him, man. He's a good brother. I like that guy.
Yeah, I like
He's
him
a
too. I like he's very consistent with his
yeah,
disposition.
100%,
And I
100%.
really and truly, I haven't seen him lose a debate, yo. Like I was watching some of his debates on Solar, I think it's called Solar Vision or
Oh yeah, Solar
Solar
Mind.
Minds. Like every
Yeah,
time he is on a debate, he be smashing.
smashing. Yeah, that's how we do, man. That's how he does. And he doesn't raise his voice, doesn't shout, and all
No,
this nonsense. Just keeps it calm, consistent, logical. Yeah, man. It's a good brother. It's a good brother. Oh, Bullets. Notice how you haven't been kicked off, even though you're probably the most unpopular person on the panel, but you have not been kicked. Bullets. Do you see that? Do you know what that is, bro? That's G block. Just take a minute and let that.
Yo,
sink
listen. I'm gonna add Mr. Mars in. Yeah, I'm gonna jump
Oh
off.
my gosh.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yo, Valley, what's good with you, yo?
Wait, really? Does Amaz know in advance that he's about to enter the G block?
He does now because he's in the back truck waiting.
Oh shit. Here we go. Or as they say, Keenan and Kel.
Can't wait no longer.
Oh, here he goes. Dun, dun, dun.
Hello.
Dun, 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 dun.
This daggone StreamYard is crazy. If you touch something, it'll just kick you out.
You know what? I'm gonna go and spend some time with my family. I'm gonna be on mute.
All right, El. Listen, if you're gonna be on mute, you might as well jump off, make space,
You
man.
might as well jump off you.
Yeah, big up yourself though. When you're ready to come back, just jump back on and
Damn, he left quick.
yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yo, Amaz, what gone?
What's going on? I heard I've been the G block. I just come out of the D block, the detention block, into the G block. So
I'm not gonna lie to you. Whatever you've heard, right? It's either a mistake or a lie. But what we'd first like to do, Amaz, hold on. What I'd first like to do is welcome you to the G block.
Yes.
We're mostly godless. See, I've changed it now. We're mostly godless.
You're mostly. That's what I've come to change.
We don't disrespect religion. We ask difficult questions.
No problemo. I'm here to answer all this. And from what you said before, Ultra Funky, what you heard may not be true. I heard you are a good-looking man and you're straight and you have a wife. Is that true?
Some of it's true and some of it's subjective.
He's funny.
Hey. Oh yes.
Some of it's true, some of it's subjective, and some of
no
it's
problem. I take it the good-looking part subjective, innit? And
that bit is just like I don't know I don't know what's wrong with my wife. To be fair, she must have something wrong with her eyes. But
never mind.
I've given her 4 kids now and I married her, so she can't go nowhere.
Okay, so who do we have on the panel? We have a big belly. Yeah, big belly. Hey, the original Don of this panel. Then we got the melanated goddess with the sexy avatar and the nice American accent. We've got G Block veteran Ultra G Blockery for Buckery on the buses. You know what I mean? What's the guy's name on the buses? That fucking what's that guy's name? Inspector.
Him. Him.
Blakey. You're the African version of Blakey. And who we got here? Ida and is I Smoke Hip Hop. Okay. Well, good afternoon to every single one of you.
I Smoke Hip Hop is Bullet Scotty.
Oh, is it? Bullet Scotty, you can't. Last time I come on your show, you put me in the back show, you muted me, you fucking can't. Yeah.
Excuse me. I told you to hold on.
Come on, Bullet. I was about to, up your ratings, man. But you know what I mean? You sideline me for the rest of the Yanks.
All right, then come tonight. Come tonight. I got a live show tonight.
Don't worry, fam. I'll come tonight. I'm representing Islam. I'll be representing Islam on your channel. At the moment, I'm not representing Islam, just myself. But I will be representing Islam on your channel.
So you still a cake? You still a cake man, right? You still a cake man. You still a fat cake man.
What do you mean? You're still a cake man? Come on, man. You got a panel. You got a few thousand subscribers, and you come up with some lame ass jokes. Come on, Butty.
Yeah, Big Odds call you the cake man, bro.
So what, man? Big Odds.
Shout out to Big Odds.
Nah, forget Big Odds, man. You're saying it now. You're not Big Odds, are you?
Big Odds, the homie, man. I was talking to him yesterday. He in Pakistan, bro.
No problem. I'm not from Pakistan. I'm from Kashmir. Okay, so what is the difficult question we have regarding my religion, if there is any?
The goddess got thick thighs.
Sorry, Butty. Take that cock out of your mouth and talk properly.
Oh, sorry. Ask Melody about thick thighs.
I'll try not to swear.
We're not doing that, Gotti. You're not disrespecting me. Let's not even do that.
Yes. Don't
you know you got thick thighs. I see the video when you turn your camera on. You got thick thighs.
See, now what you talking about?
Hold on. Wait a minute, Melanated. Pause.
Ultra?
I need to see this video. Someone post a link in the back chat right now.
There is
Right
no video.
now.
Yo, the
Oh,
link
forget
to
it
the
then.
StreamYard
Forget
is
it
in the
then. Forget it then.
description. It's in the description. It's in the
Oh,
description,
why you
lads.
listening?
Okay, so what questions do we have regarding the great religion of Islam?
If religion is so great, how do you explain the fact that Shahid and Ali Dawa and Isis Bob all subscribe to that shit, and they're all seriously flawed characters in one way, shape, or form?
They
Oh.
weirdos. They weirdos.
Okay, I mean, so hang on. Ali Dawa, Shahid. We're on about Shahid Patan Roller, and and who else? Asif.
Asif? What?
Yeah.
No, he didn't say that.
I didn't say
Asif Bob.
Yeah, Isis
Okay.
Bob, Ali Dawa, and Shahid. Now, the reason why I mentioned those three names is because they're all kind of fucked up, but in different ways.
Okay. Well, that's could be said by anything. I mean, like if mankind, you know, I mean, if they got an atheist person, a godless person, that don't believe in any religion, and they got some fucked up ways of doing things, do we tell all atheists and all people who don't believe or belong to a religion the same way?
No, it's a false equivalence, bro. Because
No, it's not a false equivalent because
no,
you
I'll tell you why.
you are
Let
making
me
equivalence.
explain
You are
why.
making equivalent for Ali Dawa. Okay, Ali Dawa. Say if he's in the public eye, you know what I mean. He's represented Islam to a certain extent.
Hey
He's
yo,
got a platform.
hey
He's got a
Mars,
platform.
hey Mars,
But you got one second, Gotti.
Shahid for cat
One
though.
second, Gotti. But then you got Asif and what do you say, Shai Patan Roller. There, nobody's on the Hangouts just like me and you. So you know what I mean. So they're insignificant. So could you tell me how Ali Dawa is fucked up and because I don't know much about his life, only know bits and bats what I've seen on videos. So is there something that I've never heard or seen? Please enlighten me.
Really? Okay. Well, I don't want to talk about Ali Dawa, to be fair. I don't want to talk about Shahid. I don't want to talk about Isis Bob. You know what I want to talk about? I want you to tell me why you're a Muslim. And I want you to tell me what Islam has done for you.
What Islam has done for me?
Yeah, and why you're a Muslim, yeah.
Okay. I'm a Muslim because I believe it to be the only truth. And what it's done for me is made me a much better person. I could safely say
Wait,
my
Amos,
religion,
hold on. Did you say it's the only truth?
the only true religion that I believe in. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And also what Islam has done for me is done a lot of restraints from bad stuff. I mean, I would personally say if I wasn't basically an adherent to Islam and I didn't have love for the religion and for my creator and the creator's messenger, I would have either be in jail, killed, or you know what I mean, on the run for killing
All right,
somebody.
But you still
can I
love
just
cake
respond to
though.
that quickly? Hold on. Wait, I don't adhere to Allah's rules, His Prophet or Messenger. I'm not on the run. I haven't been killed, and I'm a pretty good person. So
okay, that's good
I
for
mean,
you. But you asked me, Ultra Funky, why has it stopped me? And the religion is one of the main reasons that has stopped me from killing a lot of people. My religion has stopped me because it
I mean, don't get me wrong,
preaches.
Amaz. I want to kill a lot of people. Well, not a lot. There's a couple of people I want to kill.
But what stops
but I
you? What
don't.
stops you from killing them? What stops you from killing them? I told you my religion stops me from killing them. What stops you from killing them?
Oh, because I'm a good human being and I've got a lot to lose by taking the life of somebody else.
Exactly same way. Islam, I'm a good human being if I adhere to Islam because I don't want to kill nobody, and I got a lot to lose, i.e., my admission into heaven. That's the biggest success that I could ever have. So my religion restrains me from doing bad stuff. That's why it's very important for me to become a Muslim. Any other questions, Ultra Funky? Because that wasn't hard at all. It was very
Stop
easy.
eating cake. Oh Mars. Stop
Yo,
eating
Bullet,
cake, bro.
why should I stop eating cake for? Why?
Stop eating cake, man.
Stop eating
cake. You
cock.
abusing
Stop
the cake.
eating cock. Stop eating cock.
Don't
You
eat
fucking
cock, bro.
blowjobber. Yeah. Shut up, man.
Why is cock in your mind, bro?
You got nothing to fucking. I mean,
Look,
good to say.
Amaz,
Just shut up, man.
your screen name says the best Muslim ever on Hangout. So like, let's try to talk like the best Muslim ever, right?
Oh yes,
Come
very
on.
good,
No, let him
melanated.
talk.
All
Let him talk,
right.
melanated. Let him
No,
talk. Let,
Yes,
I'm
I would.
trying
let him
to,
talk.
let's keep the conversation
Yes, melanated.
nice.
You're right. You're right. You know, that's what I mean. You need,
Big thighs,
beautiful,
melanated goddess.
beautiful women with beautiful minds like this. You know, what I mean, not people like Bullet Scotty who basically, try to antagonize me and provoke me into saying things. But melanated goddess,
Keep
Alhamdulillah.
rising to the
I
top.
thank God for you to remind. I thank God for him to inspire you to remind me of my duties. And yes, I am trying to reform myself. Trying to use less profanity
No, don't
and.
reform. Don't reform. You like
See,
cake. Don't reform, bro. Don't
I'm not
reform. We
let's
reforming.
want you to be.
I don't like eating cake. I do eat cake, but I don't like eating cake. I love eating cake.
Yo, Mars, we seen the picture of you, bro. Your boy Asif exposed you, bro.
Yo, man's got exposed me. TYO's in the chat. Ask him. Even he didn't know. Even he couldn't believe that was my picture that come up. I looked scruffy and this, that, and that. That's not the way I normally roll. So it's all good. Whatever's come out on the internet, I will not be recognized. So it's all good. You get me? So I ain't fussed. I ain't fussed at all, darling. I ain't fussed. Anyway, melanated goddess. I love your voice. What part of America are you from?
I'm from Maryland. I'm from New York, but I live in Maryland.
You live in Maryland.
You know where
Okay.
Maryland is?
Maryland. I only know Maryland cookies from the shops I get from the UK. So
It's
whereabouts in
kind of
Maryland?
kind of close to like Baltimore, around that
Okay,
area.
I've heard of Baltimore, one of the movies. So yeah, what's
hmm
the population like? Is it predominantly white or black or mixed or is it?
Maryland has its pockets where there's pockets of places where it's all black. They have pockets of places where it's pretty much all white, and then they have places where it's kind of mixed. So
Is
like
there any?
Baltimore is definitely like a black city. A lot of
Okay.
black people live there. Um, and then they have Prince George County. I don't know if you met DC Brad, but he lives in Prince George County, and it's one of the most densely populated counties in Maryland. That's black, and as well as it being black, um, it's an affluent black county. It's an affluent black area.
Okay.
So people got money out there.
Okay. So melanated. Is there a mosque nearby your home?
I don't know if there is.
Okay. Shall we just?
I've never looked for one.
Okay, let's Google this. Maryland. Okay, let's Google Maryland. Any? Okay, is
I'm
there
gonna
any
look.
mosque?
What
Okay,
she is. You don't know she
is
Muslim,
there any
Hebrew,
mosque
Israelite.
in Maryland?
I'm sure
Okay,
there
here
are
we go.
mosques in Maryland.
Hey, yo,
Oh
Melody,
yes.
stop being boo.
Okay, we've got the Islamic Center of Maryland in
That's in Laurel,
Gaithersburg.
Gaithersburg.
Yeah, MD, United States.
They
It's
got one in Lanham.
yeah, we got in Atlanta. We got one in Silver Springs. We got one in Ellicott
Silver
City. We got one in
Springs.
Windsorville. We got another one in Silver
Go
Springs. We
ahead,
got another one in
Islam.
Silver
Go
Springs.
ahead,
We
Islam.
got one in Hagerstown. We got one in Laurel. We got one in Baltimore. We got another. Yo, we're killing it. We're killing it. Muslims ruling it. Muslims ruling it.
This
Anyway,
dude said we killing it. We killing it.
hey, we're killing falsehood. That's what we're killing. The real Muslims only kill falsehood. You know what I mean? I'm not into no terrorists on the killing of innocents and you know what I mean, illegitimate you know what I mean, wars that are not basically supported by mainstream scholars either. So, melanated goddess, are you of the ultra funky crew and you are not
Yeah, I'm G Block.
subscribed to?
I'm G Block.
You're G
No,
Block.
you
So
Sarah Garvey. Hush, Melody Goddess. You a Sarah Garvey supporter.
no
Cut it out.
way. No
Why?
way.
Like,
No
I'm
way.
definitely device health has been checked. I'm definitely not a Sarah Garvey. I don't crucify him or anything like that. No, I don't.
Cut it out.
I
Cut it out.
don't
You know.
necessarily listen. I don't understand. I'm not even speaking to you. What are you? I don't know what image you have of me in your mind. Like you think you know me. Why?
No,
What you have like
it's
some
called reading.
fantasy? You got some kind of
Yo, there's one girl,
melanated.
geezer on the chat called Nino O'Brien. You motherfucker. I ain't divorced. I
It's
got two
called
wives,
reading
you
you.
son of a bitch. Anyway,
It's
sorry.
called
That was
reading you, melanated. I can read you
No,
real
it's
well.
called it's called reaching. You're reaching. You're trying to get a reaction from me. But why don't you get a
Now you
reaction from
boo.
the people in your neighborhood and stop getting beat up in your neighborhood? Why don't you stop doing that?
You sounding like Cynthia G right now, melanated goddess.
I don't even know who that
Cut the
is.
filter. Yeah, you know who
You
that is.
sounding like a
You know who.
your
no,
bullet.
I don't.
Your bullets. Remember once upon a time you said you were Muslim. Is that true or are you just blagging it?
I'm an ex-Muslim.
You're
I don't go to the mosque
ex-Muslim.
anymore.
When did you
Yeah,
become a Muslim? Or was you born in a Muslim family?
I was I was born in a Muslim family, my dude. My name
Okay.
is in the Quran.
Okay,
My name
okay,
is in the
okay. I
Quran.
didn't ask you if your
My
name.
name is Jihad, but my mom's called me Jihad, but they call me Jihad. My name
Okay,
is in the
okay.
Quran.
So, when you were born in a Muslim family, would you mind sharing what ethnic, whereabouts is your family from? What part of Africa, or they're born in America? Were they reverts, or
They from America. They from America, but the Muslim religion is big in New York. It's big in
okay?
Philadelphia. It's been in everywhere in the U.S. So
Yeah, it's big in the world. It's big in
time
the
where
world.
everybody is big in the
Okay,
world. So
okay. So, Bullet,
that's how.
is it fair to say? Is it fair to say your parents reverted to adhere to Islam, and you were born after?
Yeah, I was born after. Yeah, you could say that.
Oh,
You could
excellent.
say
So, do you know any of the story of why your mom and dad reverted to Islam?
because the discipline, self righteousness. If you want to say,
Self-righteous and discipline. So, is that what they said to you? Self-righteousness and discipline. That's
yeah,
why they chose
discipline.
Islam.
Yeah, discipline, man.
Okay,
That's what Islam is
okay.
about. It's about discipline, man. It's about having self control.
Your
It's
parents,
about.
what type of Muslim were they, or are they, or were they?
Oh, my father started off NOI and then he became Sunni. He's a Sunni Muslim. He got the beard and all that, and the
So, but he
kufi.
started off NOI.
Yeah, and then he
Okay.
transitioned to the Sunni Muslim. My uncles, my cousins, they all Sunnis. I got a bunch of cousins that Sunni Muslim.
Okay, so I mean, obviously, your parents they reverted to Islam. I mean, what part of what time of the century was that? Was it 1960s, 70s, or later than that?
But that was the 90s, man. That was the
The-
90s. That was the
okay, so
90s.
you were already born then when they become Muslim.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Okay, so
No,
you
he
were
wasn't.
already
You trying to figure? He young. He young.
okay. Gotti, how old are you? Gotti, how old are you?
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm
How
asking you how
old do
old
I
you. How old are you?
how old do I sound? How old do I sound?
I don't know. I don't know how old you sound. That's why I'm
All
asking
right
you
then.
how old you are directly.
I'm telling you, how old do I sound? Do I sound like I'm in my 30s,
You
late
sound like in your
20s?
30s. You sound like in your 30s. You know what I mean? That's it. But are you?
Okay,
But are
okay,
you? Are you?
okay. Yeah,
Oh, then.
I am, bro.
Okay. So when your parents become Muslim, you were at an age that you can't remember exactly how old you
Yeah,
were, and
yeah,
obviously it's fair to say you don't know exactly because obviously if you don't remember how old you were, it's fair to say that
yeah,
you wouldn't be able to question them regarding of why they
yeah,
chose that religion. Is that true?
yeah. That's real true. And like I
Uh,
said, my name is in the Quran. How
okay,
many
okay.
people say
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that, Gatti. Yeah. So you were Muslim because your family were Muslim. And when did you
yeah?
decide not to become a Muslim?
Oh, when I was a teenager, to be
Okay,
exact.
okay.
Yeah,
And how long ago was that? About 10 years ago? 15 years ago?
yeah, 10 years ago, 10 years ago.
Okay. So 10 years ago, you decided not to become a Muslim no longer. What made
Yeah.
you what made you make that decision?
Well, because I was not living a righteous lifestyle. So
Okay.
I did not want to become a Muslim. Now, I could have took my shahada, just like my cousin should have took their shahada. My cousin ain't take his shahada. His father's a real Muslim too, but we chose not to. But
Okay.
I do believe in religion. I do believe in Islam and even Christianity. I believe in all spirituality. At the end of the day, because we got to deal it as a guidance for lost people. But at the end of the
Mhm.
day, I believe that when I got into the Moorish science, because people get mad with me, but when I got into that, I dabbled
Mhm.
in that because I did my lessons on that when I was real young. So
So Gotti, I mean, I just want to know. So, what was the defining point or moment of you deciding that, hang on, I'm not living the way that my family are expected for me to live as a Muslim? What was the defining moment of what happened for you to leave the religion and abandon it and
I didn't want
decide
that,
that
but
it's
it's
not for
cool.
you?
Thank you. Please. Yeah, what you was saying, Mars? I'm listening, bro.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, what was the defining point, yeah, or or moment in your life at that time that you decided that you are not adhering to what Islam requires and what your family is adhering to, and
Well,
you're not following it?
you're not supposed to smoke and drink. If you are
Yeah,
a Muslim, you're not supposed to smoke and drink.
yeah,
I know many Muslims that smoke and drink, that
yeah,
do things out of, have kids out of wedlock,
yeah, yeah.
you know, having sex with women and not being married to them. That's
Uh-huh.
not that's against the Muslim religion. So
Yes, that is against the Muslim religion. You're right. Yes, that is.
so majority of us so majority of us that does do that, we are sinning. I got
Yeah.
brothers that go to the mosque every
Uh-huh.
day and they smoking, they getting high, they having sex with women, and they still going Friday to the masjid
Uh-huh.
to Juma,
Uh-huh.
and on day of judgment,
Uh-huh.
trying to pray they sins away, but we still sinning. So I can't go to Juma and do that because I think that I'm doing something wrong.
Okay. Well, okay. I mean, I heard your explanation, but first of all, obviously, if somebody sins, if for example in Islam we've got certain regulations and rules and obviously uh, commandments from God to obey, and if we
And
disobey,
nah, I know that, but like
uh,
like
and,
like
and,
us doing music, and I say this again, like my boys, I got a lot of Muslim homies that do music, that rap.
yeah, I know,
That's
I
haram.
understand that. I understand where you're coming from. I'm
That's
going to explain to
haram.
you.
We
I'm
can't
going
we
to
can't
explain to
do
you.
that either.
I'm going to
You
explain
know.
something to you now. Yeah, of course, but it's give us a second and I'll explain that to you.
So you saying
But
that the belief system is too restrictive, and that's why you don't want to be part of it,
Yeah,
Gotti?
yeah,
man. Because it's
yeah,
because
because he's
everything
into all other things.
everything everybody else do is haram, man. You can't do certain things. It's all
Okay,
haram. Music,
okay, bullets.
everything.
Bullets. Let me just try to now find something common ground there. You obviously don't want to adhere to that religion because it's going against all your freedoms that you're happy doing, i.e., smoking, drinking, music, and Islam forbids all that. And for you,
Yeah.
because you indulge in all these activities, Islam is not for you because doing these things make you happy. You know what I mean? And not doing it or restricting yourself from not doing this makes you unhappy. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, yeah. You
So
got it.
basically,
That's correct.
yeah, that's great. So basically, what you lust and desire, what you want to do, yeah, you let that dictate your life over your
You
beliefs.
fell right into that one there, Gotti. You
Yeah,
So
fell
you
right
let
into
your
that one.
own lusts and desires dictate what you need to do. Yeah. So regardless of something might be right or some evidence might be shown, just because you can't do what you want to do, it's not for you. Is that what you're saying?
now listen. No, Mars, man. Like I said, I know Muslim females that's
Forget
stripping, man.
forget forget Muslim females and males what to do. I'm talking about you. Yeah, you
Yeah.
decided not to be a Muslim because you were happier doing these things that are forbidden in Islam, and it was making you unhappy by restricting yourself from doing these things. and that's why you're not Muslim, because Islam prohibits music, prohibits sex before marriage, prohibits a lot of things, eating pork and so forth and all that. And you probably like doing these things, and it was making you
Now I
unhappy.
don't eat. I don't eat pork. I don't eat pork.
Oh, why
I
don't you
don't
eat
deal with
pork?
that.
Why
I
don't
don't
you eat
like
pork?
pork
Because it's not good for
because
you.
pork is
Sorry?
not good for you.
I
It's
don't
not
eat
good for your
pork. I'm not a
body.
Muslim.
Yeah.
Pork is haram. I don't eat pork. You know, I don't eat
I
pork.
don't not eat pork because it's
You know.
haram.
Yeah, she don't eat pork
Mm.
because she probably don't like it. But what I'm saying is, Bully Scotty, you left a religion, yeah, that your family, you know what I mean, introduced to yourself. I mean, you're totally entitled to believe what you want. There's no compulsion in whatever anybody believes. I mean, that's for everybody on the panel and listening. Whoever wants to, you know what I mean, take part in any faith or any religion, that's up to them. You can't compel them to change their faith, or you can't compel them to, you know what I mean, be of your faith. Every single person, you know, we should be happy and content in believing what they want, because there's no compulsion, and they're happy believing what they
Mm.
want.
Hey,
So, uh,
Almaz. So what are you gonna say? What you gonna say to the Muslims that's out there? You know, wilding out? Because I got friends that's Muslim, man, and they wilding out, man, and
okay,
they
well,
not being real Muslims, if you want to be technical.
yeah, well, Gotti, I mean, we got the same problem here in the UK. We got Muslim people who are born in Muslim households, generations of Muslims. You know, their ancestors have been Muslim, and they've obviously strayed away from the path. Things have happened, and in some cases, people have apostated and changed their religion. Now, what I'm gonna say to these Muslims, obviously, first time around, especially the people who reverted and then they're going back to doing all the other things, the ones who reverted, remember why you reverted to the truth. Remember what made you fall in love with the religion. And you know, I mean, there's a famous saying of Sayyidina Umar, the second Khalif. He said, "The pain of regret is greater than the avoidance of sin." I mean, nobody's been created perfect. God is. Everybody's got their own challenges and their own tribulations
Look,
to deal with.
I don't
To
got a
do,
problem, Almaz. I don't got a problem with Islam, and I
Mm.
tell people I have a problem with the Islam. Like some days I do read the Quran, but I don't
Uh-huh.
have a problem with it.
But
What
that's
I'm
what I was
saying
going to say
is,
to you, Gotti. I'm not saying you have a problem. You know what I mean? I'm not saying, and even if you
uh,
don't want to be a Muslim, I don't have a problem with you. That's totally up
yeah,
your choice. That's your choice altogether.
you still my brother. At the end of the day, you still my brother. So I'm not going to attack you because
Yeah,
we
I mean,
all Muslims of the faith.
yeah, I mean, so at the end of the day, I mean, we've got Muslim brothers who are not adhering to the faith as they should be, but that does not mean, you know what I mean, that we alienate them and say this, that, they're hypocrites. I mean, as Muslim brothers, I mean, the ones who are on the haqq and the ones who are practicing, it's our duty to help our other fellow Muslim brothers to get them on track and, you know, we help them. You know,
Let me tell
if
you,
you're gonna if you're gonna hang around like this, Gotti, if you're gonna hang around with hustlers and drug dealers and pimps every day, even though you don't do all that shit and you're a straight Muslim, chances are you're going to end up doing something because you're always influencing that kind of community. But if you're going to hang
yeah,
around with somebody who's going to the mosque every day and praying every day and the haqq every day, and you don't pray or nothing like that, chances are you will, you know what I mean, get into
I
that.
do want
Wrong
like
thing.
I tell you, I do want my family to do the dua for me. I tell them that all the day. I want you to do my dua for me, and basically, you know, I wanna be buried as a true Muslim, you know. But right at this moment, I'm not ready to come back to the faith, you know. And I tell anybody that I'm not ready to come back. You know, I like being a individualist when it comes to religion, you know, because you have to have self control with the Islamic religion. You know what I'm saying? I know strippers that goes to the mosque, go on Juma. You know what I'm saying? And they in the strip club taking their clothes off. You know what I mean? That's Muslims that's selling drugs all day every day. So at the end of the day, saying it's this is what it is. People could say the religion is a great religion when you take pride in it.
You can stop your fake pretending to be a Muslim now, cuz he's
What do you
gone.
mean? My name is my no Belly. My
He's-
name is in the Quran, man. I keep trying to tell you people. My name is in the Quran, man. A lot of people don't understand it. My real name is Jihad, but they call it Jihad.
Man, you know
So
how
at the end of
many
the day,
black people in the community
Yo,
named
sorry about that.
Aliyah,
I was
Aisha, Khalid. I mean, you're a lot of black people who have influence even from the Nation of Islam, even if they weren't in the Nation of Islam. In America, a lot of black people gave their children what you would call Arabic
no,
names.
no, melanated. You know, 1 in 4 people who were taken from Africa in the transatlantic slave trade were Muslim. There's a YouTube video. I've posted the link a few times on Hangout.
Muslim as in what?
As a Muslim,
Allah, or Muslim as in they believe in the one true God.
they believed in the religion of Muhammad. They followed the religion of Muhammad, peace be upon him. That kind of Muslim. So the 1 in 4 were Muslim. Yeah.
Where is the
1 in
evidence?
4.
Where is the evidence of Islam during slavery in America? Where is the evidence of
Okay,
people?
go to YouTube. Okay,
Hold on.
melanated.
Can I finish the question so you can
Yeah,
understand
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
give you the
saying?
evidence. I'm giving you the
Give
evidence.
me the evidence before I ask the question.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll
you
give
can
you the evidence.
wait until I finish asking the question, though. I'm not saying don't give me the evidence, but you could at least wait till I finish ask the question. I'm just saying, where is the evidence of people praying 5 times a day, wearing hijab, any of these cultural things, and when you say during the transatlantic slave, are you saying the slave trade? Are you saying those things were in the Caribbean or were those things in North America? I need you to be specific.
Okay, I'll repeat it again. The transatlantic slave trade, when the people were taken from Africa to America, they were held in the Caribbean. So, the Caribbean was not native to the African people. Yeah, that's how all Africans were native to the Caribbean. The African people, 1 in 4, were Muslim, and there is an account of a prominent Muslim guy who. Hang on, who's talking in the back?
That's the echo.
It's echo. Okay, yeah. So there is an account of a Muslim man who was a Muslim at 30-something years old. He was taken away from his.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there's an
Yeah,
evidence of one Muslim man, and he did what?
There are evidence of one Muslim man on YouTube is written his history in Arabic that he was taken away. People were taken away from his village and his tribe, whatever, and there were so-called other Muslims as well. At the same time, they were taken away and kidnapped and put into ships, and their religion was taken away from them. This and majority of the people in Africa at that time, not everybody was educated. Same as now, not everybody. Not everybody is educated in certain fields. Yep. So, for example, not everybody was a scholar of Islam. Not everybody was learned to a certain degree either. So, this guy could write, and his slave masters picked up on that, and they freed him, and they helped him so much, and they gave him so much. Presents and so much. What do you call it? Good things that he become a Christian, the same religion as his slave masters. Now, this was purposely taken. I mean, where are all the universities of Mali, of the Kingdom of Mali, of Mansa Musa, all the big massive universities? I mean, when West Africa was flourishing in Islam and they were the golden age, with the richest in the world. Where are the remnants of the universities? Where are the colleges and the institutes? Where are all the books gone? They've all been burnt. They've all been taken
They was
away.
Moors, man. They was Moors, man. They was Moors, man. Come on now. They was Moors.
Look, man,
True fact.
shall I give you the link? Go on YouTube and type in the slave account, Muslim slave in America, and you'll see the account of one guy, I think his name Umar something. And I'll get the link for you right now. 1 second.
He was a Sufi. He was a Sufi Muslim, man. He was a Sufi Muslim, man.
Wait, is that Faz?
Yeah, how the autobiography of a Muslim slave
Who's
is carried in
talking?
America.
Who's talking?
Omar Ibn Said.
Hold
Okay.
on.
Okay, what you need to do is type in Omar Ibn Said. Omar Ibn
I'm
Said.
trying. I said hold. I'm trying to find something to write with. That's what I said. Hold on. And what's the middle name? Omar who?
Omar, Omar space IBN space SAID.
Okay.
Okay, listen to what he has to say. How many people were adhering to Islam and they were taken away from their homes and because of their poverty? And imagine,
Hey, yo,
imagine a group
Almaz,
of people.
Almaz, Almaz,
Imagine, hang
Almaz,
on,
Almaz,
one
Almaz.
second, Gatti, one second, Gatti. Imagine a group of people taken away from their home, yeah, stripped from their identity, yeah, you know what I mean, being tortured, being killed, you know what I mean, being separated from their loved ones, and the religion taken away from them, and they're getting beat up and they're getting killed because they're following a religion and they're not adhering to what the slave masters are telling them to do. Do you get me? Imagine that. Obviously, out of fear, out of what happened to them at that ordeal, people do, you know what I mean, change for the survival of
They,
themselves and their
but
families.
Almaz, they was practicing African Islam, bro.
Bro, there's no such thing as
Like,
African Islam or Asian Islam or, you know what I mean, European Islam. You know what I mean? Islam. There's one messenger that come regarding Islam, and it's Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it's one religion. There's one Quran and there's one God. Do you understand? The people have I mean, differences of opinion in how they interpret certain things, but at the end of the day, it's only one Islam.
Wait, is that Faz on speaking?
No.
What'd you say?
No, no, I asked if that was Faz, another guy called Faz. No, it sounded a bit like a guy called Faz. No, sorry.
No, that's the traitor. No, Faz is a traitor, man. Here, learned. Faz don't even know how to wash himself properly. I asked him, ghusl. Ghusl is the what do you call it? Ritual, what do you call it, ablution that you do when you're coming from ritual impurity. And I asked him the 4 compulsory acts of ghusl, and he couldn't answer. And the guy wants to talk, detailed versions of Islamic fiqh and knowledge and anything, but the guy don't know how to wash himself. So don't tar him in the same brush as me. I'm not Faz. I know how to wash myself.
I apologize. You sounded like him, but I apologize. Sorry.
No. So Faz is not somebody you can take your religion from. The guy's not learned, and I'm not somebody you can take your religion from. I mean, I can only talk to what I know about, and obviously, if it's wrong, you guys can challenge me. But if you want to learn about Islam, you need to, get in touch with prominent scholars who are in the mainstream Islamic world and who have got a following, and ask various different scholars regarding them questions, because not everybody on these hangouts knows everything.
Okay, may I ask if, like, how could I say, if it became a known fact to you that Joseph was the biological father of Christ, would that prove Islam to be false?
Sorry, what was the question?
If he was presented with evidence that Jesus, the biological son of Joseph, would that prove Islam to be false?
If Jesus was the biological son,
yeah, of Joseph, would that prove Islam to be false?
Well, that will prove Islam to be false if you can prove that Joseph is the biological father of Jesus, because in the Quran it says Jesus was born without male intervention. It is the son of Mary. Jesus, son of Mary. Yeah, we don't call him the son of God. He's son of Mary, and God, included that miracle for Mary, for her to give birth to a miraculous child, i.e., the messenger of God, Isa alayhi salam, known as Jesus.
Okay,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a Hebrew Israel, and us, we know for a fact, and we got evidence that Christ is the biological son of Joseph, and that Mary and Joseph did.
Okay, how do you know that? How do you know that? Did you do a DNA test or something?
No, we got the ancient records. There's 14 generations of men from Abraham to Christ.
Okay, you've got the records from where? Sorry, can you please present them to me? Because as far as I know, in the Christian tradition and in the Muslim tradition, in the Quran, Joseph is not the biological father.
So Amaraz, did this Omar dude spread Islam through the sword? That's what the chat is saying. So you telling me about people?
How can Omar ibn Said?
Let me finish. You're talking about people who were forced to convert to Islam via the sword. They were forced to convert, and then when there was slavery, they were transplanted over to the Caribbean and North America. So we supposed to be proud of that?
No, well, basically, you got information wrong there, Melanated.
Okay,
Islam.
let me explain
to you.
Okay, go ahead. They
Okay,
said
I'll
that he
explain.
was a Fulani, that he was a Fulani, and the Fulani were introduced to Islam via the sword. That's so I'm trying to Betty seems to know about this Omar ibn Said.
Okay, well, let me explain something to you now, melanated. Let me just explain something to you. I mean, first of all, Omar ibn Said, he cannot have himself spread it by the sword because he was captured by slave traders and sold as a slave. Okay, and he could not have spread it by the sword. And secondly, Mansa Musa, the great king of Mali,
How did he become a Muslim?
Sorry.
How did he become a Muslim?
He accepted Islam probably more than time.
How did he and his people
Okay,
accept?
him and his people, they accepted Islam. That's how.
Oh, okay. So
they accepted it.
people.
No,
I mean,
you asked me a question. Let me explain something to you. So because you got your information on. Okay, you asked me a question. You asked me a question regarding something, and I want to answer it, and you don't let me finish, please. Okay. Now going back to spread by the sword. In West Africa, there was a time, the golden age of Islam, where the best of scholars were the West Africans. The Arabs were sending their students to West Africa to study Islam under the African scholars. Yeah, Mansa Musa, the king of kings, the richest man ever to walk on the earth, according to a lot of sources on the internet. Okay, he himself was a Muslim, and he'd done the pilgrimage to Mecca. On the way, he gave away gold, and he built mosques and universities regarding Islam, Islamic institutions as well, that were flourishing in his time. All of them have disappeared, and Mansa Musa was the king of kings. Which sword did he go under? Which sword did he use?
So I'm asking. Okay, so for clarity, the Africans in West Africa converted and accepted Islam.
Yes.
Not by the sword. There was no people, not the Fulani, not any group of people in West Africa that became Muslim. None of that was ever by the sword.
Yep. Well, basically, the reason why I can give you is also Islam is not spread by the sword because till this day, you know what I mean. You have Christians and Jews that are living in Saudi Arabia, and their ancestors were Christians and Jews for that time, and they carried on being. And a lot of them, a big portion of them, have become Muslim, but some of them still remain. And even though still, I mean, the compulsion religion within Jerusalem as well, when the Muslims took over, there were still Christians that are still in Palestine that are living till this time as Christians that speak Arabic. I mean, if Islam was spread by the sword, I mean, every single person in Jerusalem would have been a Muslim by now. At that time, but no, that wasn't the case. Secondly, the spreading of the sword. Hang on, Melanie, to finish. Let me finish here.
I need to be able to ask you. Like I need to make. If I have a question off of something that you just said, I can't wait 3 minutes. Come on now.
But what you need to do is let me answer one question at least. Then you can't keep dropping questions on me and going on a tangent.
You are going on and giving like a whole.
No, I want you to let me go on. You cut me out halfway through. So go on, ask your question again. And once you finish asking a question, please give me some time to respond. Go on, ask your question, Melanated.
To respond. Maybe I should ask a question that take 4 minutes, so then you can give me an answer that take 4 minutes. Because I'm speaking for like 30 seconds, and you going on for like 4 minutes. Like what? That's not a conversation. This is a damn interview. And you just going on and on.
No, it's just a bit nonsensical, Melanated, because if I asked you, name me all your family members, that took me 5 seconds to ask. Is it take you 5 seconds to answer all your family? Is it going to take you 5 seconds to answer me all your family name members? No?
No,
so
but if I say, could you please a brother, and then you say you don't have any sisters, I'm not going to say, why are you interrupting me? I will just say, no, I don't have any sisters, and then I'll keep going. I wouldn't make a big deal about the fact that you asked me a question, but you want to cry about it. Come on,
I'm not crying about it. I'm asking you again. Ask the question, and once you ask the question, please be quiet, and I'll respond. But if you're going to ask for my response, then carry on talking.
Just talk about your Islam. Just talk about your Islam. Just talk about your Islam.
Let's talk about my Islam. We are talking about my Islam.
You just talk about your Islam because that's what you want to do. You don't want to really inform me. You want to inform me on what you want to inform me about, and I can't ask the questions that as they come up.
Well,
I
melanated, you're asking me a question. You're
had numerous
asking me a
other
question.
conversations with people, right? And
Okay.
it's never been an issue if you literally just say something and I ask you to clarify that, or I gotta wait for you to end. So now you're gonna have to repeat the whole freaking thing. What if I have a question for you for clarity? That isn't. I don't know how to have that kind of conversation that you want. You want an interview style as opposed to a conversation. So
No,
you just go
okay,
ahead and say what you
okay,
say.
okay. I heard what you said. Yeah, like again, I'll say again, ask your question again. And when you finish asking your question, I'll respond because it's rude while you're asking my response and then you're cutting me in. So ask your question again,
I'm
I'll
not
respond.
cutting in.
Simple,
I have a
simple.
question for
So
clarity.
do you have a question? Do you have a question?
Yes.
What is the question? Simple.
The question is that you were saying that under no circumstance, okay, so your response that the people in West Africa was not converted by force, is that in general, is that there is that is not a practice in Islam. No one ever, for the history known to man, has been converted via force, or are you saying that in a particular window of time, like during that particular time of the transatlantic slave trade, that people were not converted by force?
Okay, that's the question. I've understood your question. Now I'll respond. Okay, in regards to the people, Islam is spread by force. Yeah. Okay. There may be some incidents.
So hold on. Oh, sorry.
If you mute up, yes. So there may be some occasions where some people might have exalted more than unnecessary force in spreading the religion. May have. I'm not a historian, so I don't know. But what I can talk to you is about what Islam teaches, and Islam teaches you that there's no compulsory religion. You can't compel anyone to become a Muslim or any other religion or believe whatever they want to believe just because you are telling them to. That's what Islam teaches. Now, if something like that has happened, it's happened and it's acted upon, yeah, not in accordance with Islam. So Islam is not the problem here.
Okay.
That's why I want to answer. That's why I wanted to answer. That's why I wanted to answer you, but you carried questioning me.
That wasn't my question, though. That was
your
not
question.
my question.
That was your question. You said, has there been any?
No, let me rephrase my question.
No, you rephrase it. What do you ask your question?
You are answering something different. You are telling me if your doctrine endorses people being converted via force by the sword, and that wasn't my question. My question was, has it happened? Have people been converted via the sword? See how those are two different questions? I didn't say, does your doctrine of Islam, does your doctrine of Islam tell you to convert via the sword? See, you're the one that's you're the one that's cutting in because you don't like the fact that
melanated. If you rewind the stream back,
somebody else come up on here.
Okay, melanated. If you rewind the stream back, and when you asked me the question again, I answered it. There may have been in the history. I do not know for sure. I'm not a historian, so I did answer your question. You need to brush up on your listening skills. You need to brush up on your listening skills. That's what it is.
You all that. You want to
ask the chat. Hang on. 1 second. Ask the chat. Did I answer that? You asked me if Islam is spread by sword. Do you want me to answer? Okay, it's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Somebody else jump on.
It's not my fault if you got the poor listening skills. I answered your question. If he has done in the history, hang on. I'm talking. Do your parents teach you any manners?
Why did you?
You're being insincere. I'm talking now. Yeah. You asked me. You asked me a question. Does Islam be spread by force? I go, it may have done in some incidents, but the doctrine does not allow it. If he has done, no Muslim is allowed to compel anyone to.
Okay, I heard you. How many times you gonna keep repeating that? With your
but I've answered your question. I've answered your question. What are you crying about? You need to go back to school. You need to address your communication skills. You need to address your listening skills. Okay. You need to address your listening skills, melanated. I'm sorry, but you need to address your listening skills. Rewind the stream back and you'll have the answer.
Okay, I have the answer. Okay,
so there you go.
Pretty much it has occurred, but you're not certain that it has. That you're not certain.
No, it may have occurred. It may have occurred. It may have not occurred. It may have occurred. It may have occurred.
So is it
It may have
possible?
occurred. Hang on. Listen. It may
Oh.
have occurred. It may have not occurred. Yeah, I'm not a historian. I'm not a historian. But Islam does not dictate. Does not dictate you to. It doesn't compel anyone to follow a religion. That's what
Okay,
I'm
question.
saying.
Is it possible then, since you are unsure if it specifically occurred, if it actually occurred, is it possible then that these same people possibly could have been converted via the sword in West Africa? Since you're not sure, right? Then there's a possibility that occurred. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, of course, there's a possibility. Because I know, because I'm not. I wasn't born at that time, and neither was you. So you are unsure, and I'm unsure.
Okay, cool. At least, I mean, that's fair of you. That's fair of you to say, that it's possible. Because at first it sounded, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you didn't give me an opportunity to respond properly. That's why you didn't hear my answer.
I'm just saying that at first it sounded as if you were saying that.
You know why you sounded like that? Melanated, do you know why you sounded like that? Because you didn't let me respond fully. Now you had my full response.
Amares, you gotta let her finish her sentence before you answer though. Every time she goes to speak, you keep speaking over her.
She could say, so I think stop it.
No, what I'm saying, you said that they accepted Islam, right? So if I was, let's say, robbing someone with a gun, and I said, give me your watch, and they took off their watch and gave it to me, I wouldn't say they accepted me taking their things. You see what I'm saying? I would be like, I forced them to give it to me. So all I'm saying is that it's misleading. Shut up, mommy. I'm going to say that it's misleading when you say that someone accepted it and then knowing that there's a possibility that those same very people could have been, I'm going to just say, because I'm not a historian either, but those people could have been forced. That's all I'm saying, that it sounded misleading. That's the reason why I asked further questions, why I wanted to get clarification.
Okay. Well, basically, yeah, like we said, you asked me if it possibly could happen. I got that possibly could happen. Yeah, but not showing that did happen. Yeah, it could possibly happen. You haven't brought no evidence forth for it. Yeah, neither have I. So all I can say is what I can see. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What history tells us. I mean, over the years, we've got Muslims, yeah, who are still living in Africa. We've got Muslims who are still living in Africa. We got Muslims still living in Africa. We got Islam, which is spreading in the West without any sword, despite all the Islamophobia, despite all the hate preaching, despite all the propaganda against Islam. People, I mean, look into Islam themselves, and they're reverting into the truth in Islam without any sword at all whatsoever. So for me, that shows you more than likely, Islam was not spread by a sword, and more than likely people accepted Islam, yeah, willingly, because Islam teaches there's no compulsion in the religion. Whereas because in Islamic time, the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, there were Jews and Christians who remained Jews and Christians at that time, and they weren't compelled to become Muslims, and that's recorded in history.
It just sounds like, and I don't have all of the. It just sounds like the things that you're saying. Like there's a lot of stuff being left out. Wait, I ain't listening long, man.
Go on, man. You take too long, man.
I just started talking.
Yo, put some respect on my sister's name. All right? Talk your Muslim talk, but be respectful. Go ahead, sis. Preach.
Oh, he just dropped out.
Oh, he couldn't handle it, see? And
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, because this StreamYard thing, I be touching one thing and I be kicking myself out the damn thing.
I'm surprised Veli's even alive, man.
I was just saying that party must have been good boy.
How you been?
Listen, I've been good. I'm excited about 2020. I will say I'm a bit excited.
Me too. I just secured 2 customers on Saturday.
Well, I'm in the process of securing the bag. I ain't secure it all the way, but you know what I'm saying? The bag is on its way.
Yo, secure. Listen. If you guys just secure the wallet and wait for the handbag later, do that. You know what I'm saying? Don't.
I see. That's the thing is, you know, when I'm securing the bag, it's more elevation because
I feel you.
it's already pretty good right now. Like, you know, I'm in a good place professionally, and I'm growing, and I like that. So the fact that the bag is trying to multiply right now is exciting.
Yeah, you know.
You know, but that's how we do it, G Block. You know,
Yeah, I feel you. G Block, we go getters. We got
right, Belly?
Belly probably got a hangover.
He was
Belly eating a bowl of cereal with a fork right now.
I do not mess with that whiskey. I mean, that's what I drink now.
Yes, I heard that in the UK they drink beer warm. What? I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it, Lord.
I want to go visit the UK.
Me too. We should make a road trip. Like 2022.
Not a road trip, but definitely.
You know what I mean?
We can make a road trip. Like, okay, let's try to drive to.
We'll go through the Bering Strait, and then we'll go right through Russia, and then take a ferry from France. There we go. We'll just go all the way. We'll just drive around the whole freaking world. Yo, Veli, I don't know if you taking Excedrin right now or Advil. Because I feel very.
Was I wrong with my line of questioning? Like,
no, you weren't, sis. You weren't, because
I just felt like he wasn't being.
You know, when you said that you took someone's watch, or is that just an example?
Yeah, no, that was an example.
I was just like, she admitted a crime.
Yo, DC Brad, what do you talk to your sister with respect? I'm talking to her with respect. You know what I mean? She's
Yo, excuse me. An African is speaking. I need you not to.
So what? An African is speaking. You're not African. You got American accent. What African are you?
Oh wait, I forgot.
Are you born in Africa? Are you born in Africa? Are you born in Africa?
So if I was born in China, would I be Chinese?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
If I was born in Europe, so Belly's European.
Nationality.
You would.
That's nationality.
Oh, he doesn't know the difference between nationality and race. Oh, okay.
I was born in China, but I spoke the way
I'm a British national. You guys are UK, US nationals. You guys are American.
So no, I'm asking.
With African origin. You're not African. You got African origin. You're not African. You got African origin. Just because your skin is dark, and you got African features, you're from African origin. You're not African. You're not born in Africa.
Conversation with you. If I spoke the same way that I spoke right now, right? But let's say my father was in the military and I was born not on a military base. My mom was visiting somewhere in China, right? On a tour, and I was born in a base. I mean, on a regular hospital in China.
Yeah, so you're Chinese with it?
How would you know I was Chinese though if I'm speaking how I'm speaking now? I'm not speaking like a Chinese person.
From your birth certificate, for the records of you being born in a Chinese hospital, you're Chinese.
If I was Chinese though.
Because I know with this DC Brad geezer and the most black people that come on here claim to be African. They claim to be African, but they've never been Africa ever in their life. You know, most of them.
Do you know me? Do you know me though?
I'm not saying you. I'm saying most of the people.
But how do you know he's not African? You don't know.
You know that.
I know he's not African. Were you born in Africa, DC Brad? 95.
Wait. So being born. Oh, okay. So I'll say it clear. I think he's a refugee. You got to break it down for him, sis.
No. I speak English. I was born in England. In America, they speak our language in England. Okay, I'm not a refugee. You guys are refugees because you're speaking the language of England. Speak your own American language. Have you got one? No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because you're low IQ Americans. You're low IQ Americans. That's why you are.
His whole argument was that you don't sound African, right?
Oh,
my example that I gave.
About my African sister. Just because melanated, goddess is a black woman from America, you want to side with her because my African sister. What did I say wrong to her?
Listen, my whole argument was if I didn't sound Chinese, then how would you know I was Chinese? Like,
I don't think he understands accents.
if someone you know,
Well, you're not Chinese, innit? Well, you're not Chinese. You make a false analogy. You're American.
There is a
You're an
sister.
American.
Part of
You're
this
an
YouTube
American heathen. You don't believe in Islam. You don't believe in Christianity. You're a heathen. You're not Jewish. You're not Christian. You're not Muslim. You're a heathen. You're a
right?
heathen.
You called her a heathen. Wow.
I'm not even listening to that. Listen, there's a sister who's part of this YouTube community, right? Who she can sound as if she's Jamaican, right?
Yeah.
However, both of her parents are from a country on the continent. So which one is it? Is she Jamaican because she sounds Jamaican, or
Hey,
what is it? Like that's
look at this one. Look at what now I'll never put in. If a child was born in the Atlantic Ocean, would they be? What would that child be? That's a good question.
Who's that evidence? Like you sound. I mean, the way you sound, and
I don't think he understands the accent. That's it.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, Arabs are different over there.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
very, very interesting. What's good, Betty?
That's a good question, now, Never.
What he said?
He was like, if a child was born in the Atlantic, like on the Atlantic Ocean, what would that child be? But then again, is it on a boat or a plane?
Hi people. Sorry. Hi, people.
How are you?
Hi, I'm all right. How are you?
Good.
How's everyone?
Oh,
yeah.
What's up, Ralph?
Yo, paperless Ralph. Moneyless Ralph.
Right, when I hear that, I hear Amraz romanticizing.
Okay, Becky.
Yo, Becky.
Yo, one second, everybody. Betty, why are you talking about Islam spread by the sword? Where?
Exactly what I said.
You heard of the Fulani jihad?
Look, man, shut up.
Exactly what I said. They spread it by the sword.
I'm asking Betty, can you please tell your, your friends to be quiet and repeat yourself?
Oh, whoa, bro! I ain't your slave.
Why am I?
I'm not in the beat. You're not gonna tell me to
I'm not telling you. I'm asking you.
Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to take. Okay, I'm taking notes here so that. Okay, so Betty, please speak slowly. Go ahead. What is it called? The
Fulani are known. The Fulani were the major people in West Africa that were trading with the North Africans as well as West Africans. They are said to be a mixture of the Northwest Africans and the West Africans, and they spread it via the sword.
They talk about
one of the major wars that
okay, Betty, you said that. Where's the evidence? Where is the evidence?
Let her finish. Let her finish before you ask.
Let her finish, and then you will be uninterrupted when you're giving your statement.
Thank you. Everyone mute up apart from Betty.
To be uninterrupted when they're making their statements. Yeah.
Our brother that normally comes on witness has spoken about this, and he's spoken in the park to that so-called Muslim man, Dam Jumma, whatever his name is. Yeah. When he talked about the Oyo Empire, that was smashed because of the House of Fulani.
How do you say it? Oyo?
Yeah, Empire. O-Y-O, Empire. It was smashed because the House of Fulani waged jihad. And when they smashed that empire, they converted them to Islam via the sword. And they did that all over West Africa. When the Muslims say trade, what does trade consist of if they did not trade in slaves? And what were the slaves? Prisoners of war, people that resisted Islam, or whether they were they would have been criminals. Some of them would have been criminals, but a good percentage of them would have been people that resisted, being internally colonized.
Okay, Betty, have you finished?
Yeah? And then when you look at this Omar's history, it says he was caught in a military conflict. That's how he got enslaved. And the Fulani came from Senegal, and they spread all the way to the boundary of Ethiopia now, because many of them were nomads.
Okay,
so for him to come and say trade, when you hear the Muslims, they will romanticize it. They said, they spread it via trade, but what does trade consist of? Slaves. It wasn't just gold. They're not just trading in gold, are they?
I have a question for you, Betty. Betty,
Okay, yo,
Omar got.
everyone mute up. Everyone mute
Wait, I
up.
have a question. I have a question. I have a
Yo,
clarifying
Billy.
question.
Yo, Billy. You're ventilated. Calm down. Ventilated. Calm down. Yo, Billy.
I just Veli, I just wanted before he gives a rebuttal.
Hang on,
Oh my gosh! Before you give a rebuttal, I wanted her to expand on something. No, I want her to expand on something. I didn't understand. No, I have a question for Betty. I have a question for Betty.
Oh man, that is so much better than just African.
Betty, you were saying that Omar ibn Said, he was caught by the military.
He says that he was caught. He was caught in a military conflict.
And then he converted to Christianity?
Yeah, when he was in America, he converted to Christianity. So if you were caught in a military conflict, what does that indicate to you? And he came from a wealthy family.
Okay, when you have finished, Betty, and
oh my God.
when you have finished.
Can you let us finish? Can the Africans get to finish and tell their history? Do we have to ask permission of the Asian man?
Okay, let me know when you finished. Let me know when you finished. Yo, Veli, she said her piece. It's my turn to talk. Yo, Veli, why do you moderate this properly and let me respond?
It was just a simple question. It was a simple question.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Veli. What do you moderate this thing, bro?
Yo, yeah. Do you know what? Yeah, I did say. To be fair, I did say Amares could answer straight after, innit? So
I just felt that she was kind of rushed.
I know you wanted to clarify the question, what Betty was asking, yeah. But let him answer and then try and get the clarification.
No, she already did. She just restated it, and when she went into further detail, that's it. That's all. That's the only thing. You are so freaking rude.
Can you please mute up?
Yes.
No, I'm speaking to my brother Veli. So Veli, when I'm done talking to Veli, then I will mute up. Okay? So Veli, she answered it. You're prolonging for you to speak.
See, this is what happens when you integrate.
He's mad childish.
You kept it black, it'd be good.
Listen, anyway, Veli, she already answered it.
Racism.
That's not racism. He didn't say anything bad about another race. How is that racism? Get out of here.
Keep it black. What are you trying to say? That only black people
but he didn't say no. That's you inferring other things. All he said was
he said keep it black. What does that mean? Keep it black.
That's not.
What does that mean?
Look it up in the dictionary.
Keep it black means
anyway.
black people.
Thank you, Betty, for clarifying.
Yo, mute yourself up, man, legend, because you're not making any sense. Mute yourself up, man. You're not contributing anything positive.
From talking about their own history.
Okay, well, it's my turn to respond. Like your African brother Veli said, after you spoke, it's my turn. But you Africans are disingenuous now on the panel, and you represented Africa by being insincere.
Finish.
Yeah, when it's my turn to talk, you don't want to talk.
Use lots. Let him answer the question. And then let him answer the question, Betty, yeah, and then let him reply after. But I know. But let me finish the statement. But bro, listen, yeah. When people are talking, you can't keep cutting them in and saying, "Oh, how long you got till they're finished?" When they're finished, they'll let you finish it. Then when you're finished, yeah, they're not gonna cut in and say how long you're gonna take to finish or anything like that, yeah. So everyone let each other finish their statements so all of us can hear in it, because we're all trying to hear. Like I can't hear as well.
Big up yourself, Veli. Thank you very much. Anyway, so in response to Betty, yeah, she was talking about Islam was spread with a sword, with his Fellaini, that's like a brother called witnesses. Come on. She has yet to provide any evidence, any historian evidence of exactly who got enslaved and why. And when you're on about a military conflict, there has been places, as in when the Islam first started, when the non-Muslims fought the Muslims, and the Muslims defending themselves, and they were victorious. And once they were victorious, and they got the land, yeah, the people of the land who were not fighting, the non-combatants, they accepted Islam, yeah, because they were getting oppressed from the people previously who were defeated. Now, in this case, a lot of times, Islamic wars, Islamic armies have had war with non-Muslim armies, yeah, because of the non-Muslim armies not letting them trade, or not letting them speak about their religion or propagate the religion, whereas the Nagashi in Ethiopia the Nagashi at that time allowed the Muslims to come and delegated, but the Muslims never compelled the Nagashi to turn Muslim. they become Muslim themselves afterwards. So this fallacy of Islam being spread by the sword, you know what I mean? It's a lie, because Islam does not teach that at all. There is no compulsion in religion, and that clearly shows that the Nagashi, who are Christians, who basically give sanctuary to the Muslims, and the Muslims propagated the religion, and from the Nagashi people, some of them turned Muslims, and some of them remained Christians. So in that case, why on earth would the Muslims, you know what I mean, spread the Islam by sword if you know what I mean, they weren't spreading weren't forcing the Nagashi to become Muslims? And in Arabia, you still had Muslims, you had Christians and Jewish people living there. In Palestine, you still have Christians and Jewish people living there, even though the Muslims were controlling that part of the world, and the Muslims had that as a stronghold. Thousands of years, Christian churches and places of worship have not been destroyed by Muslims. It's only the last couple of 100 years when you get some extremists doing this, and you get a few Islamophobic narratives who have just, you know, opened up a few Google pages, watched a few Islamophobic YouTube videos, and said Islam was spread by the sword. Which sword is Islam getting spread by now, when the majority of the UK and the US and the European people are flocking to Islam? The Mexicans in the US, by hundreds and thousands of them, are reverting to Islam. Which sword is reverting them? Which sword reverted Malcolm X? Which sword is reverting the Muslims of America? Which sword? No sword there. There you go, said.
Right, can I say once again, I've gone in the chat and I've told you the time and dates, of the Fulani Jihad, Now, you've not actually refuted me. We were talking specifically about West Africa and the US, and then you started banging on about Arabia, So next time when you refute someone, I suggest that you stay on topic and you don't start talking about places that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. It was about how Islam was spread in West Africa. It wasn't about Arabia. And then we started talking about the United States of America because he was sold into slavery, into what we call the United States of America. Stay on topic.
Can I just add that yes, I would have to agree that he did not stay on topic, because while he was speaking, he mentioned that there was a battle at which the non-believers initiated violence against Muslims, and the Muslims defended themselves, and then in turn they won land. So the people who were defeated wanted to remain in the land, and then they converted. I would like, my question to Mr. Amars is, what is the name of the battle? What is the name of the country or the tribe of people that you are referring to?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Again, I would like to say thank you very much for the
answer
panel.
my question first as well.
Billy, can you moderate this woman? Can you moderate this woman? Tell her to
I
speak up.
asked the question first.
Yeah, well, I'm going to answer it. If you shut up, if you shut up, I'll answer it.
Topic.
Shut up, and I'll answer it. Yo, tell her to shut up, man.
Yo, listen. Yeah.
It's my turn to talk.
Yo, Amaris, you're gonna get your time to talk here, but now that sort of stuff, because we're not trying to do that around here, So,
okay, but bro, I was talking, If she wanted me to answer the question, could you please tell her? Could you please tell her to act like a human being and wait her turn, and then ask me again, and I'll address it.
You didn't answer the question.
Well, I didn't start speaking. Only said 2 words and he put it in. Only said 2 words and he put it in.
Amaris, when you answer the question, I beg you try and answer both of their questions so they can both.
Yeah, I was going to, bro. I was going to, but she butted in like the animal she is.
Right. Don't get gassed though, man. Just relax.
All right, bro. Say, respect. Anyway, respect to the panel, for being patient and everything. And Betty, obviously, you need to be more patient, because I was going to address your question as well. First of all, I did answer your question. I have refuted you.
Didn't.
Why she butting me in, bro?
Reference.
Yo, Belly, tell her to shut up, man.
Betty, let him just talk. Betty, let him just talk, because he's gonna start crying.
He's not. He talks about Arabia.
He's gonna start crying. Just
how can you know what I'm talking about if you carry on talking, idiot woman? Be quiet and listen.
To me, I did not bring references. I did.
Yo, Billy, tell her to shut up, man.
And you did not. You started talking.
Yeah, well, let me finish. Then you can talk, you stupid idiot.
Yeah,
let me finish. Mute yourself up.
Amaraz, let me talk to her, Betty. Let
No,
him
no,
just
then
go.
later. It's my turn. It's my turn. Let her.
Oh, I'm just saying. I'm
Tell her
just
to
saying. Let
mute
me
up.
just talk to her. But you're
Yeah, tell
just
her to
You
mute up.
yelling.
don't know about
But you're
West
not
Africa.
saying it.
That's why you
Just
brought in Arabia.
okay.
Yeah, tell her
So
to mute up.
Tell
Betty,
us about
Betty,
West Africa and
Yeah, well, if
okay,
you don't let me talk, how am I supposed to
Betty.
talk then?
and
If
the
you carry your butty
Fulani.
in, Betty, if you carry your butty in,
Oh, you are
Betty, how am I supposed to
yelling,
talk? How
bro.
am I supposed to answer your question if you carry your butty in? Thank you very much. Mute up. Thank you. Okay, first of all, I'd like to start again. Thank you for the panel. Yeah, and I want to address the question here about Betty, about I've not refuted her. She said that so and so about West Africa. Now I've told her the doctrine of Islam is not compulsion in any religion. Yep. Later you asked me about what war and who was it about. Again, your listening skills are lacking because I go, there have been battles when the non-Muslim battles, not one battle, there have been battles in the past when Muslims were opposed by non-Muslims, yeah, for whatever reason it was, yeah, and the Muslims defeated them, and the people of the defeated army accepted Islam because the previous people that were defeated were oppressive to them, and Islam flourished. Now, going back to West Africa, okay, this woman, yeah, is talking about conflict, yeah, was it a military conflict? Now, if some people are having a military conflict, for example, America had a military conflict with Iraq. America come and invaded Iraq, yeah, destroyed Iraq fully, yeah, and then the people of Iraq, yeah, that were there, the governing people were not around, they were defeated. These people grabbed them people and took them out of their land and sold them as slaves in America. That's what happens when military conflict. You keep on talking about refutation, this, that, the other. Again, yeah, there probably has been cases that I mean, the sword spread Islam in some cases, but the majority of Muslims and the doctrine of Islam, the way of Islam is there is no compulsion of religion. You cannot convert people by the sword. That is wrong and that is a sin. Okay, that was my refutation. Now, adding to my refutation to back up the claims of the past that the Islam was not spread by the sword, was to show you the statistics of how many Muslims in America, how many people are turning to Islam and reverting to Islam in America and the UK and Europe without any sword at all whatsoever. With the when they got all these scriptures and all these accounts and all this education available to them, despite all that, they still revert to Islam. Which sword is reverting them now? That's all I'm saying.
Well, can I say once again, this is I proved my point. Yeah. I made a claim, you made a claim, and I was listening to it, that you said that, you know, West Africa, Islam was spread via trade, it wasn't spread violently. Then when you were put under pressure, when melanated goddess and continued to question you, then you changed it and said, oh, well, maybe it happened, some people, yeah? Then I started dropping in the chat that the Oyo Empire was smashed by the Fulani Hausa Jihad, and they were converted to Islam via the sword. Then you said you're going to refute me. You did not actually go under your empire. You started to talk about Arabia. Now you brought in Iraq. So before you say I have no references, you had no references because you've not even mentioned the conflict that I'm talking about.
Okay, Betty,
Stay
thank you
on
for. Are you
topic.
finished? I love you. You had a pause there, so I thought you finished. Go carry on.
You clearly don't know about the conflict. You clearly don't know about West African history in relation to Islam.
Have you
So
finished,
if
Betty?
you don't know, don't try and call me an animal and insult me if you can't even deal with the subject.
Okay, Betty.
I'm gonna ask you again.
When she goes on mute, that's when she's done talking.
I'm gonna ask you again, Mr. Amraz.
No,
Yo,
he's gone.
your
He's
empire.
gone. He's gone, sis. He's gone.
Yeah, though your empire was smashed by the House of Fulani Jihad. They were not Muslim prior to that. When it was smashed and defeated, they became Muslim. Now,
Betty, I saw in the chat where someone says that they were that Islam was in West Africa before that.
I don't care. You know what? I don't care, melanated goddess. I'm on the region of Nigeria. Now, I can go through the whole of West Africa, and we can go, because it's quite well known that the Fulani spread it via the sword. And there's so many conflicts that they got involved in. That's why many of them got sold to the Americas. Yeah.
Hold on.
Now, if someone wants to refute me, make sure you stick on the topic. I don't want
Hold
to.
on. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the time that they put in the chat. I just saw it where it said Islam. Like, I don't know if it says like it been in West Africa or.
I can look that up. I'll look it up.
Okay, anyway, Betty's finished, yeah. So let me. So Betty, I'm not sure, yeah. I mean, melanated and your listening skills are very, very poor. I mean, in the previous.
Well, I didn't even get to respond. I mean, Betty just spoke. So and I only have one thing to respond. I only have one sentence to respond.
Go on.
My question to you was, what was the name, the battle, the country, and the time, the tribes, right? The tribe of this battle. Right. So instead of giving an example of at least one, since there was battles, you chose to just say, I wasn't listening because there has been battles. I wrote that down. You said there has been battles, but still didn't, since there were so many, you didn't offer up one as an example. That's it.
Okay, well, melanated, thank you for your response. Yeah, you said to me, what battle were you referring to? Can you give me the name and date and whatever? And I says to you, your listening skills are poor. I wasn't talking about a battle. I said battles took place. Now, you saying the same thing. Again, your listening skills are not there because, again, I'm repeating myself again. Battles took part. But now you've added, give me one example of a battle. Okay, I'll give you an example of the battle of the Muslims versus the Arab pagans. The Arab pagans fought against the Muslims. They were the biggest opposers of the Muslims. The Muslims were victorious, and when they went to Mecca, they took Mecca without force. All of them accepted Islam without any force whatsoever. There's one example, the first example. There
Where
you
was
go.
this?
Now,
Where was this? I'm not familiar with this. I want
again,
to research it. I want to research it. The Muslim pagans. Do I just
if
type
you're
in Muslim
researching,
pagans?
you can't research it with your mouth, research it with your ears. Again, your listening skills are poor. I said the Muslims, when they fought the pagan Arabs, where's the Muslims fought the Arabs? In Arabia, when they took over Mecca, where? Mecca, without any force. You know, your listening skills are very poor, melanated.
Well, this whole conversation was talking about West Africa. Why are you talking about Arab? Why are you talking about Arabia?
Talking over me. Again, you need to sort your listening skills out because you're not listening properly. You understand? You know what I mean? You keep.
Jeez Louise, guys.
Now,
Jeez Louise.
Mute up.
Ay, Dios mío.
Put your place now. Put Betty in a place. Please mute up. Thank you very much. Now, Betty, you're going about this Fulani, that, yeah? So the Islam was spread by the Fulani around West Africa. Are the Fulani Africans? Yes, or no?
Yes, Mr. Amras, they are Africans.
Only want a yes or no answer. So the Fulanis are African. So who spread Islam with the sword to the Fulanis then? How did they get the Fulani, whatever? How did they get Islam?
I tell you, Mr. Amras, if you would let
I haven't finished. Since you know so much
I'm asking questions.
Since you know so much about African history, yeah, could you please answer my question, yeah? How did the Fulani become Muslim, yeah? And which battle did the Fulani, yeah, or Fulani, whatever, made Muslims by force, by the sword? Them two, one.
Right, Mr. Amras, I've actually witnessed. Thank you, frankly, finally witnessed this. I'm going to let witness answer a lot of the questions that you asked.
Big up.
Mr. Amras, I explained from the very beginning that the Fulani are a marriage of the North Africans and West Africans. Yeah. Now I'm gonna let witness take over because it's his ethnic group that got converted via the sword. Yeah, take over, witness.
Hour.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, witness. Basically, witness. Thank you very much for turning up on the panel because obviously there's a lot of people who come out with conjecture. If you've got information regarding because you studied regarding this subject, I'll be more than happy indulge in a conversation with yourself regarding this matter. Now, the Fulani, you are the Fulani people, witness. Is that right? Have I pronounced it right?
You were talking about the Fulani.
Fulani, sorry, my mistake. The Fulani. So, witness, you are of the Fulani. Is that right?
I am Yoruba.
Yoruba, what's that? Could you please explain to us, please? Thank you.
Yoruba is a tribe in West Africa. What Betty was talking to you about was the Sokoto Caliphate. They waged war against the Oyo Kingdom. My ancestors are from the Oyo Kingdom. They were Yoruba. At the time when the war was waged by the Sokoto Caliphate to the north against the Oyo Kingdom, the Oyo Kingdom lost territory in the north. That territory became Muslim. The religion that the people had in Oyo was called Ifa. It had nothing to do with Islam. The Sokoto Caliphate, the Hausas and the Fulani and the Kanuri people had become Muslims. That's what Betty was talking to you about.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Witness, for coming there, because obviously you clarified with Bella, because she was talking about something that it was very, very vague. Now, the Fulani people, before was it Sokoto Caliphate? How do you say it?
Sokoto Caliphate.
Okay, what year was this, my friend?
The exact war, let me see if I can give you this.
Not exact war, but I mean with the caliphate and all, round about, just what time? Because I'm going to do my own research with this regarding this.
It's down the wall.
Betty, you need to be quiet, please.
No, she can speak. It's a panel. It's a panel. She have information. Let her give information. Let her give information. Why are you trying to block the information?
She's been given
Why
wrong
are
information.
You trying? No, she did not. She said
she's been given wrong information.
Cut it
she's been
out.
given wrong information. And she named dropped witnesses here.
No.
Yeah, I did not give wrong information, Mr. Ammaz. You just didn't listen. Yeah?
I can tell you what she said because I wrote it down.
1804 to 1808.
Okay, so 1804 to 1808, so 1,500 years, 1,300, 1,200 years of Islamic history. You are now down to the last 200 years. Yeah, 100, 200 years ago, the Islam spread the sword in the last 200 years. Is that what you're trying to define to me?
No,
in 1804, hang on. I haven't finished. Please, I haven't finished. So you're trying to say to me,
you don't actually.
Please, I haven't finished. I have not finished. I have not finished. Please. Please, I have not finished. I have not finished. Please,
hurry up.
Betty, please, Betty, please.
No, don't bet me, please.
Betty, please.
What you've done is insult me repeatedly. Yeah. So don't insult me.
I say don't integrate the.
Okay, so listen. Let me tell you, witness. I looked in the comments. Samaya said that Islam was in what I don't know if she said Nigeria, but in West Africa since the 11th century. So bringing up something that happened in the 1800s is sorry. So that's what she So if you could address that, Witness or Betty.
Sure, of course. Then there's the history of the Serer people in Senegal, Gambia, and Mauritania. In the 11th century, you had a king there called King Warjabi, Warjabi. He usurped the throne of Tekor, which is in present-day Senegal, back in 1030. And by 1035, he started introducing Sharia law and forced a lot of his subjects to Islam.
Okay,
so that was going back between 1030 and 1035. That was King Warjabi. His name is spelled Warjabi, and this was in the regions we call Senegal.
Okay, witness, my friend. Yeah, just sorry for interrupting. Yeah, but Betty, yeah, so, if you want to close the chapter, because I want to talk to you, witness, because you sound like learned in this subject. Betty is not obviously learned. She's talking about an incident in 1804. One incident of the Fulani people, of what we're talking about. So she's ignoring 1,200 years of Islamic history and singling out one incident that happened only 200 years ago. And that is the cause of the spread of Islam by the sword in Africa. One incident.
No, he just listed something
200 years ago. That's what she's trying to say. So she's been refuted. So witness, my friend.
No, I haven't been refuted.
You have been refuted. Be quiet, Betty. Be quiet, Betty, and say place. Witness knows more than you. Witness knows more than you.
Yo. Yeah. Listen. I'm holding the tech back, yeah. When Amaris comes back here, obviously, we need to do the thing with respect to it, because
But he's not.
Amaris. Wait. Hold on.
He said I got refuted. I didn't get refuted. Yeah. And what he makes you say that people should not make personal attacks. Yeah. What he does is make a personal attack.
Let me talk to him, innit? Let me talk to him. And then, Amaris, you got to allow the personals, innit? Like he's trying to say, man's not really trying to do that sort of street extreme over here where everyone's just
Yeah,
dissing someone for them.
bit
Yeah,
emotional.
it's literally about the information in it. Obviously, you can get emotional, get loud or whatever. Yeah, but try to stick to the information in it when you're
Yeah, true.
when you're doing
Well,
your thing. Yeah, louder
okay,
personal attacks and all that.
okay, no problem. I apologize, Betty. Yeah. So, witness, could you please elaborate? Because obviously Betty is not as learned as you in this field, and we would rather, because obviously she name dropped you first. Said,
Oh, this is what I mean. This is
so,
what I mean. Stop
so again,
making it
okay,
personal for
Just,
me. Yeah?
just ignore him,
And I'm
Betty.
allowed to
she question
reply.
again.
I'm
Why are
allowed
you
to
crying for
reply.
Betty?
I'm
You're a
allowed to
student.
reply.
Why are you crying?
Whoa.
Why are you
Don't
crying,
tell
Betty?
me I'm allowed to reply.
Amaraz, you're triggering her, and then you're getting mad that she's getting triggered.
Betty, Amaris, you used to mute your mic for a sec, yeah? Obviously, Amaris, Betty's allowed to give a reply as well, innit? Because, like, it is an open panel and all that as well. Obviously, she was the first one that you was debating with about the thing, innit? She talks about Witness knowing the history a bit more, innit? So, obviously, she's gonna give her 2 pence as well in the thing about. But we're gonna try and do it in an orderly fashion. One person talks and then the other person replies. If anyone else has got something to say, yeah, they try to butt in and catch a space in it, but try not to talk over each other and whatever as well, yeah. So whose turn was it to talk right now though?
Right, can I refute what Mr. Amras has said? He's just stated that West Africa, Islam was in West Africa 1100 years. Bullshit. Bullshit. Now, if you're going to say that, you better back it up.
Okay,
Don't be in the comment section writing that it was in West Africa 1100 years. Back your claim up. And when
Okay,
I'm
thank you very
talking
much.
about the region of Nigeria, yeah,
Oh,
Nigeria
we're talking about Fulani, not Nigeria.
Can you let me finish?
That's where the
I thought you
Fulani
did.
were, or Nigeria.
You never let anyone finish.
You gotta let her finish. Amaris, you gotta let her finish. Like the way that she's gotta let you finish, innit? Everyone let each other finish.
Oh, I say it's finished, but I'm talking after that. Then go on.
See, you have no discipline. You're like a little kid.
Personal attack now. Where's the personal attack?
You're like a little kid because you're interrupting me.
Betty, louder personals. Just try to make your point, please. Yeah.
Tell him to stop interrupting me.
He will. He will.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. He's all right. There we go.
Fuck's
Right.
sake.
Are you finished? I'll tell you what. Yeah. What I'm gonna do. Yeah.
If you make a statement, I told you the Fulani Jihad, the House of Fulani waged war under your empire. This is what I told you. And then after it was defeated, they were converted to Islam. You were not able to refute that. Now you've made another claim saying that it was in West Africa for 1100 years. I beg you bring some references to back up that claim.
Look at it now. It wasn't 1100 years.
All right.
That's what he said, 1100 years.
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Ahmed,
Betty,
Betty, are you finished now? Yeah. Wait. Amaris, hold on. Betty, are you finished?
Yeah, she's finished. She's muted up. Okay. Again,
All
yeah.
right. Amaris, when you're finished, yeah, I beg you, just say you're done in it, yeah.
Okay,
so when
bro.
anyone's
Respect.
finished their speech, yeah, just say they're finished now, yeah, so the other person knows they're finished and they can answer, or they say, let the other person come in now, or just let everyone know you're finished, so anyone else can come in it, because obviously, like I don't want to babysit, man. Them like
I know, man. I know you're right there, bro. You're right there.
Everyone's adults on the panel and all that, yeah. So really and truly, man, them should know what they're doing still. But like, yeah, go through that.
Oh, then, bro. So anyway, yeah, again, yeah, the listening skills on this panel, yeah, I don't want to give no personal attacks here. It's very lacking. I didn't say 1100 years in West Africa. I says people are singling out one incident that happened 200 years ago, but are failing to forget all the 1100 years before that about Islam and if it's been spread by the sword or not. You're singling out one incident that happened 200 years ago that apparently Islam was spread by the sword. As Brother Witness has come and says that the Fulani people were not Muslim, and whatever the reason was of war between these two peoples, war was waged in 1804. Apparently, I haven't looked into it. This is what I've been saying. That's why I wanted to speak to Witness regarding this matter. And the Fulani people were defeated, and once they were defeated, the rest of the people, obviously, when they lost land, the people become Muslim. Territories become Muslim. I mean, similarly, in the first conquest of Mecca, when Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his companions were getting persecuted by the pagan Arabs, and driven out their homes and forced to leave Mecca to go to Medina, they basically defending themselves and fought against the pagan Arabs, the non-Muslims that were against Islam, and they defeated them. And when they marched towards Mecca, 10,000 strong or plus, they took the city Mecca without any force. The people accepted Islam and embraced Islam willingly. So that basically shows you that possibly the Fulani people that were militarized, and the governing bodies of Fulani people were probably oppressive to their people. And when the Muslims fought them and defeated them, and the people that were in the lands embraced Islam because they possibly were getting oppressed, or they possibly seen the truth in Islam. And
All right, good. That bullshit is done. All right. Because Witness didn't say none of that. Yes. Thank you.
Yo, it's phone
Yeah.
tight. It's phone tight, man.
Yo,
In
he
the middle
really
of what
didn't
he was
address anything that Witness said. It was almost as if did he
yo,
hear?
yo,
Did he
yo,
hear when Witness was
I'm back,
talking?
back, yo, I'm back here. So basically, we're talking about the Fulani people, about Islam being spread by the sword. So just because the Fulani people had a war with the Muslims, that does not mean the Muslims spread Islam with the sword. They had a war with, you know what I mean, another people. Whatever the reason was, I don't know. Obviously, Witness, we can elaborate on, because he's done a bit more research on it. So that does not mean just because one country defeats, one nation defeats another nation, or one empire defeats another empire by military means, that don't mean that the people were subjected to forceful conversion of the religion. That does not mean that. That's what I'm trying to say. And if that is the case, Brother Witness, I'm sure you'll be able to elaborate on the matter further, because obviously Betty name dropped you, and she don't know nothing. She name dropped you, so obviously you're the man. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, everything. What Betty was saying was she was spot on. She was talking about the Sokoto Caliphate. The Sokoto Caliphate in West Africa was populated by a number of tribes: the Hausas, the Fulani, the Kanuri. And when Betty is talking about the war, she means the war of 1835, when the Sokoto Caliphate fought against the Oyo Empire. The Sokoto Caliphate was Muslim, the Oyo Empire was Ifa. To the north, the Oyo Empire lost land. And this is what Betty's talking about, where those people were then subjugated and forced to become Muslims. Some did become Muslims because they wanted to, but a lot of them were forced into becoming Muslims. And before then, we have the other battles. We have the one of 1035 that I mentioned, which was in Senegal. So we can talk about that one if you want. But that goes all the way back to 1035. But in regards to what Betty was talking to you about, she was talking about the Sokoto Caliphate and the Oyo Kingdom, and that war took place in 1835.
Okay.
Witness, one moment, because he said that I'm just moving it down to 200 years. Can you talk about that one in Senegal? Yeah, because did you say 10? Is that the
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Witness,
Yeah,
my friend. Witness,
let
my friend.
Witness speak. Let
Okay, my
Witness
Betty. 1 second. I'm
about
just
it.
a witness.
Let Witness do it.
Yo, moderate this thing,
You're
Belly man.
saying that
Moderate this thing.
was
Witness.
converted
I want to
by
talk to you.
Yo,
Witness.
Wait. Let him answer the first question. Let him answer the first statement that Witness made first of all, and then you can apply that second statement for the second question, in it, because it's unfair if he has to answer 10 questions at once.
Yeah, Veli, Witness made a statement of obviously the war that took place between the Fulani and the Caliphate, the Muslim Caliphate at that time, of that region, and the Fulani people lost some territory. Now, Witness made a statement that yes, some of them become Muslim and some were forced to become Muslim. Witness, what is the evidence about these forceful forceful events that made these people become Muslim? Because you already admitted that some become Muslims willingly. So how? Where's the evidence of these people forcefully becoming Muslim and forced to become Muslim? And how were they forced to become Muslim? Where's the evidence? And can you please direct me into the right position? Thank you.
Sure. The first thing you must remember is that the Fulani were Muslims. You seem to keep mixing that up. The Fulanis were Muslims. They were part of the Sokoto Caliphate. It's the Yoruba in the Oyo kingdom who were
Oh,
not
sorry,
Muslim.
sorry. Yeah, the Yoruba. Sorry.
So the land that was lost to the north is now a Muslim area. It's now in Nigeria. It's called Ilorin. And in that period, there was a war camp. The Yorubas had a war camp and they fought against the Sokoto Caliphate. That was the war. So basically, they were given choice. But I mean, what kind of evidence would you actually want? Is what
Okay,
I'd like
well,
to know.
witness, thank you very much. Yeah. So basically, before you come onto this panel, I'm very glad you did. Betty said that the Fulani people were forced. Yeah, he was a Fulani Muslim. They were forced in becoming Muslim. Now you're telling me the Fulani were already Muslims, and it's the Yoruba people, the Yoruba kingdom, that were forced to become Muslim. Yeah.
Yeah, because what Betty was telling you about was the
So Betty
clash
will have
between
the
the
wrong information.
Sokoto
Yeah?
Caliphate and the Oyo Kingdom. Now, the Sokoto Caliphate, that's the Hausas, the Fulani. The Oyo
Witness,
Kingdom is the Yoruba.
yeah, okay. So, witness, when I was talking about this person who was sold in the transatlantic slave trade, Omar ibn Said, I was telling Melanated Goddess and Betty, and these lot were saying that, oh, yeah, he was forced to become a Muslim. His people were forced to become a Muslim anyway. But now you're telling me that the Fulani people were already Muslim anyway.
No, we didn't say that.
So Betty
We
and
did
Melanated
not
Goddess, so
say
Betty has
that.
been spreading the
No,
wrong
we did
information,
not
hasn't she?
say the Fulani were forced to be
She got
Muslim.
put in a place, now
No,
she's
we
cutting
did
me up.
not.
Now
Do
she's
not
cutting me
lie
up.
on
You're
our
put in your
name.
place. Know your
We did
role
not
and stay
say
in your
that.
hole. Know
No,
your
we
role
didn't
and
Come
stay in
say
your
that.
let
hole.
him finish and then
No,
refute
we didn't
after.
say that. Look,
Yeah,
Bigger,
but
he's
yeah, but you can't
refuted.
cut him off and
Bigger,
in the middle
he's
of his speech though. Even
Yeah.
though he's saying something wrong, let him say the wrong thing. Let him say the wrong let him say the wrong thing and then refute it after. So
But he's
everyone
not
gets to hear.
refuting it. If
Yeah,
you listen
no, but
carefully to what he
Betty,
said,
Betty,
yeah.
listen to what I'm saying. 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 I'm saying that even if he's saying the wrong thing and he's not refuting what you're saying, yeah, you can make that point after. Yeah, but
But he
you
hasn't
got to
let me make the point, though.
Thank you
He's
very much,
no,
Billy.
no,
Thank
no,
you.
no, 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 no.
and
But
he's
he
not
was speaking,
insulting me.
Betty. He was speaking first of all. So when you were speaking, I done the same thing with him. Yeah, as he cut in, I jumped back on and told him to allow it and let you finish. Yeah, even if he wasn't going to be making the point that he was addressing. Yeah, you let each person finish, so then you can show once he's finished and he's not even explained nothing that he was talking about. You can show all that with what he just said. Yeah, so
Okay,
yeah.
thank you very much, Belly Bob. Big up to yourself for your fairness, yeah, and your righteousness. Big up, big up. Anyway, yeah, again, Betty was saying the Fulani people, when I mentioned to Melanated about Omar ibn Said, the person who was a Muslim, and he was an educated Muslim who could read and write, and he wrote accounts of how people were taken away from his homeland and sold onto ships and beaten up and bruised and killed and all sorts of separated from the family. And he was a Muslim. And this Betty come onto the panel and on the channel chat she was saying that, oh, the Fulani people was spread by force anyway, and this, that, the other. Now the brother, she mentioned brother Witness's name. She named up him. Oh, he was here on the panel saying all this, that, the other. Now brother Witness have said the Fulani people were Muslim anyway. Yeah, so she got it wrong there. So she's spreading wrong information and jumping to conclusions and saying things without no knowledge, which is very harmful. You know what I mean? Harmful for her own understanding and her own knowledge and other people who are trying to gain knowledge. I mean, whoever takes her seriously, obviously she's been discredited now. Now she turns around and said that spread about the sword. Now my question was that the Muslim, 1 in 4 Muslims in the African slave trade, in the transatlantic slave trade, 1 in 4 people were Muslim. And I told you about an account of a Muslim person. And this Betty, she keeps on saying that the Islam was spread by the sword. I've already said that you're narrowing down 200 years ago, 1435 years Islamic calendar is going on. So 200 years ago in 1800 or something, you're narrowing down one incident, you know what I mean, in the latter years of the Islamic world, and you're ignoring 1100 years before of the Islamic history, and you're narrowing down one incident that possibly you can't even prove the fact, because Brother Witness has said himself that yes, some people accepted Islam and some people were forced, but I still yet to see the proof of any historian or any Orientalist have recorded it in any account of history regarding this matter. If it is history is recorded, you know what I mean, I'll look into it. That's about it. But nobody provided anything apart from just Witness said this, and I'm going to say it. But whatever Witness said, she did not say that, because the Furoba people, the Fulani people, like Umar ibn Said, they claim was not somebody who was subjugated and converted under the sword of Islam. And yeah, that's how I refuted this, Betty. Thank you.
Right, am I allowed to reply now? Right, first
Yeah,
and
it's your time.
foremost,
It's your time, Betty. Your time. Your time.
first and foremost, Mr. Amraz, I'm getting a bit fed up with you. Yeah. First and foremost, Witness talked about, I think, the 11th century. And he talked about a king forcing Islam on his people. But because you don't listen, you only wanted to talk about the Fulani in the 18th. Yeah? So if you let him, if you actually listen, yeah, and stop screaming and shouting, you might actually hear what man said. And then I was going to talk about how the Fulani Hausa came and attacked the Igbo people and tried to spread Islam via the sword there. But I never got a chance because you kept on interrupting. Now there's a scholar who's wrote about a book about the Arabic and Islam interaction in West Africa. And I can drop the name of the book. And there's also a lecture of him. And he talks about how the Fulani spread Islam in West Africa. I never said that the Fulani were converted to Islam via the sword. You're a damn liar. And anyone who can listen to this show can rewind it to see I never said that. So you're not going to try and slander me and put words in my mouth. You're a bloody liar. That's what you are. Now, can Witness talk about this king in Senegal? Since people seem to think that the Fulani came peacefully and spread Islam peacefully. Can Witness please talk about that, please?
Yeah, Betty, could you say the name of the book also? Betty,
Okay,
could you say the name of the? Betty, could you say the name of the book also? The
Type in
author
the back chat.
and
Type the name of the
I'm
book.
going to get the name
Type
of the
the
book
name.
for you.
Okay,
Type the name.
why are you
Type the
talking
name of
so
the book.
much?
Type the name of the book in the back chat. Type the
Amaraj,
name of the book in
you
the back
already
chat.
just, but you just
Type
spoke,
the
right?
name of the book
And
in
you
the back
hear
chat.
my
Type the
voice.
name.
Amaris, chill out for a sec, cuz. Chill out for a sec, cuz. She's gonna put the. Betty's gonna get the name of the book and give it to
Okay.
you, Mo, as well.
So I was literally so listen. So
yeah,
apparently nobody else on the panel could talk because Amaraj feel like Betty stopped talking. So now it's his turn. He didn't even ask, and he can't even respect anyone else on the panel.
You got something important to say.
Wait,
I was
hold
talking.
on, everyone, yeah, because this literally, I was just about to ask here. Is anyone else got any points that they wanted to make here? Because I swear that we was going to move on to the next point about Senegal, yeah. So before we move on to the next point of Senegal, did DC Brad or Melanated Goddess or Witness a Speaker's Corner have anything else extra they wanted to add to the same points that they was being made there, or anything that they wanted to say in
The
this,
only
chat
I
that we're
do.
having here?
I've dropped the name of the book in the chat.
Okay, let you speak and it won't mute up.
Now you
Okay.
asked for the name of the book, and I said I've dropped the name of the book, Mr. Ammaz.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry, Betty, man. He's just trying to tease you in it, man. So yeah, go through.
Okay. So the only thing I wanted to say is that I literally was taking notes when Betty was talking because I wanted to be able to, refer. And that's the reason why I had that follow-up question when I did. And what she said was that the Fulani was a group that basically she used the term, she said they were married or came together with the North Africans, right? So she didn't say that they were converted at all. She said the Muslim North Africans and the Fulani, they came together, and then the Fulani spread it by the sword. That's what she said. The Fulani were the ones who spread Islam by the sword, but she didn't say that they were converted by the sword. She said the Fulani were the ones who spread Islam throughout West Africa by the sword. And
and there's another thing you're gonna say. I thought you said there was one thing you're gonna say. Go on.
No, I could think of something else to say. I don't got to report to you. You're not my husband.
I was gonna talk, but obviously you said one thing.
Let her have a little talk in it, man.
No, I know. I thought she had one thing to say. That's why
because you and Betty was going back and forth from Witness, innit? Like, and I literally just asked.
Then related. You had one thing to say. Go on, say the other thing you were saying.
Yeah, but I thought
Amaris. Yeah, man, you ain't got to police how much worse you can talk or whatever, innit? Yeah, like I literally just
No,
asked
it's not that.
anyone
It's not
else
Belly.
on the
It's
panel.
not
Yeah,
Belly
but
because
wait, let me. I
she
just
said
asked anyone
something.
else on the panel
No,
if they
Belly,
wanted to
Belly.
speak. I
No,
just
no,
asked
Belly.
anyone else on the bruv, stop talking in it because I'm talking, man.
Mm,
You can't talk while I'm talking. Yeah, it's.
mm.
I'll just ask anyone else on the panel if they wanted to speak. Yeah, and then Mel said, yeah, innit. So let her finish making her statement. Then if DC
Okay.
wants to say something, and then we're going to try and get into this next Senegal piece so we can get that wrapped up, and then
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Really, I would
else?
just ask
Whatever
that
else
if
we
we
can do.
continue to use the whole concept of if somebody is off of mute, then clearly they would like to speak. But if you, the way that you know that somebody is done talking is when they go back on mute. So you don't have to say, "Are you done yet?" Clearly, if I'm not on mute, then I'm not done. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I just think we need to go back to that.
All right. Yeah, that's better anyway, and that means that it means I don't have to police it like a school teacher as well. So yeah,
Okay,
that'll be
wicked. So
better
my,
still.
my mic's off and everyone's is on. I mean, DC Brad, your mic's off as well. Do you want to say something? Or you don't?
I bet.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'll carry on. I'll
Wait,
carry on. I'll carry on then.
wait. Let DC Brad have a little say in it because he wanted to
Go
say
on,
something
DC.
still, and then
Yeah, I'm trying to, as I'm reading this, I mean, every time you see an African ethnic group that converts to Islam, they tend to turn on the non-Muslim African group. And you see that, I mean, like, like, I mean, what Witness was talking about, we kind of glazed over it. But yeah, I mean, the Ghana Empire fell, the Dogu ran from Islam. I mean, yeah, it's like, I guess you can say in many cases, like right here, it says Islam in West Africa over the period from 690 to 1493, conquest did not play a major role, but you do see Islamic traders capturing individual non-Muslim Africans and utilizing African Muslims to turn on each other. I mean, like, so if anything, we could say that Islam was more divisive to the African people than it was, I guess, peaceful. If the Arabs came in peace, they didn't, I guess they didn't monitor who's, oh man, this is crazy. But yeah, I guess it is what it is. I mean, it's already here now, so there's no point in getting rid of it. Islam is here, so what are we gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna mute up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Big up
So
yourself, Brad. Yeah.
yeah,
All right.
okay.
Want to try and get into that to the next subject? Did you have anything else
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
wanted
I'm
to
gonna
add
wrap
to
it.
the
I'm gonna
same
wrap it
point
up.
there?
I'm gonna wrap it up, bro. I'm gonna wrap it up. Everything now. So basically, when this conversation first started, was about the transatlantic slave trade. About me saying 1 in 4 people in the transatlantic slave trade from West Africa or from the African borders, they were Muslim 1 in 4, and the account of Said ibn Umar ibn Said, the account of him regarding his religion and why he followed and what happened, his ordeal of getting kidnapped and taken away on a slave ship. Now, this Fulani people, if they spread with the sword, yeah, already witnesses said that some people accepted Islam according to his knowledge, and some were forced. Now, going back to the originality of this discussion of Omar ibn Said, I was talking to Melanie Goddess, how can we define if he was forced or if he wasn't forced? You can't define that. There's no evidence of showing that who was forced and who wasn't forced. Secondly, when Betty mentioned the Fulani people and the African, this one incident which is 250, nearly 300 years old. Islam has not spread by the sword. And what DC Brad has said, I mean, it is slightly true as well. There have been hypocrites within Islam. I mean, in the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, there were hypocrites who were pretending to be Muslims. The Quranic chapter was revealed against them. And more so, not everybody is on the righteous thing, be a Muslim or Christian, whatever. Not everybody adheres to the religion. So properly as they should. So there might have been cases, like I said to Melanie, it is possible there have been cases like some commanders of some armies or some soldiers might have ordered, wrongful killings, and probably forced people into accept religion. That may have happened, but that is not the way of Islam. That's not the way of Prophet Muhammad taught us, and that's not the way of the major Muslim armies, like you see throughout history, that have done, i.e., the pagans and the Christians and the Jews of Arabian Peninsula. They weren't forced. The Nagashi Christians weren't forced. The Palestinian Christians and Jews were not forced. The people of Jerusalem, when they were taken over by Muslims, were not compelled into turning into Muslims. And same way now in the 21st
Amaris,
century, brother, I haven't finished.
when you
Same way
finish,
now
let
in
me
the
ask you a
21st.
question, bro.
Sorry.
When you finish, I want to ask you a question.
Okay, safe. And same way in the 21st century, with the Latinos of the U.S. and the majority of the Muslims are from the black community in the US and West and Europe, they have reverted to Islam without anybody putting a sword on their neck or a gun to their head. So that's what I gotta say is when a lot of Christian Islamophobes, Christian missionaries, I'm not saying anyone on the panel is a Christian missionary, they have falsified this narrative in that Islam was spread by the sword, and history dictates to us that Islam was not spread by the sword, and mostly it was spread through the truth of the message. Allahu Akbar.
Bigger, can you ask Witness? Because you didn't
before
allow
Witness talks
Witness
about
to
Senegal,
talk about the
yeah,
11th century.
Witness is going to talk. Yeah, Witness is going to talk about that the next topic in a sec. I did say that he was going to talk about the next topic in a sec still, but I did want to ask Amara a question on that last point, yeah, because Witness was fair enough in his evidence when he was giving his evidence to say not everyone was forced, even though his tribe was a part of the people that was forced. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, Amaris, are you saying that there's no way that anyone could ever have been forced to join Islam, or would Witness be given a fair account when he was saying some people could have been forced, some people were forced, and some people converted by will?
Okay. In fairness to Witness, obviously, I mean, he tried to answer as best and fair to his knowledge. I mean, that's what I could, gather from that. Obviously, there is no evidence of exactly who was forced and exactly who accepted Islam willingly and embraced it. But as we know, there is a possibility of possibly some people were probably forced or scared into Islam, possibly. But way Islam teaches, that is not the right way, because there's no compulsion in religion at all whatsoever. If that was the case, people were getting forced into Islam, then who's paying the jizya? Do you understand what I'm talking about? The jizya would have been depleted, and there would have been no taxes coming in for the caliphates, whatever. Now, people who have been forced, whatever. I mean, as Islam teaches, and most of the Islamic scholars, how they teach and what they teach is that there is no compulsion, and you can't force anybody to believe something that you want them to believe or whatever you think to be true. Everyone's entitled to believe what they want. Our job is just to spread the good news of Islam and the teachings behind it. That's it. And if people want to embrace it, it's totally up to them. If people want to reject it, it's totally up to them. You can't force them. The only in history where Muslims had wars with conflicting non-Muslims is when Muslims were getting oppressed, and the Muslims were allowed to spread their dawah, they were allowed to spread their knowledge, spread their good news, and to the people, because it was basically inspiring the poor and getting the righteous. I mean, it was basically helping the oppressed, and it was against the oppressor. Now, in the Prophet's time, there were hypocrites, and possibly in later times in Islamic armies, there have been hypocrites or mercenaries or something like that who have done things wrong. You know what I mean? I'm not in a position to say that every single person, you know what I mean, was a perfect Muslim well before 200 years. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is there is no sword at this time moment in the last 100 years that someone's been using in Europe or America and UK. No sword has been used now, and there've been reverts. The fastest growing religion, a monotheistic religion of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam is Islam, and they're mostly from ex-Christians, people who had no religion, or people who basically were basically not believing in God at all, and they've found the wisdoms behind it. So, I mean, in respect to that, what we're talking about is that no, we can't be 100% sure exactly what went down, but we know what Islam teaches, and what the doctrine is. The doctrine is there is no compulsion in religion, and if you want to follow that to a T, you cannot force anybody to become any religion or believe anything out of the, you know what I mean? Obviously, or without compulsion,
All right, you
without the
know what,
permission.
cuz, yeah, for the purpose of moving on to the next subject, yeah, we're gonna let you slide with your answer there. You get me? Yeah, we're just gonna let you slide with that answer there anyway. Yeah. So
No, I'm not sliding.
witness.
I'm swinging with the answer,
No,
fam.
no. It's not that we're just sliding, yeah. But we're not gonna. Yeah, 'cause obviously we
Yeah,
could.
let's wrap it up. Let's
There's a
wrap it
lot
up
more
because
questions that
yeah,
could
it's
be
a
answered. That could
nonsensical.
be
Yeah,
asked. Yeah. Yeah. So instead of asking more questions, yeah, we're just gonna leave you to have the answer and then move on to the next point. And
yeah, man. Let's move on to a next subject, Veli. Let's Betty. Why don't you choose the
No,
next subject?
can witness
no,
talk
no, no,
about
no,
the
no. But
Yeah,
witness,
legislation?
yeah,
can I
witness
actually
wanted
say
to.
something? Because
I'm
Betty
not
has
But
been
angry.
very,
yeah,
it's
Follow
been
your
on
shit,
point.
it was on to the
Hamas.
next point about this about what witness had
Yeah,
about
yeah, true, but I don't
about
agree with
Senegal.
that's you, Belly. If you want to slide and leave it like that, as far as I'm concerned, what Betty
But
was saying
but
and what I'm
wait,
saying,
hold on. Witness, if you've got a point that you want to make on that point, you can make the point still. But I was going to move on to the next point for the purposes of you having your say on the points that you wanted to speak about. So if you do want to make a point back to the last point that he said, that was the only reason I was letting it slide in it, because instead of sticking on that same point. But right, if you've got any questions that you want, ask away.
no questions. It's just that what was said in regards to Sokoto Caliphate and Oyo was true. That's what Betty was talking about. The other stuff, if you want to talk about it now, I can talk. That goes all the way to 10:30. But I'll be honest, I don't see the point to it. But I can mention that there's no problem.
Up
I
to
have.
you. It's up to you,
Yeah.
witness. It was
What
really just for.
I'll just quickly mention it. It's in regards to a king called War Jabi, spelt Warjabi, and he was the first Muslim king of Tekur in the 1030s. Tekur is in places like West Africa in the past, the Ghana Empire in West Africa. Now, why do I mention him? Because King Warjabi converted to Islam. He then proceeded to force his subjects to become Muslims. You know, and as the result of his reign, he expanded the Sharia to the south of that region. There are one group of people called the Serer people, Serer, who chose to resist against Tekur in favor of their own religion, the Serer religion. So they fought for a number of years. And the war kept on going on, the battles kept on going on all the way from 1030s to the 19th century, when you had the great Battle of Fandane, which was in 1867, where the Serer people were fighting against the Muslim Marabouts. And this was in Senegal. So there's that war as well. It first started with King Warjabi trying to force Islam through Sharia in 1035. And that's his name, King Warjabi. And if anybody wants to read up on him and what he did, there are a number of books that are available that you can read on. One of them is a historical dictionary of Senegal, which was written by Lucia Galistel, which was published back in 1981. That's one book on King Warjabi, Warjabi, and what he did was in the 1030s. That's it.
All right, we got this one. Yeah, so that was more on the point of the what tribe was it? The Fulani. That was more on the point of how the Fulani became
No.
Muslim.
No. The one I'm talking about is.
Or was that more? Or was that like just another instance of how?
Yeah, that's another
some people was
incident. So
converted by the sword.
yeah, so I was giving another example in regards to what Betty was mentioning. So I gave a second example, and these people are called Serer, spelt Serer. Ironically, you fast forward to the 21st century, a lot of them are Muslims, but what we're talking about is the 1030s, going all the way back to the 11th century, when a king by the name of King Warjabi, Warjabi, decided to force Islam on a lot of his subjects. There were certain tribes that fought against him. The one that stood out is the Serer tribe, Serer. They were rebelling against him consistently in the 1030s.
Witness, did any Muslim fight against Warjabi? Did any Muslims fight against Warjabi?
I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to check. That part I don't know. I just know about the Serer.
I'm gonna go on mute and I'll be back. I'm gonna go do some research. I'll be back.
Yeah. So yeah, the Serer were rebelling against King Warjabi in the 1030s, and then eventually there was a major battle which took place in 1867, the Battle of Fandane.
How do you spell their name again, Witness?
The Serer are spelled Serer.
Can you just say it slowly because I'm not that fast? S-E.
Yep, Serer.
Yeah.
R-E-R.
Okay. And
Better yet, have you got the name of the king? I'll give you his name so you can type his name down as well. That was trying to force Islam. King Warjabi, W-A-R space
W-A-R, yeah.
Then space and then J-A-B-I, B for bat, I for India. King Warjabi.
J-A.
B for bat, I for India.
Okay.
Warjabi, King Warjabi. Yeah. There's that. And then if you want a battle, an actual battle, there's the Battle of Somme, S-O-M-B, B for bat. That was in 1867. That's
why do you think that
thank you.
A lot of Muslims sort of find it hard to say that any of their religion could have been spread by a sword? Why do you think it's so hard for them to say that? Christians will admit about the Christians that was using slavery and sort of stuff like that, and blah blah blah, and that. I mean, like,
the minority, they're the minority. When you're a minority, they are in the minority in the West. They are vulnerable. We know how minorities are treated. But if you go to their lands, yeah, you know, they feel more powerful. But if you're a minority, minorities are always worried because we know how minorities are treated, isn't it? But what Mr. Amma's saying said that the book of John that I've spoken about, yes, he's a Christian now, yeah? And he's accusing the man that, you know, this guy John, who wrote this book, talking about how the Fulani spread Islam, of being a Christian missionary. But the Omar man, Mr. Ammaz is bigging up this Omar, this slave in America, was a Muslim who converted to Christianity. But he's not prepared to not listen to what he says, even though he converted to Islam. But the guy that's saying it now, John, you don't want to listen to him because he's a Christian. So it shows your your Christian phobia. I'm amazed how you can big up a Muslim that converts to Christianity, you know, how many, 100 and something years ago, who's dead. But you've got a problem with a Muslim that converts to Christianity now and says that the Fulani were one of the main people that were spreading Islam via the sword. So it just shows your Christian phobia.
Hey Betty, also, yeah, like, because obviously with the question that I just asked, Halima in the chat just wrote that it's against Islam, like, but it's against Christianity for it to be spread by the sword. But they still accept that in places it was spread by the sword.
But you know,
do you know what I mean? Like, wait, hold on a second, Betty, yeah, because it is obviously, like we're saying, it's against the religion for you to spread it by the sword, but it doesn't mean that the people ain't gonna do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, so,
exactly. It's against the law to murder people in this country, but people still get murdered. So any Muslim that is coming with this stupid rhetoric to come and tell me that the religion says don't do it, so it didn't happen, that's nonsense. In this country, you're not allowed to murder, but people get murdered. So next time, come with a better way to refute. than telling me that the book says don't do it.
I heard the strangest thing in by a priest a couple of weeks ago. He was talking about Christianophobia. And I thought, what does he mean by Christianophobia? He began to explain. It was the demonizing of Christians. And
Many atheism was spread on the sword. You know, atheism was spread on the sword. I've got proof.
But nobody hears me. What? I can't hear you.
Atheism was spread on the sword too. Why don't you talk about atheism being spread on the sword?
Atheism was spread by the sword.
Yeah.
Why are we letting
Atheism was
non-Africans
spread
and
by the
children
sword.
on this panel?
Sumaya was killed. A companion of the Prophet. She was butchered for not being an atheist. They beat her up, and then they tortured her son for not being an atheist.
Okay. Well, there's children that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
hear
you
what
know
he
what?
said?
What
Did you
this
hear what
this
he
is what
said?
happens sometimes as well. Yeah, it's like you're gonna ask a question about something, yeah, and man's not gonna answer the question, yeah. Man's gonna come with a total opposing question on the opposite side. It's like, bruh, you might as well at least try to answer the question.
It's the art of war, though, isn't it? Sun Tzu, the art of warfare, deflection.
Hey,
when you're under,
Amaz is in the back still,
What?
so
when you're under heat, though, bigger. When you're under pressure, you deflect. That's what he's doing. But does anybody want to talk about atheism? Can we have a vote? If anyone wants to actually answer Ali's question, or if anyone else has a better.
No, Ali comes in here with a black
it's a bit
avatar
of a deflection,
sometimes.
isn't it, man? Of the thing, what innit? Is that
Yeah,
like
that's
I said,
deflection.
I do always say to ask Ali, like, try to stick to the topic. He's getting better at least asking the question nearly about the topic, because most times he just jumps in and says something random about something else, innit? So, like, yeah, hopefully one day we'll come in and just ask a question or answer a question on the topic, innit? And then,
yeah.
you know what I mean? That so it's slowly steps, man. Don't worry, Ali, man. We'll get you there, bro. You got me.
No, he's probably read The Art of War. If you read The Art of War, Sun Tzu, he's read that. Deflection.
Yeah.
Hey, Cotton Socks. That's the homie.
Yeah, we got Cotton Socks though. You didn't
Yeah,
come
that's the
through
homie
yesterday,
right
though.
there.
I didn't see you yesterday. In the dance, you got me. So what you saying, Ali?
Oh, Cotton Socks went to the dance?
No, she usually does, but I didn't see her though.
I've just made my own shirt of Ellie online. I made my own shirt and I put that for sale.
What's that, bro? Say that again.
I made a ladies' t-shirt and started selling it now online.
An atheist t-shirt.
A ladies' t-shirt, ladies.
What was it?
It's £20. Very expensive, but the company makes all the shirt and then they do all the hard work. It's just my design.
Like drop shipping sort of thing.
Yeah. I never see the shirt, so all the refund, all the returns is done by the company.
You just make the design that they want printed on it.
Yeah.
All right, cool, man.
I only
So,
get £2. I only get £2 for the shirt.
Ali,
Yeah.
You know, obviously we was talking about Islam being spread by the sword, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything like that, yeah. Like, do you have any disagreement with any of the points being made, saying because obviously this is written evidence of people's own family testimonies and so on, so innit? Yes.
I'm not
some
gonna say
people
that
have converted.
they
Let me
were probably.
let me finish the build up, bro.
Yeah.
Let me finish the build up. Yeah. Some people have converted by will, and some people have converted by force, innit? So, do you agree that that's most likely what happened, innit? That some people converted by will and some people converted by force, or do you think that everyone turned a Muslim because they realized Islam is the truth?
Or probably somewhere in the world, so some people would have converted by sword. There's a possibility. I'm not going to outrule it. I don't know enough about it, but it's a possibility, yeah.
See, that's man.
Big up yourself for at least considering it a possibility. Because, like, saying some people are on something different thing. Like, man,
We
ain't
have,
even considering it to be a possibility.
if someone puts the sword on our neck and says, "Be a Christian," we can lie and say, and do the so we can conceal our faith for our own protection. If someone wants to put the sword on me,
So can I interject for a second, Velly?
Yes.
Amaraz posted some stuff in the back chat, but he didn't say the source of where he got that from about King War Jabi, and it's saying that he basically is saying that it wasn't by force and that how it was a positive economical thing or whatever. But he didn't say the source of where he got it from. And all we can say is, the person, you have to just, I guess knowing the source would be very important, because there are people talking about the African Americans, actually referring to the slave trade as black people being settlers and using the term settlers, to try to minimize what slavery was. So depending on the source and who's speaking, they could say, oh, white people brought Africans here to America. However, they allowed them to do this, and this, and kind of minimize actually what occurred during the time period of slavery. So for him to just put that information in the back chat but not state the source, and it just seems like a little bit of a blurb, and obviously the part that's most positive, he's going to put that there, is very, very, very disingenuous.
I know, but also if you look at what it says, it says the kings eventually adopted Islam. Did they eventually adopt Islam after being beaten for like how many decades? You see, because they don't actually say, it doesn't actually say that, oh, the Muslims came, and they embraced Islam. It says eventually. So how do we interpret the word eventually? So that basically means there was resistance in the beginning. Because if they embraced it straight away, they would just embrace it, innit? You wouldn't say eventually adopted Islam. But once again, he's not come on, and he's just, like you said, where's the source? But I don't think anybody, witness or any of us, are coming on this panel and saying that Islam did not bring something to West Africa. Because I've never said that. But what I've said that it was spread via the sword. Yeah? It's just very much like Christianity was. Yeah? Christianity was spread via the sword in West Africa. But to say that it did not bring some benefits is not true. And this is one of the problems with the Muslims, the professional victim, where they want to romanticize the history of Islam in West Africa. What of your Berber queen in North Africa who resisted the Arab invasion? How long did the Berbers of North Africa fight the Arabs and resist Islam for? But once again, you forget that. You always got what they call memory lapse. You only want to talk now, you've got the territory. And obviously, history, is written by the victors. But that Berber queen, I think it's called Dahlia, she resisted the Muslims and the Arabs. And she paid with her life. But once again, Muslims don't want to talk about. The only person I've heard talk about is Sabida. Talk about that's only she's one of the honest Muslims who can critique some of the Muslims, even though she's a Muslim. But many of these this constant romanticizing, we came in peace. Stop saying that people came with trade. What does trade include? If I wage war on you now, is there not going to be a prisoner of war? Well, the Muslims just trading coconuts and a bit of salt. Because the Fulani stretch right, like I said, they are marriage between North and West Africa. They stretch right up into Nigeria where the Sahara is. and Algeria, they got all up there. So what were they trading? And people don't dissect what these Muslims are saying. You allow them to romanticize it. They keep on saying, oh, they were trading. What were you trading? You were trading human beings. These prisoners you got, some of your criminals, that's what you were trading. You weren't just trading coconuts and a bit of salt and a bit of gold. Let's be honest. And the next Muslim that comes on, if you're a Muslim Asian, I beg you bring some references. And don't stop banging on about Arabia and Iraq like this other Muslim came. Stay on topic. I don't come on this panel and say that Islam spread via the sword in Asia and provide no evidence because I don't know. I leave that up to the Asians like Raj, like Raindrop. But you Asian Muslims come on the panels and start telling us about West African history or African history in general, and your arse never bring no references. Then you try and refute it with telling me, say, oh, the book says don't do it. So what if the book says, it says they say in Christianity, you should not murder. But there's many Christians that have murdered. Just stay on topic. Is everyone going quiet? Come on, man, speak up.
Yeah, man, we're still here, man.
Yeah, I can't lie. It's a good point. If Christians can acknowledge the areas where they were doing perfect.
The most was spread by the sword, and Ahmad bin Yasser was beaten up.
Okay, so where's the evidence of this? Where's the evidence? Come on, tell me. Atheism, where?
Okay,
No, but listen. Mel, don't let man take you off the point that you.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, make your point, and because like I was saying, obviously Ali's doing a little bit of takia there, and like, right, he's going to talk about another subject.
You doing atheism takia?
Yeah, he's doing.
Come on, mama, come on. You're doing atheism takia. Listen.
In my life,
it gets exhausting after a while just talking about.
Well, let me have to do some atheism Sharia. Don't start, son. Don't start.
Right. This is what happens, yeah. It's like, check it, yeah. Man does streams, yeah. Not really. Obviously, man asking some questions about religion and all that as well, yeah. Elima, hold on a sec, yeah. I'm gonna add you in a sec, yeah. But man tries to do streams, not really talking about religion all the time as well, yeah. But it always comes back up. You get me?
No matter what,
it always comes back up to him. It's like
Islam will always. I guess the guy. What's that dude, Muhammad Tawhid or something like that? That always said that Islam will conquer the world. I guess we just gotta get ready for no more pork Sundays, man.
Oh, I don't know. Kind of weird, man.
I don't eat pork like it is anymore. Except bacon, though. I ain't gonna fake. I'm not gonna give up bacon.
You need to give up bacon, okay? That stuff is, pig booty.
That's the white man's knowledge. I'm not listening.
He says the white man's knowledge. You better give up that booty. Eating that pig booty.
Brad, you remember in what's it called when Dave Chappelle, Mad Real Bro, and Tyree and Lysol take my man's girl in it. Cut the bacon off his back.
Oh yes. I remember on his show. Yes. Oh man, goodness. The thing I'm really confused before I study Islam is how can there be they take pride in taking 1 billion? They have 1 billion Muslims, but they don't see each other as Muslim. If you're like Sunni, Shiite,
no DC brand that's huge. No one. Everyone says we're all Muslim. You're all playing a sectarian game.
What?
No. You're lying. That's a lie, Ali. That is a lie from the.
That's so funny. When he talks, I say the same thing. What?
You know why? Yeah. You know why? Yeah. Because you said you said that we put yous into sex.
I say I'm not playing no skin. If
Ali said that we put the people into sex, yeah. Brother, you can let me talk, and then you can talk after it. Yeah, I'll let you have your say as well. Yeah, like it's not a bully thing, innit? Yeah, I want you to have a say.
Fair enough, bro. Fair enough.
Yeah, so like you just said that we're putting the people into sects, yeah. But most of the people that don't even really know about Islam look at everyone as Muslims. It's not until you start to talk to a Muslim you find out that there's different types of Muslims. There's Sunni,
Yeah.
Sunni, Shia,
Sufi.
Sufi, Ahmadiyya. Then there's
The
this type of
Taweeds.
Sufi, this type of Sunni, this type of Shia. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like, Ross, I didn't even know that there was even this much types of Muslims anyway. So really and truly, if
Yo,
you man
Belly,
have
to
put
that
yourself
point.
into sex,
Yo,
and
Belly, to
not
that point, I was in church today, and my dad was preaching, and there was this thing they were bringing up the impact how Islam is having on like in America, because there's like a full town in Michigan known as Durban, I believe.
One sec, Brad.
Majority Arab.
Halima, if you want to play the video, you have to jump on and play it on your laptop still. It's about Islamic history. If it's like a 10-hour video, then it's going to be long still. It got to be like a quick thing, innit? A quick thing still.
No, but they were talking about today, and it was weird because it was Catholics, there were Protestants, there were I forget the term Presbyterian. It's like maybe Islam is unifying the church because they were different denominations, putting aside like small petty. They were putting aside small petty like beefs, and they're trying to like build now on like, okay, we have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We need to unite against this thing, man. I think there might be another crusade starting because I usually hear
crusade starting. Wow, that's not a good look, cuz.
There's not though, bro. It's not, and it's like people don't realize the Christians that Muslims talk about are Catholics. They haven't dealt with evangelicals. Evangelicals are insane, especially the American ones. You know, like Jesus. After 9/11, you wouldn't find a mosque in certain parts of America. I'm just being real. Even today, if like, okay, so for example, everyone likes to bring up black people that join Islam in America. They are not like the ones that are in the UK. You're not gonna see them banging on each other. Oh, you Sunni, you Shiite. No, bro. No, you're not seeing that. Like, because yeah, you know, but there was a you know,
I don't know about that still. Like, because, like I saying, I didn't know about Islam, like how man, like I don't really know about Islam anyway.
Yeah, man. I just think that it's
Like,
starting
wait,
to
wait, 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 yeah. I didn't know about Islam, how much I know about it until I went speakers call me. Like I was saying, I didn't even know that there was different. There was this one and that one and that one and this one like that, and how much they was in arguments with each other like that. So if the ones that are close to the main homeland are beefing like this, then the other ones around the world have got to be at least on some near the same thing. You got me? Near on the same thing.
Wait, are you saying? What are you trying to say? I don't understand. You're saying the ones that are
the American ones have got to be beefing as much as the European ones, as much as the Arabian ones, as much as the so-and-so ones, isn't it? Because
the American Muslims.
Can I just
like
mention?
so the Sunnis, the Shias, the Ahmadiyyas, the Sufis, the blah
Yeah,
blah
but
blahs,
I think Ahmadis are Muslim.
I've never I haven't seen that.
You just say Ahmadiyyas are not Muslims, but
Whoa, bro!
They
Everyone
are,
says
they are
Ahmadis are
Muslims. They are Muslims.
No, they're not Muslims. They believe in another
that's what I'm saying.
Can I also mention the debate?
Remember that
Once again, I'm just
Sunnis
dropped
also say
another one.
Shias are not Muslim, yeah. But then again, that point that Brad just made first of all about there being 1 point whatever billion Muslims until you start calling out a sect, and now you're saying this one's not Muslim, that one's not Muslim.
Bro,
so how much Muslims are there?
Right, everyone's a Muslim apart from the Alawis and the Ahmadis. Everyone else is a Muslim. Hassan's a Muslim. He's Muslim,
Apart
but
from
everyone else is Muslim, apart from the Ahmadis and the Alawis.
But how can you say that though? How can you quantify that? Because my question is, what was the Prophet Muhammad? Was the Prophet Muhammad a Sunni or a Shiite? Because if he was neither,
Muslim. I'm just Muslim. I'm not. I don't belong to any sect. I'm just Muslim. Like
then okay, so who would Sunnis see you as a Muslim? Because I've seen Sunnis call you a kafir and a kafar. And that's another thing. How can you be a kafir if you all believe that there's a God called Allah? So none of you could call each other kafir. Man, this shit's retarded, bro.
But the Quran says that there can never be a prophet after me. and the prophet said to
Oh yeah, Ahmadiyya's have got another prophet in it.
yeah, that's the only reason they're not. I don't say the Muslim.
Okay.
We've got another
No,
prophet.
you know what? Yeah, a lot of Ali's not the first Muslim that said that to me. So,
Yeah, but but let them speak for themselves.
but
Just because
they are
on
counted
Muslim.
as a sect of Islam.
No,
Yeah,
we
but the opposition will always try and defame somebody. His opposition to the Ahmadiyya Muslims. Surely they should be allowed to speak for themselves. If they choose to say that they are Muslim, who is another so-called sect to judge them? Because what we get on these panels is constant people saying that they're not Muslim, but we never get a chance to hear from them people themselves.
Bring me one Ahmadi guy, I'll debate him. Bring me one Ahmadi guy, I'll debate him live on a panel. Just bring me one Ahmadi guy.
I know who was an Ahmadiyya. You need to debate Imam Bashir. So Veli, tell content to organize that. US, UK, boom, boom, boom. Yes.
Arrange it then.
Imam Bashir.
Yep.
That's the Saragawi beat him up before, isn't it?
Yeah. Saragari bodied him, but this could be interesting.
Right, arrange it then. If Veli wants to go through it, but I'm going to say one thing. If you believe in another prophet after Prophet Muhammad, then I'm not going to see. I'm not going to say.
That means you say the Moors can't be, the American Moors can't be Muslims as well.
You trying to talk about the Moors now?
Yeah, they're not
They say
Muslim.
Nubu Drew Ali's prophet. Nation of Islam said that.
That's disrespectful.
Was a prophet, so they can't be. They can't. Yeah, but if it's in the actual tradition of the Orthodox Muslims, that does it say in the Quran that there's no other prophet, or is that hadith?
But I thought it said in the Quran they're going to be sending a prophet to everyone, though.
That was before the Prophet Muhammad was.
So what's the African prophet? Name the African
Halima,
prophet.
hold on a sec, yeah. I'm going to add you in still. But,
Easy brand.
Listen, I'm going to jump off the panel, yeah, and let Halima come on there to give a little bit of Islamic backing still.
No. If Halima's going to go off, I'm
why
going
do
to
you
go
keep jumping off, fam? Every time I'm going to add you and you keep jumping
Halima,
off, cuz.
Halima just shouted at me and she just said, "You're not Muslim, this and that." So anyway, I'm going to go off.
See, that's the thing. I knew it.
Wait there, man.
So who's a Muslim? None of you.
Wait there. Stay there.
Stay there.
I say, hashtag my Muslim brother.
It's Halima.
Wait a minute, what is this video for? Because I'm not sticking around for any rubbish. I came here for important stuff. What's this video about? Got better things, man. You know,
Tell him witness.
I'm mature for this nonsense, and I'm out.
Tell him a witness.
Don't witness. Witness, tell me your tips and how you stay so calm. One day I'm going to be like, witness.
Yeah, I swear, Halima said that she could put a video about Islamic history in the back chat, yeah, but like, yeah, I don't know how long.
Yeah, the one she just put was about.
Why don't she know? If she wants to refute something, let her learn the information like everybody else has to. This is not, video scholarship. If she wants to refute something, learn the information like everybody else has to.
Damn.
How do you know it's not copyrighted though?
For playing
How do
them.
you know it's not copyrighted?
Right. Hey, listen, yeah, we got about an hour at the maximum left, yeah, and then I'm gonna wrap up still, yeah. So we've got the last hour left, the hour of power, yeah. So I'm gonna jump off and Adamara's in. Then chat a little bit of whatever we have to chat about as well.
We talk about Africa stuff because we had a really good conversation.
Yeah, man. It was really about Africa, innit? And about what Islam was doing in Africa.
We always go to the Middle East on this. Can we just leave the Middle East in the Middle East?
Is Witness is very intelligent. Witness, is there any subjects? Witness, what?
Yeah, I wanted to say thanks, Betty, for mentioning Queen Dia. I just did some research on her now. It says she was a Berber warrior queen who led indigenous resistance to the Muslim conquest of the Maghreb in Numidia. I didn't know about her. Thanks for her information. Queen Dia.
She's described as a black woman with very curly hair. That's how she's described. Yeah.
Didn't the Nubians also
thing I wanted to mention to people is Indonesia has occupied Western Papua for more than 50 years. The people of Western Papua have been fighting for their independence from Indonesia for 50 years. The indigenous people of Western Papua are black people. They're black Melanesians. Their country was invaded by the Indonesians, who are not black, they're Asians, or whatever you want to call them, and they've been fighting. The leader of their movement, their Free West Papua movement, has been exiled from his country and is now living in England. Benny Wenda.
Witness.
Benny Wedina. So,
Yo, witness.
Yes?
Witness, I have a question for you. I've done a bit of
Why did you
research.
cut him while he was reading?
He did. I asked him. I called his name, and he responded to me. Okay. So
You call his name. That's the part that's cutting. See,
Yo,
like how I'm
what kind
cutting
of manners
you.
is your? What kind of
It's the
manners is your
same
family
thing.
teach you? You're
I'm
eating your
showing you.
mouthful. You're eating your mouthful, you animal.
You
Anyway,
didn't have.
It doesn't.
All
Anyway,
humans are
I'm sorry.
animals.
I'm
All
sorry,
humans are
witness.
animals.
Yeah,
I'm sorry you don't have nobody there to feed you.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Get your
about
own
the
wife so
animals.
she
You
can
can't
feed you.
talk.
Get a wife
You
so she
can't
can
finish
feed
your
you.
meal before talking.
You're
You need to finish your meal
disgusting.
before you talk.
Shut the hell
Finish your
up.
meal before you talk. You
You need to
disgusting
say
animal.
excuse me before you talk. You need to say
excuse me.
excuse me before you talk.
Excuse me, an
You
African male
disgusting
is
animal,
speaking.
man.
Go
Do
ahead,
your parents
moderator.
teach you to finish your food before you talk? Animal.
Mr.
Listen.
Ammaz,
Disgusting
can I ask
animal.
you,
Disgusting.
Mr. Ammaz, can I
Shut up.
kindly ask you,
Eat some
as
cake,
a
fat boy.
brother,
Eat some cake, fat boy.
I know you respect witness.
I'm
Mr. Ammaz,
Chubby ass
I know
cheeks.
you
Shut up.
respect witness. Can I kindly ask you to allow witness to finish? When he goes on mute, Mr. Ammaz, then you can speak. I know that you're a gentleman, Mr. Ammaz.
Belly's back.
Yo,
yeah.
yo, bruv, you know what? Yeah, it's getting on my nerves, man. A man's having to just. Yo, I beg you, man, start acting like a flipping big man around there, bro, and start just talking one at a time. When someone's finished talking, talk after. Like, remember the thing was when the person's muted, then the next person comes in. I beg you to just do that, fam. Car, just coming in and moderating adults on how adults are talking is annoying, cuz.
Exactly,
Like, I
man.
don't need to
Especially
talk this
women
much to
that
my
fucking
children,
can't
fam.
finish their food before they eat.
Bro, do you know what? Yeah, I'm mainly talking to you though, cuz, because every 2 seconds you're jumping in the middle of fucking. You get me, bro? Like, you just allow it, fam, man. Cuz it's getting on my nerves.
He's gone. He's gone. We're black
You know,
again, everybody.
like,
Welcome back.
man just come back from work and all that, yeah, on a bloody Sunday.
Damn, on Sunday though.
To listen to man waffling about, yo, man, need to allow that. Just I beg you, just do the one at a time thing, so man so I can relax, man. You get me? I just want
Hey,
to
can we
relax.
answer the questions for today?
Can
I was thinking about this all day
witness
and
be
chilling.
allowed to finish his statement? Because he got cut off by
Yeah,
Mr.
once
Ammaz.
witnesses, I tell you what, yeah, witness. Once you finish your statement, yeah, you gave your point on the day's topic earlier, innit, witness? Did you give your point on the day's topic earlier?
No, which was today's topic? Which one?
Was yeah, because it was kind of brought up on when we was talking. Would Africans colonize other countries if Africa had the power that Europe and USA had?
No, I'm not going to discuss that. I mean, I had a discussion with you. That's good enough.
Was
And then I
earlier,
actually
yeah,
had
so
a
you
discussion.
gave your points on that still.
Yeah.
So
So that's
yeah.
good. The one we had
Yeah,
was good. So I'm content with that one. No, I was just talking about Papua New Guinea. Western Papua has been occupied by Indonesia for 50 years. The Black Melanesians there have been suppressed. Their leader for the Free West Papua movement, Benny Wenda, has been exiled from his homeland and is now living here in the UK. They are dealing with oppression, violence, racism. So think of when you have time, go online and check the Free West Papua movement. It's the western part of Papua New Guinea. For 50 years, 50, they've been trying to get their independence and their freedom, but they're being violently suppressed. So think about it.
So
Wait, is Indonesia like a Muslim country
because they
though?
won't convert, or is it just because why are they being suppressed?
This all goes back to the
Think of
time of
reasons.
colonization. So I think the Dutch were there, and the Dutch left. And what happened was a referendum was illegally implemented, and the Indonesians were able to get the majority they wanted, but the majority of the Melanesians had not been registered to vote, so they never got a say. And so Indonesia took over. Indonesia then implemented a migration program where Asians from other parts of the world were allowed to come in and settle there and have their farms, and the Papua New Guineans were marginalized. So they've been fighting 50 years, protesting, trying to get their violence. It heated up over the last couple of years, a lot of bloodshed. So they're still
So
trying to get.
was it that they're Indonesia's trying to colonize the place, or they're trying to? It's because they're not Muslim, or like what? Why did it? Why? Yeah, that's. I'm still like, what's the reason that?
Well, it
they're
was
able
land.
to-
It all starts off with a greed for land because it used to be called Irinjaya. So they then took it over, then called it Indonesia. Said it's part of Indonesia, and the people who were there were then kicked off to take the land and to change the makeup, the racial makeup of the people, because they had a migration program which allowed people, different Asians, in Southeast Asia, to come in and settle there. After more than 30 years, I think the program was finally stopped because there was a lot of complaints internationally about this migration program. But part of the program,
Indonesia, are they the people that look like a bit like Chinese and Indian sort of thing, and they got like
they look like Chinese, but they look black,
and they got like a black person's
flat.
nose.
Yeah, flat and sometimes big lips, and their hair's not as straight as the Chinese. But also that Papua, there's mineral wealth that the Indonesians are after. That's why they're in Papua. They didn't just go there for the sake of it. There's mineral wealth because that Papua that you're talking about, they're selling off the resources to the international cartels.
Wow.
That's why they won't leave. Nobody takes land for nothing.
Yeah, so yeah, Betty's right in that extra.
Indonesians are native to the land. Fuck off, you dumb fucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Say nothing.
So they're being
They weren't
suppressed.
talking about Indonesia. They was talking about Papua New Guinea. So really, that means you're a dumb fuck, innit? Because you weren't actually listening to the conversation. So, yeah.
Because West Papua, the place we're talking about, is next to Papua New Guinea. It's to the west. It should be part of Papua New Guinea, but it's been taken over by Indonesians. But geographically, it's the same land mass.
Yeah, it is. It's
on
like
the same,
it's just a line. They've drawn a line through it, aren't they?
Yes.
Because I was looking at that, and then they were saying that there were all these. I can't remember if it was oil, but it was definitely a mineral that the Indonesian was selling off to these international companies. And you're fucked. Has anyone seen that film Blood Diamond when they say, "Let the white man not find oil"? Because the white man's found diamonds, and then the African man goes, "Let the white man not find oil," because black gold, oil's called black gold. Then if the white man found something, that's it for you. Now you're gonna have they will clear you off the land.
So is Indonesia? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Betty.
No, carry on.
So is Indonesia converting the Melanesian people to Islam? Because I just looked it up, and Indonesia has a Muslim majority population. So them taking over
that's what I was
Melanesian,
asking.
what's
the reason for
are
it?
they?
Is it like a colonization attempt, or is it because they're not the same religion? What is it?
Well, it is a colonization attempt, yes. And like I mentioned, there was the migration program where they opened it up to let people of different ethnicities. So you've got the Javanese people there, you've got the Bugis people, the Ambonese people, the Bhutanese people. These are people who are various parts of Asia, with various ethnics, ethnic origins who are there, who are Muslims. So you're bringing in a particular race of people to replace the race of people on that area, and they're Muslims as well. So it then replaces the religion that's there. Because I think the Melanesians there, they have their traditional spiritual systems. Some of them are Christians as well. A few of them are Muslims as well. So
can I just say that I've just gone to a Guardian article on West Papua, and they said there's 100 billion gold mine in West Papua. So that tells you what's going on.
Did you say 100 million?
100 billion gold mine.
We need to get there and protect our people.
Because I saw that, that Benny that you're talking about, Witness. I saw him.
Yeah.
on the video in Senegal when he was asking the African Union for help.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see in Melanesia, it says the remainder of the population is Buddhist, Hindu, and Muslim. In the Solomon Islands, the Anglican Church of Melanesia is predominant, followed by Catholicism, other Protestant faiths, Islam, and Baha'i. Animistic religions are practiced
Yeah, but
by
you're
the.
talking about somewhere else. You're talking about the Solomon Islands. That's a different island. That's a different island.
Okay, yeah, yes, it says. So why did that come up under Melanesia?
No, we're talking about West Papua, so Papua New Guinea. So if you just type West Papua, WEST space
Okay.
PAU, Papua, it then should
PAPAU.
West Papua. Yep.
Okie
It
dokie.
says, if you read this, the article saying that they set out to find gold in 1936. So I'm not too sure when Indonesians went to colonize West Papua, but something tells me it's very much in relation to this $100 billion gold mine find, because that's a lot. That's a lot.
I'm curious, why is it that certain people are this? I've always discussed this with Belly. I don't know about the whole freedom of speech thing. He's giving me his reasons. His show. He likes to run it this way. But I'm just surprised people leave like comments which are Solomon Island cannibals. That's a derogatory thing to say about the Solomon Islanders. So that's even racist.
Yeah, you know why? Wow, some people are dumb in it, man. And if you just let the dumbness show in it, man. Like,
Fair enough.
Right, you can choose to write whatever you want in it, but
yeah,
okay. If you actually got nothing sensible you can say, then you're just gonna write something dumb in it, man. Let them dumb people show themselves in it.
True.
A lot of the Abrahamic religions are like that, though. I notice a lot of people who are aligned to the Abrahamic religion, they just believe that they're more civilized than anybody else. And prior to they even forget their own ancestors. That's what I can't understand. I still class myself as a Christian, but I wouldn't condemn my ancestors who were not Christians, because without them, I wouldn't even exist. But a lot of other people, these Abrahamic people, they condemn anybody who's not of the Abrahamic faith or their faith. But they're condemning their own forebearers, which makes no sense.
Yeah. I just needed to make sure that the black folk who are interested in this on this panel and the few in the chat, just wanted to make sure they were aware of the plight of the people in West Papua and what they're going through, what they've been going through for 50 years, and they're still fighting for their independence and their freedom from Indonesia. So say a prayer for them.
Yes,
and
I certainly will.
They'll achieve their freedom one
Yes,
day.
I witness Papua New Guinea is one of the places that you can go visa free on the Nigerian passport.
Really?
Yeah.
So, is there anywhere, yeah, that Europeans are being subjugated, that they would need to go and fight for their land to get their places back or anything like that? Can you
They're
think of anywhere like
subjugated by their own people, though. You know what I mean? I don't know any place where the white folk, are subjugated unless they're subjugated by their own people. Like if you go to like Eastern Europe, there's some subjugation there, but that's by their own people.
Right, so
I don't know of any place where you'll see
no,
white
people
people.
was asking the question, innit, man? So you better you answered the question for already. White people are subjugating white people, so chat to them about it.
Yo, when are we as a people going to pop off, man?
Who asked this question? Who asked that question?
Bro, I did. But like I'm saying, Brad, check it like this, yeah. Check it like this. What manufacturers or weapons manufacturers do you know?
What did you say?
What weapons manufacturers do you know? The African weapons manufacturers do you know?
Oh, there's a guy from Somalia in America. He makes AR-15s. It's like Citizen Arms. Then there is they're all Black Americans, then I guess you can say.
Do you mean the
Then,
company?
there is
No.
there's
Do you mean the
I said
company?
factories, not dealers, not arms dealers. Yeah,
You mean
factories.
companies?
factories. Yeah,
Manufacturing.
there's like one. There's one in Ghana that does small arms, and then Nigeria has a plan working with the Russians to start mass producing their own weapons.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
there's
why no one's popping off them, B. Because
Okay, but no, I'm saying though.
manufacturing nothing. Yeah,
But I'm saying though, in
building.
the sense that like we have the access, because like if you look at the PMC, I look at how the British were able to like spread their empire, and they really didn't take troops from their military. They just started companies and just went to different countries and took their military with a little bit of the indigenous people there, and they just ran things. I'm just trying to figure out. We are 1 billion strong, and we're like put perfectly around the world. Why don't we just pop off? Like I don't understand.
You don't want to pop off because people get killed. It's not, you're romanticizing war.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. Why would
Do
I
you know what it is? Yeah,
romanticize war? That makes
it's like I keep trying to say. Like it's even like when I was saying about the factories. Yeah, you said there's one arms factory in Ghana. Yeah, it's like, cuz what kind of war are you trying to go to with one arms factory?
No, I'm talking in the sense that when we look at like Libya with the trade, we still have Mauritania, and I look at this from this angle. Most of the West Africans that are being enslaved in these places, like Saudi Arabia, you have people from Sri Lanka, West Africa, Central Africa that are being killed. They're getting their passport taken. I just don't know. We need to do something. I'm not saying war is the answer, but like
You know what?
something.
It's even the colonized countries, their armies are got an answer to the colonized countries before they go to any wars or anything. So, say Jamaica's army wants to Jamaica's army wants to go to Canada and do something. They have to talk to England first.
Can I also point
just
out,
go there.
when you say that, Brad, you're talking like you're not reading enough. Because if you read enough, you would already know that things already happening in Africa. When those Nigerians were enslaved in Libya, Air Peace, which is a private company in Nigeria, an airline, flew those people for free back to Nigeria, several hundreds of people. So you need to, you do well to remember that. Take
What's
the
that
time
about?
to read and listen to African news because there's things happening on the ground in Africa.
Is that about Libya?
Yeah, they were flown back. Go to channel.
Wait, I thought it was
television.
South Africa they were flown back from.
Go to channel television if you want to know in relation to Nigerians. That's a very objective channel, and it talks about how they were flew back.
Okay, I'll be
Some
right.
of the man them put some money towards some of the man them from Gambia getting flown back as well.
Yeah, it's not like, because I think what people forget, people here, you've got to be careful about looking at negative news on Africa because it can consume you, and because we're outside Africa, and you can end up feeling helpless, like you feel like you're the only one that can save the Africans. The Africans on the ground will save the Africans. You can help, but they're already doing things in Africa. It's just that you are not looking for that information. But things are already going on in Africa. There's uprisings and mini wars all over Africa. You only have to go to Cameroon and see how they're trying to succeed. The English part's trying to succeed from the French part. There's 45,000 Cameroonian refugees in Cross River State, Nigeria. People, what you have is people taking arms against Cameroon. Kidnapping officials, people getting killed. The army is shooting people dead. They are trying to succeed. They even have their own president. So when you're saying things are not happening in Africa, they are actually happening in Africa. You just have to take the time to look. But war is not a nice thing. People get killed. Children get killed.
Hey, Betty, what are the options do you think nations could take to gain their true independence without going to war?
Oh, I don't even think, me, I'm not a romanticist. I have to be a realist. I don't believe Africa as whole will get independence without blood being shed. Someone's gonna die because it wasn't colonized peacefully, was it?
So do you think that like more continental Africans and more diasporan Africans need to be getting into technology sort of fields?
Yes, whatever your passion in life is, yes, especially technology, yes. One of them issues in Africa is 80% of their air space and flights is flights from outside of Africa. So companies outside of Africa control African airways. So when you're going to Africa, the first thing that you can do is fly an African airway instead of flying KLM, Qatar, and all these places. Play Air Morocco, Air Rwanda, Air Ethiopia. Support the Africans on the ground by putting your money when you fly into Africa. That boosts the economy and boosts jobs. So we don't have all these Africans ready to go through the Sahara and go and die like a rat there. And that's one of the things that can be done by an outside, when people from the diaspora go, because many people that go to Africa, they're not flying African Airways, but there's many African airlines that you can fly: Egypt, Morocco, Rwanda, Ethiopia. And then they wonder why Africans don't find work. But we support all these European airways in the Middle East, the Americans, all these people that are doing the mistreating. Yeah. But we don't want to support our own indigenous airlines.
Yeah, man.
It's a good point.
So what? I got Fourth on the panel. Fourth, big up yourself, bro. Welcome to G Block B. I don't know if you're still there. You still there, bruv? Yo, Fourth. Alright, cool. When you're ready, come off mute still. But yeah, so did anyone else have a point to make on that same question? What are the steps that say African countries and diasporan countries can take to get real freedom without going to war?
I don't know, man. I think most of it. I agree with what Betty was saying. A lot of what she was saying. I can't really think of anything else. I mean, obviously, the educational system. We have to change our educational system because most of the educational system in these countries, in the Caribbean as well, and in Africa, is based on a Eurocentric model. We need to change it and speak more about, our history, belief systems, or economic systems, social systems that could benefit us. So, for example, how many, I could ask you, in Jamaica, in the educational system, are they teaching the kids about Maurice Bishop and his colleagues, their cabinet that existed in Grenada and what they achieved, what their ideals were, their policies were?
They don't talk about Maurice Bishop. They talk about Marcus Garvey. He's a national hero.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
And but I don't think there's like a in-depth course or anything like that though.
Yeah.
I would say most of the Jamaican national heroes are talked about by nationalists sort of people, like the people that want to promote Jamaica being independent and all that sort of stuff, rather than by government officials. The government officials are in the pockets of Britain, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
America.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. It's like we need to give the people, or we need to be putting ourselves into these government positions then, rather than relying on other people who are just willing to get corrupted, innit? They don't really want to do the job, bro. They just want to get the money.
Yes, it's the same in the African countries. The corruption is rife. Most people are in power, make decisions for their own benefit, which but I mean, people are still allowed to try and trade. So you will see people getting rich, people starting up businesses, but there is a great deal of poverty, and at the heart of it, the country is still being controlled behind the scenes, as we know, by their colonial masters. I mean, I find it bizarre that in Nigeria, like our judicial system and our parliamentary system is based on the British system, naturally, because they were the ones who. And I find it odd when I'll see Nigerian men who've worked very hard, they've gotten into high positions as lawyers and solicitors, and they're dressing up like the British, wearing those wigs and the black coat. And
It's the same in Jamaica, man.
Yeah.
They wear the wigs in the court and that.
Yeah, so it's like still conquered mentally, even though you're not conquered physically. Mentally, you're still conquered by the colonial oppressor, and you're doing
because it's like the power's still there.
Yeah.
Without the people being there, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. Man. It was a real eye opener when Scattered Minds was describing how the Jamaican military operated, and he mentioned about their loyalty to the Queen, and then this reminded me of the Commonwealth. Of course, since we're all part of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, it's the Commonwealth, man. Nigeria can't just go to war with anyone, bruv. They got to get Britain's permission, bruv.
It's ridiculous. I know.
Get Britain's permission, man. Jamaica's
It's
got to
just,
get
I
all
just
this
the
permission
helplessness
to
of it.
use their army.
Can I say another reason way to how to support Africa is to go on holiday to Africa. There's a music fest called Afro Nation that's going on in Ghana right now. But it's things like that. Go on holiday instead of going to Europe and all Asia. Go on holiday to Africa. That's another way to support the African economy.
Yeah, that's true, man. It's true still. Staying in the guest house and do you know what I mean? That supports the economy and all them things there. You get me?
Yeah, there's many beautiful places in Africa. Mombasa, Kenya. There's Gambia. There's places in Lagos, Nigeria. Where the lakes are. There's beautiful places in Africa.
Hey, we went
Egypt.
to Jamaica, for a family friend's wedding, and it was like on the other side of Jamaica that our family lives on, innit? So like we stayed in like a villa, massive villa, man, had a swimming pool and everything in it, man. So like you're saying, man, there's properties and all them, there's places to stay and ways you can support your local economy in it. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like the people need to start, the diaspora and people need to try and get more involved in say their local politics more, innit? So they got more of a say on these corrupt dons that keep getting in power, and our places are just getting fucked up even more.
They do.
And we're just on the sidelines complaining, cause
You know what? Right, I go to my ethnic group meeting every once in a while, but one of the reasons why a lot of people don't like to get involved, because like my mum goes to this BBO meeting every month, and they pay dues. They pay like £5 every month, and the money goes in order to pay for children who can't afford education in Akwa Ibom State. Yeah, but it's full of lots of old people. Do you know what I mean? So, the gender
but
gets.
that's what it is though, Betty. It's like really and truly, once that generation dies, who's gonna be helping the youths back home get to the next level, and then who's gonna take the thing to the next level where they're gonna get a bit more involved and see where the money's going? How comes we're just paying this same amount each year and there's only just a certain amount? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
so
but the thing is that that's the thing, isn't it? Because I do push myself to go, but the thing is sometimes when you go and they're like in their 50s and 60s, and then next minute Auntie starts talking about the arthritis in the knees.
yeah, yeah, man, yeah.
But I do
Like,
push
say, like,
myself to go. But I think that's one of the
if
things,
you
the
don't get involved,
generation gap. Because I've spoken to Jamaicans and it's similar. I remember speaking to an old Jamaican lady and she said when Jamaicans came to this country, when white folk didn't want to give them a place to live, they used to do pardoner, where they all put money together, they all live in one house, put money together, they'd buy a house, and then once they got that house, then they'd all move in and then they continue to buy houses. That's how old Jamaican people got property. But young Jamaicans don't want to do that no
I
more.
still do partner now. My cousin brother's a partner.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I still do partner now, man.
But unfortunately, not a lot of young Jamaicans do it.
Yeah, well they do, man. It's like I'm saying, my cousin's got a partner. I know a few people that's got different partners. And I know some people that's got big partners as well, like £500 a month partners, you get me?
Oh,
So
that's a big one.
Yeah,
because she was just talking to me and telling me about that's how they got property. You know, when the times when they said there was no niggers, no dogs, and no Irish. But I think that's the thing that us younger people, our younger generation in the African diaspora, whether we're from the Caribbean or Africa, we have to be able to communicate with our elders. Because I just went to the Christmas party, and you know what I mean. And there was only a few of us youngers. A lot of them were older, the older generation. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of because sometimes it's a generation gap. That's why people don't want to communicate. But what I realize is when I didn't go, they're sending money and they have political power because they can go. And one of my uncles went to run as a governor in the state. It's some type of governor type of thing. And the thing is, they draw money from the state government. He has access to the state money from the state government. If I wouldn't have gone, I wouldn't have known that. But
listen, you see, around Christmas time,
yeah,
around Easter time, say like I'd say at least, probably not even 2. I'd say at least 3 to 4 times a year, that people send things called a barrel back to Jamaica. So it's like it'd be like a couple barrel containers with stuff in it, like clothes, underwear, washing up liquid, you know, like just bits and pieces needed, toothpaste and the stuff that you might need for your house, innit?
Yeah, Belly. Years ago, I used to live in this building. I was sharing this house, this flat with Jamaicans who would literally just come over from Jamaica, and we had to share the kitchen and the bathroom and the toilets, everything. So I remember I walked into the kitchen and I saw that barrel in the kitchen, and I thought, what the hell is this? Is this the new dustbin or something? Or what's going on? So I walked up to it and I opened it and I saw tins of food, drinks and everything. I was like, what is this? So when one of my colleagues in the building came to the kitchen, and I said, have you seen that barrel? And it was the Jamaican woman who I was living there with, and she goes, yeah, it's hers, and that she sends it back to Jamaica. I was like, what? And then she began to tell me that she gathers stuff over a period of time, and then when the barrel is full, she, as you were saying, she sent it back.
Relatives? Is it for relatives?
Yeah, for her relatives. Yeah.
All right. Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Because they ship, because I know that saying that when my mum wanted to first go to Nigeria, she used like a Caribbean man to do. He had a little shipping, like some travel shop where they arrange shipping via the boat. So that must be why. That must be why. Then, if I didn't know,
Is that expensive to do? Is that I always wondered if that was expensive to ship a barrel.
No, you probably got local companies where you are. I swear down, if you just literally Google shipping to Jamaica, or whatever,
if you just say
you'll have a local
like
company,
little travel agents. Sometimes
that will send you the barrel. That you'll send them. They'll come and pick it up and then send it to the place, and then you pay a fee for them to pick it up as well, innit? If you've got the money, or if they've got the money, then they can pay the fee for the collection of the barrel, innit?
Yeah, you know what my mum did? She did at that time it was like £500 to ship. Do you know those like silver big boxes? Like they look big massive silver blocks, really big container. You see that they have like gold locks. You see them in like the luggage shops. And
Mhm.
when we first went to Nigeria, she shipped all this stuff, and we had sweets and all English sweets, and I was sharing it with my cousins and stuff like that. You know, because they're not used to things like that, like marshmallows and all, like just treats. So it is really nice for the people there, you know, shipping things that they're not used to.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like if you have to buy the things that goes into the barrel and then pay $500 to ship it, my goodness.
It would depend. It depends on the value, because the value of the goods was more than the cost of the shipping, isn't it?
Oh, so it
Yeah,
depends on. So like it depends on the value of the
No, well, it
container.
depends on probably the weight of the container, not the value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The weight.
But yeah, well, you basically just fill the barrel up with stuff that's needed for people back home, in it, like, you know, just day-to-day stuff, in it, like soap, you know, tin tomatoes, just loads of tin food, washing up liquid, underwear. You might send some Clarks or whatever if it's Christmas.
He said you might send some Clarks. Golly.
Try to send like not secondhand clothes or something like that. You get me? Like only secondhand clothes if they're like nearly new, not like on their way to breaking or anything, in it, because that's sort of disrespectful, in it. Like if you not something you would wear yourself, in it. Like,
right.
Loads of Primark t-shirts and underwear and stuff like that. Just like things that you generally need, in it. Like, and I don't know, man. Like, the people will be grateful for what's sent over. Some people will see it as something that's you should be doing anyway, but most people will be grateful for what you're doing, innit?
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing. So, but it's like obviously it should be done between the family, not just one person.
Yeah, because of the cost.
Family, yeah, because the cost of obviously filling up the barrel and getting all the bits and so on. So like, especially when my mum's sending a barrel, if I've got a spare £20, a £10 or something, then I'll definitely give her £20 to put something in, and then whatever, if I've got some trainers or something else, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I've got a couple pairs of trainers and I've just worn a pair once and I don't really like them or whatever, I can just send them over as well, innit? Stuff like that still.
Interesting. I didn't know it cost that much.
Yeah, I don't know how much it costs still. I don't think it costs like £500 to send a barrel. Like, I'm not sure how much.
Depends on how big it is.
I think it does cost. It probably does cost probably over £100 though. Do you know what I mean? Like, so.
But also the distance, isn't it? The distance.
Yeah,
the
we're sending it
distance.
halfway across the world, man.
And
I mean,
also
like,
to
if we're
do with
sending it from America to the Caribbean, then it's probably going to be a little bit cheaper.
yeah, because the Caribbean is a popular destination compared to Africa. Because
I've seen a lot of I got a guy who used to live next door to me, yeah. A Nigerian guy. He used to collect fridges, innit? And then any broken fridge, yeah, he would get a container of the fridges, send them back to Nigeria, and then the guy in Nigeria that repaired them and sell them on. Do you know what I'm saying? That so yeah. Obviously, it's always usually just a gas bottle one, isn't it? That's broken or whatever, or cracked or something, and then you just repair that and send it on. So
yes, everybody, hello.
Yes. Yeah, man, we got about 20 minutes left, old people. Though,
Okay,
yes,
okay, Billy, I'll be really quick. I just posted something in this chat. Yeah, it's regarding how Christianity spread in the Roman Peninsula. Actually, there's been a misread of history. A lot of people are trying to say that
Topic on another show.
Islam was spread by the sword, but actually Christianity was spread by the sword in Africa. By the French.
My God.
Another show, but not today.
In Africa, Christianity was spread by the sword through colonialism and through slavery.
Mr. Mars.
Look it up, man.
Mr.
Allahu
Mars,
Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Yeah, but anyway,
See what happens when you let the non-blacks
no.
in?
Listen. Let me say something in it, because obviously we like I actually did say that in it. So on the show before, I said, Christians will admit that Christianity has been spread by the sword in places as well, innit? Yeah. But when you're talking to some Muslim guys, I won't say all because I've not spoke to every Muslim, and you know the Muslim dons love to get in their feelings about fucking any small little clip bite someone compose of you saying any shit or whatever. Yeah, it's like most Muslims or most of the Muslims that I've talked to won't ever tell you that Islam has been spread by the sword anywhere. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's like getting a false confession out of them to let man to for any of them man to say stuff like that. You get me? So it's like, bruh,
it's exhausting talking to him.
For you, Brad, then how did you see that event that just happened there?
It's like, okay, so if I was a person, because I've been reading Islam lately, I've been reading the Quran lately and looking at Islamic history. So I look at it from like what Africans were doing with Islam, and I'm like, hey, this was, I can't really like tell Africans, bun this thing, because there's some things that, there's some things that I think was productive. But then when I see like non-Africans like him, I'm just trying to figure out like, why don't Africans separate? Like Black Christians, we did. I'm not going to take Black Christians. The AME Zion Church is known as the African Methodist Christian Episcopal Church. We have the Black Church. I mean, we don't congregate with them, but whatever. I don't understand. Like this dude just came on. We admitted that Christianity will admit their wrongs. The doctrine of discovery was the church saying that Africans didn't have souls and we were deemed to be slaves. But you can't even get them to admit, like, yo, we had mistakes too.
I don't know. You know what, to tell you, not all. I know Somali Maverick, he admits it.
Yeah.
If you speak to him,
what's his name too? Sikh Dajima. Yeah.
Danjuma.
Yeah, I like him. If every African Muslim was like him, that'd be cool.
His name's Sheikh Danjuma, yeah.
Yeah, I like him. I like him a lot because he would admit because in Everlast made it too. He was like, "There's no such thing as a Muslim Ummah. There's no united Ummah." Because when he was talking one time about these Somalis that sank off the coast of Yemen and Yemen didn't do anything, he was like, "It woke me up." And then like that little dude that I guess y'all call him an extremist, he came on talking about don't talk about nationalism, talk about Islam, and I'm like, you can't talk about what's happened.
I was there, Hey, I was there that time still. Yeah. I was filming for my brother that day still. I was filming.
I just felt because
he's not. When you start, especially if you talk about Nigerian history, he thinks he knows more about Nigerian history than the bloody Nigerians, because he got into a heated conflict or debate with Witness, where he tried to tell Witness about his own people.
Who judge?
The only ethnic groups that exist in Nigeria are Hausa, the Fulani, the Yoruba, and Igbo. That's the only ethnic groups. Because I've had the debate with him too. He's quite limited on what he knows. He only knows about the major ethnic groups. If you start picking at history, even Islamic history with him, he starts to falter.
Hey, Betty, did you know that?
A Witness, and you'll see.
Hey, Betty. Hey, Betty, did you know that there are some people of Jamaican descent that are from the Abibio tribe?
Yeah, I do. I think there's a place called Calabar in Jamaica. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Calabash. Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to remember that in Cross River, St. Calabar was a major slave port. I think they say in the 18th century, 30% of the slaves in the region of Nigeria went through Calabar. So yeah, I do know.
Yeah, I think it's just
Just letting you
frustrating
know, innit,
having
man.
conversations.
Shakara might be a Bibio still.
Yeah, you never know. You might be a lot of the people. I think it's very difficult for someone from Jamaica not to have Nigerian ethnic DNA because
What was the name you was helping Veli to say as his name? What was the name you were helping him that day?
Hey, what I needed? Oda.
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 I remember that. I was like, we was there for a minute, and he was saying he was doing his voice like a different inflection, and then you were like, no, Oda, and he's like, I'm Oda. He's like, no, Oda, like.
He just needs his naming ceremony now.
Mm-hmm.
But witness is a fountain of knowledge. Witness, speak up. Witness is a fountain of knowledge. And he comes.
Oh no, I was just enjoying the discussion you guys were saying. I was learning from what you were saying. But what you said about Danjuma, yeah, but I don't really care much to talk about him. I'm not emotionally invested in talking about him. So.
I saw your last video with him. Like you.
No, but it was because what he does is Dan Jumma. He, especially when it comes, I don't know. He seems to when he comes into conflict with Nigerians, he did the same thing with Uncle Tai. Yeah, he has an argument with Uncle Tai over whether he's Yoruba or Igbo. He goes to Uncle Tai, "Oh, you're Igbo," and he goes, "No, I'm Yoruba." And then he starts speaking in Yoruba, and then Dan Jumma's still telling the man that he's Igbo, and it's just like. Because he's a doctor, he does have a doctorate. What you find with a lot of people who have a doctorate, they think they're above everybody else. But if someone
same thing here in America. Same thing here in America.
Yeah, but if someone starts speaking to you in their native language and you know for a fact that you can't understand, I beg you, believe. But he did the same thing with Witness. He cut Witness off, and it was really annoying in the video because I wanted to hear what Witness had to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I dealt with him offline anyway. The following week, he came up to me and I refused to shake his hand and I cussed him out. And in Speaker's Corner, there are a few Hebrew Israelites that I'm friends with, but they're Africans. Well, they're of African descent, and they clash with him regularly and they abuse him. So they said to me, "Don't worry. The next time if he comes up to you, don't worry. Just let us know. Let me know, and then we're gonna come." Because I've seen them when they let rip on Danjuma. Because he was trying to ridicule them because they are Hebrew Israelites. Yeah. And there's the couple of Hebrew Israelites I speak to. In fact, they're the only Hebrew Israelites I actually speak to.
Yes.
In Speaker's Corner, they're two guys. They're not the Hebrew Israelites who hate Africans.
Yeah.
So they're the only ones I talk to. And in fact, I used to spend so much time talking to them.
They're actually two Africans, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're from Ghana, innit? One's from Ghana, 100.
Yeah, and I think the other's from Congo. The other guy I know is from Congo. Yeah. So
but this is it. But when it comes to, because it would be nice to have it on camera. Because the thing is, I used to rate Dan Jumma until I met man, and then I realized that he doesn't actually know as much as he claims to know. He sort of wings it. If you start picking, and then. His arguments, especially he's very passionate about Nigeria, and if you
he was married to a Hausa-woman, right?
Is he married to a Hausa-woman? Oh, that's probably why. That's probably why. But yeah, it's just like, you could only name 5 ethnic groups in Nigeria, but there's they say it's like 255. How did you manage to only name 5? And he romanticizes Islamic history in the region we now call Nigeria too. That's another thing that pissed me off about him. He romanticizes Islamic history. But if he's married to a Hausa woman, no wonder.
Yeah.
He's going to defend the Hausa and their jihads.
Yeah.
We came in peace. We were trading just coconuts. We were trading human beings. We were trading coconuts and a bit of salt.
Man, yeah. Yeah, I just tired of talking about Islam. Like, I just say, like, let's just.
Yeah, bro. Like
I mean,
saying, bro, the conversation's not about. It doesn't start off about Islam
I'm just saying,
or
can we do
about
like
a
an
religion,
embargo? Like,
unless
no.
man's asking a religious question, innit? Like today
Yeah.
wasn't a religious question, innit? Like
What do
obviously,
you want to
me
talk
and
about,
Witness
Brad?
was talking earlier. No, we started off earlier, innit, man? Me and Witness was talking for quite long earlier. We, Witness, Khalid, Scattered Minds, a couple other people was talking earlier about would Africans colonize Europeans, if they had the power that Europeans had? Yeah, sort of. So we was going back and forth on that. Yeah, we was making a couple points where we was agreeing and disagreeing. You know, it was like, yeah. So then it was literally that was the topic, and then as you know, it's like Chinese whispers, isn't it? You start off with one topic, and then it rolls into something totally different by the end of the show, man. So yeah, that's how we've ended up here with what we was talking. And literally, it was still on the point of colonization in Africa, where we was talking about Islam being spread by the sword in some places. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like, yeah, Islam being spread by the sword in some places. And that's
next debate I'll have on here will be to discuss the side effects of cannabis and how it destroys people's brains.
I know the pothead crew. The pothead crew.
Yeah, we're gonna have to argue about that.
You know what? Yeah, when we had the marijuana debate a little while ago, yeah, and Witness come up with like legal points in it, man. So that's why I'm saying why I like having someone like Witness on the panel in it, because if he's gonna come up with opposing points, he's gonna come up with factual points. What, you know what I'm saying? Like, so
yeah,
instead of just like, yeah, I think blah 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 blah, man, come up with some actual, here's something that I've researched and found out to oppose what you think is something good in it. And then that's gonna make it harder for men to answer your question, innit?
So even though I don't smoke cigarettes, I don't take drugs, I don't smoke weed, I don't drink coffee, I don't drink tea, I don't eat beef, pork, duck, chicken, I still have my weakness, and my weakness is another drug. It's called sugar.
Sugar.
Yeah. That's my weakness.
Yeah.
I fight against it every day.
Man. Yeah, everyone's got something, man. You know what I'm saying?
You know when when you're on Facebook and you get random requests from random people. I'm like, I have so many relatives that I've never met, and they just send requests, and they don't tell me who the hell they are, and I just noticed that they're connected to other relatives. That's the thing when you have a very big family. There's too many people in too many places.
Yeah, my experience is that they do that so that they can ask me for money.
I don't know. Luckily, they never asked me for money. The only one I've got is like I've got a niece that is.
No, they be all of a sudden every day they want to be on Facebook Messenger messaging me, "Hey, cuz, how you doing?" You know, and it's always like my family that's in Panama. You know what I'm saying? It's not like cousins that are here. That's like, "Hey, you want to hang out?" or like we can meet and get to know each other. And it's like, "Oh, I was wondering if you could send me a little something. I'm going through," and I'm like, "Bruh." Like, really?
It's not like 2 states south. Like, goodness.
I'm like,
I hate when I spell something wrong and stuff. But let's have some good African news, because that's like when I try and do my channel, I try not to do too much negative news on Africa, because it can get really depressing and you can end up feeling helpless.
That's why I put that link that Tayo, I know film.
Yes, the beard guy.
Yeah, it's brilliant. The video footage he has of different parts of Nigeria, Lagos. I mean, he filmed the concert where Cardi B was in Lagos. I was like, what? Cardi B?
Yeah, I watched it when because I subscribed to his channel. I noticed his channel, but there's another guy from Ghana,
Okay.
and he's
Watermeyer?
yes, him, yes,
I like Watermeyer. Yeah.
yes, he's
Oh,
great.
him. He speaks Chinese as well. He speaks
Yes.
Yeah,
Cantonese.
he was living in China. A lot of his videos at first were in China. He was
Yeah.
like Chinese woman and everything.
Yeah. He's funny. He's funny, that guy. He's always happy-go-lucky. Yeah.
I am Maya.
And he goes all over Africa. He does more.
Yes.
He goes
Yeah.
all over Africa. It's amazing the amount of places he's gone to.
Yeah. I learned a lot about African countries through him and Tayo Aino films. The footage they have, the parts of Africa I didn't even know existed. I was like, wow.
Tell me the name of his channel, because if I click on that, it's going to take me out of this. It's the link that you posted in the back chat.
Sure. So the first guy, I'll spell it for you. Tayo, all one word. Tayo, AIN for Niagara, A. And films, FILMS. So Tayo Aino Films.
Okay.
Yo. All right, hold on a second. Who's this?
Isn't that twins?